Chapter 76. The Great War is about to erupt. Xuanling Zone. Within the Grand Hall of the sect, all the high-ranking members of Xuanling Zone have gathered. Upon learning that Yue Wuji has openly declared his intent to exact vengeance on Qin Jinjian by launching an assault on Xuanling Zone, and has also coerced other sects in Qingzhou to join him, the audacity of such bandit-like demands is truly appalling. Sect Master, what shall we do? At this moment, the Four Peak Masters voice their concerns. They are willing to pledge their lives to defend Xuanling Zone. Yet, should they fall amidst the enemy's siege, it would be an utterly humiliating fate. Even in death, they must at least take a piece of their foe with them, inflicting profound anguish. Observing their distress, Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand. He reassured them that with the protection of the Saint-level Guardian formation, there is no need for alarm. As long as the Saint-level Guardian formation is activated, no cultivator below the Saint level can inflict any harm upon Xuanling Zone. However, this merely serves to safeguard the sect from enemy attacks. Should they venture beyond the protective formation, they would become vulnerable to threats. After all, the enemy possesses numerous formidable experts, and given Xuanling Zone's current strength, a counterattack seems unlikely. Subsequently, Xianxiaaudiobooks instructed the others to disperse and return to their respective territories to prepare for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks departed from the Grand Hall, making his way towards Qingyan Peak. At that moment, Chen was leisurely fishing in Qingyan Lake. Seated at the water's edge, he held his fishing rod, lazily observing the fish swimming in the lake. Such tranquil days had been a rarity for him. Upon returning to Xuanling Zone, he remained the same, the carefree master of Qingyan Peak. However, just then, a figure appeared behind Chen. This time, Yueyang Zone is serious. We may find it difficult to retreat unscathed. I promise your master that no matter what happens, I would ensure your safety in this world. If we cannot handle the situation, then you must abandon the sect and flee as far as you can. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the leisurely Chen, letting out a sigh. He recognized that Chen's current strength was formidable. Yet, from the perspective of an elder, Xianxiaaudiobooks did not wish for the sect's strongest youth to suffer even the slightest harm. Sect Master, if I leave, what will become of you? What will happen to the elders and disciples within the sect? Chen smiled slightly, teasingly posing the question. Hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' words, Chen had never truly considered leaving. With his current cultivation having reached the Saint level, even an abundance of Dao-level experts would pose little challenge. That being said, prior to asking this question, Chen had already anticipated Xianxiaaudiobooks' arrangements. After all, this sect master is a person of great integrity and responsibility. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a smile. Naturally, we will send these disciples home, and any elders or peak masters who wish to remain may do so. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly hoarse. To be honest, he himself felt uncertain. Although the Saint-level Guardian formation protects the sect, as long as the enemy does not enter its range, even the mightiest formation cannot harm them. At most, it only offers heightened defensive capabilities. However, if Yueyang Zone and several other sects were to unite, encircling Xuanling Zone without respite, and then summon even stronger external aid. Thus, they are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. However, should they depart from the Xianling sect, beyond the protective barrier of the Guardian formation, they would be exposed to the predator's hunt. Regardless of the choice made, it would be detrimental to the Xianling sect. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from behind Xianxiaaudiobooks. Approaching them was an elderly man clad in a fiery red robe, his eyebrows a matching hue. This individual was none other than Elder Yin, restored to his corporeal form. Thanks to the rescue by the master of Qingyan Peak, I have been granted a second chance at life. From this moment forth, the Xianling sect shall be my home. There is no need for the sect master to worry, Elder Yin replied with a smile. Though my current strength has significantly waned, far from my former peak, it is still not the time for the Moonlight sect to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Chen set aside his fishing rod and grinned at Elder Yin, saying, Elder Yin, do not let your bravado exceed its bounds. Just the Moonlight sect alone boasts several formidable experts of the questioning Dao realm, while you have barely reached the 5th level of the questioning Dao. Do you truly possess the confidence? You are merely boasting. Ha ha! I shall not hide this from the Peak Master. There is indeed a touch of difficulty. Upon witnessing this, the three exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. It seemed they had completely forgotten the serious matters they had just discussed. The sunset's afterglow bathed the three in its warm light, adding a unique hue to the relaxed atmosphere. Chapter 77, recording in the Little Notebook. In Tianyan City, Lin family. Patriarch, ancestor, must we truly rush to aid the Xianling sect? Our adversaries are the formidable Qingzhou sect alliance led by the Yang sect. It seems that the Xianling sect is surely facing annihilation. Even if our entire city mobilizes to support them, it would merely be like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. At this juncture, the Lin family's elder halted Lin Yantian and the family's ancestor, his face etched with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Yantian turned and responded. It was the senior of the Xianling sect who once rescued our Lin family from peril. Now, our family stands as the foremost in Tianyan City, expanding our influence into other cities. All of this is due to the merits of the Qingyun Peak Master. Without the Xianling sect, our Lin family would have likely been exterminated by the Yang sect. The present circumstances would have been utterly impossible. Now, as the Yang sect stirs the Qingzhou sect alliance to jointly besiege the Xianling sect, how can we, the beneficiaries of their grace, remain passive in our comfort while our benefactor faces calamity? However, the Lin family elder paused for a moment. Patriarch, ancestor, if both of you depart to provide aid, what shall become of the Lin family? If both the patriarch and ancestor leave, who will oversee our family affairs? After I and the ancestor depart from Tianyan City, you must lead the entire Lin family to leave this place, Lin Yantian instructed. What? The elder's expression morphed into one of incredulity upon hearing Lin Yantian's words. Tianyan City is the hard-won territory of the Lin family. We are to abandon it? Lin Yantian glanced at the Lin residence's sign, unable to suppress a sigh. His departure might spell doom. Urging the Lin family to vacate Tianyan City was also a precaution against the Yang sect's potential retribution. In truth, he understood well that even if he refrained from aiding the Xianling sect, the Yang sect would still seek trouble with the Lin family afterward. Consider this. If the Xianling sect were to fall, would their subordinates fare any better? At this moment, seeing Lin Yantian's resolve, the Lin family elder ceased to argue further. Simply nodding in acknowledgement, assuring Lin Yantian that he would safeguard the entire Lin family. Are you certain you will not stay? The ancestor inquired of Lin Yantian. Ancestor, would I, Lin Yantian, be one to fear for my life? Lin Yantian smiled confidently. His fiery spirit imbued him with the courage to face death. Moreover, within the Xianling sect, his son Lin Outyin remained. As a father, how could he stand idly by while his own flesh and blood faced peril? Hearing this, the Lin family ancestor nodded with a smile. Very well, let us, grandfather and grandson, partake in this historic battle that will be recorded in Qingzhou's annals. Rest assured, I shall risk my life to ensure that Outyin remains safe. Thank you, ancestor. At that moment, several powerful auras approached from afar. Upon sensing the fluctuations, the Lin family ancestor smiled slightly. They have arrived. They? Lin Yantian furrowed his brow. Who else could it be? As those auras descended beside the Lin family ancestor, they transformed into the figures of several elders. They were the ancestors of other families in Tianyan City. Old Lin, why didn't you summon us for a fight? That's a bit selfish, isn't it? The chief family ancestor remarked. Indeed. Remember when you used to drag us into your brawls with the neighboring Wu family? What gives? Now that the Wu family is gone, you no longer wish to associate with your former allies? Another elder chimed in. Exactly. The others joined in, all smiling and jesting with the Lin family ancestor, as if the impending confrontation were but an ordinary affair. Observing this, the Lin family ancestor smiled at the group of elders. Gentlemen, let us once again stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Exchanging glances, the elders nodded with smiles. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yantian felt a wave of inexplicable nostalgia. He had begun to miss the days of opposing the Wu family alongside these ancestors. But now, they were about to go aid the Xianling sect. It truly bore the risk of never returning. Lin Yantian sighed. If only time could linger at this moment. Soon after, the group transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the western region of Qingzhou, towards the Xianling sect. In the foremost family of Qingzhou, the Wang family. Patriarch, the clan's powerful members have all been summoned. We are merely awaiting the family's command to depart. A Wang family servant reported. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiantian nodded. With the demise of the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Batian, and the absence of the young master, Wang Nongtian, the position of patriarch was now vacant. Amidst the recent turmoil, to stabilize the family, the Wang family ancestor, Wang Xiangtian, had decreed to temporarily assume the role of patriarch. Yet, the family members were so accustomed to addressing him as ancestor that the sudden shift to calling him patriarch felt somewhat alien. Let us depart. With a command from Wang Qiangtian, a multitude of powerful Wang family members ascended into the sky, rushing towards the Xianling sect. Unlike others, the Wang family had been awaiting an opportunity to shine. Indeed, this Qingzhou sect alliance's assault on the Xianling sect presented a tremendous opportunity for Wang Qiangtian. His keen insight led him to realize that a transformation was imminent in Qingzhou. The position of the foremost sect was on the verge of changing hands. Wang Qiangtian understood that with the Qingyun peak master of the Xianling sect present, the Yang sect-led Qingzhou alliance stood no chance of victory. He had witnessed the strength of that Qingyun peak master firsthand. The Wang family was perfectly positioned to seize this chance to support the Xianling sect and curry favor with its leader. It was precisely Wang Qiangtian's astute perception that enabled the Wang family to rise from obscurity to become the foremost family in Qingzhou. At this moment, Wang Qiangtian gazed towards the Xianling sect, having awaited this moment for a long time. In the western region of Qingzhou, 1,000 miles away from the Xianling sect, dozens of formidable warships approached. These belonged to the Yang sect, Wuzhizong, and Huntiangzong, the three major sects. Now, the might of these three sects had seemingly poured forth. Among them were over a dozen powerful figures at the Dao-seeking realm and numerous others at the Tongtian realm. This time, the three sects were serious about decisively defeating the Xianling sect. On the leading warship among the dozens, a one-eyed man stood. He was Yu Wujing, the master of the Yang sect. Behind him loomed several powerful presences, two of which were the leaders of Wuzhizong and Huntiangzong, while the rest were the mightiest peak masters of the Yang sect. At this moment, Yu Wujing cast a disdainful smile ahead. The Xianling sect was nearly upon them. He was eager to see how many forces would heed the call to join in the assault. Those who did not show up would surely be noted for future reckoning. Chapter 78. Shall I make an example of you? 3 days later. According to Yu Wujing's decree, on the third day following the call to arms against the Xianling sect, countless flying vessels had entered the western region of Qingzhou. These were the remaining cultivators from the other 5 major sections. They responded to the call of the Moonlight sect, leading powerful warriors to the battlefield. At this very moment, the sky surrounding the Xianling sect was shrouded in a dense mass of flying ships, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously, gradually converging towards the Xianling sect. From one particularly resplendent ship, voices of report echoed forth. Report to the sect master. One of the top 10 sects, the Full Moon sect, is leading 5,000 cultivators to provide support. Report to the sect master. One of the top 10 sects, the Boundless sect, is leading 4,000 cultivators to provide support. Report to the sect master in a short span of time. The various major sects of Qingzhou had all arrived at this location. Even the Full Moon sect, Boundless sect, as well as the Kunshan sect, Balian sect, and Xianlei sect, the remaining 5 major sects of Qingzhou, each led thousands of their cultivators. Altogether, several tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered near the Xianling sect, all of considerable cultivation levels. In an instant, countless ships approached the Xianling sect from all directions, forming a siege-like encirclement. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Wujie could not suppress a look of triumph. He hoped that the more people arrived, the better. For the audacity of the Xianling sect to slay members of his Moonlight sect was a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over. As for the call to unite all sects of Qingzhou to besiege the Xianling sect, it was merely a pretext. Yu Wujie's true intention was to assemble all the powerful warriors from the Qingzhou sects to this location, ultimately transforming it into a colossal furnace. This was the plan of the Blood Demon's heir and Yu Wujie. Just thinking about having accomplished half of his mission caused a smirk to curve at the corners of Yu Wujie's mouth. Yet, it was far from simple. After all, the Blood Demon's heir had mentioned that the heir of the Empress, who had been lurking in the shadows, might be closely monitoring the situation here. Precautions must be taken to guard against unforeseen events. However, the primary task at hand was to eradicate the Xianling sect to vent Yu Wujie's pent-up rage. Meanwhile, within the Xianling sect, Xianxiaaudiobooks and others gazed at the dark mass in the sky, their expressions turning grave. The so-called Qingzhou alliance had indeed amassed a formidable army at their doorstep. What are we to do now, old man? At this moment, the Grand Elder, with a serious demeanor, looked toward Xianxiaaudiobooks, who gazed intently at the dark cloud ahead. The next instant, the gazes of the other peak masters and elders of the Xianling sect converged upon Xianxiaaudiobooks. You all wait here. I will ascend to take a look. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xianxiaaudiobooks soared into the air, heading toward the dark cloud in the sky. On the other side, Yu Wujie immediately noticed a blue figure rising from within the Xianling sect, its sharp gaze fixed upon the ominous mass of ships. This individual was none other than the sect master of the Xianling sect, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yu Wujie, what a grand display. Are you truly intent on a life-and-death struggle with my Xianling sect? Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke with a tone of authority. Hearing this, Yu Wujie turned his gaze towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, A disdainful smile crept across Yu Wujia's face. The sect master of the Xianling sect? With your mere celestial realm cultivation, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? How naive. As soon as the words left his lips, Yu Wujia cast a glance at the man beside him. Upon sensing Yu Wujia's intent, the man immediately understood and drew his long sword, unleashing his celestial realm power as he charged toward Xianxiaaudiobooks without hesitation. Observing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks furrowed his brow, recognizing the imminent attack. He did not falter, raising his hand to counter with a powerful palm strike. The moment their energies collided, a tremendous surge of magical power erupted, rippling outward like waves. In the next instant, the celestial realm cultivator from the Moonlight sect was sent flying by Xianxiaaudiobooks' strike, crashing into the ship behind him and creating a gaping hole. He was a 6th-level celestial realm cultivator, among the more proficient elders of the Moonlight sect. However, after consuming a spirit peach, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation had surged to the 8th level of the celestial realm. Faced with the elders of the Moonlight sect, he felt no fear whatsoever. At this moment, seeing one of his subordinates so easily defeated by Xianxiaaudiobooks, Yu Wujia was momentarily filled with rage. Xianling sect master, you possess great audacity. Yu Wujia shot a piercing glare at Xianxiaaudiobooks. His alliance with numerous sects of Qingzhou, forming the Qingzhou alliance, was unprecedented in scale. He had anticipated that the sect master of the Xianling sect would be terrified and groveling for mercy. Yet, to his astonishment, this sect master not only showed no fear, but even dared to strike and injure one of his elders. This act was undoubtedly a provocation and an affront to Yu Wujia. This Xianxiaaudiobooks clearly held him in contempt. But the next moment, Yu Wujia revealed a sinister smile. I can offer you a chance, lest others say I am merciless. How about this? Your entire Xianling sect will forfeit your cultivation and serve as beasts for my Moonlight sect for 300 years. After 300 years, I shall return your freedom. What do you say? In response, Xianxiaaudiobooks straightened his back, his expression unfazed as he replied. Why don't you forfeit your own cultivation instead? In Xianxiaaudiobooks' view, the Xianling sect's dignity could not be tarnished. How could they submit and beg for mercy? Witnessing this, Yu Wujia waved his hand and called out, Beishan. Yes. As soon as Yu Wujia's command left his lips, a towering, burly man stepped forward from behind. Casting a disdainful glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Teach this sect master how to speak properly, Yu Wujia instructed. Ha, I relish teaching others how to speak. The next moment, Beishan drew the massive blade from his back and, in an instant, appeared before Xianxiaaudiobooks, raising his hand to deliver a lethal slash. Boom. Xianxiaaudiobooks dodged but was caught off guard by the powerful gust of wind, sending him soaring several dozen feet away. Upon witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder's expression turned frantic. Clearly, he recognized the imposing figure. That man was Beishan, the most formidable peak master of the Moonlight sect, with a 5th-level cultivation of the questioning Dao realm. Sect master, this Beishan blade of mine has yet to slay anyone of sect master status. Today is a perfect opportunity. Beishan grinned at the panting Xianxiaaudiobooks, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Yet, in the next second, a voice that was both ancient and authoritative suddenly resonated from within the Xianling sect. Since my revival, I have yet to test this body's cultivation. Today, I shall take you on. In the next instant, a plume of flames erupted like a volcanic explosion within the Xianling sect. As the flames subsided, an elder clad in a crimson robe with red brows appeared before Beishan. He wielded a golden longsword, gazing down upon the dark mass of ships in the sky like a fire god. Chapter 79, A Sword to Decimate. On the other side, Beishan furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he regarded the suddenly appearing Elder Yan. Who is this red-browed elder? Nonetheless, his entrance was quite impressive. Elder Yan, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed upon seeing the elder. Hearing this, Elder Yan turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks with a relaxed expression, saying, Sect Master, you should return to the Xianling sect. If anything were to happen to you, I would have a hard time explaining it to the peak masters. Subsequently, Elder Yan turned his gaze towards Ba Shan, declaring, Allow me to handle these interlopers from the outer sect. Upon witnessing this, Saint Xiaozi nodded in agreement, acquiescing to Elder Yan's request. He then flickered and returned to the confines of the Xianling sect, swiftly distancing himself from the battlefield. After all, Saint Xiaozi himself was merely at the 8th level of the celestial realm. While he could easily contend with elders or peak masters from the Moonlight sect, Ba Shan was the strongest among them, standing at the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm. To Ba Shan, Saint Xiaozi's 8th level of the celestial realm was indeed inconsequential. Had it not been for his timely evasion of Ba Shan's previous strike, he might have already met a grim fate. Elder Yan, however, was a different matter. Since his resurrection, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm. Moreover, he wielded the sect's treasured artifact, the Golden Longsword, a sacred grade weapon. Meanwhile, Ba Shan, irritated by the apparent camaraderie between Elder Yin and Saint Shuzi, felt a surge of anger. Do you two consider me invisible? With that, he brandished his blade, unleashing his formidable strength at the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm. This strike was imbued with 80% of his power, as if he sought to channel all his fury into this devastating blow. Humph. Seeing Ba Shan's blade come crashing down, Elder Yin snorted coldly. He had existed as a soul for centuries and had not encountered combat above the Enlightenment realm in ages. Yet, in his prime, he had been a sage, having slain countless Enlightenment-level experts. Individuals like Ba Shan were hardly worthy of his concern. Heavenly Inquiry, First Trial, /. As he sidestepped Ba Shan's downward strike, Elder Yin shouted fiercely, his golden longsword radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance, akin to wielding a sun itself, evoking sheer astonishment. Simultaneously, he unleashed a chilling aura at the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed, conjuring a massive blaze of fire. In an instant, the intense flames enveloped the darkened airships, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Perceiving Elder Yan's overwhelming presence, Ba Shan's expression shifted dramatically. This seemingly troublesome old man was, in fact, also a powerhouse at the Enlightenment realm. On the other side, illuminated by this fierce blaze, Yu Wujia focused intently on Elder Yan. He was astonished to discover that the Xianling sect possessed such a formidable individual. At the very least, he was also at the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm. Meanwhile, the 5 major sects, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, exchanged incredulous glances. They had unspoken words, yet none could voice them. When had the Xianling sect acquired a powerhouse of the Enlightenment realm? Or perhaps this red-browed elder was the sect's ancestor? Or was it possible that the Xianling sect was merely a hidden 6th-rate sect that had been masquerading in obscurity? Such thoughts began to swirl in the minds of the 5 sect leaders. After all, the sect leader, Saint Shuzi, had previously been at the 2nd level of the celestial realm, yet after the battle, he had inexplicably ascended to the 5th level, and now even reached the 8th level. To claim he hadn't concealed his true cultivation was hardly believable. If the sect leader could do this, what about the others? Back on the battlefield, as Ba Shan faced the oncoming blaze of sword light, he exhibited no fear. Instead, a manic smile spread across his face. I, Ba Shan, have longed for a true battle with a formidable opponent, yet opportunities have eluded me. You, old man, are indeed powerful enough to be my worthy adversary. Formless golden body. In the next moment, Ba Shan raised his head and roared towards the heavens. A faint golden light enveloped him, causing his form to swell and grow immense, his towering figure resembling an unyielding mountain. This was the body technique Ba Shan had cultivated, expending all his energy to transform into a giant temporarily, thereby amplifying his attack power. Die! Ba Shan lifted his colossal arm and hurled a punch towards the incoming sword light. In the next instant, fist met blade. Boom! Elder Yan's sword light streaked through like a meteor, instantly cleaving through Ba Shan's massive form, severing him in twain. Moreover, the sword light did not cease upon piercing Ba Shan's body, but continued its relentless course, shattering 4 of the Moonlight Sect's void ships. At this sight, astonishment gripped all present, whether it be the Qingzhou alliance led by Yu Wujia, the 5 major sects, or the members of the Xianling sect. Particularly, Yu Wujia's gaze towards Elder Yin was laden with profound murderous intent. He had not anticipated that this red-browed elder possessed such formidable combat prowess, capable of slaying the Moonlight Sect's strongest peak master in a single stroke. Elder Yin, regarding Yu Wujia from atop the airship, bore a provocative and insufferable demeanor. Though he and Ba Shan were of the same realm, Elder Yin wielded the Xianling sect's treasured artifact, the Golden Longsword. Even with equivalent realms, the disparity in their artifacts rendered their true combat strengths worlds apart. Meanwhile, within the Xianling sect, Saint Shuzi observed Elder Yan's retreating figure, nodding inwardly. As expected of a former sage, even when confronting the strongest peak master of the Moonlight sect, Ba Shan, he can still achieve victory with a single strike. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder directed his gaze towards Elder Yin. For some reason, witnessing this old man's display of bravado made him feel an unsettling discomfort. The Grand Elder curled his lip in disdain, retorting, "Old fossil, you are overestimating him. Were it not for the treasured artifact left by our ancestor, how could that old fool possibly defeat Ba Shan?" In the Grand Elder's view, without the aid of the sacred grade Golden Longsword, Elder Yin would never have been able to vanquish Ba Shan in one blow. He simply did not believe it. Meanwhile, Saint Shuzi paid no heed to the Grand Elder's comments, instead focusing on the distant 5 major sections. He surmised that the 5 sects would not heed Yu Wujia's command. They had come, undoubtedly, out of fear that the Xianling sect lacked the strength to withstand the Qingzhou alliance, fearing Yu Wujia would hold them accountable for their absence later. In truth, the 5 major sects had little desire to intervene in this matter, let alone oppose the Xianling sect at Yu Wujia's behest. Since their arrival on the battlefield, they had merely observed quietly from a distance, refraining from taking action, which spoke volumes. The 5 sects might be waiting for an opportunity, a chance to resist the Moonlight sect. And now, Elder Yan's slaying of the Moonlight sect's strongest peak master presented such an opportunity. Chapter 80. A sudden change of heart. At that very moment, upon witnessing the Moonlight sect's strongest peak master, Ba Shan, being effortlessly dispatched by the fire-robed elder of the Xianling sect, the 5 sect leaders were left in a state of disbelief. They had not anticipated that even the strongest peak master of the Moonlight sect could be slain in a single blow. The might of this elder from the Xianling sect was truly astonishing. In the next heartbeat, the 5 sect leaders exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. Brothers, what say we turn the tide? At this moment, the leader of the Moonlight sect proclaimed, I perceive that the Moon Sun sect is not as invincible as the legends suggest. Even their mightiest peak master was vanquished in a single blow. Truly, the Moon Sun sect is not to be feared. We have consistently bowed to them. Yet what of the unyielding Moon Wujing? This fellow has never regarded us with any semblance of respect. The leader of the Boundless sect interjected, indeed, regardless of our compliance. We remain a lingering thread in their eyes. Precisely. Since we cannot earn their trust, let us instead rebel outright. We shall aid the Xianling sect in opposing them and overthrow the Moon Sun sect, reclaiming our rightful place among the true 10 sects. At this juncture, the 5 sect leaders reached a unanimous consensus, deciding to turn their allegiances and assist the Xianling sect. Externally, they presented themselves as one of the 10 major sects of Qingzhou, yet they had long been subjugated by the Moon Sun sect. On specific days, they were required to pay tribute to the Moon Sun sect to maintain their precarious safety. Among these tributes, the most abundant consisted of precious cultivation resources. This continual tribute of cultivation resources had enabled the Moon Sun sect to ascend to unparalleled heights, solidifying its position as the foremost sect in Qingzhou within less than a century. Now, the Moon Sun sect had formed a so-called Qingzhou alliance, seeking to demonstrate its might by attacking the Xianling sect. For the 5 major sects, this presented a golden opportunity to topple the Moon Sun sect. At this very moment, aboard the void skyship, Moon Wujing gazed intently at the elder Yin before him. This individual, akin to Beishan, possessed the same 5th-tier, Tao-seeking cultivation, yet had managed to dispatch Batian with a single strike. Such prowess compelled Moon Wujing to adopt a grave demeanor. Could this truly be the legendary prodigy capable of defeating opponents far beyond their level? Leader of the Moon sect, the 5 major sects have remained motionless, and I fear. The leader of the Wujizong spoke beside Moon Wujing. Are you suggesting that the 5 major sects might turn their allegiances? Moon Wujing replied with a serious countenance. He then directed his gaze toward the 5 major sects' encampment, his eyes deep in contemplation. He had never anticipated that the Xianling sect possessed yet another cultivation prodigy capable of defeating opponents of higher levels. Now, with the possibility of the 5 major sects switching sides, Moon Wujing was filled with trepidation. He had assumed he could easily crush the Xianling sect, yet encountered resistance even before reaching their gates. Order the entire army to advance and eliminate this red-browed elder on the spot. Then we shall storm the Xianling sect and annihilate every last one of their members. Moon Wujing ground his teeth in fury. The Xianling sect had cost the Moon Sun sect so many formidable experts, and now even their strongest peak master, Beishan, had fallen at the hands of this elder. At that moment, Moon Wujing's animosity toward the Xianling sect reached its zenith. He longed for their complete eradication from the continent. He could not believe that this 5th-tier Tao-seeking elder could withstand the onslaught of a dozen Tao-seeking experts. With his command, the Qingzhou Alliance's forces surged forth toward the elder Yan. Within the Xianling sect, Saint Shuzi observed the tide of cultivators pouring out and promptly activated the protective formation. Under repeated assaults from the protective formation, the Qingzhou Alliance's forces suffered significant casualties. Subsequently, elders and peak masters of the Xianling sect emerged, shielded by the protective formation. Any attack from those below the Saint realm proved ineffective against it. Even the dozen Tao-seeking experts found themselves helpless against the Saint-level protective formation. A few Tao-seeking experts attempted to withstand the formation's assaults, but were obliterated by heavenly lightning. Moon Wujing stared in astonishment at the golden formation of the Xianling sect, his eyes widening in disbelief. Attacks from Tao-seeking experts had no effect? Could this be a Saint-level protective formation? How is such a thing possible? How could the Xianling sect possess such an advanced formation? Moon Wujing clenched his fists in frustration. If this truly was a saint-level protective formation, he could already foresee the ultimate outcome. Meanwhile, Elder Yin and Saint Shuzi, relying on the protection of the formation, systematically eliminated all enemies within its reach. In no time, the Qingzhou alliance suffered catastrophic losses. Witnessing this scene, Moon Wujin furrowed his brow. That was the foundation of the three major sects of the Moon Sun sect. To see them perish one by one into nothingness was undeniably painful. Yet, Moon Wujin did not cease his offensive. Reinforcements had yet to arrive. He aimed to sow chaos across the battlefield, ensuring that neither side could escape unscathed. For the sake of his ultimate plan, he was willing to sacrifice the lives of all cultivators within the Qingzhou alliance. However, just then, numerous lights shot in from the east with astonishing speed. They exploded amidst the dark throng of cultivators like meteorites. In an instant, screams and wails filled the air. The orderly formation of cultivators behind Moon Wujin was instantly thrown into disarray. Those attacking from behind were none other than the Wang family, the foremost family of Qingzhou, and several venerable ancestors from Tianyin City. They had converged along the way, realizing their shared objective of aiding the Xianling sect, and thus joined forces to arrive together. On the other side, upon witnessing the disruption in Moon Wujin's rear, the five major sects sensed an opportunity. Brothers, the rear of the Moon Sun sect has been compromised. It must be reinforcements from the Xianling sect. Excellent. Moon Wujin is now besieged from both flanks. This is our prime moment to strike. Let us charge forth and eradicate the Moon Sun sect. As soon as the words were spoken, tens of thousands of cultivators from the five major sects surged forward, colliding with Moon Wujin's left flank and forming a three-sided encirclement. Damn it! As if the Xianling sect having external aid wasn't enough. I never expected the five major sects to dare turn against us and join forces with the Xianling sect. Upon witnessing this, Moon Wujin's complexion paled instantly. Where are the reinforcements? Why have they not yet arrived? I'm barely holding on. At this rate, not only will we fail to annihilate the Xianling sect, but our Qingzhou alliance will soon be depleted under this triple assault. Yet, just at that moment, a brilliant white light sliced through the clouds like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the chaotic battlefield as bright as day. In an instant, the pandemonium of the battlefield was brought to a standstill by the dazzling white light. The next moment, an elder with white hair and a white beard slowly descended from the clouds. Chapter 81, Yu Qingshan. At this moment on the tumultuous battlefield, all eyes were drawn to the white figure in the sky. There stood an elder clad in white, exuding a faint golden radiance. His sword-like brows and starry eyes complemented by a beard tousled by the breeze, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. This individual was none other than the ancestral master of the Moon Sun sect, Yu Qingshan. On the other side, upon seeing the white figure of Yu Qingshan, Moon Wujin could hardly contain his excitement. It is the ancestor. The ancestor has finally arrived. In that instant, Moon Wujin, who had previously appeared pale, regained his color with the arrival of Yu Qingshan. Simultaneously, within the protective formation, Saint Shuzi recognized him at a glance. The ethereal figure clad in white is none other than the venerable ancestor of the Moonlight sect, Yu Qingshan. Of course, he is not a frequent sight. I had the rare fortune to encounter Yu Qingshan only once, during a banquet a century ago. At that time, Yu Qingshan had already attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm, effortlessly overpowering a multitude of esteemed cultivators from Qingzhou. Now, a century has elapsed. During this time, Yu Qingshan has seldom made an appearance. Although there are no rumors suggesting that he has broken through to the Saint realm, one can only speculate how much his cultivation has advanced over such a lengthy period. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shang Shuzi's expression grew grave. At his side, Elder Yin furrowed his brow upon witnessing the white-clad Yu Qingshan. Who would have thought there existed a figure so perilously close to the Saint realm in this land of Qingzhou? Meanwhile, the representatives of the five major sects, upon seeing Yu Qingshan's arrival, instantly changed their demeanor. He is the strongest individual in Qingzhou, the venerable ancestor of the Moonlight sect, Yu Qingshan. It was unexpected for him to arrive so swiftly. Ancestor. The five major sects took advantage of our battle with the Xianling sect to betray us and launch a surprise attack from behind, resulting in grievous losses among our ranks. Ancestor, they must not be spared, Yu Wujin exclaimed passionately. Previously, due to the combined assault from the Xianling sect, the five major sects, the Wang family, the foremost clan in Qingzhou, and Tianyin City, the Qingzhou sect alliance was on the brink of collapse. Yu Wujin was under immense pressure. However, with the arrival of Yu Qingshan, it was undoubtedly a calming antidote for Yu Wujin. Upon hearing Yu Wujin's words, Yu Qingshan did not immediately direct his gaze towards the five major sects, but instead surveyed the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Yu Wujin revealed a self-satisfied smile. How dare the five major sects betray him? leading to heavy casualties among the experts of the Moonlight sect. Now that the ancestor Yu Qingshan has arrived, Yu Wujin intended to make them aware of the severe consequences of their treachery. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Qingshan swiftly delivered a resounding slap in the direction of Yu Wujin. In an instant, the might of Yu Qingshan at the peak of the Enlightenment realm erupted. Yu Wujin was utterly incapable of withstanding it, being sent hurtling through the air by the force of the blow. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Yu Wujin clutched his painfully injured chest, casting a bewildered gaze at the ancestor Yu Qingshan. He could not comprehend why the ancestor had suddenly turned against him. Not only Yu Wujin, but the members of the Xianling sect and the 5 major sects also exhibited expressions of astonishment upon witnessing this scene. They had not anticipated that the ancestor of the Moonlight sect would immediately chastise Yu Wujin upon his arrival. Could it be that Yu Qingshan opposed the crusade against the Xianling sect? As the crowd racked their brains in confusion, they beheld Yu Qingshan striding towards Yu Wujin. You worthless fool, leading such a multitude of experts from the 3 major sects, and yet you still find yourself in such a predicament? What good are you to me? At this moment, Yu Qingshan approached Yu Wujin, seizing his collar and lifting him effortlessly. You urged me to forcibly break through, only to witness the Moonlight sect reduced to this state. Yu Qingshan questioned with an authoritative tone. His expression was exceedingly stern, as if he would not hesitate to send Yu Wujin to the netherworld should he dare to retort. Upon hearing this, Yu Wujin's countenance darkened considerably. He understood this ancestor all too well. If he dared to speak back, there was a significant probability he would be sent to the afterlife. Trembling, Yu Wujin stammered, Ancestor, spare my life. It was my oversight, and upon returning to the sect, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. Humph. Yu Qingshan snorted coldly, nonchalantly tossing Yu Wujin aside. He then turned to the leaders of the 5 major sects, striding towards them with measured steps. His gaze was sharp, seemingly emanating an invisible aura of lethal intent. As Yu Qingshan approached, the previously prostrate Yu Wujin, enduring intense pain, retrieved a black jade pendant inscribed with a single pattern from his chest. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the pendant, Lord Jesuin, as per our plan. I have gathered the experts from the various sects of Qingzhou, including the ancestor of the Moonlight sect, who has now arrived near the Xianling sect. As soon as he finished speaking, as if responding to Yu Wujin's call, the black pendant suddenly emitted tendrils of dark mist. Following that, a deep, resonant laughter echoed in Yu Wujin's mind. Ha ha ha, excellent, very well done. The blood demon proclaimed. Yu Wujin, you have executed this task remarkably. Rest assured, once I unseal the imperial tomb, your share shall be forever preserved for you. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the blood demon gradually faded away. Despite his severe injuries, Yu Wujin struggled to rise. Though he was gravely wounded, the task assigned by the blood demon had been successfully accomplished. Now, he needed to flee from this place, for it would soon transform into a hell on earth. Meanwhile, the venerable ancestor of the Moonlight sect, Yu Qingshan, approached the 5 major sects. Gazing at the 5 sect leaders before him, you 5 sects dare to openly rebel against the Moonlight sect? Upon hearing this, the leader of the Full Moon sect stared unwaveringly at Yu Qingshan and declared, Yu Qingshan, release our ancestor. Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivilized. The leader of the Full Moon sect spoke with remarkable fortitude. Seeing this, the other 4 sect leaders nodded in agreement, as if they had reached some consensus. Since we have already rebelled, let us see this through to the end. Simply groveling will not yield true peace. It will only embolden the oppressor. Only through resistance can we overthrow the oppressor and redefine the rules, becoming the flag bearers rather than mere pawns. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshan appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes, bursting into laughter. Were it not for your ancestor willingly serving as a slave to my Moonlight sect, your sect would have long ceased to exist. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to band together in rebellion? It seems you have truly lost all sense of self-preservation. There is no longer a need for your 5 sects to continue existing. Yu Qingshan's voice was low, imbued with an intangible murderous intent. At this, the 5 sect leaders exchanged glances, contemplating, brothers, we have already rebelled. If we must perish, let us not bring disgrace to our sect. Indeed, even if we die, we shall take a piece of flesh from this old man. Witnessing the unwavering unity among the 5 major sects, Yu Qingshan, who had previously remained calm, lost his patience at this moment. Heavenly destruction palm. He gathered his energy in his palm, unleashing the full force of his peak enlightenment realm prowess in a blinding strike towards the 5 sect leaders. He no longer exchanged words, but launched a direct assault on the members of the 5 major sects. That palm, imbued with overwhelming might, seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. He exerted 80% of his magical energy in this strike, and even at that, it was sufficient to annihilate all members of the 5 major sects. He intended to bury every last one of them here. Simultaneously, as everyone present felt the overwhelming aura, their expressions shifted, revealing fear and trepidation. A strike from a powerhouse like Xianxian, who was perilously close to the Saint Realm, was not something they could withstand, let alone the 5 major sects. Even amidst the assembly of all present, none could withstand the impending calamity. Just as everyone anticipated the imminent downfall of the 5 major sects, a voice of formidable authority emanated from within the Xianling sect. How dare mere ants act so brazenly in this domain? As the words faded, a figure clad in azure, exuding an aura of terror, soared into the heavens from the Xianling sect. Chapter 82, The Fatal Strike. In the next moment, the gigantic palm strike unleashed by Xianxian seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, erupting in the air like a firework. Witnessing this spectacle, Xianxian's previously expressionless countenance transformed into one of astonishment. Who is it? Simultaneously, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Grand Elder, upon witnessing this scene, felt their initial panic begin to subside. That fellow has finally made his move, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed with a hint of delight. At that moment, a figure in azure began to descend gracefully from the sky. This individual was none other than Lu Chen, the master of Qinyan Peak. Upon beholding Lu Chen's true visage, Xianxian's expression turned grave. The man before him, clad in azure, was capable of effortlessly countering his strike, indicating that he was indeed a formidable opponent. His strength likely surpassed the late stages of the Path Inquiry realm, and he could very well be at its zenith. Esteemed friend, may I inquire about your affiliation with the Xianling sect? The Xianling sect has greatly wronged my Yang sect, and I implore you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, consider the consequences. Xianxian stated with an air of threat. To his astonishment, he realized that besides the crimson-robed elder, a peak master of the Path Inquiry realm, the Xianling sect also housed this formidable figure in azure. This was indeed an oversight on Xianxian's part. He had assumed that following the disappearance of the Xianling sect's ancestor, their status would plummet, unable to stir any significant upheaval. Yet at this moment, Xianxian comprehended that the Xianling sect posed the greatest threat to his Yang sect's dominion over Qingzhou. However, this azure-clad man appeared too powerful for the Xianling sect to possess such an ally, unless, of course, this individual was the ancestor of the Xianling sect himself. Only this explanation made sense. Yet, at this juncture, Xianxian preferred to believe that Lu Chen was not affiliated with the Xianling sect, and he fervently hoped that such a powerhouse would not meddle in this affair. However, in response to Xianxian's inquiry, Lu Chen remained silent, merely offering a disdainful smile, for he felt no need to converse with the dying. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's Saint Realm cultivation erupted with a terrifying pressure that swept through the air like a tempest. The disciples of the Qingzhou alliance beneath him, unable to withstand the overwhelming might of the Saint Realm, bled from their orifices and exploded into a gruesome end. Upon sensing this formidable aura, Xianxian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a being exist within Qingzhou? In an instant, the space before Lu Chen shattered, and he appeared directly before Xianxian. Before Xianxian could react, Lu Chen raised his hand and struck, delivering a devastating blow to Xianxian's chest. In the next moment, Xianxian was sent flying like an arrow loosed from its bow. Wah! Xianxian cried out in anguish, his form tumbling through the air like a rolling stone. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, and after toppling several towering trees, he finally managed to dissipate the residual force of Lu Chen's strike and came to a halt. Struggling to rise, Xianxian suddenly heard a cracking sound from his chest. The protective soft armor of the Saint Realm he had donned was shattered by Lu Chen's palm. Had it not been for this armor absorbing a significant portion of the damage, Xianxian would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. It was at this moment that he realized the azure-clad man was not merely a master of the Path Inquiry realm, nor could he possibly be on par with Xianxian himself. The aura he exuded was that of a saint. How could there possibly be a saint in Qingzhou? In the next moment, Lu Chen, having torn through the void, appeared before Xianxian in an ephemeral flash. Observing this scene, Xianxian, with no time to ponder, immediately began to plead for mercy. Senior, I was blind to your greatness and have inadvertently offended you with my words and actions. I beseech you. But before Xianxian could finish his plea, Lu Chen raised his hand and, without hesitation, turned the supplicant into mere pulp. Subsequently, Lu Chen brushed the dust from his hands. What was this fool thinking? Did he truly believe that by submitting and begging for mercy, he could escape unscathed? Such naivety was utterly laughable. In stark contrast, Xianxian would never have anticipated that his plea for mercy, as the foremost figure of Qingzhou, held so little value. This azure-clad powerhouse had not even contemplated it before delivering the fatal blow. From the moment Lu Chen sent Yu Qingshan flying to the instant he tore through the void to strike him down, the entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. So swift. Too swift. It could be said that none present had comprehended the gravity of the situation before Yu Qingshan met his bizarre demise. Meanwhile, in the distance, the heavily injured Yu Wuji, upon witnessing his ancestor, adorned in protective armor of the Saint Realm, being dispatched with such ease, found his pupils dilating in shock. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. At this juncture, the 5 sect leaders of the major sects took note of the fleeing Yu Wuji and were about to pursue him. But in the following moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Within a 100-mile radius, runes materialized in the air, ultimately coalescing into a colossal, transparent cauldron, enveloping all within. Such a lively scene could hardly proceed without the presence of the true master. Concurrently, a figure with crimson hair and dark attire emerged in the sky. This individual was none other than the Saint Realm assassin, a descendant of the Blood Demon. Chapter 83, The Blood Demon of the Jesuin. As the surroundings shifted dramatically, the multitude of cultivators gathered here descended into chaos. A powerful pressure enveloped the space. Those of lower cultivation, including disciples and elders, were crushed by the force and exploded into oblivion. Only a select few of higher cultivation, such as peak masters and sect leaders, could muster their full power to barely withstand it. To their astonishment, the battlefield was enveloped by such an immense cauldron. The Blood Demon descendant, floating in the air, smiled slightly and proclaimed, "How could such a splendid battle proceed without my presence? However, I am not suited to join midway. I am more inclined to conclude the affair." His ethereal and profound voice resonated throughout every corner of the cauldron's domain. Beep. Detecting that someone is using a range artifact against the host, the system triggers passive feedback amplification, locking onto the opponent's artifact, high-level Saint artifact, Earth Fire Body Refinement Furnace. System triggers feedback, granting the host a great Saint-level range artifact, the Qianxiaaudiobooks 9 Dragon Cauldron. Qianxiaaudiobooks 9 Dragon Cauldron, a great Saint-level artifact capable of refining all beings below great Saint level into spiritual pills. Spiritual pill, a pill formed by refining the flesh of any living being with a special high-level artifact, providing significant aid to cultivators in their training. Beep. The Qianxiaaudiobooks 9 Dragon Cauldron has automatically been placed into the system space for the host's convenience, allowing for easy access at any time. As the system notification echoed, Lu Chen was taken aback by the unexpected triggering of a passive ability. At this moment, Lu Chen also noticed the figure clad in black that floated in the air. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he did not recognize this individual, who was shrouded in dark energy. Subsequently, he opened the system panel directly. Name, Jesuin. Age, 350. 131 years. Cultivation level, Peak Saint Realm. Description, a descendant of the Blood Demon from beyond the realm, codenamed Jesuin, who fought alongside the Blood Demon ancestor against the Emperor of the Pantheon several 100,000 years ago, and after numerous confrontations with the descendants of the imperial clan, exhausted his original source of power, resulting in a significant decline in his cultivation. After reviewing the information provided by the system panel, Lu Chen finally understood the origins of this enigmatic figure. It turned out that this individual, draped in darkness, was indeed the Blood Demon's descendant he had been seeking all along, codenamed Jesuin. Additionally, he bore 2 other familiar titles, the Saint Slayer and the Red-Haired Successor. Previously, Elder Yin had discovered his approximate location at the Yang sect using a tracking technique. Lu Chen had yet to seek him out, yet unexpectedly, this individual had presented himself at his doorstep. Truly, fortune had come without effort. Wait, this individual is actually at the peak of the Saint Realm? Goodness, is he not a walking treasure trove of experience? On the other side, upon the appearance of the Blood Demon descendant Jesuin, the most agitated individual was none other than Elder Yin, sandwiched between Saint Xiuzi and the Grand Elder. After hundreds of years, he had finally encountered the nemesis he had long despised. It was but a short time after he had survived the lightning tribulation and ascended to the Saint Realm, still settling into his newfound strength when a figure in black, Old Six, had emerged. Elder Yin battled fiercely for 3 days and nights, but ultimately fell short, forced to abandon his corporeal form and flee as a soul. Little did he expect that after all these years, he would finally come face to face with the architect of his downfall. Had it not been for Saint Xiuzi and the Grand Elder holding him back, he would have been consumed by rage, brandishing his golden longsword to engage in another 300 rounds to settle the score. The Grand Elder cast a disdainful glance at Elder Yin. 300 rounds, you say? During your prime, you could not even best him. Now, in the eyes of Jesuin, you are merely a minor cultivator at the Tao-seeking realm, unable to stir the waters before him. Who would have imagined that the battlefield would transform into a colossal furnace? Ha! At this moment, the blood demon's maniacal laughter rang out. Human cultivators, become my essence blood elixirs to assist me in ascending to the Saint King. Ha ha ha! In the next moment, the great runes above the cauldron began to rotate. The massive furnace had commenced its operation. Instantly, the temperature in the vicinity began to rise. This is bad. This is a furnace specifically designed to refine the bodies of cultivators. The well-informed elder Yin recognized the nature of the cauldron at a glance. What is a body-refining cauldron? Hearing this, the Grand Elder's face paled as he looked at Elder Yin, though he did not fully grasp its meaning. The mere sound of the name indicated it was certainly no good. To put it simply, it means refining the cultivators' bodies into elixirs. Elder Yin explained. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone from the Xianling sect changed dramatically. They had thought that after slaying Yu Qingshan, they had secured ultimate victory in this battle. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves as mere pawns in someone else's scheme. In a battlefield of tens of thousands, the layout had transformed the entire area into a vast furnace. What a brilliant stratagem. Following this course, refining all the cultivators engaged in combat would be far swifter than seeking them out one by one. At this very moment, the 5 major sects began to gradually realize that perhaps this entire affair had been a plot against them from the outset. This battle was likely a pretext, designed to lure all the cultivators of the Qingzhou sects here, ultimately turning them into mere elixirs within the cauldron. But now what could be done? That blood demon descendant possesses formidable cultivation at the Saint Realm. The mere pressure emanating from his realm made it exceedingly difficult for them to withstand. Not to mention the magical suppression of the furnace. If they could endure without collapsing, it would already be a remarkable feat. How could they even consider a counterattack? Damn it! Elder Yin, bearing the immense pressure, felt utterly powerless and enraged at this moment. Were they truly to be refined and become the elixirs within his cauldron? The thought alone was unbearable. After being reduced to a soul for hundreds of years, he had endured humiliation, all for the chance to resurrect and exact vengeance upon his former enemies. Yet now, those enemies stood before him, but alas, they were far too powerful. Moreover, they had come well prepared. Elder Yin, already lacking sufficient strength, had fallen into Jesuin's trap. At this point, he truly had no means to resist. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen quietly observed the floating figure of the blood demon, Jesuin. If he wished to dismantle Jesuin's earth fire body refining cauldron, relying solely on the system's feedback from the Qiankuan Nine Dragon Cauldron was unrealistic. He could not simply unleash the Qiankuan Nine Dragon Cauldron to envelop Jesuin along with his earth fire body refining cauldron and then refine them. For that would result in their own transformation into elixirs within the cauldron, would it not? It was evident that the system's feedback might not always be of use in dire situations. However, there was one crucial aspect that sufficed. That was the enhancement of Jesuin's cultivation through the feedback. Jesuin was at the peak of the Saint Realm, but it was imperative to provoke Jesuin into attacking Lu Chen. Otherwise, even with the system, the enhancement could not be triggered. Yet, Jesuin remained aloof in the air, exuding an air of confidence, refusing to descend. After pondering briefly, Lu Chen devised a strategy. He then smiled slightly and turned his gaze towards Jesuin. Wasn't he this fellow known as the Saint Slayer? Lu Chen's current cultivation was at the Saint Realm, and he merely needed to reveal a hint of his aura. At that moment, high in the sky, Jesuin was basking in the glory of his own machinations. With a mere ploy, he had gathered the strongest from the various sects of Qingzhou to this very spot, ensnaring them within his body-refining cauldron's trap. He simply needed to bide his time, and the cauldron would refine the tens of thousands of cultivators. When that time came, Jesuin would absorb all the refined elixirs. At that point, he would undoubtedly break through to the Saint King realm, thereby fulfilling the conditions to unlock the Imperial Tomb. Just as Jesuin was lost in dreams of entering the Imperial Tomb, a colossal palm print, accompanied by a howling gale, surged from behind him. In that instant, Jesuin, who had been lost in reverie, snapped back to reality, sidestepping swiftly to evade the assault of the palm print. This scene happened to be witnessed by Saint Shuzi and Elder Yin. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with bewilderment. Who dares to directly confront a peak saint? Chapter 84. The Bait of the Saint Realm. In the next moment, the gaze of the blood demon Lord Jie gradually settled upon Lu Chen. Little brother, dreams may be enchanting, but reality will inevitably inform you that your aspirations exist solely within the realm of dreams. As Lu Chen confidently approached the blood demon lord with his hands clasped behind his back, Saint Shuzi, suppressed by the furnace's magical power, furrowed his brow in concern. To his surprise, the one who had just confronted the blood demon was none other than Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen was also a saint, this black-clad blood demon was a peak saint. The mere difference of 2 words marked an insurmountable chasm. Was Lu Chen not afraid that his reckless actions would provoke the blood demon, leading to his immediate demise? However, Saint Xiuzi reconsidered. Even without resistance, would they not still be refined into pills by this furnace? Resistance might afford them a glimmer of hope. Yet at this moment, they were firmly restrained by the furnace's magical power, unable to offer any assistance. Saint Xiuzi, along with Elder Yin and the others, could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen confronted the blood demon. Meanwhile, the representatives from the 5 major sects, along with several ancestral figures from the Tianyan city families, regarded Lu Chen with awe. To the 5 major sects, Lu Chen was the one who had effortlessly slain the Moonlight sect's ancestor, Yu Qingshan. His strength was unfathomable. Witnessing Lu Chen's confrontation with the blood demon, the 5 major sects felt a renewed sense of hope. The elders from Tianyan city, due to their relatively lower cultivation, could only retreat while engaging with the Qingzhou alliance. When the blood demon Lord Jie's refining furnace emerged, they found themselves at the edge, where the furnace's magical suppression was least intense. Yet, even in this relatively lighter area, they struggled to endure its pressure. However, upon seeing Lu Chen's arrival, they could not help but smile. Especially Lin Tianyang, the head of the Lin family, who regarded this figure in green as a legendary hero. It seemed that as long as this esteemed figure appeared, all difficulties would dissolve effortlessly. Similarly, the Wang family ancestor, Wang Qiangtian, utilized his magical power to resist the overwhelming pressure of the refining furnace. Initially, he feared he had gambled and lost, believing that all the Wang family's formidable warriors would perish due to his obstinacy. If that were the case, he would become the greatest sinner of the Wang family. Yet at this moment, Lu Chen's appearance reignited his extinguished confidence. As long as Lu Chen was present, he felt emboldened to face any adversity. In the sky, the blood demon Lord Jie observed Lu Chen's slow approach with a furrowed brow, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. However, upon sensing Lu Chen's Saint Realm aura, the blood demon Lord's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure before him, clad in green, was actually a saint-level powerhouse? Realizing this, the blood demon Lord became intrigued. He was but a step away from the Saint King realm. If he could absorb the flesh of a saint-level expert at this moment, he would directly break through to the Saint King realm. And now, fortuitously encountering this green-clad man, who also possessed saint-level cultivation, was a stroke of luck for the blood demon lord. He had underestimated the potential of this small Qingzhou. With a smirk, the blood demon lord narrowed his eyes, gazing at Lu Chen with an air of playful malice. It had been quite some time since he had savored the taste of a saint's flesh. Previously, during his time at the Moonlight sect, the captives he obtained were predominantly from the Soul and Void realms, hardly sufficient for someone bearing the title of the Saint Slayer blood demon. Now, in this land of Qingzhou, encountering a wild saint was just the opportunity he needed to whet his appetite. Hee, I shall entertain myself with you. In the next instant, the blood demon lord unleashed a formidable peak saint aura. With a speed that defied perception, he struck out at Lu Chen with a palm, an overwhelming force crashing towards him. The blood demon lord was now deadly serious. As this unfolded, the expressions of Saint Xiuzi and the others turned grave, their eyes filled with concern for Lu Chen. That was a peak saint. The power of that palm was sufficient to obliterate everyone present. Yet, in the face of the blood demon lord's assault, Lu Chen stood his ground, not evading nor flinching, but rather wearing a smile. At that moment, the hearts of everyone present raced with trepidation. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through every corner. Ding! Detected an attack from a being of higher cultivation level against the host. System triggers passive feedback amplification. Target locked, blood demon Lord Jie. Target's cultivation locked, peak saint realm. Ding! The system has automatically elevated the host's cultivation to peak Saint King realm. Chapter 85, Annihilation. Boom! A colossal explosion echoed throughout the surroundings. Witnessing this spectacle, every individual present displayed expressions of shock. The next moment, a golden light shot skyward. An overwhelming, terrifying aura emanated from Lu Chen's body. In an instant, the surrounding space could no longer withstand such powerful energy and began to shatter. Simultaneously, the distant blood demon Lord Jie was caught in the wake of this immense aura. Unable to withstand it, as he was forced to retreat several miles, Lu Chen clenched his fist, and streams of golden energy surged forth from his body. These golden energy streams danced around Lu Chen as if infused with vibrant life. This was the essence of the Saint King realm. Feeling the continuous flow of power within him, Lu Chen wore a confident smile. The sensation of having the system was exhilarating. He feared no threat. Subsequently, Lu Chen glanced at the incoming palm print and extended his hand to grasp it. Bang! In an instant, The enormous palm print exploded like scattered fireworks. The next moment, the backlash from the explosion surged towards the Blood Demon Lord with incredible speed. The Blood Demon Lord, caught completely off guard, was sent hurtling backward by the tremendous force. Enduring the searing pain in his chest, the Blood Demon Lord quickly raised his hand to summon a black sword-shaped artifact, placing it behind him to withstand the powerful shockwave. After a brief moment, the overwhelming force dissipated, leaving the Blood Demon Lord to collapse to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood, his magical power utterly depleted. The black holy grade sword he had used to resist the force shattered, scattering into a heap of blackened shards. This astounding scene left Saint Shuzi, Elder Yen, and the Grand Elder utterly speechless. A peak saint-level powerhouse had been effortlessly repelled by Lu Chen's mere wave of energy. Moreover, one must shatter a sacred-ranked artifact to barely withstand the thrust of the fluctuations. Furthermore, judging by the current state of the Blood Demon of the Abyss, it seems he has lost all capacity for resistance. This scene profoundly shook the Grand Elder. He had previously heard from Saint Shuzi that Lu Chen possessed unfathomable strength, having already reached the realm of a saint. At that moment, he had believed it wholeheartedly, assuming Lu Chen was indeed a formidable saint-level expert. Yet now, with merely a casual display of power, Lu Chen unleashed a ferocious aura that sent the peak saint Blood Demon reeling, necessitating the destruction of a sacred-ranked artifact to counteract it. Are you telling me that such a ruthless individual is merely a saint? A question loomed in the Grand Elder's mind. At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance at Saint Shuzi, harboring suspicions that this ancient being had been deceiving him all along, withholding Lu Chen's true prowess and leaving him in constant trepidation. Meanwhile, Elder Yin gazed at Lu Chen, radiating golden light in the distance, and a sense of reverence welled within him. To effortlessly repel a peak saint-level powerhouse, Lu Chen's strength must have undoubtedly ascended to the level of a saint king. What a revelation! The leader of Qingyun Peak, whom he had followed, had actually achieved the status of a saint king. On the other side, the 5 leaders of the major sects were equally astonished. Just who was this leader of Qingyun Peak from the Xianling sect? In the next moment, Lu Chen waved his hand. Before their eyes, the body of the refining furnace began to crack, shattering into pieces. The colossal body refining formation that enveloped tens of thousands of cultivators was dismantled with a mere gesture from Lu Chen. In an instant, the power suppressing everyone vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the elders of the families in Tianyuan City, along with Lin Tianyang and the members of the Wang family, all shared expressions of joy. The elders had come to provide support, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives. They had even communicated their family's future to their kin in the event of their demise. One could say they had come to offer themselves for the Xianling sect. However, they never anticipated that they would miraculously survive this fierce battle. This filled them with a sense of relief, akin to a rebirth. Among them, the most delighted was the Wang family's elder, Wang Changtian. He had staked his entire fortune, bringing all the strong members of the Wang family over vast distances to support the Xianling sect. One could say that this time, the Wang family had made the right gamble. With the fall of the Yang sect, the position of the foremost sect in Qinzhou would undoubtedly belong to the Xianling sect. To facilitate the Wang family's integration into the Xianling sect, Elder Wang Changtian had indeed invested heavily. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon of the Abyss, kneeling on the ground, endured excruciating pain as he lifted his head, gazing at Lu Chen with empty eyes. At this moment, a massive gaping hole had formed in his chest. His internal organs and meridians had all been shattered by the overwhelming force. He stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. How could this individual, who had only recently been at the early stage of the saint realm, suddenly unleash such formidable power after he initiated the attack? Could it be that this person was inherently stronger than himself, merely toying with him the entire time? Was it all a ruse to lower his guard, making him believe Lu Chen was merely an early-stage saint, only to strike decisively at the end? Just then, Lu Chen, who had been standing at a distance, vanished and reappeared before the Blood Demon in an instant. Saint Slayer, the red-haired successor, the Blood Demon Descendant, Abyss. At this moment, Lu Chen recited the 3 titles of the Blood Demon of the Abyss. Following this, a disdainful smile crept across Lu Chen's face as he raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. In the next instant, a colossal palm imprint, ablaze with fire, struck the Blood Demon of the Abyss squarely in the face, instantly reducing his form to nothingness. Lu Chen's intention was to directly annihilate the Blood Demon of the Abyss and then probe his soul for answers. However, in the following moment, a beam of white light erupted from the flames. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen swiftly grasped the white light, imprisoning it within his palm. To Lu Chen's astonishment, after vanquishing the Blood Demon with a single strike, no expected soul emerged. Instead, Only the white light in Lu Chen's hand attempted to flee from the battlefield. Tell me, where is Xianxiaaudiobooks at this moment? Lu Chen inquired, gripping the white light. Ah, I see you are searching for the whereabouts of the former leader of Qingyun Peak. He has been cast into the void by me, and now, his fate is likely uncertain. He at that moment. The voice of the blood demon of the abyss echoed through the white light, filled with mocking laughter. Consider this carefully. If you do not speak, I shall extinguish you. Lu Chen's voice was cold, laced with threat. This time, I miscalculated, not anticipating encountering a human of the Saint King realm here. Humans, I must admit. You are formidable. After a derisive chuckle, the blood demon continued, but you must realize, I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could I be easily defeated by you? What you hold is merely a fragment of my consciousness. Do you truly think I would be unprepared? How utterly laughable. As soon as the blood demon finished speaking, the white light in Lu Chen's hand began to dissipate. Then, Lu Chen heard the voice of the blood demon once more echoing in his mind. Wait for me. One day, I shall seek vengeance upon you. Your Saint King body will become my sustenance. With the blood demon's voice fading, Lu Chen's expression turned increasingly grave as he surveyed the distance. He had not expected the blood demon of the abyss to possess such a high level of vigilance. No wonder he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A figure from the same era as the blood demon ancestor and the great emperor Pantheon. Truly cunning. However, this time, he had thwarted the blood demon's plans, preserving nearly all the formidable warriors of Qingzhou. Otherwise, they would have all become fodder for the blood demon of the abyss. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the remaining cultivator forces of the Qingzhou alliance. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivators within the Qingzhou alliance were instantly engulfed by a palpable sense of dread, their faces paling in terror. Yu Wujing was currently untraceable, and the elder of the Yang sect, Yu Qingshan, had just been slain by this formidable figure in a mere 2 strikes. They were now in a state akin to a headless dragon. Meanwhile, the members of the Xianling sect, alongside the cultivators from the 5 major sects and the Wang family, along with those from Tianyuan City, swiftly encircled the remaining cultivators of the Qingzhou alliance. Some cultivators, upon seeing themselves surrounded by the Xianling sect, immediately began to plead for mercy. The most pressing concern was the presence of that formidable figure. They had no chance of victory whatsoever. Even a peak saint-level powerhouse like the blood demon of the abyss was no match for this figure. They had but one path left to tread: surrender. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal beam of sword light, emanating a terrifying aura, sliced through the air, and in an instant, the heads of over 10,000 cultivators from the Qingzhou alliance were severed from their bodies. The scene was orderly and unified. Subsequently, Lu Chen casually retracted his finger. Upon witnessing this scene, all present gasped in astonishment. The Qingzhou alliance, formed by numerous sects of Qingzhou, was utterly annihilated by a single sword strike. Chapter 86. Establishing the Heavenly Tao Contract. At this moment, in the fierce battle of Qingzhou, the Xianling sect achieved a resounding victory. In no time, this news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Qingzhou. Esteemed families and wandering cultivators, upon hearing this news, could not help but exhibit profound shock. In their understanding, the illustrious Yang sect, the foremost sect of Qingzhou, should have overwhelmed the Xianling sect with sheer might. How could they have been countered with such ferocity? Naturally, the information they received was still vague and incomplete. They knew only that the Xianling sect had retaliated against the Yang sect, yet remained unaware of the rebellion of the 5 major sects against the Yang sect, joining forces with the Xianling sect, as well as the subsequent support from Tianyuan City and the premier family of Qingzhou. Regardless, this confrontation among Qingzhou's strongest sects culminated in the Xianling sect's triumph over the Yang sect. As the vanquished faction, the Yang sect and the allied sects that sought to subdue the Xianling sect now faced the dire calamity of extermination. Simultaneously, at the Xianling sect, following their victory, the cultivators from the 5 major sects, as well as those from Tianyuan City and the Wang family, had gathered at the gates of the Xianling sect. Standing in perfect formation, the leaders of the 5 major sects, along with several ancestral elders from Tianyuan City and the Wang family patriarch, Wang Changtian, had entered the Xianling sect. Master Wu, of Boundless sect, pays respects to the esteemed elders of the Xianling sect. Master Man, of Full Moon sect, pays respects to the esteemed elders of the Xianling sect. Master Kuan, of Kunshan sect, pays respects to the esteemed elders of the Xianling sect. Master Ba, of Balian sect, pays respects to the esteemed elders of the Xianling sect. Master Xian, of Xianlei sect, pays respects to the esteemed elders of the Xianling sect. At this moment, upon seeing the gathered dignitaries of the Xianling sect, the 5 sect leaders bowed deeply, their minds still haunted by the earlier scene of the Qingzhou alliance's demise. etched indelibly in their memories. The figure clad in green had merely waved a hand, and the thousands of cultivators from the Qingzhou alliance met their grisly fates. They were unwilling to share such a fate. Heh, you treacherous individuals. The Qingzhou alliance that betrayed the Yang sect today may well betray my Xianling sect on another day. Lu Chen remarked coldly, a faint smile gracing his features. Should I retain you or send you away? Upon hearing this, the 5 sect leaders were struck with terror. Esteemed elder, we did not betray the Yang sect willingly. Our actions were born of desperation. They recounted the oppressive history of the Yang sect's exploitation of their sects, explaining how the Yang sect's ancestor, Yu Qingshan, had an unusual proclivity for imprisoning their own ancestors. Seizing this opportunity, they had fully cooperated with the Xianling sect to overthrow the Yang sect to save their forebears. And where is your ancestor now? Lu Chen inquired. Esteemed elder, he is within the Yang sect. The boundless sect leader replied with respect. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded, seemingly weighing his options. In the next moment, the 5 sect leaders knelt in reverence. Our sects are willing to pledge allegiance to the Xianling sect, swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao, that should we harbor any treachery, may heaven and earth punish us. Witnessing this, Lu Chen and his companions exchanged approving glances. If they swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, it would demonstrate some sincerity. After all, once an oath was made, any subsequent betrayal would lead to annihilation by the very essence of the Tao, without the need for any intervention. Very well. You may return to your respective sects with your people. Should there be any arrangements in the future, I shall naturally inform you, Lu Chen stated. At this, the 5 sect leaders beamed with joy. This signified that Lu Chen had consented to their allegiance to the Xianling sect. They promptly swore their oaths in the name of their sects, declaring that should they entertain any disloyalty, they would invoke the wrath of heaven and earth. Following this, they jubilantly led their original followers back to their respective sections. In the next moment, several ancestral elders from Tianyin City and the Wang family's patriarch approached. Chapter 87. What has dwindled? At this juncture, Lu Chen leaned back slightly. Why does everyone seem to be seeking me out? It feels as though I am the sect leader. He then stretched leisurely and exchanged a few words with Xianxiaaudiobooks before retreating to Qinyan Peak. He found dealing with the aftermath tedious and preferred the comfort of a deep slumber. Xianxiaaudiobooks, observing the ancestral elders from Tianyin City and the Wang family, couldn't help but furrow his brow, glancing in the direction Lu Chen had departed. Your subordinate has sent me to serve? Esteemed sect leader of Tianyin City, we pay our respects. Wang Xiangtian, the Wang family patriarch, pays respects to the sect leader of the Xianling sect. Upon meeting the sect leader of the Xianling sect, they all knelt in deference. Please rise. Your support has been commendable. Feel free to express any requests, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a smile. Among the crowd, he recognized only Wang Xiangtian. As for the other ancestral elders from Tianyin City, he had not encountered them before. Nevertheless, as the leader of the Xianling sect, he was capable of handling minor matters. From another perspective, the strength of the Xianling sect, which garnered respect from many, filled Xianxiaaudiobooks with immense pride. Who would have thought the Xianling sect would rise again under his leadership? Yet, all of this was thanks to Lu Chen's efforts. Upon hearing this, the ancestral elders from Tianyin City exchanged glances, eventually turning their attention to Lin Tianyang, the head of the Lin family. Subsequently, Lin Tianyang stepped forward and clasped his hands towards Xianxiaaudiobooks, saying, We seek no rewards, but there is one matter we wish to request. As he uttered the word request, Lin Tianyang's tone noticeably lowered. Standing before him was the sect leader of the Xianling sect. What status did he hold? What right did he have to make a request of Xianxiaaudiobooks? Realizing this, Lin Tianyang felt uncertain, yet summoned the courage to voice his plea. Speak freely. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a gentle smile, sensing Lin Tianyang's apparent trepidation. This evoked a sense of helplessness in Xianxiaaudiobooks. The burdens of immense power lay heavy, as every word and action were magnified and scrutinized by others. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Tianyang appeared as though he faced not Xianxiaaudiobooks but a ferocious beast, one that might devour him in an instant. Ha ha ha, esteemed sect leader, how fares my rebellious son? I have received no news. He must have caused quite a stir for the sect, hasn't he? Lin Tianyang said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Upon hearing this, a thought crossed Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. Lin Tianyang's son must be the gifted fire spirit root, Lin Outyan, whom Lu Chen had brought back recently, but who had already been drained by Elder Yan. At that moment, Elder Yan's figure suddenly appeared behind Xianxiaaudiobooks. He approached with a hearty laugh, grasping Lin Tianyang's hands firmly. Are you the father of Outyan? I never expected to meet Brother Tianyang here. What a delightful coincidence. Subsequently, Elder Yan firmly grasped Lin Tianyang's hand, guiding him to the side. Your son, Lin Outyan, is indeed exceptionally gifted. Although previously, for reasons unknown, His sacred fire spiritual root's power had been completely depleted, now, with not only my assistance, but also that of our esteemed peak master. Yin has gradually begun to restore his spiritual root's power and can now cultivate smoothly. Upon hearing the news of Lin Yin's recovery and his ability to commence cultivation, Lin Tianyang's face instantly radiated with joy. His gaze towards Elder Yin gradually transformed into one of admiration. If his memory served him correctly, it was this very elder in the crimson robe who had slain the first peak master of the Moon Sun sect, Ba Shan, with a single sword strike. What Lin Tianyang did not expect was that this Elder Yin not only possessed formidable strength, but also displayed an exceedingly warm demeanor towards him. This made Lin Tianyang feel somewhat embarrassed, his complexion slowly turning a shade of crimson. Thank you, Elder Yin, for your kind guidance. Your enthusiasm towards a junior like myself truly overwhelms me. Lin Tianyang bowed respectfully. We're just comrades, Elder Yin replied. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, standing aside, observed Elder Yan's demeanor with a slight curl of his lips. How shameless can this old man be? He clearly possessed Lin Yin and drained his sacred fire spiritual root's power. Now, he speaks of it as if it were a mystery that led to Yin's depletion. Does he not know the truth of his own actions? With this thought, the Grand Elder cast a disdainful glance at Elder Yin, regardless of his formidable strength. What significance did that hold? Such a shameless individual was beneath the Grand Elder's consideration. Greetings, Master Xianling. At that moment, the Wang family patriarch, Wang Xiangtian, stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Observing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled and said, Patriarch Wang, you are too kind. I did not expect that during the trials faced by Xianling's sect, you would bring all the Wang family's experts to our aid. This truly surprises and touches our sect deeply. At these words, the Wang patriarch's heart swelled with joy. You honor me, Master. My Wang family is greatly indebted to Peak Master Qingyun. Had it not been for your and the Peak Master's intervention that day, my Wang family would have faced total annihilation at the hands of that vile blood sacrifice elder. Where would the foremost family in Qingzhou be today? The Wang patriarch spoke earnestly. Now that Xianling's sect is in peril, how could my Wang family stand idly by? I had long foreseen the outcome of this impending battle. This time, as we recklessly slay the Moon Sun sect's experts, it also serves as a splendid opportunity to demonstrate our loyalty to Xianling's sect. After all, the Moon Sun sect, as the premier sect of Qingzhou, had gone to great lengths to suppress the rising forces within the region. Not only did they oppress other formidable sects, but they also showed no mercy to emerging families. Naturally, my Wang family, as Qingzhou's foremost lineage, had borne the brunt of the Moon Sun sect's tyranny. Seizing this opportunity, the Wang patriarch sought to exact revenge upon the Moon Sun sect. It is truly moving to witness Patriarch Wang's concern for Xianling's sect's safety. Since you have shown such commitment to our cause, we cannot be remiss in our duties. Should there be any way that I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, can be of assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled warmly. Patriarch, it is our honor to alleviate any troubles facing our sect. The Wang family seeks no compensation. We merely hope to be recognized as a subordinate force to Xianling's sect. And that alone would suffice. The Wang patriarch spoke sincerely. At present, the conflict between the Moon and Xian sects had concluded with Xianling's sect emerging victorious, while the Moon Sun sect had suffered defeat. It is no exaggeration to assert that Xianling's sect now stands as the strongest sect in Qingzhou. With the protection of Xianling's sect, no one would dare to provoke the Wang family within the bounds of Qingzhou. I, Wang Xiangtian, vow to the heavens that should any member of my family entertain treachery, our entire lineage shall face divine retribution, the Wang patriarch declared solemnly. Though he was somewhat shrewd in his calculations, every scheme devised by the Wang patriarch was aimed at ensuring the survival of his family in this treacherous realm of cultivation. His words to Xianxiaaudiobooks were heartfelt, and he would swear to the heavens to prove his loyalty to Xianling's sect. Chapter 88, Kindred Spirits. In response to the Wang patriarch's request, Xianxiaaudiobooks readily agreed. Presently, Xianling's sect not only had vanquished the Moon Sun sect, but numerous forces had also chosen to submit to Xianling's sect. Among them were 5 of the top 10 sects of Qingzhou. However, of the original 10 sects, aside from the first to be eradicated by Xianling's sect, the Rakshasa sect, the Moon Sun sect, the Wuzhizong, and the Hantian sect had all lost their masters and most of their powerful members in this battle. To them, the notion of the 10 sects had become a mere facade. Following that, there remained Xianling's sect, along with the Wubianzong, the Manhua sect, the Kunsh sect, the Bailey sect, and the Xianlei sect, all of which still possessed some strength. They had sworn oaths to the heavens and signed contracts to submit to Xianling's sect, leaving no room for rebellion. It can be said that Xianling's sect is now undeniably the foremost sect in Qingzhou. At that moment, Elder Yin, with a serious expression, addressed Xianxiaaudiobooks, saying, "Master, it appears there is still an issue that requires attention." "What is it?" Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired, surprised. For Elder Yan, a figure of such caliber, to appear so grave, it was certainly no trivial matter. Elder Yan replied, "At present, the experts from the Moon Sun sect, Wubianzong, and Hantian sect have all perished here. Yet their sects still harbor remnants. I propose that I take it upon myself to eliminate these remnants. As the saying goes, if you do not eradicate the roots, the grass will regrow with the spring breeze. These principles I have learned from Lu Chen." Elder Yan firmly believed that in this unpredictable world of cultivation, one must emulate Lu Chen's decisiveness in eliminating threats to prevent any potential resurgence. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in agreement with Elder Yan's suggestion. Elder Yan nodded, then soared into the sky, transforming into a striking conflagration as he sped towards the direction of the three sects. In a certain mountain range of Qingzhou, a faint figure darted through the forest at incredible speed. He occasionally glanced back, as if sensing that someone was pursuing him. After a considerable amount of time, the figure finally halted upon confirming that no one was following. At this moment, the person's face was revealed. It was Yu Wujing, who had narrowly escaped from the battlefield of Xianling's sect and was one of the instigators of the conflict between the Moon and Xian sects. Now, after frantically fleeing for half a day, Yu Wujing finally collapsed onto the ground, drained of energy. He grimaced in pain, cautiously clutching his chest. The blow from Yu Qingshan had severely wounded him. Damn it! Damn it! Kneeling on the ground, Yu Wujing suddenly erupted in a furious roar. As the leader of the Yang sect, he had orchestrated the siege against the Xianling sect. Yet he never anticipated that the Xianling sect not only boasted a formidable protective array of sage-level guardians, but also that the enigmatic figure clad in green would effortlessly annihilate the venerable Yu Qingshan, the ancestral patriarch of Yang. Though the blood demon, Jie had arrived in the end, had he not fled swiftly, he too would have found himself ensnared within the blood demon's refining furnace, destined to be transformed into a medicinal pill. It became evident that Jie had been manipulating him all along. At this moment, a wave of regret surged within Yu Wujing's heart. Had he not acquiesced to Jie demands, he would still be the master of the foremost sect in Qingzhou. Yet now, he could only flee, grievously wounded, through these desolate mountains, entirely devoid of the demeanor befitting the leader of a premier sect. The harshness of reality left no room for the past or the notion of what if. Kik. As Yu Wujing wallowed in his remorse, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the surroundings. Who goes there? Yu Wujing clutched his chest, his gaze warily scanning every movement in the vicinity. To his astonishment, he discovered that even in this remote wilderness, there were those lying in wait. However, in his current state of injury, should a foe of equal strength appear, he would possess no means of resistance. Do you not find it peculiar? The eerie voice resounded once more. Why is it that your plans are perpetually thwarted? Upon hearing this, Yu Wujing's expression grew grave. What do you mean? Kik. The strange voice continued. That is because the bearer of the world's fortune has emerged. It is merely a matter of time before he becomes the strongest in this realm. And you? You are but a clump of silt by the riverbank, incapable of withstanding the raging flood. What are you trying to convey? Yu Wujing seemed to grasp the essence of the being's words. In that moment, a flicker of red light materialized before him. As the ferocious flood approached, they could only flee, suffering injuries and death, while you. Do you not wish to become the towering dam that withstands the flood? I can assist you. Kik. Upon hearing this, Yu Wujing furrowed his brow. What must I do? Follow me, and you shall know. In the next instant, the red light began to move, leading deeper into the mountains. Yu Wujing stood frozen, gazing into the ominous depths of the forest, swallowing hard. Yet, considering that he had lost everything, what was there to fear? Clenching his fists, he followed the red light into the heart of the mountains. After traversing for a considerable time, the red light halted before an ancient cave in the dimly lit forest. The cave appeared eerily enigmatic, resembling the gaping maw of some monstrous creature. Without pause, the red light flew directly into the cave. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yu Wujing gritted his teeth and followed the red light inside. Before long, he beheld a glimmer of light ahead. Soon, an altar came into view. At its center stood a stone tablet. Kik, fated one, you have finally arrived. At that moment, the chilling, sinister laughter resonated once more. Chapter 89, The Great Demon God. My fated one, you have finally come. The bizarre voice emanated from the mysterious stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was inscribed with a multitude of characters not belonging to this era. As Yu Wujing gazed at the ominous tablet, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Who are you luring me here? What is your purpose? Yu Wujing inquired solemnly. In response, the tablet let out a cold laugh. Kik, the world knows only the blood demon ancestor and the Pantiandi emperor, yet none have heard of me. The great demon god. The great demon god. Yu Wuji's expression turned quizzical. He scrutinized the stone tablet, desperately attempting to recall any mention of the great demon god. Yet, after pondering for what felt like an eternity, he found himself devoid of any memory regarding this entity. Meanwhile, the tablet scoffed. Decades have passed, and I find it astonishing that mankind has forgotten me. Then, great demon god, you have brought me here for what purpose? Yu Wuji pressed. The tablet replied. Upon entering this cave, do you not feel your injuries have healed? Yu Wuji paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, he felt no pain at all. It was as though the wounds he had previously sustained had completely vanished. How could this be? Yu Wuji gazed at the tablet in confusion. How about it? Do you desire this power? The voice held a seductive undertone, as if eager for Yu Wuji to acquiesce. At that moment, the tablet radiated a gentle blue light, illuminating the dark altar surrounding it. If you break the seal here and assist me in escaping, I can promise to help you achieve the great sage realm. The tablet's brilliance intensified, its voice filled with temptation. If I aid you in your escape, how can you guarantee that I will attain the great sage realm? Yu Wuji questioned warily. After all, the last person to make such a promise was Jijizun, who had turned against him, attempting to refine him during the battle at the Xianling sect. Had Yu Wuji not sensed the impending betrayal and fled beforehand, he would likely have become a spiritual elixir awaiting disintegration within Jijizun's grasp. Kik. Hearing Yu Wuji's skepticism, the tablet burst into laughter. I, the great demon god, possess unparalleled cultivation. Though suppressed here for tens of thousands of years, my strength remains. Achieving the great sage realm is but a flick of my finger. The tablet continued. Moreover, do you not despise those who betray you and those who break their promises? Once you attain the great sage realm, you shall dominate the eastern domain, making those who have wronged you witness who the true sovereign of the world is. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuji appeared somewhat swayed, seemingly touched by the tablet's words. Yet in the next moment, his expression returned to normal. How can I trust your words? How can you assure me that once I free you, you will not turn against me? Yu Wuji remained vigilant. He had witnessed too many betrayals. Without a form of assurance that instilled a sense of safety, he would never acquiesce. Kik, the tablet chuckled. That is simple. I swear by the heavenly Tao as a contract. If I do not elevate your body to the great sage realm after breaking free, I, the great demon god, shall perish. As soon as the words left his lips, the space surrounding the tablet distorted, and an invisible force soared into the heavens. Yu Wuji was taken aback. He had not expected this so-called great demon god to be so forthright. All he sought was a form of assurance, and the tablet had directly sworn to the heavenly Tao. How about it? Can you trust me now? The tablet inquired. Yu Wuji nodded. If that is the case, how do I free you? In the next moment, a mass of black mist appeared before Yu Wuji. Gradually, the swirling black mist began to reveal a scene reminiscent of a miniature world, and that swirling black mist is the gateway to the small world. You must enter first. Once you have crossed the threshold, I shall instruct you on your next steps, the steel proclaimed with fervor. Observing this, Yu Wuji hesitated no longer and stepped forward into the small world of the eastern domain, the sacred land of misty seas. At that moment, a beam of white light surged through, directly entering the grand hall of the sacred land's misty seas. Within the hall sat a man of imposing countenance. The white light traversed countless stone pillars before merging with the man's being. In the next instant, it appeared as if the man had been liberated. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercingly surveying everything before him. Damn it! The puppet body I painstakingly cultivated has been annihilated by that fellow. This man was none other than the sovereign of the misty seas' sacred land, known as Hai Yuandong. However, at this moment, the true essence of Hai Yuandong had long been usurped. Although he outwardly presented himself as the sovereign, in reality, he was a descendant of the blood demon clan, for he had already been successfully possessed by the malevolent blood demon, Jiezuan. At this juncture, Hai Yuandong's gaze turned wrathful as he focused on the direction of Qingzhou. In truth, the cultivation of this body had already surpassed the Saint King realm. Logically, he had met the prerequisites to unlock the imperial tomb. Yet, his concern lay in the potential fatal threats his true self might encounter within the imperial tomb, which could lead to his eternal entrapment there. After all, one only possesses a single life. Who would willingly gamble it? Thus, Hai Yuandong concocted a plan. He resolved to cultivate another puppet body to reach the Saint King realm and allocate a portion of his consciousness to control it. This way, the puppet body would enter the imperial tomb to seek the key treasure that could vanquish the blood demon ancestor. Even if faced with formidable threats within the tomb, the most that could happen would be the demise of the puppet body, while his true self, far removed, would merely suffer minimal backlash. However, the puppet body was now on the verge of a crucial breakthrough. should he successfully refine all the cultivators from Qingzhou into elixirs. His puppet body would ascend to the Saint King realm. Yet unexpectedly, a powerful Saint King emerged from Qingzhou, directly slaying his long-cultivated puppet. Thus, Hai Yuandong's meticulously devised plan was thrown into disarray. Just as Hai Yuandong pondered his next strategy, a deep and resonant voice echoed in his ear. There is little time left to waste. The divine domain's forbidden zone is on the verge of opening. If you do not acquire the treasures of the imperial tomb before then, all your efforts thus far will be in vain. Upon hearing this voice, Hai Yuandong's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 90. The Emergence of the Imperial Tomb. In the next moment, Hai Yuandong advanced to the innermost part of the Grand Hall. He adeptly pushed against the wall, which gradually descended to reveal a set of stairs leading downward. With a solemn glance at the pitch-black abyss beneath, he stepped forward. Simultaneously, the wall behind him rose, sealing off the passage and restoring its original form. In a brief span of time, Hai Yuandong arrived at the deepest recesses. Before him stood a massive altar, upon which rested two enormous blood-red eyes. As if sensing Hai Yuandong's presence, the blood-red eyes gradually emanated a crimson glow. Jizuan, I have granted you ample time. At this moment, a low and weighty voice resonated from the altar. Beneath the enormous red eyes lay an unfathomable void. In response, Hai Yuandong lowered his head and said, Ancestor, I did not foresee such a multitude of unforeseen circumstances. Humph. A cold snort emanated from the altar, seemingly filled with skepticism towards Hai Yuandong's words. The voice continued, I care not what methods you employ, you must retrieve the treasures from within the imperial tomb. I have foreseen that the divine domain's forbidden zone will soon open, and within lies the opportunity to aid my ascendance to emperor. Should I succeed in breaking the seal and attain imperial status, I shall surpass the constraints of the great Emperor Pantianshan, even gazing upon those meddlesome beings above. If I miss this chance, who knows how many years I shall have to wait for the forbidden zone to open again. The voice from the altar persisted, Jizuan, you have accompanied me for so long. I have witnessed your contributions and struggles. Should I successfully break free of this seal and ascend to the realm of emperors, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Upon hearing this, a strange expression crossed Hai Yuandong's face. Had he not heard such words before? Why did it feel so familiar? The more the blood demon ancestor spoke in this manner, the more Hai Yuandong felt that once the deed was done, the ancestor would not hesitate to betray him. Steeling himself, Hai Yuandong cupped his hands and replied, Ancestor, it is not that I am unwilling to activate the imperial tomb. It is merely that the conditions for its activation require at least one powerful Saint King. Yet I am merely at the peak of the Saint realm. Logically, breaking through to the Saint King realm should be a certainty. However, not long ago, a mysterious figure clad in green emerged, whose cultivation is unfathomably profound. At least at the Saint King level. Hai Yuandong recounted the events concerning Lu Chen to the blood demon ancestor. Upon hearing that the formidable figure hailed from Qingzhou, the ancestor let out a cold snort, as if he had recalled something. The last time the blood demon ancestor sensed someone summoning him for aid, he had answered that call and torn through the void. Yet unexpectedly, he had been injured by a sword strike from a green-clad man. At that time, the blood demon ancestor had vowed that once he broke the seal, he would annihilate all individuals from Qingzhou. That man again. The blood demon ancestor gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Hai Yuandong looked at the altar with a curious expression. Ancestor, do you know that man? The blood demon ancestor did not respond to Hai Yuandong's inquiry. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot forth from the void, descending upon the altar. As the radiance faded, a sinister halberd exuding waves of dark energy appeared before Hai Yuandong's eyes. This is a grand saint-level artifact, the infernal halberd. Consider it a reward for you. But you must procure the treasures from within the imperial tomb. Observing this, Hai Yuandong promptly stowed the infernal halberd away. Rest assured, ancestor, with this grand saint-level artifact, I fear no one in the eastern domain. At this moment, a smile gradually broke across Hai Yuandong's face. Though he claimed to be merely at the peak of the Saint realm, in truth, his body had already transcended the Saint King realm. Previously, he had stated such to the blood demon ancestor only to buy time, allowing his puppet body sufficient opportunity to break through to the Saint King realm and replace his true self within the imperial tomb. Now, however, with the puppet body having been effortlessly slain by Lu Chen, he continued to speak in this manner to secure some advantage from the blood demon ancestor. After all, if one wishes for a horse to run, one must also provide it with grass. Otherwise, even among the same kin, the outcome may be counterproductive. For Hai Yuandong was not a fool. The true form of the blood demon ancestor is sealed beyond the continent, a distance of countless miles away. What lies upon this altar is but a fragment of the blood demon ancestor's divine consciousness. previously assisted by the ancestor in employing a secret method to breach into this realm. This faint trace of divine thought cannot sense Hai Yuandong's true strength, which emboldens him to weave such audacious lies. As expected, the blood demon ancestor rewarded him with a grand saint-level artifact. It is noteworthy that among the 4 sacred lands in the Eastern Domain, the most formidable artifacts are merely of the Saint King level. The possession of a grand saint-level artifact would signify an overwhelming advantage. After all, the puppet body has already perished. If the Imperial Tomb is to be accessed, it can only be the true body that ventures into danger. Thus, having an appropriate tool becomes imperative. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Hai Yuandong's sleeve. In the next instant, a colossal wave of energy surged against the altar, instantly flinging Hai Yuandong away. Even the entire underground altar trembled violently. What on earth is happening? The blood demon ancestor exclaimed in astonishment. However, in the next moment, he spoke gravely. This power is Pantheon. Meanwhile, the flung Hai Yuandong, filled with terror, gazed upward. Above his head floated a tattered map, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that illuminated the entire altar. The Imperial Tomb map. Hai Yuandong exclaimed in panic. For reasons unknown, the Imperial Tomb map exhibited unusual phenomena at this moment. In the next instant, a beam of light shot forth from the map, piercing through the altar above and soaring into the heavens. Immediately afterward, the phenomena of heaven and earth transformed drastically. In a certain forbidden area of the Eastern Domain, a thunderous roar surged like a tempest. At this moment, within the forbidden ground, an immense desolate tomb began to rise majestically. A divine phenomenon descends. The Imperial Tomb has emerged. Chapter 91. Tremors in the Eastern Domain. The Misty Sea Sacred Land. In the next instant, the glow of the Imperial Tomb map gradually faded, gently descending into Hai Yuandong's hand. Observing the map in his grasp, Hai Yuandong's expression turned grave. The Imperial Tomb map unexpectedly radiated such brilliance at this moment, autonomously revealing the location of the Imperial Tomb. What could be the reason? Simultaneously, the voice of the blood demon ancestor resonated from the altar. This map had previously shown no reaction. I had assumed it only responded when nearing the location of the Imperial Tomb. Upon hearing this, Hai Yuandong, with a serious expression, gazed at the altar's dual crimson eyes. Ancestor, do you imply that at this juncture, the blood demon ancestor continued, do not be misled by appearances. Learn to discern the truth of matters by observing their essence through phenomena. This Imperial Tomb map, which had previously remained unresponsive, now actively reveals the location of the Imperial Tomb to the outside world. I suspect it is a deliberate act by someone. Faced with this, Hai Yuandong lowered his head in contemplation. He found the blood demon ancestor's words to be profoundly insightful. The map, which had previously been dormant, suddenly chose to unveil the location of the Imperial Tomb at this moment. One cannot help but wonder if there is someone behind this, orchestrating events from the shadows. Ancestor, do you mean that the one orchestrating this could very well be a descendant of the Imperial clan? Indeed, the blood demon ancestor replied solemnly. My initial plan was for you to acquire the Imperial Tomb map and proceed to the tomb yourself, but now that its location has been exposed, a bloody storm is inevitable. You must prepare yourself. Perhaps this could also be an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Hai Yuandong fell into deep thought. If it truly is the descendants of the Imperial clan who have actively revealed the location of the tomb, what could that signify? According to reason, the exposure of such a crucial location would undoubtedly incite a scramble among countless factions. After all, who wouldn't desire the legacy of an emperor? Hence, what advantage does this bestow upon the descendants of the Imperial clan? A moment later, Hai Yuandong contemplated another possibility. Could this truly be an accident? Might it, as the blood demon ancestor suggested, genuinely present an opportunity? Concurrently, various factions across the Eastern Domain sensed the tremors heralding the emergence of the Imperial Tomb. Numerous powers deliberated on the source of this formidable disturbance. It was due to this that many strong individuals formed alliances to investigate the origin of the commotion. As they arrived at the forbidden area following the powerful wave, all were left dumbfounded. It was indeed a colossal grave. The emergence of this tomb had summoned divine phenomena. Within such an immense tomb, a supreme being must surely lie interred. Some well-versed elder cultivators had already surmised the identity of the tomb's master. The reason this place is deemed a forbidden ground signifies the presence of unknown terrors. Only a family of extraordinary might could have constructed a tomb therein. According to ancient texts, only after the passing of the Pantheon Emperor did his descendants bury him in this location. Thus, this enormous grave is very likely the Imperial Tomb of the Pantheon Emperor. After gaining a general understanding of the tomb's master, a collective doubt arose among the crowd. Ancient records state that the location of the Pantheon Emperor's tomb lies within the Forbidden Ground. Yet, the vastness and peril of this forbidden ground make it a place where even the most daring tomb raiders dare not tread. It is precisely for this reason that the exact location of the tomb has remained a mystery to the world. It is said that the only map marking the precise location of the tomb was left behind by the descendants of the imperial clan. Yet at this moment, the tomb, concealed by the imperial clan for hundreds of thousands of years, has suddenly appeared within the Forbidden Ground. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that the Pantheon Emperor is on the verge of resurrection? After all, he is an emperor. Perhaps there exists a means of resurrection, which cannot be ruled out. However, some opine that an emperor is not immortal. Even in this realm, they are bound by the constraints of lifespan. Moreover, the Pantheon Emperor fell after a battle with the blood demon ancestor. This news swept through the Eastern Domain like a tidal wave. Across the Eastern Domain, various factions learned of the emergence of the imperial tomb. They collectively turned their gazes toward the Forbidden Ground, feeling both fear and yearning for that immense power. After all, it is the tomb of a being at the emperor level. If one could seize even a sliver of opportunity within, even a small clan could ascend to prominence and become a formidable power. However, they also harbored trepidation toward the tomb. After all, it is the resting place of an emperor. The risks concealed within are unfathomable. In the next moment, numerous ancestral-level powerhouses emerged from their seclusion. Unlike others, they gazed longingly in the direction of the imperial tomb, their expressions filled with intense desire. They had been trapped at a certain realm for far too long, nearing the end of their lifespans. The emergence of the imperial tomb is undoubtedly an opportunity they cannot afford to miss. Subsequently, they began to gather their kin, preparing for the imminent opening of the imperial tomb. A chance to partake in its treasures would be an immense fortune. At this moment, within the Xianling sect, it could be said that the heroes of Qingzhou had gathered. Previously, the Yang sect's attempts to subdue the Xianling sect had failed miserably, resulting in their own devastating defeat. Subsequently, Elder Yan wielded the sacred great artifact, the Golden Long Sword, obliterating all factions that had allied with the Yang sect against Xianling. Since that day, the Xianling sect has claimed the title of the foremost sect in Qingzhou. Moreover, within the boundaries of Qingzhou, no faction dared to defy the authority of the Xianling sect any longer. At this moment, in the Grand Hall of the Xianling sect, the leaders of the 5 major sects were seated on the left side of the hall. The Grand Elder of the Xianling sect, along with 4 peak masters and Elder Yan, occupied the right side. At the center sat the sect master, Xianxiaaudiobooks. They were currently embroiled in an intense discussion regarding the impending emergence of the imperial tomb. Some believed that the appearance of the imperial tomb presented an extraordinary opportunity, while others feared it would incite fierce conflict and mutual harm among various factions. At this juncture, the master of the Wubian sect spoke, Sect Master Shang. The appearance of the imperial tomb within the Forbidden Lands has become common knowledge in the Eastern Domain. It is unlikely to be mere rumor. The master of the Manuel sect added, indeed, the emergence of the imperial tomb will undoubtedly unleash a torrent of bloodshed within the Eastern Domain. The 4 sacred lands are likely to intervene, and a great battle is undoubtedly imminent. It may even reshape the power dynamics of the Eastern Domain. The implication of the Manuel sect master was clear. Should Qingzhou manage to seize a share amidst the chaos surrounding the emergence of the imperial tomb, it could potentially rise to prominence. In the next moment, all eyes in the hall turned towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. This former leader of the Xianling sect had undergone a remarkable transformation, now recognized as the spokesperson for all of Qingzhou. Every sect, great and small, had become subservient to his directives. Yet at this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded the assembly. The emergence of the imperial tomb represented an unparalleled opportunity for all on the continent. However, the strength of the powerful in Qingzhou paled in comparison to the elite sacred forces. If only the ancestral figure of the Xianling sect were still present. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the 5 major sects exchanged perplexed glances. What was the matter with their sect master today? Did they truly require the long-vanished ancestor of the Xianling sect? After all, did they not have a formidable powerhouse within their ranks, comparable to a sacred king? According to their knowledge, even the sacred forces were predominantly composed of practitioners at the sacred king level, not significantly differing from the blue-clad powerhouse. If he were to lead, Qingzhou might indeed reap substantial benefits. Of course, after swearing the heavenly Tao oath, the members of the 5 sects were unwaveringly loyal to the Xianling sect, harboring no ulterior motives. Their urging of Xianxiaaudiobooks was solely for the future of the Xianling sect. In their eyes, it would be a travesty to possess the strength to contend, yet choose to withdraw from the fray. At this moment, cognizant of the gazes upon him, Xianxiaaudiobooks understood their sentiments. Yet, he found it difficult to yield. No matter the circumstances, Lu Chen was the disciple entrusted to him by his good brother, Yang Shuzi. Over the years, he had come to regard Lu Chen as his own apprentice. Regardless of Lu Chen's immense power, in Shang Shuzi's eyes, he remained akin to a child. What adult would willingly send their child into peril? Simultaneously, the Grand Elder's gaze towards Shang Shuzi grew increasingly somber. Having been close friends for hundreds of years, he could easily discern Shang Shuzi's concerns. Yet, at this moment, he felt it was not his place to speak. He too had watched Lu Chen grow up. The thought of sending him to risk his life against the forces of the sacred lands was unbearable, even for the Grand Elder. Seeing the leader of Qingzhou remain silent, the others felt it inappropriate to press further and bowed their heads in silence. An air of tension settled over the Grand Hall, rendering the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A figure clad in azure gradually materialized within. Chapter 92, The Ancestral Grounds of the Xianling Sect. All eyes were riveted on the entrance of the hall as a blue silhouette slowly appeared, none other than Lu Chen. Upon his arrival at the sect's Grand Hall, the representatives of the 5 major sects immediately fell silent, their expressions filled with admiration as they regarded the azure-clad man. Though Shang Shuzi was the de facto leader of Qingzhou, it was this blue-clad figure who was recognized as the strongest in the region. Lu Chen, you have arrived. Shang Shuzi remarked, addressing him. What are your thoughts on the emergence of the imperial tomb within the Forbidden Lands? Rather than continuing the discussion among themselves, it was more prudent to hear Lu Chen's perspective. In response, Lu Chen offered a faint smile and replied, the emergence of the imperial tomb represents a monumental opportunity for all cultivators in the world. It presents a chance for anyone to contend for the emperor's legacy. With such an opportunity at hand, why should we refrain from seizing it? Furthermore, the imperial tomb may hold a significant connection to my master, Yang Shuzi. There have long been rumors that a map to the imperial tomb lies buried beneath the Qingyun Peak. Surely, Yang Shuzi was aware of this, and likely possessed extensive knowledge regarding it. Moreover, his true identity and capabilities are likely far more complex than they appear. Otherwise, he would not have successfully repelled the attacks from the altar's phantom multiple times. Nor would the phantoms have refrained from entering Qingyun Peak out of fear after his prolonged absence. Now, with the emergence of the imperial tomb, the chance to unravel all these mysteries has finally arrived. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. How could I possibly refrain from pursuing it? Upon hearing this, the members of the 5 major sects looked at Lu Chen with renewed admiration. They were astonished that this peak master would voluntarily take the lead. Excellent, exclaimed the master of the Wubian sect. If the Qingyun Peak master leads, our entire sect shall heed his command. Us as well, echoed the representatives of the other sects, pledging their allegiance to Lu Chen's leadership in the pursuit of the imperial tomb. Witnessing this scene from his position at the head of the table, Shang Shuzi sighed, feeling a pang of reluctance. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Chen and asked, are you truly certain about this decision? Indeed I am. Lu Chen replied with a smile. He then surveyed the assembly and declared, for this endeavor concerning the imperial tomb, I shall go alone. What? Lu Chen's assertion instantly left the gathered crowd astounded. He intended to venture forth alone? The representatives of the 5 major sects exchanged bewildered glances. However, considering the formidable opponents they would face, it seemed only Lu Chen possessed the capability to tackle them. Should they join him, they might very well become mere cannon fodder. Realizing this, the members of the 5 sects fell silent. Do you understand the kind of powerful adversaries you will face? Shang Shuzi expressed his concern. Although Lu Chen had attained the Sacred King realm, contending for the imperial tomb and the emperor's legacy was no trivial matter. Thus, Lu Chen found himself confronted by the formidable champions of the 4 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain. Among them are not a few masters of the Sage and Sage King realms, and it is even likely that some possess the might of great saints. For Qingzhou, the emergence of a single Sage realm powerhouse is an unparalleled achievement, let alone that of a Sage King. From the perspective of their Qingzhou forces, having a Sage King to preside over their ranks would undoubtedly be a thrilling event, worthy of being etched into the annals of history. However, for the 4 sacred lands, the presence of a Sage King is hardly remarkable. They have dominated the Eastern Domain for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Countless powerhouses above the Sage King realm have emerged under their aegis. The number of Sage realm experts is simply incalculable. To them, a mere Sage King might pose a slight threat, yet it is far from being a formidable predicament. Subsequently, upon witnessing Lu Chen's resolute gaze, Saint Shuzi's heart softened. Very well, if you are determined to proceed, we shall lend you our utmost assistance. At that moment, Saint Shuzi abruptly rose to his feet. Let us disperse. In a short while, all present departed from the council hall. Now, within the hall, only Saint Shuzi remained, seated gravely upon the main seat. He then stood up and made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Xianling sect. Soon, he arrived at a hidden altar, where he bowed respectfully. Ancestor. In the next instant, the altar radiated with brilliant light. Chapter 93. The Union of the Sacred Lands. At this moment, in the Eastern Domain, at the Silent Sea Sacred Land, within a certain ancestral ground of the Silent Sea Sacred Land, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and clad in a crane robe was waiting with utmost reverence outside the hall. Inside the grand chamber, an elderly man in white robe sat calmly in meditation. At this juncture, the middle-aged man in the crane robe respectfully addressed the elder within. Ancestor, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate the unusual phenomena occurring in the forbidden area. Upon hearing this, the elder in white slowly opened his eyes. Speak, I implore you. The elder's tone was exceedingly indifferent, as though he had grown accustomed to such matters and was somewhat unconcerned. This disturbance within the forbidden area is unlike any before. It likely originates from the imperial tomb within. The middle-aged man spoke with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the previously calm expression of the elder in white shifted dramatically. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Yet, in the next moment, it was as if the hall itself was imbued with magical power, directly suppressing the formidable aura that the elder had unleashed. Are you certain of what you say? The voice of the elder in white turned heavy, questioning the middle-aged man in the crane robe with a hint of skepticism. Ancestor, I assure you, this statement is irrefutably true. How could I deceive you regarding such matters? At this moment, the middle-aged man was in a state of heightened tension. His ancestor had been in seclusion, and if his emotions became too agitated, the hall would unleash its magical power to contain him. Yet, even under such circumstances, the middle-aged man could still sense the terrifying aura of the sage realm emanating from the elder in white. After years of seclusion, the elder's cultivation had evidently advanced. This middle-aged man in the crane robe was none other than the sovereign of the Silent Sea Sacred Land, Ji Wuyuan. Given that the elder of the Silent Sea was in seclusion, Ji Wuyuan would never disturb him unless it was of utmost importance. Therefore, you shall lead the powerful ones from the sacred land to the imperial tomb, and be sure not to allow the other 3 sacred lands to arrive first. The elder in white waved his hand, signaling Ji Wuyuan to withdraw. He was currently in a state of seclusion. During this period, he was not to leave the hall. Otherwise, it would amount to a forcible disruption. The cost of such a disruption would be backlash. The awakening of the imperial tomb at this moment was indeed somewhat ill-timed for the elder in white. However, the 4 elders of the Eastern Domain's sacred lands had previously reached a peace agreement, agreeing to enter seclusion simultaneously and decreeing that during their seclusion, no attacks or provocations against the other sacred lands would be tolerated. Yet, this time was different. The opening of the imperial tomb must surely contain the remnants of a great emperor's legacy. If one could obtain the great emperor's inheritance, it might be possible to break through to the emperor realm and become the true sovereign of the Eastern Domain. This time, regardless of the peace agreement, one must go to any lengths to acquire the great emperor's legacy. Soon after, Ji Wuyuan, clad in the crane robe, slowly emerged from the ancestral ground of the Silent Sea. In the next moment, a black-clad guard suddenly appeared beside Ji Wuyuan, respectfully reporting, Your Excellency, a person claiming to be the sovereign of the Misty Sea has requested an audience with you. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyuan, who had been relaxed moments ago, suddenly donned a grave expression. The Misty Sea? The sovereign of the Misty Sea? What brings this individual to the Silent Sea at such a critical juncture? Subsequently, Ji Wuyuan waved his hand dismissively at the guard and strode towards the council hall without looking back. At this moment, within the council hall, what winds have blown the sovereign of the Misty Sea to our doorstep? Shortly thereafter, Ji Wuyuan arrived at the council hall. Upon seeing him, the sovereign of the Misty Sea, Hai Yuandong, smiled slightly and said, Old Ji, I have come to seek your collaboration. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyuan was somewhat taken aback. Regarding Hai Yuandong with a curious expression, the sovereign of the Misty Sea, did I hear you correctly? You, of the Misty Sea Sacred Land, seek to collaborate with our Silent Sea Sacred Land? Collaborate on what? Surely not for the purpose of seizing the great emperor's opportunity within the forbidden area? Ji Wuyuan looked at Hai Yuandong with incredulity. The usually lofty sovereign of the Misty Sea did not seem like the type to seek assistance. Indeed, in response to Ji Wuyuan's words, Hai Yuandong nodded affirmatively. Ji Wuyuan frowned slightly. You truly have come for this matter? Ji Wuyuan stated. On what grounds should I trust you? To this, Hai Yuandong smiled faintly and remarked, Wasn't he our founding ancestor also akin to brothers? Now that we are both sovereigns of our respective sacred lands, how can we not ally? Seeing this, Ji Wuyuan let out a hearty laugh. Our founding ancestor? That was tens of thousands of years ago. What era are we in now? to still be invoking that. Thereafter, Ji Wuyuan gradually approached Hai Yuandong, extending his right hand with fingers together and then splayed. An alliance is not out of the question, but whatever is obtained from the imperial tomb. I shall take 60%, and you shall take 40. At this moment, Ji Wuyuan pointed to himself, then to Hai Yuandong. Upon hearing this, Hai Yuandong's lips curled into a smirk as he retorted, the great emperor's opportunity within the imperial tomb? I would willingly forego any share and grant it all to you. What? You wish to forego the great emperor's opportunity? Ji Wuyuan gazed at Hai Yuandong in bewilderment. That is the legacy of a great emperor. How many have fought tooth and nail for it, even risking their lives? And you, Hai Yuandong, just claim to renounce it? Is your mind addled? In response, Hai Yuandong merely smiled faintly. What great emperor's opportunity? To him, it was nothing more than a trap set by the ambitious. This time, he sought not only to locate that individual, but to ensure his utter demise. Indeed, I may forego the opportunity of the emperor's legacy, but thereafter, the formidable beings within your sacred land must temporarily heed my commands. Once my objective is achieved, I shall relinquish the treasures within the imperial tomb. It is settled. Ji Wuyuan laughed heartily. At that moment, Hai Yuandong quietly observed the mirthful Ji Wuyuan, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun peak of the Xianling sect, the peak master pondered, do you truly not require my assistance? Just then, Elder Yin appeared behind the azure figure. Elder Yin mused that although his current cultivation was merely at the level of the path-seeking realm, his original soul form was undeniably that of a sage. In this Xianling sect, apart from Lu Chun, no one boasted a higher level of cultivation than he. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun glanced back at Elder Yin and shook his head, saying, no need, Elder Yin. You should remain here to guard the sect. Subsequently, Lu Chen's gaze turned northward. The location of the Forbidden Zone lay at the northernmost part of the eastern region. With the news of the Imperial Tomb's emergence, countless factions would undoubtedly vie for supremacy. After all, it was the Imperial Tomb, likely concealing the legacy of an emperor. To partake in even a fraction of its bounty would be worth more than 1,000 years of mundane cultivation. Yet, Lu Chen's intention for this journey was not to seek the emperor's legacy. In his view, the sudden appearance of the Imperial Tomb was no mere coincidence. Perhaps, certain enigmas were on the verge of revelation. Chapter 94. The Resurrection of the Dark Demon God. At this very moment, outside the Forbidden Zone in the northernmost part of the eastern region, countless factions had gathered. They gazed with insatiable longing towards the interior of the Forbidden Zone, where a pillar of crimson light soared into the sky. That crimson light undoubtedly marked the location of the Imperial Tomb. However, they did not rush forward in a frenzy. For within the Forbidden Zone lay unknown perils. They were merely second- or third-rate sects or small clans, hoping to seize a share and fantasizing about perhaps obtaining some fortuitous encounter, thereby rising to prominence. Yet, without a supreme leader to guide them, they could only stand by and yearn. Before long, another throng of cultivators, dark as a cloud, hastened to converge here, outside the Forbidden Zone. No fewer than several 100,000 cultivators from various factions had assembled. They formed a mass as dense as storm clouds, enveloping the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. Ancestor, I never expected so many to gather here. Do you think our clan can obtain the legacy within the Imperial Tomb? A worried cultivator from a small clan inquired of the elder. In response, the elder smiled faintly at the cultivator and remarked, youngster, your appetite seems rather excessive. Even if the Imperial Tomb holds a legacy, it would undoubtedly belong to the 4 great sacred lands. The treasures within the Imperial Tomb are the possessions of first-rate forces beneath the sacred lands. If we follow behind these powerful beings, they will shield us from danger. If we can seize even a modicum of opportunity, that would suffice. In the elder's eyes, merely trailing behind the powerful from the 4 great sacred lands and securing a tiny opportunity would be quite satisfactory. As for the so-called emperor's legacy or treasures from the Imperial Tomb, those were thoughts he scarcely dared entertain. However, he lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings and found no sign of the 4 great sacred lands forces. This indicated that they had yet to arrive. He then returned to his rest, confident that as long as the leading forces had not appeared, they would remain undisturbed. Wow, you stepped on my foot. At that moment, a burly man bellowed. Stepped on you? What of it? You, a worthless insect, dare to covet the emperor's legacy? Go home to your mother. How dare you insult me? What of it if I do? The burly man retorted, ready to confront the other. In the next moment, the 2 men were engaged in a fierce struggle, their clash sending ripples through the surrounding cultivators. Numerous onlookers, sensing the chaos, began to stir, contemplating taking advantage of the turmoil to ambush and slay a few cultivators to procure their treasures. Yet, before their intentions could materialize, a terrifying aura erupted. Just then, The two combatants were suddenly reduced to a mist of blood by a single strike. Two mere mosquitoes, how bothersome. An elderly figure in a gray robe observed, his sharp gaze fixed upon the scene as he dusted off his hands. This display left those who had been poised to act deeply shaken. They immediately abandoned their thoughts of aggression, their eyes filled with trepidation as they beheld the gray-robed elder. The burly man and his opponent possessed the strength of the celestial realm. The fact that both were effortlessly dispatched by this elder signified his formidable power. How could they not be afraid? At that moment, a brilliant light approached from the west, hovering above the crowd, transforming into an enigmatic figure. This individual was known as the Enigmatic Sage, a sovereign-level powerhouse from the misty sea sacred land. Simultaneously, another beam of light shot forth from the west, revealing a bewitching woman clad in black. The Enigmatic Sage noticed the formidable aura emanating from the west and turned his gaze in that direction. The bewitching sage arrives rather early. Could it be that your enigmatic sea sacred land also seeks the Emperor's legacy? The Enigmatic Sage remarked. In response, the bewitching sage turned her gaze upon him, a wicked smile gracing her lips. She was a sovereign-level powerhouse from the enigmatic sea sacred land, known as the Bewitching Sage. Enigmatic Sage, are you implying that the Lord of the Misty Sea Sacred Land has no desire for the Emperor's legacy? Why else would he send you, an old man, to this endeavor? To spectate? However, at that moment, two more beams of light from the north and south converged, taking the form of young men. They too were sovereign-level powerhouses from the four great sacred lands. One was the Listening Spring Sage from the Listening Sea Sacred Land, and the other was the Silent Night Sage from the Silent Sea Sacred Land. In this instant, the sovereign-level powerhouses of the four great sacred lands had gathered outside the Forbidden Zone. The forces of the four great sacred lands had indeed arrived. The cultivators from smaller factions trembled involuntarily upon witnessing the true sovereign-level powerhouses. It has been centuries since I last saw the Listening Spring Sage. It appears our meeting today may lead to conflict. The Silent Night Sage remarked with a cold smirk directed at the Listening Spring Sage. That sneaky fellow. Do you dare to confront me head-on? The Listening Spring Sage challenged. What does it matter whether it's a sneak attack or not? The goal is simply to eliminate the opponent. Yet at that moment, several more beams of light converged from the four cardinal directions. The sovereign-level powerhouses of the four great sacred lands had all arrived. Furthermore, they brought with them numerous beings surpassing the sage level. In a hidden mountain range of Qingzhou, within a dreadfully eerie cavern, a stone tablet emanating red light suddenly shattered. A radiant beam of red light burst forth from the fractured tablet, transforming into the form of Yu Wujing. At that moment, Yu Wujia, unable to contain his excitement, extended his hands and gazed repeatedly at the scene before him. The next instant, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. His chilling laughter reverberated throughout the cavernous space. The great demon god has finally been resurrected, Yu Wujia exclaimed, as if venting the torment of being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Subsequently, he stretched his limbs, his expression shifting to one of disdain. What a useless thing. Yu Wujia scolded. I had anticipated that after seizing the body, my strength would at least surpass that of the great sage. To think it is merely at the great sage level. Bah, such a waste. I have been deceived by the great demon god for so long. In the next moment, Yu Wujia suddenly sensed something. He then calculated with his fingers, revealing a smile. The eastern domain is on the verge of chaos. However, for me, this presents an opportunity. In an instant, Yu Wujia unleashed a terrifying aura of the Saint Realm, tearing through the void. By the time the spatial rift closed, Yu Wujia had vanished without a trace. Chapter 95. The Four Great Sacred Lands. At this very moment, outside the forbidden area in the northernmost part of the eastern domain, the supreme leaders of the four great sacred lands had gathered. They were the master of the Misty Sea Sacred Land, Hai Yuandong, the master of the Silent Sea Sacred Land, Ji Wu Yuan, the master of the Demon Sea Sacred Land, Yao Mingyu, and the master of the Listening Sea Sacred Land, Ling Yunkong. These four masters, accompanied by several holy kings and Saint Realm experts, exuded powerful auras that descended upon the forbidden area. Within 100 miles, over a dozen experts above the Saint Realm had gathered. The space here was being distorted by the overwhelming pressure of their auras. The cultivators outside the forbidden area, upon witnessing such a myriad of Saint Realm experts, could not help but reveal expressions of fear. Truly, such is the might of a sacred land-level force. With just a casual display of power, so many above the Saint Realm have appeared. At the same time, the Listening Sea Master looked at the other three masters and could not help but smile slightly. I did not expect all of you to come. In response, the Demon Sea Master sneered. The Imperial Tomb has emerged. Who wouldn't desire the opportunity of the great Emperor? She then cast a disdainful glance at Ji Wu Yuan of the Silent Sea Sacred Land and Hai Yuandong of the Misty Sea Sacred Land, remarking, "It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable today. Good. The inheritance of the Imperial Tomb is only for the strongest to claim." With that, the Demon Sea Master ceased her banter. Her figure, enchanting like an illusion, vanished from her location and reappeared at another end, wielding a long, spiked black whip. "Wait." Just as the Demon Sea Master was about to strike, Hai Yuan Dong called out to her. Meanwhile, the Silent Sea Master, upon seeing the Demon Sea Master prepare for battle, also summoned the Saint Grade artifact, the Blazing Fire Blade. "Old Sea, stop wasting time with them," the Silent Sea Master declared. "If we can defeat them one by one, all the opportunities and treasures within the Imperial Tomb will be ours." Hearing this, the Demon Sea Master expressed surprise. "Us? Have you two already formed an alliance?" She then turned her gaze to the Listening Sea Master. "Listening Sea, did you hear that? They have allied and plan to take us down one by one. If we do not want to relinquish the Great Emperor's inheritance, we must temporarily ally ourselves to counter them." The Demon Sea Master thought clearly. Upon learning that the Silent Sea and Misty Sea sacred lands had allied, she unhesitatingly invited the Listening Sea Master to join forces. Otherwise, if Hai Yuan Dong defeated them one by one, they would end up with nothing. In response, the Listening Sea Master raised his brows sharply, his gaze piercing as he regarded the Silent Sea Master and Hai Yuan Dong. All the cultivators present felt incredulous. They had initially believed that the four sacred lands would erupt into a chaotic battle over the Imperial Tomb, hoping to navigate the turmoil and profit from it. However, they had not anticipated that the Misty Sea Sacred Land had already allied with the Silent Sea Sacred Land. And just moments ago, the Demon Sea Sacred Land and Listening Sea Sacred Land had also formed an alliance. The situation had now escalated to a 2 versus 2 standoff. As the scene threatened to descend into chaos, with both sides on the brink of conflict, Hai Yuan Dong suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two factions. "Masters, hold on." Hai Yuan Dong scanned the Demon Sea Master and the Listening Sea Master, stating, "I implore you to hear me out." Hearing this, the gazes of the Demon Sea Master and the Listening Sea Master shifted to Hai Yuan Dong. At this moment, the Demon Sea Master spoke. "Misty Sea Master, what trickery are you attempting? Do not think that we will fear you just because you allied with the Silent Sea Sacred Land." No. Hai Yuan Dong chuckled. "We are not here to engage in combat." "What nonsense," interrupted the Listening Sea Master. "We are here to seize the Great Emperor's inheritance. Who has the time to bicker with you?" "Oh, Listening Sea, feeling bold, are we? Care for a duel?" the Silent Sea Master challenged. "Who fears whom?" After saying this, the Listening Sea Master was ready to clash with the Silent Sea Master. Yet in the next instant, Hai Yuan Dong, standing in the middle, unleashed an overwhelming aura of the Saint Realm. The terrifying energy radiated outward instantly. Upon sensing the formidable presence emanating from Hai Yuan Dong, the expressions of the three masters shifted dramatically. At that moment, the atmosphere fell eerily silent. The Demon Sea Master regarded Hai Yuan Dong and said, "If you intend to persuade us to abandon the Great Emperor's inheritance, then you might as well give up on that notion." The intent of the Demon Sea Master was crystal clear. Should Hai Yuan Dong's words suggest surrendering their claim to the Imperial Tomb, such a notion was out of the question. Subsequently, Hai Yuan Dong smiled slightly. "We do not need to fight to the death. We could form an alliance." "Could we not?" "What do you mean?" the Listening Sea Master inquired. "I can assure you that once our objective is achieved, all the treasures within the Imperial Tomb will be entrusted to your 3 sacred lands. However, I have but one condition. You must obey my commands beforehand." Hai Yuan Dong fixed his gaze on the Demon Sea Master and the Listening Sea Master, speaking calmly. In response, the Demon Sea Master and the Listening Sea Master exchanged glances. The Demon Sea Master questioned, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you will willingly hand over the Great Emperor's inheritance to us?" "Incorrect," Hai Yuan Dong replied with a smile. "It is not merely about giving it to you. It is about granting it to all 3 sacred lands. My Misty Sea Sacred Land desires nothing, only that you follow my lead." At this, the Silent Sea Master, Ji Wu Yuan, could no longer remain composed. He turned to Hai Yuan Dong, saying, "Hey, Old Sea, did we not agree that once we succeed, all the treasures within the Imperial Tomb would be ours? What do you mean by agreeing to them as well? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Ji Wu Yuan questioned sternly. In response, Hai Yuan Dong turned to Ji Wu Yuan, stating, "Old Ji, I am doing this for your own good. Do you think my agreement to you is sufficient? The Eastern Domain comprises 4 sacred lands, not merely the Misty Sea and Silent Sea." Hai Yuan Dong's words were exceedingly clear. Even if the Misty Sea Sacred Land agreed to relinquish everything, it would be unlikely for the Silent Sea Sacred Land to claim all the treasures within the Imperial Tomb for itself. After all, the Eastern Domain is not solely comprised of their 2 sacred lands. The powerful beings from the Demon Sea Sacred Land and the listening sea sacred land would undoubtedly not stand idly by while the Lord of the Silent Sea claimed the Emperor's opportunity. The most prudent course of action would be to ensure that all parties benefit, thus fostering unity and preventing discord. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, declared the Lord of the Demon Sea. Subsequently, the Lord of the Listening Sea also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the four great sacred lands united. Seeing that their objective had been achieved, Xianxiaudong revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 96, Descendants of the Imperial Clan. Then, the Lord of the Demon Sea turned his gaze towards Xianxiaudong and inquired, "In that case, what is it that you require us to do?" In response, Xianxiaudong smiled slightly and said, "It is quite simple. Once we enter the Imperial Tomb, you need only to heed my instructions. Then let us hasten our departure, lest we suffer unforeseen changes." The Lord of the Silent Sea, with a somewhat impatient demeanor, proclaimed this and was poised to enter the forbidden area, racing towards the crimson light emanating from the Imperial Tomb. Yet, in the next moment, he was halted by Xianxiaudong. "Hold on, old Ghost G. Do not be so hasty. I have not yet finished speaking." Xianxiaudong chuckled. Hearing this, the Lord of the Silent Sea frowned at Xianxiaudong and retorted, "What are you being so fussy about? Is there something else that needs addressing?" Observing this, a subtle smile played upon Xianxiaudong's lips. In the next instant, he waved his hand. "Body refining furnace, arise." Instantly, the earth quaked and mountains trembled, stirring clouds of dust across a 1,000-mile radius. A colossal transparent furnace gradually emerged from the ground, enveloping all the cultivators outside the forbidden area within its confines. What is happening? Some cultivators, bewildered by the recent disturbances and the enormous transparent furnace that had appeared before them, looked around in confusion. Faced with this sudden behemoth, many cultivators retained a sense of curiosity. However, in the next moment, one cultivator inadvertently brushed against the furnace's wall and was instantly consumed by a surge of intense flames. The unfortunate soul let out a horrific scream as he could not withstand the searing heat. When the flames subsided, that once living cultivator had been transformed into a radiant elixir, exuding warmth. Upon witnessing this scene, the previously quiet crowd of cultivators erupted in chaos. Are we to be trapped within this furnace? Is it the intention of the four great sacred lands to refine us into elixirs? An elder of a sect, with a keen perception, immediately discerned Xianxiaudong's intentions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators shifted dramatically. Were the four great sacred lands truly intending to turn them into medicinal pills? In the next moment, the elder's words sent ripples of panic through the crowd. Most of them regarded the sacred lands with trepidation. Learning that the four great sacred lands aimed to refine them into elixirs, they hastily began to plead for mercy. Yet, a number of brave souls refused to succumb to despair, opting instead to band together in search of an escape from the furnace's walls. However, in the next instant, the flames erupted once more, consuming them entirely. To their astonishment, even those at the level of the questioning path could not withstand the furnace's fiery embrace. In that moment, despair gripped their hearts. They had ventured forth to seize the opportunity within the Imperial Tomb, only to find themselves facing certain death. Observing this, Xianxiaudong wore a satisfied smile. His intention was to gather all these cultivators together so that he might eliminate them en masse. Did they truly believe they could follow in the wake of the four great sacred lands and reap some benefits, letting the sacred lands feast while they merely sipped at the broth? Unbeknownst to them, in Xianxiaudong's eyes, they were merely fodder. "Yao Mei, Ting Quan, Ji Gui Dao, you four shall remain here to guard this place," Xianxiaudong instructed. He then summoned the four sovereign beings, whispering a few words to them. "The rest of you, come with me into the forbidden area." Yes. Following this, the four sovereign lords, accompanied by a dozen or so powerful beings at the Saint Realm, charged into the forbidden area, racing towards the radiant crimson light. Before long, they arrived at the source of the crimson light. As they looked down, an immense mausoleum suddenly materialized before their eyes. "Hurry! The legacy of the Emperor lies within." As soon as he finished speaking, the Lord of the Silent Sea surged forth. The other two lords did not lag behind, bringing their respective powerful beings along as well. Only Xianxiaudong remained on the spot, vigilantly surveying the surroundings of the Imperial Tomb. However, at that moment, the mausoleum that had been visible before them abruptly vanished. Seeing this, the Lord of the Silent Sea, who had been leading the charge, was taken aback. Observing this scene from a distance, Xianxiaudong's pupils dilated in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot towards the exit of the forbidden area. Yet, in the next instant, a barrier of golden light suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path. In an instant, a square barrier of golden light ensnared the four sovereign lords along with the dozen or so Saint Realm powerhouses. "This is not good. It's a trap." cried the Lord of the Demon Sea. "Who dares to use the Imperial Tomb as bait to lure us here? Why do they not dare to show themselves?" The Lord of the Silent Sea shouted in anger. Meanwhile, Haiyuan Dong observed his surroundings with a grave expression. He had long suspected that the Imperial Tomb might be a trap. His earlier efforts to, upon witnessing the scene, the four esteemed holy kings exchanged glances. At that moment, the holy man of Listening Springs, filled with fury, bellowed, "Who dares to recklessly rampage in this territory? Are they unaware that this is the domain of our four sacred lands?" As the dust settled, a figure clad in azure gradually emerged, none other than Lu Chen. Taking a few steps forward while surveying his surroundings, Lu Chen pondered to himself, "Is this the area beyond the Forbidden Zone?" He recalled hearing that the Forbidden Zone lay at the northernmost part of the eastern region and had hastened there without delay. Looking up, Lu Chen beheld a colossal spiritual cauldron suspended in the air, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered with energy, its interior rapidly agitated by some unseen force. Within the cauldron, a multitude of practitioners were enveloped in a dense, ominous cloud akin to dark storm clouds. At this sight, Lu Chen's expression turned grave. Was this not the same body-refining furnace previously wielded by the blood demon, Jiezun, in Qingzhou? Meanwhile, the holy man of Listening Springs, witnessing Lu Chen's utter disregard for his presence, was consumed by rage. He felt insulted, as if this youth had blatantly snubbed him. "You dare to ignore me?" he seethed, casting a menacing glare at Lu Chen below. The trapped practitioners within the cauldron, taken aback by the unfolding drama, began speculating about the identity of this audacious figure in azure. How could he so brazenly dismiss even a holy king? Did he not fear the wrath of the holy man of Listening Springs? Hearing the remarks, Lu Chen directed his gaze towards the four figures in the sky. A look of confusion etched upon his face. What are these individuals doing? Are they perhaps the guardians of the body-refining furnace for Jiezun? As Lu Chen continued to ignore him, the three holy kings beside the holy man of Listening Springs could not help but smirk in amusement. The holy man of Silent Night sneered, "It appears your intimidation tactics lack potency, Listening Springs. This fellow has outright disregarded you." The enchantress holy man added mockingly. Has he not heard of the illustrious title of the holy man of Listening Springs, the foremost beneath the holy master of the Listening Sea? Infuriated by their jests, the holy man of Listening Springs turned his gaze back to Lu Chen, who regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if he were no more than a jester. In that moment, the holy man could no longer contain himself. He unleashed his holy king aura, propelling himself to an even greater altitude. Raising his hand, he struck with a force that resembled a ferocious beast, charging toward Lu Chen. In an instant, the powerful wave of energy rippled outward, shattering the surrounding space like glass. Even the practitioners inside the body-refining furnace were forced to retreat before this overwhelming force. Many gazed at Lu Chen with pity, for the holy man of Listening Springs was the mightiest among the holy kings of the Listening Sea, having reached the 5th level of Holy King realm. In the eastern region, once marked by a holy king, one's fate was sealed, for none could surpass their strength. The next moment, the hand of the holy man of Listening Springs accurately struck the space where Lu Chen stood. A blinding light erupted, akin to the violent eruption of a volcano, while the ground beneath them fractured, creating fissures that extended for miles, sending billowing clouds of dust into the air. The other holy kings were taken aback, astonished that the holy man of Listening Springs had grown even stronger in the brief span of less than a century. It was known that after breaking into the holy realm, the path to advancement became increasingly arduous, especially for those seasoned veterans of the Holy King realm, where any minor progress was formidable. Just as they believed Lu Chen was doomed, the space behind the holy man of Listening Springs shattered instantaneously. A flash of azure light surged forth from the void, and in a heartbeat, a powerful gust of wind propelled the holy man of Listening Springs to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. He hastily attempted to summon his artifact, but before he could react, a fist came crashing down, obliterating his head in an instant. A crimson mist erupted like fireworks, and the scene unfolded too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. They had anticipated the holy man of Listening Springs had dispatched Lu Chen with a single blow. Yet what lay before them was an unscathed Lu Chen and the decapitated corpse of the holy man of Listening Springs. How could this be? In the distance, within the body-refining furnace, most practitioners could no longer withstand the heat and had been refined into pills, leaving only a handful of the more powerful ones struggling within. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's explosive defeat of the holy man of Listening Springs, they turned their incredulous gazes toward him, filled with disbelief. The holy man of Listening Springs was the strongest among the holy kings of the Listening Sea. How could such a formidable figure be vanquished by a single punch from this youth in azure? What level of power did this azure figure possess? Simultaneously, The other three holy kings, who had previously reveled in their mockery of the holy man of listening springs, were now left speechless. Jaws agape at the sight of Lu Chen's decisive blow. What kind of powerhouse could annihilate a fifth-level holy king with a mere strike? Surely, only one at the pinnacle of the holy king realm could achieve such a feat. Suddenly, a possibility flickered in the minds of the enchantress holy man and the holy man of deception. This azure figure was most likely the holy king from Qingzhou mentioned by the holy master of Misty Sea, Hai Yuan Dong, who had expressed such concern over him, indicating that he had suffered losses at his hands. The holy master had warned them of the immense strength of this Qingzhou holy king, but they had been skeptical, as Qingzhou was merely a small and weak territory within the eastern region. Yet, the events unfolding before them shattered all their prior assumptions. This individual was not only a holy king, but likely one at the late stages of the holy king realm. With this realization, the enchantress holy man and the holy man of deception exchanged wary glances, particularly the enchantress, who was already contemplating a hasty retreat. Chapter 98. The sixth one in the distance. At that moment, a dark light materialized behind Lu Chen. It was the holy man of silent night, brandishing a black blade, poised to strike at Lu Chen's neck with a swift slash. With a piercing gaze, Lu Chen raised his hand and grasped. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The sacred artifact in the hands of the Saint of the Silent Night was crushed effortlessly by Lu Chen's single hand. The colossal shockwave sent the Saint of the Silent Night hurtling backward, his form crashing heavily against the body of the refining furnace. At that moment, the furnace could not withstand such immense force, and its body fractured instantly. In the next moment, the gigantic furnace erupted like a volcano. The cultivators trapped within the refining furnace, upon witnessing its explosion, revealed expressions of elation as they hastily fled the vicinity of the furnace. In that instant, one of the four most powerful saints of the four great sacred lands lay dead, while another was grievously injured. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned his attention to the remaining two saintly figures. Meanwhile, the saint of the deceptive path, standing at a distance, felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed Lu Chen's gaze shifting in his direction. As a fellow Saint King and a dominant figure in the eastern region for millennia, the Deceptive Path Saint had always been fearless, yet at this moment, he was overwhelmed with profound trepidation. The Saint of Enchantment. The Deceptive Path Saint contemplated calling upon the Enchantment Saint to assist in confronting Lu Chen. However, when he turned around, the Enchantment Saint, who should have been right behind him, had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a beam of sword light surged forth from afar. The headless corpse of the Saint of Listening Springs was seen clutching a sacred sword, fleeing towards the Listening Sea sacred land. For the Saint of Listening Springs, who had achieved physical sanctity for thousands of years, even without his head, he could still maneuver his body. Yet, realizing he was no match for Lu Chen, this corporeal form unleashed a sword strike before making a hasty escape. As the other three Saint Kings disappeared without a trace, only the Deceptive Path Saint remained, trembling in place. His gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with dread. This elder was wronged by the headless fellow who had just collided with him. It had nothing to do with me. Please, exercise discernment and do not harm the innocent. However, Lu Chen paid no heed to his pleas. In the next instant, the pinnacle of Saint King cultivation erupted forth. He hurled a fist toward the Deceptive Path Saint. The speed of this blow was astonishing. Before the Deceptive Path Saint could react, he was obliterated into mere fragments by the colossal fist forged from condensed mana. Afterward, Lu Chen brushed the dust from his hands, pondering the audacity of these petty figures who dared obstruct his path and even attack him. At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze shifted towards the forbidden area ahead. The once soaring crimson light had vanished. Yet, he could distinctly sense several formidable auras pulsating from within the forbidden zone. It seemed that others had already entered the forbidden area in search of the Imperial Tomb. The four individuals outside were likely mere sentinels for those who had ventured inside. However, these four were woefully inadequate. Lu Chen had barely begun to revel in the encounter when they had either perished or fled. Now, he too was prepared to enter the forbidden area and uncover its mysteries. Just then, a powerful Saint King aura erupted from behind Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. A chilling laughter echoed in Lu Chen's ears from behind. You wish to slay me? It won't be that simple. At this moment, the previously sent flying Saint of the Silent Night suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. His strength had inexplicably surged from the 5th to the 7th level of the Saint King realm. It turned out that half of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators trapped within the refining furnace had been refined into pills. The Saint of the Silent Night had absorbed all these refined spiritual pills, enabling him to break through to the 7th level of the Saint King realm in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chen tore through the fabric of space. his form becoming ethereal, and instantaneously appeared before the Saint of the Silent Night. With a swift motion, Lu Chun reached out. Before the Saint of the Silent Night could react, Lu Chun had seized him by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. Although he had absorbed the spiritual pills and ascended to the 7th level of the Saint King realm, Lu Chun's grip felt as effortless as an adult restraining a child. In an instant, the Saint of the Silent Night, bound by mana, turned pale and began to plead for mercy. Lu Chun coldly stated, "I grant you one opportunity. Reveal to me the affiliations of your four and the purpose of this refining furnace. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the Saint of the Silent Night dared not conceal the truth, trembling in fear as he stammered, "Esteemed elder, I am of the Silent Sea sacred land, known as the Saint of the Silent Night." Thereafter, he divulged the origins of the Enchantment Saint, the Listening Springs Saint, and the Deceptive Path Saint. Hearing this, Lu Chun regarded the Saint of the Silent Night with surprise. After listening to his explanation, Lu Chun realized that the four were indeed powerful figures from the 4 great sacred lands. Yet, what perplexed Lu Chun was how these mighty beings seemed so feeble, utterly lacking in resilience. System. And what of the refining furnace? Lu Chun inquired solemnly. Subsequently, the Saint of the Silent Night recounted how the Lord of the Misty Sea, Xianxiaudong, had unleashed the refining furnace to trap all the cultivators, and that he, along with the other 3 sacred lords, had ventured into the forbidden area to seek the imperial tomb. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's expression gradually grew serious. He had not anticipated that the refining furnace was, in fact, released by the Lord of the Misty Sea, Xianxiaudong. This indicated that the Lord of the Misty Sea was undoubtedly intertwined with the blood demon of the Abyss or the blood demon clan. Of course, it was also possible that the Lord of the Misty Sea was the true embodiment of the blood demon. "Elder, could you kindly allow me to leave?" The Saint of the Silent Night inquired cautiously. At this, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes and gave a slight squeeze. "I shall escort you on your way." With a horrific scream, the Saint of the Silent Night's body exploded in an instant. His flesh and blood rained down like a gentle drizzle upon the ground. At that moment, 2 of the 4 strongest saints from the sacred lands had perished, one was gravely injured, and one had fled. No one could have anticipated that this man in green would wield such formidable power. Even the mightiest of the 4 sacred lands paled in comparison before him. Meanwhile, Lu Chun's gaze turned towards the forbidden area. He then transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring toward the depths of the forbidden zone. Concurrently, in the distance outside the forbidden area, a dark figure emerged. It was none other than the possessed Yu Wujai. At this moment, Yu Wujai observed the direction in which Lu Chun had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "So this is a Saint King, is it? Quite intriguing." Chapter 99, Deceived. Within the forbidden area, under the cover of a golden barrier, Xianxiaudong's expression was solemn as he fixed his sharp gaze upon the golden figure that had emerged. As the golden light receded, a long-haired man clad in purple robes appeared before Xianxiaudong. He regarded Xianxiaudong with an austere expression, wielding a golden longsword that hovered above the golden barrier, emanating an aura akin to that of a celestial being, invoking a sense of awe without anger. Xianxiaudong squinted his eyes and smiled. "It seems you have no intention of letting me go today, do you? The blood demon of the abyss." The man in the purple robe spoke. "For countless millennia, we have clashed innumerable times. Surely, there will come a day when this conflict finds resolution." Upon hearing this, Xianxiaudong offered a faint smile. Over the span of several 100,000 years since the blood demon ancestor was sealed beyond the realms and the fall of the Pantheon Emperor, Xianxiaudong had engaged in countless battles with the descendants of the imperial clan. Even in the aftermath of his defeats, the imperial heirs had never succeeded in utterly vanquishing him. Subsequently, Xianxiaudong was able to continuously deceive the human race, devouring their souls and seizing their corporeal forms. This cycle persisted. Though his cultivation had diminished to the level of a Saint King, he was still alive, and as long as he drew breath, there remained hope. Presently, the situation favored Xianxiaudong, who had 4 powerful Saint Kings at his side, while the man in the purple robe stood alone. This disparity was evidently unfavorable for the latter. Yet, he still dared to boast of resolving the matter? Xianxiaudong could not help but find this amusing. Meanwhile, the 3 great sect leaders observed with puzzled expressions, glancing between Xianxiaudong and the man in the purple robe. It felt as though there was something amiss between them. At that moment, the Lord of the Silent Sea, Ji Wuyin, could no longer contain himself. "Old Ghost Hai, what in the world is happening here? You summoned us 3 under the pretense of seeking the Emperor's tomb opportunity. And what of this friend in the purple robe? Why are we trapped here?" Upon hearing this, both the Lord of the Silent Sea and the Lord of the Demon Sea, who had harbored doubts, now turned their gazes toward Xianxiaudong. Sensing their scrutiny, Xianxiaudong smiled faintly and replied, The so-called opportunity of the Emperor's tomb is merely a ruse orchestrated by this fellow. His eyes shifted to the man in the purple robe. It is nothing more than a trap designed to lure us here under the guise of the Emperor's tomb's emergence. The Lord of the Silent Sea exclaimed, "If you knew this, why did you bring us here?" The fury in his voice was palpable. Hai Yuandong had discerned the deception, yet had not prevented their arrival, effectively ensnaring them. Was this not a deliberate betrayal? Gentlemen, it was not my intention to bring you here knowing the truth. Initially, I too believed there was an Emperor's tomb, a legacy of the great Emperor. Who could have anticipated it was a trap set by this scoundrel? I was merely slow to realize. Hai Yuandong pointed at the man in the purple robe. It is all his doing, ensnaring us for here. Let us unite and subdue him. At that moment, Hai Yuandong regarded the man in the purple robe with a sense of triumph. As long as the four Saint Kings joined forces, capturing this man in the purple robe was merely a matter of time. Without waiting for the three sect leaders to react, Hai Yuandong vanished from sight and launched himself towards the man in the purple robe with a fierce momentum. The man in the purple robe, undeterred by Hai Yuandong's formidable aura, brandished a golden longsword and struck with a swift motion. In an instant, a colossal wave of sword energy erupted, illuminating the forbidden area beneath them like a miniature sun. In the following moment, Hai Yuandong and the man in the purple robe were engaged in combat. For them, this was a rivalry that had spanned millennia. They were intimately familiar with each other's techniques and vulnerabilities. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, the three sect leaders exchanged glances, yet remained still. Observing this, Hai Yuandong questioned them. What is the meaning of this? Did we not agree that you would heed my command? Are you now turning your backs on our agreement? Hai Yuandong's voice was stern and accusatory. In response, the Lord of the Silent Sea, who had been enduring his frustration, could no longer restrain himself. Old Ghost Hai, our willingness to follow your commands was predicated upon the promise of the Emperor's tomb opportunity. Furthermore, this seems to be your own personal vendetta, does it not? The Lord of the Silent Sea remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, if you desire our assistance, it is not out of the question. But it shall come at a price. The Lord of the Demon Sea sneered. Should you be willing to allocate one spiritual vein from the misty sea sacred ground to each of us, we shall agree to assist you. Otherwise, we shall remain mere spectators. The Lord of the Silent Sea's voice dripped with disdain. At this moment, his ire towards Hai Yuandong was unmistakable. Previously, Hai Yuandong had first promised him the opportunity of the Emperor's tomb, only to subsequently extend the offer to the other two sect leaders for equal division. Now, not only had he failed to uncover the tomb, but he also expected the Lord of the Silent Sea to assist him in battle. Thus, he resolved to set aside the illusory prospect of the Emperor's tomb and directly demand the spiritual veins from the misty sea sacred ground. While the Emperor's tomb could be indefinitely postponed, the spiritual veins were concealed within the misty sea sacred ground, and if Hai Yuandong agreed, he could hardly renege on that promise. Upon hearing this, both the Lord of the Silent Sea and the Lord of the Demon Sea nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they turned their gazes towards Hai Yuandong, seemingly awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Hai Yuandong, still engaged in battle with the man in the purple robe, felt a surge of fury as he heard their demands for the spiritual veins from the misty sea sacred ground, each wanting one. These old foxes truly knew how to seize the opportunity. Within the misty sea sacred ground, there were only 4 spiritual veins. If he were to allocate one to each of the 3, only one would remain, which would be utterly insufficient for the cultivation of the sacred ground's practitioners. How could the misty sea sacred ground still be regarded as a sacred ground under such circumstances? In the next moment, the man in the purple robe, indifferent to the unfolding drama, swung his sword with unwavering intent. His target was unmistakably clear, to ensure that Hai Yuandong would meet his demise here. I concede to your demands. Upon the completion of this task, I shall grant each of your 3 sacred grounds 1 spiritual vein. Hai Yuandong, no longer hesitating, acquiesced to the demands of the 3 sect leaders. The man in the purple robe grew increasingly formidable with each passing moment. If this continued, Hai Yuandong risked being exhausted and ultimately defeated by the man in the purple robe. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Hai Yuandong's agreement, the 3 great sect leaders revealed smiles of satisfaction. They exchanged glances, and in unison, launched their assault against the man in the purple robe. Once Hai Yuandong consented, they had no fear of him betraying them afterward. Should he dare to renege, the misty sea sacred ground would face the combined wrath of the silent sea sacred ground, the demon sea sacred ground, and the Lord of the Silent Sea. At this moment, with the 3 sect leaders preoccupying the man in the purple robe, the pressure on Hai Yuandong significantly diminished. He stood aside, observing their fierce clash with a distinctly sinister grin. Chapter 100, The Grand Saint Artifact. While he felt a surge of indignation at the audacity of these three old coots to take advantage of the situation, Hai Yuandong was not one to be outdone. If the three sect leaders could exploit the chaos of battle, then so could he. With this thought, his smile took on a decidedly twisted quality. He reached into his sleeve, retrieving a treasure shaped like a furnace, and prepared to seize the opportune moment to cast it forth. Should all three of them perish here and be refined into spiritual elixirs, it would signify that no one would ever know what had transpired in this place. No one would discover that the leaders of the three great sacred grounds had been transformed into elixirs by Hai Yuandong. In the next moment, a crimson light surged from the distance. This light pierced through the golden barrier, repelling each of the three sect leaders who were besieging the man in the purple robe. The crimson light then settled beside the man in the purple robe, its radiance gradually receding. Meanwhile, the three repelled sovereigns gazed in astonishment at the dissipating crimson light. In the blink of an eye, it had sent each of them retreating in turn. This individual was most likely a formidable Saint King of the 8th tier. On the other side, Hai Yuandong, poised to abandon his furnace, was similarly drawn to the allure of the crimson light. He sensed an eerily familiar aura emanating from it, as if they had known each other for an eternity. The next moment, the crimson light vanished, revealing an elderly man clad in a red robe. His black hair and beard framing a face that bore a serious expression as he regarded the four sovereigns. Ancestor. Upon sighting the elder in the red robe, the man in purple immediately bowed in respect. Witnessing this, Hai Yuandong was struck with sudden clarity. This old fellow was, in fact, a true descendant of the imperial lineage. No wonder he felt such a familiar presence emanating from this elder. Earlier, he had mistakenly believed that the man in purple was the imperial heir. It dawned on Hai Yuandong that the man in purple was a product of the imperial descendants' teachings. Hence, the aura of the imperial lineage was present, leading Hai Yuandong to believe that the true heir was none other than the man in purple. At this moment, the gaze of the elder in the red robe fell squarely upon Hai Yuandong, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Xianxiaaudiobooks blood demon. It seems we have not crossed paths in several millennia. Without a doubt, Hai Yuandong's true identity had been discerned at a glance. For the descendants of the imperial lineage, the aura of the blood demon was all too familiar. Even with the blood demon Xianxiaaudiobooks' repeated reincarnations, that inherent essence could never be concealed from the imperial heirs. Observing this exchange, a grave expression settled upon Hai Yuandong's features. According to the elder's words, the machinations surrounding this scheme may have been laid out thousands of years ago. Subsequently, the man in purple had assumed the position once held by the elder in red. In the time that followed, he had repeatedly engaged with Hai Yuandong under the guise of the imperial heir, and during their most recent encounter, had feigned defeat, presenting him with a false imperial tomb map, leading him to believe he had obtained the genuine one. The sudden manifestation of the false map, revealing the location of the fictitious imperial tomb, was part of the plan orchestrated by the Empress and the man in purple. Their aim was to draw Hai Yuandong, the true form of Xianxiaaudiobooks blood demon, into their trap for complete annihilation. Prior to this, Hai Yuandong had already surmised, through the blood demon ancestor's hints, that this situation was likely a trap. Thus, he had summoned the other three sovereigns, forcibly binding them to his side. The intention was to encircle the Empress with their combined might. However, he had not anticipated that there was more than one imperial heir. The man in purple alone was already at the 7th tier of the Saint King realm, on par with Hai Yuandong, the true form of Xianxiaaudiobooks blood demon, as well as the other three sovereigns. In this light, for 7th tier Saint Kings attempting to subdue a single 7th tier Saint King seemed feasible. Even if that Saint King was exceedingly formidable, they could exhaust him. Yet now, the unexpected arrival of an 8th tier Saint King in the form of the elder in red, who was indeed a true descendant of the imperial lineage, had altered the dynamics of the situation. Even with 4 7th tier Saint Kings, they could not contend with a single 8th tier Saint King. As the disparity between realms widened, the differences at each minor tier became increasingly pronounced. Relying on sheer numbers, as they had in the past, had now become an untenable strategy. Meanwhile, the three sovereigns were equally astonished by the appearance of the elder in red. To repel all three of them simultaneously, one would need to possess at least the cultivation of an 8th tier Saint King. Yet, considering the Eastern domain, what other forces, apart from their forsacred lands, could possibly house an 8th tier Saint King? If not from a hidden sect, it was likely that this power originated from another region. What to do? This was an 8th tier Saint King. We cannot afford to provoke him. The sea sovereign expressed his trepidation. If it were merely a 7th tier Saint King, they might have bullied him a little. But now, with an 8th tier Saint King in their midst and the presence of the golden light barrier restricting their escape, they were utterly trapped. Should this 8th tier elder decide to unleash his wrath, it could spell doom for them all. So it was you who began plotting against me thousands of years ago. Hai Yuandong scoffed. In response, the elder in red smiled slightly. This is not a plot. It is a form of respect for you. Only against a formidable adversary must one resort to cunning. Jesuin Blood Demon, the most capable subordinate of the Blood Demon ancestor. It is time for you to surrender. The situation had begun to tilt decidedly against them. The three sovereigns, upon witnessing the 8th-tier Saint King, in red, found their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Simultaneously, Hai Yuandong, upon hearing the elder's suggestion of capitulation, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Surrender? Throughout the past hundreds of thousands of years since the Blood Demon ancestor's sealing, many factions had urged him to cease his struggles, often repeating the phrase surrender. Yet, he had escaped each time. Even now, trapped within the golden light barrier and cut off from retreat, he would never acquiesce. Then, with a surge of concentration, Hai Yuandong unleashed a formidable aura. The fluctuations of the great saint realm erupted, shattering the golden light barrier into fragments. On the other side, sensing this overwhelming presence, both the elder in red and the man in purple exchanged apprehensive glances. This was the aura of a great saint. Simultaneously, a weapon emanating a dark aura materialized in Hai Yuandong's grasp, the infernal glaive. This was the great saint artifact he had previously requested from the Blood Demon ancestor. Gentlemen, shall we test who will meet their demise here? Hai Yuandong remarked with a chilling smile. The next moment, a streak of azure light sliced through the sky. Chapter 101. Such a fierce individual, is care needed? At that moment, the three sovereigns of the sacred lands were equally astounded when they beheld Hai Yuandong brandish the infernal glaive. They too were shaken by the aura of the great saint artifact. They had not anticipated that the Misty Sea sacred land possessed such profound reserves, capable of wielding a great saint artifact. Meanwhile, the three sacred lands had dominated for millennia. Yet the most formidable weapons they could muster were merely artifacts of the Saint King realm. Though the distinction between a Saint King and a great saint might seem slight, the chasm between the two was insurmountable. Even though Hai Yuandong had yet to reach the great saint realm and could not fully unleash the true power of the infernal glaive, he was still a 7th-tier Saint King, and even a fraction of the artifact's might would be beyond the capacity of those present to withstand. At this juncture, the three sovereigns exchanged glances. It appeared that their requests for spiritual veins from the Misty Sea sacred land would come to naught. Should Hai Yuandong harbor any grudges and seek retribution afterward, it would prove to be a troublesome affair. Meanwhile, Hai Yuandong let out a cold smile as the infernal glaive radiated a powerful wave of black energy. In an instant, his skin was enveloped by the dark aura. In an instant, Hai Yuandong's body shattered, and from within emerged a monstrous being, drenched in blood red and adorned with long horns. This creature was none other than the true visage of the Blood Demon of Jesuin. After usurping the body of the Saint Lord of Misty Sea, Hai Yuandong, he had been absorbing the innate strength of Hai Yuandong as flesh, utilizing Hai Yuandong's corporeal form as sustenance. He sought to reshape the authentic body of the Blood Demon of Jesuin, and at this moment, the true form of the Blood Demon had been fully reconstituted. As he burst forth, an overwhelming aura of the 8th layer of the Saint King realm erupted. The cultivation of the Blood Demon of Jesuin had ascended to the 8th layer of the Saint King realm. At this very moment, wielding the Purgatory halberd, the Blood Demon of Jesuin stood like a harbinger of death, gazing down imperiously at the red-robed elder and the purple-robed man. A pitiful swarm of ants, daring to extinguish my existence. The voice of the Blood Demon of Jesuin resonated with a profound weight, causing the very confines of the forbidden ground to tremble. Now having transcended to the 8th layer of the Saint King realm, and with the formidable saint-level artifact, the Purgatory halberd, at his disposal, he felt invincible. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the red-robed elder and the purple-robed man turned grave. The Blood Demon not only possessed a saint-level artifact, but had also elevated his cultivation to the 8th layer of the Saint King realm. Even if all present were to join forces, they would be unable to withstand the might of the Blood Demon at this moment. At this juncture, the Saint Lord of the Silent Sea and the Saint Lord of Listening Sea contemplated fleeing. They exchanged a glance, only to turn and find that the Saint Lord of the Demon Sea, who had been behind them, had vanished without a trace. In an instant, the Saint Lord of the Silent Sea transformed into a fleeting wisp of white light and disappeared from sight. The current Hai Yuandong had morphed into a terrifying entity of immense strength. To invoke the unequal terms he had just mentioned would lead to ruin. Thus, he chose to flee first. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the retreat of his companions, the Saint Lord of Listening Sea could no longer maintain his composure. How could he remain here alone? He then unleashed his cultivation at the 7th layer of the Saint King realm, preparing to cast a spell to escape. However, at that very moment, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, landing directly before the Saint Lord of Listening Sea. Boom. A resounding explosion. The area surrounding the Saint Lord of Listening Sea was instantly engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, the red-robed elder, the purple-robed man, and the blood demon of Jizuan, who wielded the purgatory halberd, were taken aback by this spectacle. As the smoke cleared, a man clad in azure appeared before the three of them. The fleeing Saint Lord of Listening Sea had yet to make his escape when the azure-clad man delivered a decisive kick, obliterating him into ashes. Upon witnessing this, the blood demon of Jizuan was taken aback. Who could possibly slay a seventh-layer Saint King like the Saint Lord of Listening Sea with a single kick? However, as the blood demon focused his gaze, he recognized the visage of the newcomer. The man in azure was none other than Lu Chen. "It's you, scoundrel." Upon recognizing Lu Chen, the blood demon of Jizuan became furious. He harbored both hatred and fear towards Lu Chen. The puppet body that the blood demon had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed by this wretch in a single blow. Yet, he was equally incensed by the fact that Lu Chen's power was overwhelmingly formidable. The blood demon, having suffered a significant decline in strength, found himself utterly unable to contend with him. Had the blood demon been at his peak, he could have easily consumed 100 Saint Kings like Lu Chen. Nevertheless, this time, the blood demon possessed a saint-level artifact. Even when facing Lu Chen, he felt undaunted. At the same time, the red-robed elder and the purple-robed man exchanged astonished glances upon seeing Lu Chen's figure. Who is this celestial being from beyond? He has just obliterated the Saint Lord of Listening Sea. However, in the next moment, the red-robed elder felt a sense of familiarity wash over him regarding Lu Chen. He turned to the purple-robed man and said, "Xianxia, could this possibly be your disciple?" Upon hearing this, the purple-robed man, Xianxiaaudiobooks, scrutinized Lu Chen and remarked with skepticism, "Dressed in azure, possessing a handsome visage, he bears a striking resemblance." Yet, Xianxiaaudiobooks found it hard to articulate. He gazed at Lu Chen, feeling an uncanny familiarity. But how could his disciple possess such formidable strength? To have effortlessly slain a seventh-layer Saint King like the Saint Lord of Listening Sea, leaving no trace behind? Simultaneously, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the red-robed elder and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lu Chen immediately recognized him. "Master." Hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback. "What? The one who just annihilated the Saint Lord of Listening Sea is indeed my disciple, who lacks spiritual roots and cannot cultivate. How has he, in the short span of a few years, ascended to the realm of the Saint King? Ancestor." At this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned to the red-robed elder. The elder, in turn, regarded Lu Chen with astonishment. Is this truly the individual that the little saint had specifically instructed him to protect? This formidable being, who just dispatched the Saint Lord of Listening Sea, requires his protection. The red-robed elder mused that were Lu Chen to direct that kick at him, he would likely fare no better than the Saint Lord of Listening Sea. Let us first deal with this adversary, and then we shall converse further. Subsequently, Lu Chen directed his gaze towards the blood demon of Jizuan. Blood demon of Jizuan, it appears that this is your true form? One cannot help but marvel at your astonishingly grotesque appearance. Upon hearing this, the blood demon of Jizuan erupted in fury. You shall pay dearly for your insolent words. The next moment, the blood demon swung the saint-level artifact, the purgatory halberd, in a lethal strike towards Lu Chen. Ding! Detection of a high-tier artifact being utilized. Chapter 102. The Might of the Semi-Emperor Weapon. Ding! Detection of host encountering a powerful artifact attack. System automatically triggers passive feedback enhancement. Target locked. Purgatory halberd. Black Abyss Sword. A dark element saint-level artifact halberd. System triggers passive feedback enhancement. Host gains Semi-Emperor Realm artifact. Annihilation Soul halberd. Ding! Semi-Emperor Realm artifact. Annihilation Soul halberd has been automatically placed in the system warehouse, available for host use at any time. As the system notification resonated, a massive halberd radiating malevolent black energy materialized within the system space. As the blood demon of Jizuan launched an assault with the saint-level artifact, the system instantaneously activated its passive response, directly enhancing Lu Chen's Semi-Emperor Realm artifact. This was something Lu Chen had never anticipated. He had assumed that as the realm advanced, the system's feedback enhancement would proportionally diminish in efficacy. Yet, he was astonished to find that as the enemy's artifact rank increased, the system remained unaffected by such limitations. It continued to provide feedback enhancements surpassing the enemy's artifact by a significant margin. Within the system space, compared to the Purgatory halberd in the Blood Demon's possession, the Semi-Emperor Realm artifact emanated a faint red glow, exuding a more imposing aura while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread. Ding! The artifacts awarded by the system originate solely from the system, Yet the ultimate authority of their use belongs to the host. If the host does not exert the artifact's power, those from the outside world cannot perceive the artifact's true rank. Hearing this, Chen finally grasped the meaning behind the system's notification. Subsequently, he cast a disdainful glance at the blood demon of the abyss, a smirk playing upon his lips. A saint-level artifact? You expect me to pay a price? Very well. Let us see who the true bearer of the price shall be. Boy, are you laughing even as death approaches? With the saint-level artifact in my hand, what can you possibly do, even at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm? Do not fret, for once I have dealt with you, I shall send the descendants of the imperial clan and their disciples down to hell alongside you. At this moment, the blood demon of the abyss began to feel a rising sense of agitation. Each time Chen wore such a smile, an ominous premonition would arise within him. The longer this foreboding lingered, the more unsettled he became. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Chen in a single strike to prevent any future troubles. In the next instant, the blood demon of the abyss gathered his power into the purgatory halberd. Instantly, the halberd erupted with a terrifying aura. Simultaneously, waves of dark energy radiated from its blade. The might of the purgatory halberd pierced through the fabric of space, causing even the heavens and earth to stir. The previously clear sky transformed into an ominous gloom in an instant. The ground beneath could not withstand such overwhelming pressure, cracking open and spreading into a chasm that stretched for miles. Even the old man in the red robe and Xianxiaaudiobooks could not endure the powerful fluctuations of the saint-level artifact, being thrust back 100 feet. Meanwhile, observing Chen still rooted in place, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted to one of deep concern. Battling against the fierce currents, he shouted at Chen, "Disciple, run. That is a saint-level artifact. You cannot withstand it." No matter how desperately Xianxiaaudiobooks cried out, his voice seemed to be repelled by the turbulent air. Failing to reach Chen, just then, the blood demon of the abyss erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, "What of the peak of the Saint King realm? With this blow, even a saint would be powerless to save you." Following this, the blood demon gritted his teeth, expending all his power as he swung the purgatory halberd towards Chen with devastating force. In an instant, the halberd charged forth like a monstrous beast, its gaping maw aimed directly at Chen. In the face of such formidable aggression, Chen remained unfazed. At that moment, a rift tore open in space, and he calmly reached into the void. In the next heartbeat, a powerful aura enveloped Chen. Simultaneously, the terrifying might of the quasi-emperor surged forth from the rift. Like a tidal wave, it rapidly spread outward. On the other side, the old man in the red robe and Xianxiaaudiobooks could not withstand such overwhelming energy, being thrust back thousands of feet. At this moment, the incoming purgatory halberd, as it encountered this quasi-emperor's might, saw its power dissipate instantly. Subsequently, the halberd began to shatter, before exploding into fragments. A saint-level artifact was thus obliterated by the expansion of quasi-emperor power. With a cough, the blood demon of the abyss spat forth black blood from a distance. As the purgatory halberd met its end, its wielder, the blood demon, faced immediate backlash. In that instant, he gazed at Chen in sheer terror. Chen stood holding a black-red long halberd, resembling a god of war from the depths of hell, exuding an indescribable majesty. How is this possible? The blood demon clutched his chest, panic etched across his face as he regarded Chen. How could you possess such a powerful artifact? The blood demon understood well that only a quasi-emperor artifact could shatter a saint-level artifact with mere aura. This meant that the black-red halberd in Chen's grasp was indeed a quasi-emperor artifact. How could this be? As this thought crossed his mind, the blood demon felt 1,000 impossibilities arise. As a peak leader of a sect in Qingzhou, even with some connection to the descendants of the imperial clan, he should never have had access to a quasi-emperor artifact. After the battle between the blood ancestor and the heavenly Pan, the continent collapsed, and the laws of the world were reshaped. All artifacts above the quasi-emperor level faced backlash. Thus, for hundreds of thousands of years, no artifacts of that caliber had appeared. Even the mightiest forces on the continent possessed only saint-level artifacts. By this logic, it was inconceivable that Chen could own a quasi-emperor artifact, unless the blood demon suddenly considered another possibility. Could it be that this fellow hails from the upper realm? At that moment, the blood demon dared not contemplate further. All he desired now was to escape this place, to avoid the wrath of Chen, the harbinger of death. Ideally, he would never encounter him again in this lifetime. Just then, Chen pointed a finger, and the powerful imperial laws immediately enveloped the blood demon of the abyss. You dare to lay hands on my true form? The blood ancestor will not let you off easily if he learns of this. The blood demon had not finished speaking when a tremendous pressure crushed his physical form, causing it to explode. Simultaneously, his soul attempted to flee, yet under the weight of this pressure, it was immobilized as if caught in a snare. The blood ancestor will not spare you. Just wait. The blood demon shouted in defiance. Following this, Chen tore the blood demon and the entire space asunder, casting him into the system's realm. Chapter 103. The Three Illusions of Xianling. After sealing the blood demon of the abyss and tossing him into the system's realm, Chen clapped his hands, having resolved one troublesome matter. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the blood demon, Chen had cast him into a pitch-black void. This place seemed to be under the influence of a powerful force, rendering even the blood demon utterly immobile, no matter how he struggled. At that moment, an ominous presence prowled within the darkness, sending shivers down the blood demon's spine. A chilling laughter echoed through the void. Upon hearing this, the blood demon trembled, his face paling gradually. Simultaneously, two figures, one red and one purple, approached from afar. They were the old man in the red robe and Xianxiaaudiobooks, Chen's master. The man in the purple robe, both propelled thousands of miles away by the powerful aura of the quasi-emperor artifact. On the battlefield, the blood demon had vanished, leaving Chen standing alone. The old man in the red robe, perplexed, inquired, "Little Chen, why are you the only one left? Where's the blood demon?" Chen replied with a faint smile, "I took care of him." Upon hearing this, the red-robed elder and Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged incredulous glances. They pondered whether the blood demon had indeed been dispatched by Chen's hand. After all, given Chen's current prowess, he could have easily dispatched a Saint King at the 7th level with a single kick. If that kick landed on the blood demon, even as an 8th level Saint King, he would hardly fare well. 2 more kicks, and he might have already met his end. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Chen chuckled. That fellow is sealed within the confines of my inner world, restrained by the laws, utterly unable to move. At this, the old man in the red robe and Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged another glance, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Inner world? A small realm? Years ago, he was merely a mortal, incapable of cultivation. Now, not only does he possess formidable strength, but even the fearsome blood demon of the abyss, who has roamed for hundreds of thousands of years, is no match for him. Moreover, he claims to have an inner world of his own. How many years have the two of them been practicing? Particularly the elder in the red robe, a descendant of the imperial lineage and the revered ancestor of the Xianling sect, has battled the blood demon for countless eons. Yet, he has not unlocked such a world. The only individual the elder has encountered who could possibly access an inner world is the Emperor of Heaven himself. In just a fleeting moment, both the elder in red and Xianxiaaudiobooks were left utterly astonished. Observing this, Chen offered a somewhat awkward smile. What he referred to as an inner world was simply the system space. His choice of words may have been slightly grandiose, leaving these two in a state of bewilderment. Although the concept of an inner world does exist, only those who reach the rank of emperor have the opportunity to comprehend such a realm. Chen, at the peak of the Holy King realm, boldly stated that he possessed an inner world. It is no wonder that Xianxiaaudiobooks and the elder in red were left speechless, their expressions reflecting disbelief. At this moment, the elder in red scrutinized Chen with keen interest. He thought to himself, indeed, this is a divine body from the Forbidden Lands. In just a few short years, he has achieved such remarkable feats. I can only wonder how many secrets and untapped potential this body of his harbors. In light of this, Xianxiaaudiobooks guided Chen, saying, "Disciple, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual. He is a descendant of the imperial lineage and our Xianling sect's revered ancestor, Xianxiaaudiobooks." Upon hearing this, Chen directed his gaze towards the elder in red. No wonder he felt a strange familiarity with this elder. It turned out he was not only a descendant of the imperial lineage, but also the ancestor of the Xianling sect. If that is the case, then the Xianling sect must indeed be an imperial sect. Does that mean I, too, can be regarded as a descendant of the imperial lineage while within the Xianling sect? Wait a moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Chen suddenly recalled the sect master of Xianling, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and his master, Xianxiaaudiobooks, along with the ancestor Xianxiaaudiobooks. Could this be the legendary 3 Su of Xianling? The next moment, Chen clasped his hands and said, Chen pays his respects to the ancestor. Oh, no need for such formalities. Nowadays, the youth are far too polite. In response, the elder Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility, though he could not conceal the triumphant smile on his face. Now, little Chen, did you not claim that you have sealed the blood demon of the abyss? Release him from your inner world. I still have inquiries to make of him. Xianxiaaudiobooks stated with a hint of seriousness. Hearing this, Chen nodded. Subsequently, he directly released the blood demon of the abyss, along with the space that had imprisoned him, from the system space. Wow, a monster. There's a monster. The released blood demon of the abyss immediately cried out in a daze. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened. The system was usually rather quiet. Why then? Did it transform into a monster to terrorize others the moment he tossed the blood demon into the system space? It seemed the blood demon had almost forgotten he was the true terror. Oh, isn't this the blood demon of the abyss? What has turned you into such a pitiful sight? Seeing the blood demon, who was clearly frightened by something, Kong Shuzi mocked with a sly smile. Upon hearing this, the blood demon's expression immediately turned serious. His gaze fixed intently on Kong Shuzi, as if he would have lunged at the elder to teach him a lesson had it not been for Lu Chen's spatial confinement. Oh, little blood demon, are you feeling defiant? If you have the ability, come out and strike me. Come on, hit me. Kong Shuzi provocatively patted the blood demon's face, fully indulging in the mockery. Such humiliation was too much for the blood demon to bear. However, the spatial confinement imposed by Lu Chen was utterly unyielding. He clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with rage as they remained fixed on Kong Shuzi. At that moment, it seemed that if Kong Shuzi were to extend his hand once more, the blood demon would surely bite off a finger. The blood demon glared at Kong Shuzi, his inner fury reaching its zenith. Had Lu Chen not appeared unexpectedly, the elder and Yang Shuzi alone would have stood no chance against the blood demon wielding the great saint artifact, the purgatory glaive. To think that Kong Shuzi would act so shamelessly, relying on his status. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen could hardly bear to watch. Kong Shuzi, after all, had lived for countless millennia. Why was he behaving like a child? Imperial lineage fellow, what are you so proud of? Were it not for this lad possessing a quasi-emperor weapon, you would have long since perished at my hands. The blood demon shouted defiantly. He truly could not comprehend where Lu Chen had acquired such a quasi-emperor weapon. A sense of misfortune clung to him. Previously, in Qingzhou, while controlling his puppet body, he had assumed Lu Chen was merely a saint. Little did he know, Lu Chen was actually a holy king. This led to the demise of the puppet body he had cultivated over hundreds or even thousands of years, crushed by Lu Chen's mere hand. This time, armed with a great saint artifact, the blood demon believed he was secure. Yet, Lu Chen once again surpassed him, producing a quasi-emperor artifact. Chapter 104, Quasi-Emperor Weapon, Six-Winged Divine Sword. At this moment, upon hearing the blood demon's words, Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi were instantly taken aback. They had indeed felt a terrifying aura that pushed them back thousands of miles, even experiencing immense pressure. Had they not acted swiftly, they too might have been affected by that overwhelming force. However, when the aura dissipated and they returned, Lu Chen had already concluded the battle. Reflecting on it now, the blood demon, wielding a great saint artifact, had been swiftly vanquished by Lu Chen. Kong and Yang had thought this was the true power of the divine body, unaware that Lu Chen possessed a quasi-emperor artifact. Little Chen, is what the blood demon said true? Do you truly possess a quasi-emperor artifact? Quickly, show it to your ancestor. At this moment, Kong Shuzi's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Seeing the eager expression on Kong Shuzi's face, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Ancestor, I will explain it to you in detail later. In response, Kong Shuzi ceased his inquiries. He understood that the divine body was immensely powerful, but he had never imagined it would also harbor a quasi-emperor weapon. Ahem ahem. At this point, Kong Shuzi suddenly coughed a couple of times. Let us put the jokes aside for now. He then fixed his sharp gaze on the blood demon. Tell me honestly, was it you who took the six-winged divine sword from the blood ancestor's seal? The six-winged divine sword mentioned by Kong Shuzi was one of the treasures that suppressed the blood ancestor's seal. Originally, it was the source artifact of the Emperor of Heaven. However, after the dual Emperor War, to seal the blood demon ancestor, the Emperor of Heaven used his own source artifact, the six-winged divine sword, to restrain the blood demon ancestor. With the magic of the six-winged divine sword, the blood demon ancestor's power could not penetrate the seal. This made the seal exceptionally robust and immovable. Yet, on a certain day, several millennia ago, the six-winged divine sword that had sealed the blood ancestor suddenly vanished. Kong Shuzi harbored suspicions that the blood demon might be a descendant of the blood demon clan, and in an attempt to unravel the seal of the blood demon ancestor, had likely stolen the six-winged divine sword at some point. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuzi's expression immediately turned grave. What did Kong Shuzi just say? The quasi-emperor artifact, the six-winged divine sword, sealed within the blood ancestor, had actually been stolen? Following this revelation, Yang Shuzi's piercing gaze fixed upon the blood demon Jizuan, as if he were the architect of this misdeed. In response, Jizuan blood demon looked at the three with an expression of feigned innocence. What do you mean? So, you lost something, and you're accusing me of theft? If I possessed a quasi-emperor artifact, I would have annihilated all of you by now, rather than waste time wielding a great sage artifact. Jizuan blood demon retorted, visibly aggrieved. If he truly had the six-winged divine sword, why would he exert so much effort? He could have simply drawn it forth to resolve the matter with the three of them. It was inconceivable that he would be defeated by Lu Chen, leading to the destruction of his corporeal form, with his very soul ensnared in a spatial prison. At this, Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi exchanged glances, and it appeared they were beginning to understand. If Jesuin Blood Demon truly possessed the six-winged divine sword, he would not resort to using the great sage artifact, the Hell Spear. Meanwhile, Kong Shuzi seemed to lapse into contemplation. The six-winged divine sword, which had been crucial in suppressing the Blood Ancestor's seal, had vanished. But if it were not the doing of Jesuin Blood Demon, then who could it be? After all, Jesuin Blood Demon and Kong Shuzi had been adversaries for a lifetime. In Kong Shuzi's mind, Jesuin Blood Demon had been subtly ingrained as his most formidable foe. If it were not for this individual, who else could possess such formidable cultivation? Who else could have entered the Blood Ancestor's seal unscathed and stolen the six-winged divine sword? On the other side, Jesuin Blood Demon suddenly fell silent. The mention of the theft of the six-winged divine sword triggered a recollection. He might actually know a fragment of insider information regarding its disappearance. For if the six-winged divine sword had not been stolen, the sealing power would not have diminished. The Blood Demon Ancestor would not have seized the opportunity to use secret methods to transport Jesuin Blood Demon from the seal to the mainland. It was many millennia ago that a formidable and terrifying aura descended upon the Blood Ancestor's seal. At that time, the Blood Demon Ancestor sensed the presence and assumed the visitor's intentions were malevolent. The Blood Demon Ancestor clashed with this presence using his imperial aura. Little did he know, the opponent's aura was not inferior to his own. After that encounter, the six-winged divine sword inexplicably vanished, and the sealing power weakened. The Blood Demon Ancestor then seized the opportunity to transport Jesuin Blood Demon, commanding him to seek out the descendants of the Imperial clan and the location of the Imperial tomb. It could be said that had the six-winged divine sword not gone missing, Jesuin Blood Demon would not have been able to break free from the seal and arrive in this realm. Yet, this was a matter Jesuin Blood Demon would never divulge to Kong Shuzi. At the same time, Kong Shuzi, realizing that he could extract no further information, sighed and remarked, "Very well, it seems we shall glean no further insights today." Upon hearing this, Jesuin Blood Demon silently sighed. Was this old fellow finally conceding? In that instant, Jesuin Blood Demon felt a sense of relief. But in the next moment, Kong Shuzi shifted his tone and addressed Lu Chen, saying, "Ah, little Chen, why not entrust this Jesuin Blood Demon to me for supervision? After all, I have been lifelong adversaries with him, and I have yet to have a proper chat with this old friend." With that, Kong Shuzi wore a mischievous smile, casting a sidelong glance at Jesuin Blood Demon. Simultaneously, upon hearing Kong Shuzi's proposal for Lu Chen to hand him over for oversight, Jesuin Blood Demon's countenance changed dramatically. Realizing Kong Shuzi's intent, Lu Chen promptly consented, agreeing to entrust Jesuin Blood Demon to him. At that moment, Kong Shuzi regarded Jesuin Blood Demon with a devious grin. "Let us not pretend, shall we? There are 100 ways to pry the truth from your lips." Witnessing Kong Shuzi's sinister demeanor, Jesuin Blood Demon broke into a cold sweat. What did he intend to do? Employ some nefarious means to force his compliance? He would never submit. Subsequently, with a flourish of his robe, Kong Shuzi unleashed a powerful suction that enveloped Jesuin Blood Demon, drawing him and the spatial confinement into his sleeve. Once this was accomplished, Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi turned their gaze towards Lu Chen. Yang Shuzi then stated, "I know you must have many questions at this moment, but this is not the place for discussion. Let us return to the Xianling sect for a more detailed conversation." Following this, Yang Shuzi looked to the Xianling ancestor, Kong Shuzi, who nodded in agreement. After all, the divine body had grown remarkably powerful. Kong Shuzi mused that it was time to convey these matters to Lu Chen. With that, Kong Shuzi waved his hand, and the fabric of space was torn open, revealing a spatial passage. The three of them then stepped into the passage together. In the next moment, the spatial passage gradually constricted, the rift in space closed, and eventually vanished from sight. Thereafter, the space returned to its normal state. Chapter 105, The Listening Sea Ancestor. In the distance, a figure gradually materialized. A one-eyed middle-aged man appeared in the sky, his gaze fixed intently upon the spot where Lu Chen and the others had vanished, as if deep in thought. This man was none other than the possessed Yu Wujing. Lu Chen at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, with quasi-emperor artifacts? Xianling sect of Qingzhou? Yu Wujing floated in the air, excitement radiating from him as he gazed towards the forbidden area, murmuring, "Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. However, I believe a little more fuel is needed to stoke the flames." A chilling laughter erupted from Yu Wujing, reverberating through the surroundings, causing even the mountains to tremble and the sky to darken. Subsequently, his figure gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing from the spot. At this moment, miles away from the forbidden area, within the mountains. The Sea of Silence Lord turned to glance back at the direction of the forbidden area. Damn that Hai Yuandong. How dare he not only deceive me, but also betray me. Once I return to the Holy Land, I shall inform the Holy Land ancestor of this matter. And you shall pay blood for blood. No sooner had he uttered these words, than the Sea of Silence Lord felt an ominous presence lurking behind him. As he turned, he had yet to react when a powerful aura pierced through his body. With the conclusion of the Imperial Tomb incident, the events that transpired within the Forbidden Area had spread throughout the Eastern Domain in just a few days. This expedition to the Imperial Tomb had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators. Numerous hidden families and smaller factions suffered significant losses among their ranks. Among the most shocking news was the battle amongst the 4 great holy lands within the Forbidden Area. From the 4 great holy lands, several Saint Kings and over a dozen saints were annihilated. Furthermore, the lords of the 3 great holy lands, the Sea of Mist Lord, the Listening Sea Lord, and the Sea of Silence Lord, all perished within the Forbidden Area. Only the Sea of Demons Lord from the Demon Sea Holy Land managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. The ferocity of the struggle for the Imperial Tomb is evident. Yet, what none of the factions in the Eastern Domain anticipated was that the 4 great sacred lands would actually face defeat in this contest for the Imperial Tomb. As the mightiest forces within the Eastern Domain, the 4 great sacred lands, it is astonishing that they could ever be vanquished. No one foresaw that the ultimate victor in this contest for the Imperial Tomb would be the inconspicuous Qingzhou sect known as the Xianling sect. It is truly unexpected that such a formidable sect could exist in the remote corners of the Eastern Domain. So powerful that even 3 sacred land sovereigns met their demise without return. Many factions now believe that the strength of the Xianling sect has surpassed that of the 4 great sacred lands. After all, even when the 4 great sacred lands combined their forces, the Xianling sect's elite were still able to slay 3 sovereigns, several kings, and dozens of saints. Such a terrifying record must stem from an extraordinary foundation. However, many also argue that the Xianling sect is courting its own destruction. Although the 4 great sacred lands lost 3 sovereigns, these leaders are merely the visible faces of their respective domains, not the ultimate powers. The ancestors of the 4 great sacred lands are currently in seclusion. If they were to learn of this situation, the Xianling sect would surely face dire consequences. After all, which of these revered ancestors does not possess the cultivation of the great saint realm? If the Xianling sect can slay kings, what of the great saints? What of the 4 great saints? In an instant, the entire Eastern Domain was thrown into turmoil by the events surrounding the Imperial Tomb battle. Meanwhile, near the Listening Sea Sacred Land, a headless figure traversed through the mountains and quickly descended before the mountain gate of the Listening Sea Sacred Land. This figure was none other than the headless corporeal form of the Listening Spring Saint. Having had his head obliterated by a punch from Lu Chen, he could not restore it in the short term, resulting in his current headless state. Upon witnessing this headless body, the disciples guarding the mountain gate were instantly struck with terror. They feared it to be some ancient demon, nearly triggering the mountain gate's protective array. Had it not been for the urgent call of the Listening Spring Saint, their own array might have come crashing down upon them. Open the ancestral ground for me. I must see the ancestor. In no time, the headless form of the Listening Spring Saint had arrived within the ancestral grounds of the Listening Sea Sacred Land. Upon sensing his presence, a wave of formidable energies surged forth from within the ancestral grounds. These were the esteemed guardians specially tasked with ensuring the safety of the ancestral grounds. Upon the arrival of the Listening Spring Saint, a magical binding immediately manifested before him. Simultaneously, an authoritative voice resonated throughout the vicinity. Listening Spring Saint, please halt. This is the ancestral ground of the sacred land, and the ancestor is currently in seclusion. Unless it is of utmost importance, no one is permitted to disturb the ancestor's meditation. In response, the Listening Spring Saint, filled with urgency, exclaimed, Esteemed guardian, I come bearing grave news for the ancestor. The sacred lord has perished in the battle for the Imperial Tomb. Should I delay in informing the ancestor? It may jeopardize our sacred land. What? The guardian, upon hearing the words of the Listening Spring Saint, was taken aback. Did he just say the Listening Sea Sacred Lord has fallen? Perhaps the news was simply too shocking. Even the venerable guardians who had stood watch over the ancestral ground for millennia were momentarily at a loss for words. In the Eastern Domain, who would dare to be so ruthless, disregarding the reputation of the Listening Sea Sacred Land, and brazenly slaying the Listening Sea Sacred Lord? Such audacity is unparalleled. Listening Spring Saint, please enter. As the words fell, the golden light binding the Listening Spring Saint vanished in an instant. The death of the Sacred Land's master was a matter of grave importance. The guardian did not dare to delay. promptly releasing the binding to allow the listening spring saint entry. Soon, the listening spring saint found himself deep within the ancestral grounds. Before him appeared an entrance to a mirage, exuding an aura of terror. Upon witnessing this, the listening spring saint trembled and spoke. Disciple listening spring seeks an audience with the ancestor regarding urgent matters. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura surged forth from the mirage, manifesting as a youthful figure before the listening spring saint. The youth lightly gestured towards the listening spring saint, and life force surged forth from within him. In mere moments, a new head sprouted upon the listening spring saint's shoulders. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Thank you, esteemed ancestor," the listening spring saint exclaimed, shaking his new head in gratitude. "What is it?" The youthful ancestor's voice was cold, as if displeased by the interruption of the listening spring saint's meditation. The listening spring saint took a deep breath and proceeded to relay the events that transpired within the forbidden imperial tomb, along with the news of the listening sea sacred lord's demise, to the listening sea ancestor. Upon hearing this, the listening sea ancestor's expression shifted. In the next moment, a terrifying aura of the great saint realm instantly enveloped the ancestral grounds of the listening sea. Chapter 106. The Clown? In Qingzhou, within the Xianling sect, the space passage of the Void Master had swiftly returned from the Forbidden Land to the Xianling sect. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Xianling sect, the sect leader, Saint Void Master, sat leisurely upon his throne. This time, the Xianling sect had certainly garnered immense fame. They had slain the sovereigns of 3 great sacred lands, along with several kings and numerous saints. Such a terrifying record. However, Saint Void Master believed that half of the credit belonged to him. After all, if it were not for his telepathic summons to the ancestors of the Xianling sect from miles away, how could the 4 great sacred lands suffer such losses? Concurrently, the space within the sect's grand hall was suddenly torn asunder. Emerging from the spatial passage were 3 figures. Upon seeing the 3 individuals step forth, Saint Void Master immediately stood upright. Particularly, upon recognizing the elder clad in red robes, he promptly bowed with reverence, addressing him as ancestor. Simultaneously, the Void Master nodded at Saint Void Master and remarked, "Little Saint Son, it seems the Xianling sect has flourished splendidly during my absence." Hearing this, Saint Void Master felt a flush of embarrassment. It is all thanks to the teachings of the ancestor. Otherwise, with my meager skills, I would have long been unseated from the position of sect leader by that old coot. At that moment, Saint Void Master's gaze shifted toward Young Void Master. Just then, Young Void Master happened to glance back at Saint Void Master. After a brief exchange of smiles, they embraced tightly. It was as if they were long-lost brothers, sharing their tales of hardship over tears and laughter. Chen watched this scene with a sigh. If only they had a small table, a bottle of fine liquor, and a couple of plates of peanuts, they could chat for an entire day. "Old codger, I could hear you grumbling from miles away." Just then, several figures entered the grand hall. Leading them was an elder clad in white robes, the esteemed Grand Elder Xianxia. He was the Grand Elder of the Xianling sect, who could not help but feel an itch to spar with Saint Void Master upon seeing him. Behind the Grand Elder, Xianxia, followed the 4 peak masters of the Xianling sect, the Master of Yunshan Peak, the Master of Yunjin Peak, the Master of Jinyuan Peak, and the Master of Xianling Peak, accompanied by 10 esteemed elders of the sect. In essence, all high-ranking officials of the Xianling sect were now gathered within the grand hall of their temple. Subsequently, they all performed a simultaneous bow towards Kong Shuzi, paying their respects to the ancestor. Witnessing this scene, Kong Shuzi waved his hand and spoke, "During my absence, you have all endured much hardship. Now that the divine body has awakened, our efforts have not been in vain." At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon Chen. As he surveyed the assembly, he was met with radiant smiles from everyone present. This sudden display caused a shiver to run down Chen's spine. What could this mean? Were they all in cahoots? A doubt arose in his heart. Was he the only one left as the fool? "Ancestor, sect master, what on earth is happening here?" Chen inquired. Given the current situation, it seemed as though these individuals had conspired, all seemingly aware of something he was not. Noticing Chen's perplexity, Kong Shuzi smiled and explained, "In truth, this is merely a ruse orchestrated within the Xianling sect to draw out the puppet master, the blood demon of the Jie clan." He then elucidated the entire backstory to Chen, which began with the earlier incident regarding the theft of the 6-winged divine sword. After sealing the blood demon ancestor, Emperor Pantheon placed the quasi-imperial artifact, the 6-winged divine sword, within the seal to guard it, thereby isolating the malevolent power of the blood demon from the world. However, several millennia ago, one fateful day, the 6-winged divine sword, entrusted to guard the seal, mysteriously vanished. Consequently, the power of the blood demon ancestor began to seep through the seal, infiltrating the continent. The blood demon of the Jie clan was, in fact, the result of the blood demon ancestor employing a secret technique to channel his power through the seal and manifest upon the continent, all in pursuit of a legendary treasure hidden within the imperial tomb. It is said that this treasure has the power to unravel the seal binding the blood demon ancestor, thus freeing him. Following this revelation, the blood demon of the Jie clan commenced his search for the imperial tomb map crafted by the descendants of the imperial lineage. His relentless pursuit resulted in catastrophic losses for the descendants of the Pantheon clan. After Emperor Pantheon, the leader of the Pantheon clan, now represented by Kong Xuzi, engaged in an epic battle with the blood demon of the Jie clan that lasted several days. Following the clash, both the blood demon of the Jie clan and Kong Xuzi were drained of their powers, their spiritual roots depleted, leading to significant regression in their cultivation levels. Afterward, the blood demon of the Jie clan vanished for a time until one day, Kong Xuzi resolved to take the initiative. He aimed to lure out the blood demon's progeny hiding in the shadows and eradicate him. Only in this way could the beings upon the continent exist in greater peace, free from the threat of the blood demon's influence. Thus, Kong Xuzi began a series of elaborate schemes. First, he established the Xianling sect, adopting the title of ancestor of the Xianling sect. Subsequently, he spread rumors to the outside world, claiming that the ancestor was in seclusion or had gone missing. Following this, he disseminated information about the imperial tomb map, purportedly hidden beneath the Qingyun peak of the Xianling sect. His intention was to bait the blood demon's forces concealed in the darkness. After all, Kong Xuzi understood that the ultimate goal of the blood demon of the Jie clan was to acquire the treasure within the imperial tomb that could unravel the seal on the blood demon ancestor. As expected, Kong Xuzi's plan successfully attracted the first henchman of the blood demon of the Jie clan. This individual infiltrated the Xianling sect under the orders of the blood demon and sought out a self-serving high-ranking member, exploiting their connections and resources to investigate the rumors surrounding the imperial tomb map hidden in Qingyun Peak. The unfortunate soul who fell prey to the altar's phantasm was none other than the master of the Liuhua Peak, Liang Tian. Initially, the phantasm believed the Xianling sect to be a mere insignificant sect, hardly worth note. However, upon stealthily approaching Qingyun Peak, the phantasm encountered a formidable opponent, Yang Xuzi, Lu Chen's master. Despite employing every trick in its repertoire, the phantasm was thoroughly overwhelmed by Yang Xuzi. With no other choice, the phantasm called for reinforcements, summoning the blood demon of the Jie clan. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yang Xuzi was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also exceedingly cunning, his cultivation only escalating as the battle progressed. Ultimately, it was only through the seepage of the blood demon ancestor's power that Yang Xuzi was forced into the void, barely concluding the conflict. Afterwards, Kong Xuzi, who had been biding his time in the ancestral grounds of the Xianling sect, anticipated Yang Xuzi's difficulties. He thus emerged from the void to rescue him. Having successfully drawn the attention of the blood demon of the Jie clan, Kong Xuzi initiated his second plan. This involved delivering the imperial tomb map directly to the blood demon of the Jie clan. The main character in this scheme was none other than Yang Xuzi, who had already assumed the guise of a descendant of the imperial lineage. However, at that time, the blood demon of the Jie clan had expended his original powers. In a desperate bid for survival, he seized the opportunity to possess the leader of the Misty Sea Sacred Land, Hai Yuandong. Having acquired a new corporeal form, the blood demon not only regained vitality, but also significantly enhanced his cultivation. Subsequently, in a confrontation with Yang Xuzi, he utterly defeated him and successfully secured the imperial tomb map. Upon discovering the conditions for accessing the imperial tomb, which required a minimum cultivation of the Saint King realm, the blood demon had already attained that level after possessing Hai Yuandong. However, the blood demon of the Jie clan was exceedingly cautious. Even with the imperial tomb map and his Saint King cultivation, he did not rush to the location of the imperial tomb. Instead, he focused on further cultivating his puppet body. As long as he could transfer his consciousness into the puppet, he could manipulate it to perform any task. The blood demon aimed to elevate the cultivation of this puppet body to the Saint King realm. Thus, he intended to utilize the puppet, masquerading as Hai Yuandong, to enter the imperial tomb and seek the treasure that could unravel the seal. This gave rise to the blood demon's second subordinate, an elder responsible for employing a blood sacrifice formation to harvest the blood of cultivators. Yet, this unfortunate soul was exceedingly unlucky. During the blood sacrifice plan orchestrated by the foremost family in Qingzhou, he encountered Lu Chen, the unexpected powerhouse. After extracting information from him, Lu Chen swiftly dispatched him to the afterlife. However, the blood demon, being on the verge of a breakthrough with his puppet body, paid little heed to the rising star that was Lu Chen. At this critical juncture, the physical forms of cultivators at the spirit soul and celestial realms were no longer sufficient to satisfy the requirements for the puppet body's breakthrough to the Saint King realm. He faced a choice, either to seek quality by hunting more powerful cultivators to meet the breakthrough demands, or to opt for quantity by refining tens of thousands of cultivators simultaneously. Yet, if he chose quality, he would need at least a saint-level powerhouse to barely fulfill the requirements for the breakthrough. Unfortunately, there were no such figures among the ranks of Qingzhou. As the master of the Misty Sea Sacred Land, it seemed he could summon a few hapless saint-level cultivators from within its bounds to fulfill his needs. However, in the eyes of the blood demon of the Blood Sovereign, such actions are utterly impermissible. Although the Holy Land is teeming with formidable experts, they are not so overwhelmingly powerful as to have a plethora of saints at their disposal. Should several saints go missing and disturb the ancestor of the Holy Land, who is currently in seclusion, it would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. After all, the ancestor of the Misty Sea possesses the cultivation of the Great Saint Realm and is also the master of the Holy Lord of the Misty Sea, Hai Yuandong. If there were even a hint of anomaly regarding Hai Yuandong, the ancestor of the Misty Sea would instantly take notice, not to mention the possibility of being possessed. At that time, the Blood Sovereign was merely at the 7th level of the Saint King realm and was utterly incapable of contending with the ancestor of the Misty Sea. Thus, the Blood Sovereign was compelled to consider an alternative strategy, one that involved the accumulation of quantity to incite a qualitative change. In this instance, the Blood Sovereign required a colossal furnace. Qingzhou, without a doubt, was the most ideal location. At that time, the Blood Sovereign's third subordinate, the leader of the foremost sect in Qingzhou, the Moonlight Sect, was Yu Wujia. Coincidentally, the first holy son of the Moonlight Sect, Qin Jinjin, had been slain by Lu Chen. The Blood Sovereign then devised a cunning plan with Yu Wujia, summoning all cultivators from various sects in Qingzhou to gather near the Xianling sect. There, the Blood Sovereign would establish an immense furnace to envelop all the gathered cultivators. In less than an hour, he could refine all those within into elixirs. Once the puppet body absorbed these spiritual elixirs, it would be able to instantaneously break through to the Saint King realm. However, at that moment, the Blood Sovereign encountered an uninvited guest. This guest was a puppet body of the Blood Demon, challenging the pinnacle of the Saint Realm with its own first-level Saint Realm power. The Blood Sovereign initially intended to directly absorb Lu Chen's saintly body to expedite the puppet's breakthrough to the Saint King realm, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen, who had just recently been at the Saint Realm, erupted with the aura of the Saint King realm in the blink of an eye. He effortlessly annihilated the Blood Sovereign's puppet body with a single strike. From that point onward, the Blood Sovereign's plan to infiltrate the Imperial Tomb with his puppet body was irrevocably thwarted by Lu Chen's appearance. It was also at this juncture that the ever-watchful Kong Shuzi believed the time had finally come to act. He directly unleashed the power contained within the map of the Imperial Tomb, manifesting an illusion of the Imperial Tomb within the forbidden grounds of the Northern Domain. Kong Shuzi intended to designate the forbidden grounds of the Northern Domain as the final battleground for vanquishing the Blood Sovereign. However, unbeknownst to him, the Blood Sovereign, alerted by the Blood Demon Ancestors Council, had seen through Kong Shuzi's scheme. Furthermore, the Blood Sovereign had acquired a great Saint Realm artifact, the Infernal Glaive, from the Blood Demon Ancestor. To counter Kong Shuzi's trap, the Blood Sovereign opted to turn the tables. He summoned the leaders of the other 3 holy lands to join forces with him, binding their fates together to confront the descendants of the Imperial clan. Ultimately, had it not been for Lu Chen's timely intervention to deal with the 4 Saint Kings around the Forbidden Area, swiftly arriving within the confines of the Forbidden Grounds, delivering a lethal kick that dispatched the Holy Lord of Listening Sea, vanquishing the Blood Sovereign, and imprisoning his soul, the outcome would have been uncertain. With only Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi to face 3 Saint Kings at the 7th level, alongside Hai Yuandong wielding a great Saint Realm artifact, predicting a victor would have been quite the challenge. Yet, with Lu Chen's emergence, the tides of battle shifted instantaneously. Now, the formidable Blood Sovereign, a trusted lieutenant of the Blood Demon Ancestor, had met his end at Lu Chen's hands, his soul ensnared and sealed within the confines of space. It can be said that the mightiest Blood Demon leader within the continent has now been eradicated. Devoid of the Blood Sovereign's assistance, the Blood Demon Ancestor's aspirations to break free from his seal have become exceedingly arduous, verging on impossible. At this moment, the deliberation hall of the Xianling sect fell into an unparalleled silence. Simultaneously, after absorbing the entirety of the situation, Lu Chen remained contemplatively silent. It became apparent that all of these occurrences were the result of the Xianling sect's ancestor, Kong Shuzi's, intricate scheme to obliterate the Blood Sovereign. This encompassed the establishment of the Xianling sect, the famed demise of Xianxiaaudiobooks, and the emergence of the imperial tomb, all mere pawns in the grand design to draw out the blood sovereign. This implies that, in truth, every individual within the Xianling sect was but an actor, while Lu Chen stood as the solitary bystander, akin to a jester, desperately seeking the truth amidst the performance. Contemplating this, Lu Chen's lips twitched in bemusement. So it turned out that the entire Xianling sect was merely a stage, and he alone was the unwitting spectator, still searching for the elusive truth. Subsequently, Lu Chen fixed a discerning gaze upon Kong Shuzi and inquired, "Why did you not inform me in advance?" Upon hearing this, Kong Shuzi offered an awkward smile. "The matter is too delicate. Premature revelation could jeopardize the entire plan. At that time, I had not anticipated your remarkable ascendance and strength, nor could I foresee your pivotal role in this scheme." Following this, Xianxiaaudiobooks interjected, "Regardless, we have succeeded in sealing the blood sovereign. The continent's most formidable blood demon leader has been vanquished. One might say our undertaking, albeit perilous, has been accomplished with resounding success." Subsequently, all present nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles as if celebrating the triumph of their plan. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, deep in thought, remarked, "What then did you mean when you referred to me as a divine body?" Previously, within the confines of the Forbidden Grounds, Kong Shuzi had repeatedly addressed Lu Chen as a divine body. Although Lu Chen did not immediately press for clarification, the designation lingered in his mind. In response, Kong Shuzi's expression shifted from one of mirth to solemnity. "This matter traces back to my ancestor, the Emperor Pantianshan. Many millennia ago, during the reign of Emperor Pantianshan, there was a period when the divine domain's forbidden area was opened. On one such occasion, Emperor Pantianshan ventured into the forbidden zone, expecting that the arrival of an emperor would cause this mysterious world born of serendipity to collapse instantly. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did the forbidden zone remain unresponsive to his presence, but he also sensed an infinite capacity for accommodation within its confines. Even the arrival of several other powerful emperors would be inconsequential. Thus, Emperor Pantianshan began to seek opportunities for ascendance within the forbidden zone. However, after an extensive search, he found no results. It was only by chance that he discovered a hidden altar within the forbidden zone, upon which lay the body of an infant. Upon careful examination, Emperor Pantianshan confirmed that it was indeed the body of an infant, devoid of soul and vitality. Just as he pondered who would leave an infant's body in such a place, a stone tablet materialized before him, inscribed with 12 imposing characters. "The day the divine body awakens, the sun and moon shall exchange places." These 12 characters, though brief, implied numerous potential opportunities. Consequently, Emperor Pantianshan retrieved the infant's body from the altar and brought it back to the eastern domain for the imperial descendants to safeguard. Subsequently, the Blood Demon clan descended upon the continent, leading Emperor Pantianshan and the imperial clan into a fierce battle against the Blood Demon ancestor. Following this, the infant's body eventually found its way into the possession of Kong Shuzi. 20 years ago, the infant body suddenly awakened and began to grow day by day within the confines of the Xian spirit sect. However, what perplexed everyone was that the divine body, as inscribed on the stone tablet, appeared dazed and vacant upon awakening, resembling a lifeless shell without a soul. Yet, the members of the Xian spirit sect harbored no ill thoughts because of this. Yang Shuzi, the master of Qingyun Peak, even took him as a disciple, intending to nurture the divine body with meticulous care. This peculiar situation persisted until a fateful day 7 years ago when the divine body spoke for the first time. Yang Shuzi distinctly recalled the first words uttered by the divine body. "What the hell? Where am I? Could it be that I have crossed over?" At this point, Lu Chen felt a bit awkward and diverted his gaze. Hadn't he just expressed similar sentiments upon his own arrival? Back then, Yang Shuzi had been taken aback by Lu Chen's sudden exclamation. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Chen was struck by a wave of uncertainty. According to Yang Shuzi's narrative, did that imply that this body had remained soulless prior to his crossing over? Simultaneously, Lu Chen pondered another matter. The 12 grand characters inscribed on the stone tablet within the Forbidden Zone altar. "The day the divine body awakens, the sun and moon will change the heavens." What could this enigmatic statement possibly signify? This was the aspect that perplexed Lu Chen. Could it be a prophecy from a powerful being? Yet, the prophecy was eerily accurate. After crossing over, Lu Chen had directly acquired a system. And after 3 years of wandering and successfully signing in, he had attained the pinnacle of passive feedback amplification. With such an extraordinary external aid, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, regardless of who might confront him. As of now, Lu Chen's strength had ascended to the peak of the Saint King realm. Just a step away from entering the Great Saint realm, He had obliterated the foremost sect of Qingzhou, slain several saint kings from the sacred lands, and even decisively kicked the sea listener Saint Lord to his demise, causing a sensation throughout the eastern region. This indeed aligned with the notion of the sun and moon altering the heavens. After all, with such an invincible system at his disposal, no matter how formidable the opponent, anyone daring to lay a hand on Lu Chun would find themselves swiftly countered and vanquished upon triggering the system's passive abilities. In regard to the divine body, it was hardly surprising that the members of the Xian spirit sect were astounded by Lu Chen's rapid ascension and cultivation, harboring no suspicions whatsoever. At most, they felt a sense of awe, subconsciously attributing his extraordinary growth to the awakening of the divine body. However, one lingering question remained. Who had placed Lu Chen's infant body upon the altar? What undisclosed motives lay behind such an act? Yet, tracing back, it became clear that this infant body had existed since the era of the Pantheon Emperor, having been placed in the Forbidden Land hundreds of thousands of years ago. Due to the considerable passage of time, it was impossible to ascertain or clarify the details accurately. Perhaps one could only seek answers when the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone was next opened. At this moment, noticing Lu Chun lost in contemplation, Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward, gently patting Lu Chen's shoulder with a smile, saying, "Do not dwell on matters concerning the divine body. Regardless, you are a member of the Xian spirit sect and my disciple. If anyone dares to harm you, I shall not let them go unpunished." Xianxiaaudiobooks' words were sharp, and his expression solemn. He spoke thus to alleviate the burdens upon Lu Chun, for in his eyes, all beings were equal, coexisting in this world. One should not treat others differently due to their special status. Likewise, he too was the same. By this reasoning, to uncover the secrets of Lu Chen's body, one must first venture to the altar within the Forbidden Zone. Yet, at this moment, Lu Chen still harbored a question. If the Imperial Mausoleum was not situated in the northern Forbidden Land of the Eastern region, then where truly lay its location? Chapter 109, The Legend of the Forbidden Zone. Master, Lu Chun addressed Xianxiaaudiobooks, if the Imperial Mausoleum is not located in the northern Forbidden Land of the Eastern region, then where is its true location? Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression grew grave. Within the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone, he did not withhold this information from Lu Chun, but rather disclosed the location directly. Yet, as soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Why would the mausoleum of the Pantheon Emperor be found within the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone? Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed and continued, in the past, the Pantheon Emperor once stated that the so-called Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone is akin to a small world formed by the essence of a powerful being upon their death. According to the Pantheon Emperor's judgment, this mysterious powerhouse likely died with grievances, their posthumous aura extremely unstable. After countless millennia of evolution, it ultimately transformed into the unknown dangers that now dwell within the Forbidden Zone. However, for tens of thousands of years, the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone has been regarded as a place where peril and opportunity coexist. Throughout history, countless powerful beings have perished in their quest for fortune within the Forbidden Zone. Yet many cultivators have also discovered strokes of fortune within its depths, rising to prominence as titans of their eras. The Pantheon Emperor, having contemplated this, established a will stating that upon his demise, the location of the mausoleum should be within the Forbidden Zone, thus significantly reducing the risks of being coveted or fought over. Listening to Xianxiaaudiobooks' explanation, those present nodded in understanding. Indeed, as Xianxiaaudiobooks asserted, if the mausoleum's location were to be exposed, it would inevitably attract the attention of countless powerful beings. Many treasure seekers would undoubtedly be stirred to action. After all, it was the tomb of an emperor, concealing untold opportunities and treasures. Most importantly, it might even house the emperor's legacy. Even a mere sip from its bounty could empower certain minor factions or families, allowing them to flourish for millennia and emerge as regional overlords. Rather than risk such a fate, it was far wiser to inter the mausoleum within the Forbidden Zone, as its location is ever-changing and fraught with unknown peril. Even those ardent seekers of the mausoleum's treasures would first have to contend with the formidable barrier of the Forbidden Zone. Yet, just gaining entry to the Forbidden Zone has led to countless cultivators meeting their demise. According to the teachings passed down by our ancestors, anyone below the Saint King realm should not venture into the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone lightly, lest they find themselves lost forever. Subsequently, Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze fell upon Lu Chun. He exhaled deeply and said, "Regardless, you are the divine body that the Pantheon ancestor brought back from the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone. If the opportunity arises, you may enter the Forbidden Zone and seek the location of the mausoleum." Though the pantheon ancestor has perished for several tens of thousands of years, remnants of his divine consciousness likely still linger. He may indeed be the one most familiar with your origins. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression gradually calmed. In truth, he had been contemplating the same thing. Moreover, his cultivation had now reached the minimum requirement for entering the divine realm's forbidden zone. With the system's enhancement, he felt no fear of any dangers lurking within. At that moment, as the atmosphere settled, the elder Tianxing spoke up with an unusual expression, saying, "While our plan to eradicate the blood demon of Jiezun was successful, however, this incident has also resulted in significant casualties among the powerful beings of the 4 great sacred lands, including the demise of 3 sacred lords. I fear they may soon seek retribution against us." The words of Elder Tianxing rendered the entire assembly hall utterly silent. This was not an attempt by the elder to disrupt the atmosphere. After all, this matter pertains to the safety of our sect, a concern that must be taken seriously. Although the members felt a sense of elation at the successful eradication of the blood demon, such joy must not cloud our vigilance against impending crises. Otherwise, no matter how formidable a force may be, it cannot endure in the realm of cultivation indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew grave. After all, they were dealing with the 4 great sacred lands, dominant entities that had reigned supreme in this realm for millennia. Moreover, the ancestors of these sacred lands are all beings of the great sage realm, rendering them virtually invincible throughout the eastern domain. Just imagine, if a great sage were to arrive, the entire strength of the Xianling sect could barely hold its ground against such a formidable foe. But what if 4 were to come? At this point, no one dared to ponder further. Although they are an imperial sect, they have already fallen into decline. Additionally, the Xianling sect's ancestor, Kong Shuzi, has yet to fully regain his powers. Should a great sage from the sacred lands truly descend upon them, the consequences could be unimaginably dire. Of course, these concerns were merely speculations among Kong Shuzi, Elder E, and the others within the Xianling sect. Only Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi held a different perspective. They understood that the current Lu Chen had not only awakened the abilities of the divine body, but also possessed imperial-grade artifacts. Even if a great sage from the sacred lands were to arrive, what could that possibly mean? With an imperial-grade artifact in hand, even 10 such sacred land forces could be effortlessly vanquished. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Lu Chen gently smiled and said, "Fear not. Trouble will undoubtedly come our way. But it is not a significant concern." At these words, the assembly was taken aback. "Do you even understand what you're saying? That is a great sage we're talking about. A being that dominates the eastern domain. Even if Lu Chen has awakened his divine body, his strength is still merely at the sacred king realm. Yet, a sacred king cultivator is akin to an infant in comparison to these great sage old-timers. That is a great sage." Elder Sheng Shuzi's voice was hoarse. He turned to his friend Yang Shuzi, only to find Yang Shuzi not dissuading his disciple Lu Chen, but instead standing there with a serene smile. Witnessing this, Lu Chen chuckled. "So it is a great sage who approaches. Let him come. I fear he might not dare to." At that moment, the master of Yinshan Peak cautiously inquired, "What if the 4 great sacred lands unite and send 4 great sages?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of those present shifted to Lu Chen. 3 sacred lords had perished, and 1 had fled. If the ancestors of the 4 great sacred lands learned of this and truly banded together to seek vengeance, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. For great sages? Lu Chen smiled slightly and replied, "The outcome would be the same whether 1 or 4 great sages arrive, should they dare to come. They will surely find themselves unable to return." Lu Chen appeared to jest, yet his tone bore an undeniable gravity, exuding an air of authority. For Lu Chen, his cultivation now reached the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. Any being of the 4 great sacred lands beneath this level would fall before him with a mere strike. Even if the great sage ancestors from the sacred lands came, bolstered by the system's passive enhancement, he had nothing to fear. Elder Tianxing and sect master Sheng Shuzi exchanged glances, their hearts racing with astonishment. Could it be that Lu Chen was concealing his true power? Could the might of his divine body have awakened to such an extent that he could guarantee the demise of 4 great sages? In the face of their bewilderment, Lu Chen simply smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Kong Shuzi spoke up, "May I have your attention, everyone?" As he spoke, the assembly fell silent. Kong Shuzi surveyed the room and declared, "When we established the Xianling sect, our sole aim was to deceive the blood demon. Now that the blood demon has been vanquished, the Xianling sect has emerged as the most powerful sect in Qingzhou, with hundreds of Qingzhou forces bowing to us. Since we have embarked on this path, we must take responsibility for those who follow us. Prepare yourselves. If those sacred land forces come, be ready to fight." "Yes," the assembly responded in unison before gradually dispersing. Meanwhile, in the Mist Sea Sacred Land, news of the demise of Sacred Lord Hai Yuandong had spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Our Sacred Lord perished in the Imperial Tomb's Forbidden Zone. What? That's impossible. How could our Sacred Lord fall within the Forbidden Zone? Could it be that the Forbidden Zone harbors some great terror? It is said that a formidable being from Qingzhou was responsible, not just for our Sacred Lord's demise, but also for the deaths of the other two Sacred Lords. The disciple paused, fear gripping him, unable to continue. Such a powerful being dared to slay a Sacred Lord without regard for the Sacred Land's dignity. Could it be a hidden force? If they continued their assault on the Sacred Land, what would they do? With the death of Sacred Lord Hai Yuandong, panic enveloped the Mist Sea Sacred Land. After all, if even the leader of the Sacred Land had been slain, what were the disciples and elders worth? If that formidable being sought to eradicate all threats, it was entirely plausible they would strike at the Sacred Land itself. At this moment, some cultivators contemplated fleeing in fear. However, just then, a cold snort reverberated from within the ancestral grounds of the Mist Sea Sacred Land, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that spread throughout the entire Sacred Land. The inhabitants of the Mist Sea Sacred Land, feeling this powerful presence, were taken aback, their gazes drawn toward the ancestral grounds. Suddenly, a crimson light soared into the sky from within the ancestral grounds. The aura of a great sage erupted in an instant. A terrifying pressure descended upon the Sacred Land. Simultaneously, the protective formation of the Mist Sea Sacred Land seemed to sense impending danger and activated automatically. Yet, even with the protective formation in place, everyone felt an intense heat enveloping their bodies. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Such a powerful aura. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. At the same time, upon sensing the aura of the Mist Sea ancestor, all the members of the Mist Sea Sacred Land knelt in reverence toward the ancestral grounds. This figure was none other than the ancestor of the Mist Sea Sacred Land. The ancestor had emerged from seclusion. The demise of the Holy Lord of the Mist Sea has undoubtedly incensed the venerable ancestor of the Mist Sea. At the most critical juncture, he has chosen to emerge from his seclusion, signifying that the Eastern Domain is on the brink of a massacre. The ancestor of the Mist Sea is a formidable figure at the great sage level. If the people of Qingzhou dare to slay the Holy Lord of the Mist Sea, they will inevitably face retribution from the powerful beings of the Sacred Land, tenfold. At this moment, the crimson light in the sky dissipates, and shortly thereafter, a black-haired elder strides through the void, manifesting before the crowd. He raises his wrinkled visage, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon the direction of Qingzhou in the southern region of the Eastern Domain. It is astonishing that those insignificant creatures from Qingzhou would dare to disregard the reputation of the Mist Sea Sacred Land and the might of its ancestor. Brazenly executing the Holy Lord of the Mist Sea, they have shown a blatant contempt for the Mist Sea Sacred Land and for him, its venerable ancestor. For the ancestor of the Mist Sea, the Holy Lord Hai Yuandong is a creation of his own making. One could say he is dearer than a biological son. And now, his son has been slaughtered. If this father does not seek justice, what face will the Mist Sea Sacred Land have left? Qingzhou Xinling sect. I shall ensure that you pay for this blood debt with blood. At this moment, the furious roar of the ancestor of the Mist Sea reverberates across the skies, as if venting the flames of his wrath. Yet, at this instant, the heavens abruptly shift. A powerful figure slowly descends upon the Mist Sea Sacred Land. Simultaneously, as the ancestor of the Mist Sea senses this overwhelming aura, his gaze involuntarily flickers toward the source. A youth appears amidst the clouds, his expression cold as he regards the ancestor of the Mist Sea. Upon seeing this, the ancestor quickly recognizes the visitor. This individual is none other than the ancestor of the Listening Sea Sacred Land. What wind has blown you to my Mist Sea Sacred Land? Old ghost of the Listening Sea? The ancestor of the Mist Sea speaks with a tone laden with gravity, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the ancestor of the Listening Sea, his wariness escalating. With the death of the Holy Lord Hai Yuandong and several powerful beings of the Sacred Land, the strength of their domain has been significantly diminished. The ancestor of the Mist Sea suspects that the ancestor of the Listening Sea may be here to take advantage of their misfortune. After all, such scenarios have transpired countless times in the past. Old ghost of the Listening Sea, I am not here to quarrel with you today. The youthful ancestor states solemnly. I have come to seek your alliance. The ancestor of the Listening Sea speaks with a serious tone. Indeed, he is not here to engage in conflict, but has more pressing matters that require the ancestor of the Mist Sea's assistance. Alliance? What do you mean? The ancestor of the Mist Sea's eyes narrow as he regards the ancestor of the Listening Sea with suspicion. You are aware that the powerful individual from Qingzhou has brazenly slain the lords of our 3 sacred lands, bringing disgrace upon our names. The implication of the ancestor of the listening sea is unmistakable. If the powerful figure from Qingzhou is not eliminated, no sacred land will be able to hold its head high in the eastern domain. Then why not go alone? Why seek to ally with me? Retorts the ancestor of the mist sea. The ancestor of the listening sea responds, the individual from Qingzhou, capable of slaying 3 holy lords at the 7th level, is by no means an ordinary foe. Furthermore, this person is the ultimate victor of the Forbidden Land's imperial tomb, and may very well possess secrets unknown to others. If we do not unite to subdue him now, what future awaits us if he grows stronger? Upon hearing these words, the ancestor of the mist sea reveals a grave expression. Indeed, the audacity of this individual to so recklessly annihilate the lords of the sacred lands indicates that he possesses formidable hidden cards. He may be so powerful that he does not fear retaliation from the sacred lands. This is precisely the concern of the ancestor of the listening sea. Thus, he seeks allies of equal caliber. After all, he has lived for tens of thousands of years as a cunning old fox. His calculations are clear. At this juncture, the ancestor of the mist sea ponders deeply and ultimately nods in agreement. As longtime adversaries, he swiftly comprehends the unspoken meaning behind the words of the ancestor of the listening sea. For their sacred lands, the murder of their holy lord is an unequivocal affront. If they do not annihilate that young man from Qingzhou, how can the 3 sacred lands maintain their dignity in the eastern domain? In that case, let us proceed and confront that young man from Qingzhou, declares the ancestor of the listening sea. As soon as he finishes speaking, he opens a void passage. Halt! At this moment, the departing ancestor of the listening sea is called to a stop by the ancestor of the mist sea. Old ghost of the listening sea, there is no rush. Let us first pay a visit to the sacred land of the silent sea. It has been far too long since I last saw the old ghost of the silent sea. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the listening sea nods in agreement. The two reach a consensus, and together they open a spatial passage, heading towards the direction of the sacred land of the silent sea. Meanwhile, the individuals within the mist sea's sacred land, witnessing their ancestor and the youthful powerhouse depart, exchange glances filled with bewilderment. The holy lord of the mist sea has perished. The ancestor of the mist sea disregards them entirely and departs. They feel as if they have become mere bystanders, rather than practitioners of the mist sea's sacred land. Within the underground altar of the mist sea great hall, 2 lantern-like eyes flicker ominously atop the dark offering platform, erupting with a potent blood-red aura. Echoes of furious roars resonate from within the platform. Jiazun, blood demon, you wretch. I have waited for so many years, my lifespan nearly spent, and yet you, a worthless fool, have been obliterated. The voice of the blood demon ancestor grows increasingly agitated. Simultaneously, the powerful fluctuations emanating from the offering platform cause the entire altar to tremble and crack. From the moment Jiazun, the blood demon, was vanquished, the blood demon ancestor had sensed it. Jiazun was a creation of the blood demon ancestor, serving not only as a trusted confidant, but as his right-hand man. Had this individual not been ambushed from behind, the outcome of the great battle tens of thousands of years ago between the blood demon ancestor and the Emperor of Heaven would have been uncertain. However, since the blood demon ancestor was sealed away, he had meticulously orchestrated plans for thousands of years, sending Jiazun into the eastern domain to assist him in breaking the seal. Yet now, even his most capable subordinate has been eradicated. This signifies a drastic reduction in the likelihood of breaking the seal, potentially even to 0. Meanwhile, the blood demon ancestor has endured a wait of tens of thousands of years. His lifespan is on the verge of depletion, and the news he receives is that Jiazun has perished in battle, rendering his plans for breaking the seal a complete failure. How can this not incite his fury? Concurrently, powerful waves of energy erupt from the offering platform, as the blood demon ancestor appears to be consumed by rage. He even begins to tap into his cultivation, attempting to forcibly shatter the seal. With the eruption of his imperial realm power, even though this altar is merely a connection point between him and Jiazun, it is profoundly affected. In an instant, the entire underground altar trembled violently. Even the surroundings of the mist sea's sacred land were rent asunder by the shockwaves. Simultaneously, the cultivators of the mist sea's sacred land, upon witnessing this spectacle, fled in a panic. With the recent demise of the mist sea holy master and the departure of the elder, such a cataclysmic upheaval left them in sheer terror. Could it be that the formidable figure from Qingzhou had arrived? Once this thought took root in their minds, it spread like wildfire, sending them scattering in all directions. The elders of the mist sea's sacred land hastily activated their protective formations, illustrating the profound impact the holy master's death had on them. Meanwhile, within the underground altar, no matter how fiercely the blood demon ancestor struggled, the seal remained steadfastly in place before him. Even when he exerted every ounce of his strength, it proved futile. After all, this was a seal personally crafted by the great Emperor Pantheon, a sacrifice of his own essence. Such a formidable binding was not easily undone. At that moment, a figure gradually materialized from the shadows within the altar. It was unexpected that the ancestral progenitor of the Blood Demon clan, who had once roamed the continent with great power, now found himself so wretchedly sealed beyond it, reduced to venting his frustration at the sacrificial altar. A chilling voice echoed through the air. The Blood Demon ancestor instantly became alert. "Who goes there?" he called out coldly, his gaze fixated on the darkness. Emerging from the obscurity was a one-eyed, middle-aged man, none other than the reincarnated Yuwuji. "Who are you? How did you find this place? And how do you know my name?" The icy voice of the Blood Demon ancestor resonated from the altar. The once flickering lanterns now steadied, resembling two pairs of watchful eyes gazing intently at Yuwuji. With arms crossed, Yuwuji smirked disdainfully. "Oh, Blood Demon ancestor, how quickly you forget your benefactors. Have you forgotten who it was that breached the sealing formation tens of thousands of years ago and absconded with the six-winged divine sword?" Upon hearing those words, the Blood Demon ancestor was taken aback. Memories surged forth of that figure who had infiltrated the sealing formation. He had even clashed with that figure. Though it was merely a brief encounter, the Blood Demon ancestor recognized immediately that the opponent's strength was certainly on par with his own. At that time, he had even suspected it was the resurrection of the great Emperor Pantheon. On the other side, observing the Blood Demon ancestor's silence, Yuwuji smiled triumphantly. He then conjured a divine artifact. In an instant, the artifact erupted with overwhelming energy. Yet, in the next moment, Yuwuji merely raised a hand, effortlessly dissipating that tremendous pressure. This artifact was none other than the long-lost six-winged divine sword. Despite being merely at the great sage level, Yuwuji was capable of effortlessly suppressing a quasi-emperor level artifact, demonstrating his profound mastery over the six-winged divine sword. Seeing this spectacle, the Blood Demon ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief. The six divine swords before him were indeed the six-winged divine swords that had vanished from the sealing formation for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 112. The Origins of the Great Demon God. The Blood Demon ancestor stared in astonishment at Yuwuji. He had not anticipated that this one-eyed man before him was indeed the very same person he had faced off against tens of thousands of years ago. If Yuwuji had merely spoken of it, the Blood Demon ancestor might have remained skeptical. However, the moment the six-winged divine sword appeared, he was utterly convinced. There could be no mistake. It was undoubtedly this individual. If it had been anyone else, they would not possess the capability to command such a quasi-emperor weapon to yield. Noting the Blood Demon ancestor's renewed silence, Yuwuji smiled slightly and continued, "Had I not taken the six-winged divine sword, diminishing the power of the sealing formation, how could your subordinates have so effortlessly breached the seal and entered the continent?" Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon ancestor was rendered speechless. Indeed, as Yuwuji had stated, if it were not for this mysterious powerhouse before him who had taken the six-winged divine sword, his formidable subordinate, the Blood Demon Jiazun, would have found it utterly impossible to break the seal and enter the continent. "Who exactly are you? Did you truly enter the sealing formation to take the six-winged divine sword to assist me?" The Blood Demon ancestor, at a loss for words, inquired skeptically. After all, none were fools. It was a rarity for anyone to offer help without the expectation of reward. Typically, if there were no benefits to be gained, who would have the time to assist others for free? At this moment, Yuwuji smiled slightly and declared, "I am the great demon god, and my name is unchanged." Unfazed by the Blood Demon ancestor's inquiries, Yuwuji boldly revealed his true identity to him. "The great demon god." The Blood Demon ancestor muttered the name, as if recollecting something. "Could it be that you are the leader of the demon god clan from the western regions?" He spoke with a hint of skepticism. The title of great demon god sounded familiar, but time had clouded his memory. Yet, he vaguely recalled that the great demon god of the western region had achieved emperor status tens of thousands of years ago. His ascension to sovereignty had even preceded that of the great Emperor Pantheon by a considerable margin. Legend had it that this great demon god had been persistently exploring the pathway to immortality. Throughout millennia of exploration, he seemed to have grasped some secrets of transcending to immortality. However, later on, for reasons unknown, this great demon god was suppressed by a mysterious, powerful being. Thus, the era of the great demon god came to an abrupt end. But what puzzled the Blood Demon ancestor was that if the great demon god had indeed been subdued by a mysterious power, how could he suddenly reappear in the world at this moment? On the other hand, upon hearing the Blood Demon ancestor's words, Yuwuji smiled and replied, "It seems the Blood Demon ancestor is well informed to have heard of my name." The Blood Demon ancestor, filled with doubt, responded. Weren't you sealed away tens of thousands of years ago? How could you possibly breach the seal? Ha 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 ha. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Blood demon ancestor. If I have managed to break free from the seal, it is evident that I possess the requisite capability. Yu Wuji said with pride. In truth, this was not his first time breaking a seal. Decades prior, he had already seized the body of a powerful being. His strength after the possession was formidable. Even within the sealing formation, he could contend with the blood demon ancestor without yielding. He had even managed to take away the quasi-emperor weapon, the six-winged divine sword. Only someone who had reached the quasi-emperor realm could possibly take away the six-winged divine sword. After all, it was a divine artifact left behind by the great emperor Pantheon. Even after tens of thousands of years of wear and tear, its power had diminished significantly, yet it was still not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, during that time, the great demon god had encountered some misfortune. Just after possessing a new body, before he could fully revel in his newfound strength, he was once again forced back to his original form and continued to be sealed within the stone tablet. Fortunately, the quasi-emperor weapon, the six-winged divine sword, had not been taken by his adversaries. And so, here we are, several tens of thousands of years later. The great demon god, in his quest for resurrection, cunningly lured the severely wounded Yu Wuji into the world within the stone tablet. Seizing this opportunity, he forcefully took over Yu Wuji's body, successfully completing his revival and returning to the realm of immortals. However, in stark contrast to his previous flamboyant approach, this time the great demon god chose a far more discreet demeanor, having learned from past mistakes. The last time he resurrected, his ostentation led to his downfall. Eager to regain his peak power swiftly, he began to seize opportunities indiscriminately, only to attract the attention of celestial beings, resulting in his inevitable suppression once again. Pray tell, what brings you here? Is it merely to mock me? The blood demon ancestor inquired coldly. Yu Wuji chuckled. Oh, blood demon ancestor, do temper your rage. Do you truly believe my presence here is solely for the purpose of deriding you? He continued. You sent your subordinates to break your seal, yet they proved utterly inept, failing miserably and suffering annihilation at the hands of the humans. What do you intend to convey? At this moment, the blood demon ancestor's fury ignited. My subordinates are not subject to your judgment, outsider, he retorted vehemently. No matter how incompetent the blood demon was, he was still a trusted confidant of the blood demon ancestor. Criticism was one thing, but outsiders had no right to speak. Very well, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. Yu Wuji declared, his gaze sharp. What if I told you I possess a method to liberate you from this sealing formation? His tone was grave, each word laden with significance. The blood demon ancestor regarded Yu Wuji with astonishment, scrutinizing him multiple times as if doubting his claims. What had he just said? Yu Wuji claimed to have a way to break the seal. This was the very sealing formation created by the emperor of the human race, Pantheon, who sacrificed himself. For hundreds of thousands of years, the blood demon ancestor had exhausted every means yet remained unable to breach the seal. How could this great demon god propose a solution so easily? Noticing the blood demon ancestor's silence, Yu Wuji smiled faintly. All that is required is to await a fortuitous moment. Once the divine domain's forbidden zone opens, I shall have a way to rescue you. In Qingzhou, within the Xianling sect, the atmosphere was as serene as ever, for the plan to eliminate the blood demon had succeeded. This signified the eradication of the strongest descendants of the blood demon from the continent. The blood demon ancestor's hopes of relying on his clan to break the seal were now nearly impossible. Consequently, Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi no longer had to conceal themselves. At this moment, the three venerable figures of the Xianling sect gathered at a table with Lu Chen, delving into the mysteries of Lu Chen's divine body. Young Chenzi, do enlighten this old ancestor about the secrets of your divine body. I am eager to satisfy my curiosity and broaden my horizons. Kong Shuzi exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, the embodiment of the divine body, felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Kong Shuzi's words. He silently mused. What are you all prying into? I am no divine body. My prowess is solely due to the system. Were it not for the passive feedback amplification of the system, I might still be that useless peak master unable to cultivate due to lacking spiritual roots. Yet these three old fellows were insistent in their disbelief. They attributed Lu Chen's current strength to the awakening of his divine body. Lu Chen felt exasperated. After all, in their understanding, no one had ever breached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm in just a few years. Even the most exceptional geniuses in the history of the cultivation world could not match Lu Chen's pace. Lu Chen sighed internally, realizing he could not simply tell them that all of this was a result of the binding system. However, they were his elders, after all, and he could not dismiss them. If it were anyone else pressuring him for answers, Lu Chen's peak Saint King power would have already erupted. obliterating them into a mist of blood. Just as they were engaged in lively conversation, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned solemn. A sudden realization struck him. It had been some time since their last expedition to the forbidden imperial tomb, during which the 4 sacred lands had suffered the loss of 3 sovereigns and numerous powerful beings. Logically, they should have sought trouble with the Xianling sect by now. Yet, days had passed with no news, causing Lu Chen to ponder the situation. Could it be that the ancestors of those sacred lands had yet to emerge from their seclusion? Or perhaps they were too fearful to confront him. At that moment, Lu Chen sensed 3 formidable presences approaching from the north. He looked up towards the sky, witnessing the fabric of space being torn asunder by immense magical power, as 3 figures emerged from the spatial passage. Seeing this, Lu Chen's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Even Kong Shuzi, Sheng, and Yang Su's expressions turned serious. Just moments ago, they had questioned the prolonged silence, and now, the forces of the sacred lands had arrived. In an instant, the 3 formidable figures unleashed a terrifying aura. 3 exalted beings converged, their combined might generating a colossal spatial tempest amidst the clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously as crimson lightning struck the ground, causing fissures to erupt across the earth. Within moments, the overwhelming power of the exalted beings spread like a tempest throughout every corner of Qingzhou. The resounding commotion in western Qingzhou drew the attention of countless powerful beings from neighboring states. Now, the Xianling sect had become exceedingly renowned in the vicinity of Qingzhou. Previously, the foremost sect of Qingzhou, the Yang sect, had united all sects in Qingzhou to form the Qingzhou alliance against the Xianling sect. Faced with such formidable opposition, all believed the Xianling sect was doomed to failure. Compared to the behemoth that was the Yang sect, the Xianling sect seemed like a mere infant, utterly powerless. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, this underestimated sect had turned the tide against the overwhelming offensive of the Qingzhou alliance, even unifying Qingzhou and usurping the Yang sect to become the most powerful sect in the region. Moreover, they had decimated numerous strong beings from the 4 sacred lands during their expedition to the forbidden imperial tomb, including 3 sovereigns who met their demise there. In the annals of history, it had never been recorded that a sovereign of a sacred land had been slain. The audacity of the Xianling sect was indeed unprecedented. Now, with the arrival of 3 exalted beings from the 3 sacred lands, an immense pressure descended. Not only within Qingzhou, but even the neighboring states felt the terrifying might of the exalted beings. Meanwhile, above the Xianling sect, dear comrades of the Xianling sect, how dare you not only recklessly slay the formidable beings of our sacred land, but also audaciously assassinate our esteemed leader. It appears you hold our sanctum in utter disdain. Our journey here is solely to seek justice. The venerable ancestor of Listening Sea leaned forward, casting his gaze towards the Xianling sect, his youthful visage slightly furrowed in contemplation. He was eager to discern the identity of the audacious individuals who dared to show such irreverence towards their sacred domain. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Xianling sect, upon witnessing the 3 figures in the sky and the voice of ancestor Listening Sea, the trio of Xianling Sengsu and Lu Chen exchanged glances. Subsequently, the serious expression of Kong Shuzi broke the silence as he remarked, "The inevitable has finally arrived." However, the sudden appearance of 3 formidable saints presents quite the challenge. Turning to the other 3, Kong Shuzi inquired, "Do you all feel prepared for this confrontation?" In response, Yang Shuzi smiled and nodded affirmatively. "It's not a significant issue." Concurrently, Lu Chen let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed upon the 3 powerful silhouettes radiating tremendous energy in the distance, and he activated his spirit vision. Instantly, all information regarding the 3 venerable saints materialized before Lu Chen's eyes. Ancestor of Misty Sea, ancestor of the Misty Sea sacred land in the eastern region. Age, 26. 818 years. Cultivation, peak of the 2nd level of the Great Sage Realm. Ancestor of Listening Sea, ancestor of the Listening Sea sacred land in the eastern region. Age, 26. 551 years. Cultivation, mid-stage of the 2nd level of the Great Sage Realm. Ancestor of Silent Sea, ancestor of the Silent Sea sacred land in the eastern region. Age, 25. 482 years. Cultivation, 2nd level of the Great Sage Realm. Through the system panel, Lu Chen swiftly grasped the entirety of the 3 venerable ancestors' information. It became clear that all 3 were indeed formidable beings of the 2nd level of the Great Sage Realm. The mightiest among them was the ancestor of Misty Sea, boasting peak cultivation at the 2nd level of the Great Sage Realm. It could be said that he was but a step away from transcending to the 3rd level of the Great Sage Realm. At this moment, Saint Suzi, feeling somewhat inadequate, took a step back. "It is best that you 3 confront them. My cultivation is insufficient to even match a mere finger of yours." Saint Suzi expressed his embarrassment, acknowledging that, as the leader of a sect, he possessed the lowest cultivation among the four present. Thus, he promptly requested to observe from the sidelines. Nevertheless, while his cultivation might seem insignificant compared to the three, it was still more than enough to contend with the Grand Elder Xianxia. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed to meet them. Chapter 114, A Resounding Slap. On the other side, in the heavens above, Ancestor Listening C grew increasingly agitated upon realizing that the Xianling sect had yet to respond. He had not anticipated such utter disrespect from this sect. They had already arrived at their doorstep, yet no one emerged to confront them? Did they truly hold them in such contempt? However, at that very moment, within the realm of the Xianling sect, two powerful auras of the great sage surged into the sky. A red-robed elder floated effortlessly, gazing at the three venerable ancestors with an air of indifference. Following closely was Xianxiaaudiobooks, clad in purple robes. In the next instant, the void beside the red-robed elder, Xianxiaaudiobooks, was suddenly rent asunder. Slowly, a blue figure emerged from within. This was none other than Chen. Simultaneously, the ancestor of Misty C swept his gaze across the three figures before him. His heart filled with astonishment. A peak great sage at the first level and two at the second level. He could hardly believe that this seemingly humble sect of Qingzhou possessed not one, but two beings of the great sage realm, alongside one at the pinnacle of the Sage King realm. Not only did the ancestor of Misty C feel astonished, but the ancestor of Listening C and the ancestor of Silent C were equally incredulous. They had anticipated that the one who had slain their three sacred leaders would possess strength roughly at the late stage of the Sage King realm, and certainly not exceeding that of the peak Sage King. Even with backing, such power should have been limited to a single great sage. Yet, to their surprise, the Xianling sect indeed harbored two beings of the great sage realm, not to mention a pinnacle Sage King. Consider the implications, a sect with two great sages. Among the four great sacred lands of the eastern region, each possessed only one great sage, which was themselves. Yet the Xianling sect, a mere small sect of Qingzhou, boasted greater numbers of great sages than the four esteemed sacred lands combined. What did this signify? Could it be that the Xianling sect was far from an inconsequential small sect, but rather a hidden giant? At this juncture, Ancestor Listening C silently lamented. How fortunate he had been to bring along the ancestor of Misty C and the ancestor of Silent C. Had he ventured here alone, he would have faced the onslaught of two great sages. Such a predicament would certainly have been a grave miscalculation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen, witnessing the speechless expressions of the three venerable ancestors, could not suppress a triumphant smile. The emergence of two additional great sages within the Xianling sect was largely attributable to the miraculous effects of the wand fruit spirit peach tree. Following their return from the Forbidden Ground, due to the successful defeat of the Blood Demon, both Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxiaaudiobooks had experienced breakthroughs. Furthermore, with the enhancement of Chen's spirit peach, after their breakthroughs, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had ascended to the 9th level of the Sage King realm, found his cultivation elevated by 3 levels to the 2nd level of the Great Sage realm. Similarly, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had broken through to the 8th level of the Sage King realm, ascended directly to the 1st level of the Great Sage realm upon consuming the Spirit Peach. Thus, the Xianling sect suddenly boasted 2 additional formidable beings of the Great Sage realm. At this moment, as Xianxiaaudiobooks reveled in the overwhelming aura of the Great Sage radiating from him, he experienced a profound sense of familiarity. This was the first time he had returned to the Great Sage realm after lowering his cultivation. The instant Chen produced the Spirit Peach, Xianxiaaudiobooks instinctively widened his eyes. Such a precious cultivation resource, how could Chen possibly possess it? And even if he did, how could he so readily bestow it upon others? One must understand that resources as rare as the Spirit Peach were coveted by many, not easily given away. However, upon arriving at the back mountain of Qingyan Peak, both Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxiaaudiobooks were left utterly astonished. Was this not the legendary Spirit Peach tree? Gazing at the shimmering Spirit Peaches upon the tree, they appeared as awestruck as country bumpkins. Regardless, for Xianxiaaudiobooks, the sensation of returning to the Great Sage realm was simply exhilarating. Comrades, to slay numerous formidable beings of my sacred land without a hint of regard. Such audacity is intolerable. The ancestor of Misty C spoke coldly. Indeed, it was I who committed the act. What of it? If you are dissatisfied, come and confront me. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a sardonic smile. At these words, the wrinkled visage of the ancestor of Misty C twisted in disbelief. The audacity of this old man to not only slay his sacred land's formidable beings, but to openly confess to the deed was unprecedented in his experience. In that moment, the ancestor of Silent C began to speak, but before he could finish, Xianxiaaudiobooks delivered a resounding slap, a sharp slap to the face. Upon witnessing this, Both the ancestor of Misty Sea and the ancestor of Listening Sea promptly scattered, leaving only the ancestor of Silent Sea standing his ground. He gazed at the incoming slap with unwavering resolve, raising his hand to meet it head-on. In the next instant, their palms collided, erupting into a dazzling burst of flames. Yet, amidst this fiery spectacle, a crimson figure suddenly surged forth, arriving before the ancestor of the Silent Sea in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he unleashed an uppercut that struck the ancestor squarely. At that moment, the ancestor of the Silent Sea was utterly unprepared, and the force of the Void Master's fist sent him hurtling backward like a shooting star. He had intended to engage in philosophical discourse with this elder in the red robe. But little did he know that the Void Master had no interest in such trivialities and attacked without mercy. On the other side, witnessing the ancestor of the Silent Sea being sent flying by his blow, the Void Master displayed a look of disdain. So, they come seeking revenge, intending to annihilate my sect. Why bother with idle chatter? Let us settle this directly. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the ancestor of Listening Sea locked eyes, and in an instant, they clashed high in the sky. Xianxiaaudiobooks was at the first level of the Great Sage Realm, while the ancestor of Listening Sea had reached the second level. At first glance, it seemed that the ancestor of Listening Sea possessed superior strength. However, once they began to truly engage, the ancestor found himself at a slight disadvantage. Consider this: who is Xianxiaaudiobooks? He bears the title of the successor to the imperial lineage and has clashed multiple times with formidable beings such as the Blood Demon of the Jie clan. When it comes to combat experience and inherited techniques, Xianxiaaudiobooks is by no means inferior. At this moment, the ancestor of Mist Sea observed both battlefields erupting into chaos. With a mere glance, he spotted Lu Chen standing at a distance, fixated on him. All the great sage experts have been taken by those two old ghosts, leaving me with a mere small sage king. What a predicament! Noticing this, the ancestor of Mist Sea directed his gaze toward Lu Chen. A look of disdain etched on his features. To him, a peak sage king was hardly a challenge for someone at the pinnacle of the second level of the great sage realm. Then, he strode purposefully toward Lu Chen. Chapter 115. Is the great sage truly powerful? On the other side, Lu Chen observed the approaching ancestor of Mist Sea. Utilizing his spiritual vision, he examined the panel and realized that this ancestor was the strongest among the three. A smile gradually spread across Lu Chen's face. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Chen smile at him, the ancestor of Mist Sea unleashed the full force of his second-level great sage power. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. With an air of arrogance, he regarded Lu Chen. Ha, my boy, your prowess is commendable. I find your talent intriguing. Would you care to join my Mist Sea sacred land? I could spare your life. To the ancestor of Mist Sea, a second-level great sage facing a peak sage king was akin to an adult playing with a child. However, due to the previous battle in the Forbidden Area, the Mist Sea sacred land had suffered substantial losses, leaving many vacancies to fill. If he could recruit a peak sage king, it would be an exceptional gain. At that moment, Lu Chen smiled at the ancestor of Mist Sea and remarked, I presume you are the founder of the Mist Sea sacred land. The ancestor of Mist Sea? Hearing this, the ancestor's expression brightened with satisfaction. Indeed, boy, you possess keen insight to recognize my name. But I hope you do not make a regrettable decision. In response, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, and with a cheerful demeanor, he said, Unfortunately for you, the devious sage of your Mist Sea sacred land was killed by me. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Mist Sea's previously jovial expression twisted into one of disbelief. Lu Chen continued, Not only that, but your sacred land's leader, Hai Yuandong, also met his end at my hands. At this revelation, the ancestor's expression darkened ominously. After hearing such news, do you still expect me to join your sacred land? Silence. Suddenly, the ancestor of Mist Sea roared in fury, You arrogant insect, how dare you speak to me like that? He had intended to recruit Lu Chen, but he was taken aback to discover that the weakest of the three experts from the Xianxian sect was the very one responsible for the deaths of their sacred land's leader and numerous strong individuals. Then, with a swift motion, the ancestor thrust out his palm. In the next moment, a colossal hand formed of spiritual energy shot toward Lu Chen. Concurrently, the ancestor let out a chilling laugh. You are the most audacious sage king I have ever encountered, since you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Your time has come to an end. On the other side, upon witnessing the situation unfold for Lu Chen, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted to one of alarm. The ancestor of Mist Sea was a formidable second-level great sage. The force of his attack was undoubtedly beyond what a peak sage king like Lu Chen could withstand. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks was prepared to rush to Lu Chen's aid. However, in the next instant, the ancestor of Listening Sea's figure materialized before Xianxiaaudiobooks. Old man, where do you think you're going? The The ancestor of listening sea sneered. You can hardly look after yourself, and yet you wish to meddle in others' affairs? The purple-robed elder thought to himself, this old fool truly underestimates me. He cast a glance toward Lu Chen, a smug grin spreading across his face. Once that old ghost of Mist Sea deals with that boy, the tide will turn to a 3-2 advantage, even if they have 2 great sage experts. Stronger than the sacred land, what does it matter? They will soon vanish from this land. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression grew serious. It seemed that unless he dealt with this fellow, he would be unable to depart. Lu Chen, hold on. Meanwhile, Lu Chen regarded the colossal hand hurtling toward him, feeling not an ounce of fear. Instead, he smiled at the ancestor of Mist Sea. A great sage? Is that truly formidable? His demeanor was calm and carefree, as if the ancestor's attack were not an assault, but rather a grand opportunity. Disciple, be cautious. Xianxia shouted in alarm. Though Lu Chen possessed a divine body and bore a quasi-imperial weapon, facing the ancestor's onslaught without evasion or retaliation was perilously reckless. You should worry about yourself. The ancestor of listening sea chuckled, charging forward to engage Xianxia in combat. On the other side, upon witnessing Lu Chen's unusual smile, the ancestor of Mist Sea suddenly hesitated. Why did he get the impression that this young man was not foolish but rather held an ace up his sleeve? At that moment, an unsettling premonition began to form in the heart of the ancestor of Mist Sea. In the next instant, the system's voice resonated. Ding! A being of higher cultivation than the host has attacked the host. The system triggers passive feedback amplification. Target locked. Ancestor of Mist Sea. Target's cultivation locked. Second layer of the Great Sage Realm. Ding! The system has automatically elevated the host's cultivation to the second layer of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. At this moment, the fiery radiance emanating from the Elder of the Mist Sea's mighty palm enveloped the surroundings. In the next instant, an immensely powerful golden light surged skyward. The spatial storm conjured by the 3 great sages was immediately dispersed by this golden beam. The previously darkened sky instantaneously regained its brilliance. At this moment, Lu Chen radiated a faint golden glow, standing in the void like a celestial being. What is happening? Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, the Elder of the Mist Sea was utterly bewildered. Just from his previous strike, even a first-layer great sage would have to retreat. How could Lu Chen, a peak holy king, so effortlessly nullify it? Meanwhile, the Elder of the Listening Sea and the Elder of the Silent Sea also turned their gazes toward this direction. What is going on? The Elder of the Mist Sea's recent attack was something they would not dare to confront head-on. How could Lu Chen, a peak holy king, so easily dispel it? Just as they suspected that Lu Chen had some hidden card up his sleeve, a red figure darted toward the Elder of the Silent Sea, delivering a resounding slap. The Elder of the Silent Sea, whose attention was solely fixated on Lu Chen, was completely unprepared for the sneak attack by Xianxia. Before he could react, a horrific scream escaped his lips as he was sent flying once more by Xianxia. Simultaneously, after Lu Chen's cultivation was elevated to the second layer of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, he gazed at the Elder of the Mist Sea with excitement. It is my turn now. In the next moment, Lu Chen unleashed the full power of his Quasi-Emperor cultivation. The formidable aura of the Emperor Realm instantly spread forth. The terrifying pressure enveloped the Elder of the Mist Sea like a cascading storm. How is it possible that you are? In the next breath, the Elder of the Mist Sea, possessing the cultivation of the second layer of the Great Sage Realm, couldn't even finish his sentence before being obliterated into a mist of blood. Chapter 116, The Sixth Elder. Gulp. At this moment, the Elder of the Listening Sea stood dazedly in place. He had just witnessed everything unfold before his eyes. This young man in green seemed to have done nothing. Yet the Elder of the Mist Sea had already transformed into a cloud of blood mist. It was utterly absurd. At the moment Lu Chen erupted with his cultivation, he distinctly sensed the aura of the Emperor Realm emanating from him. Though it lasted but an instant, he captured it with crystal clarity. Impossible. The Elder of the Listening Sea was now somewhat panicked. How can this be? How could you possibly be an Emperor Realm powerhouse? He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. The Xianling sect is merely a sect in Qingzhou. Having 2 great Sage Realm experts is already astonishing. How could an Emperor Realm expert suddenly emerge from thin air? How could such a minuscule place as Qingzhou nurture a quasi-emperor? Their holy land has existed in the eastern region for tens of thousands of years without a single Emperor Realm expert appearing. How many years has the Xianling sect existed? Furthermore, just moments ago, this young man in green was still at the peak of the Holy King Realm. How could he have ascended to the Emperor Realm in an instant? Could it be that this fellow is the Sixth Elder? Impossible. This is simply too absurd. A quasi-emperor has appeared in the eastern region? At this moment, the Elder of the Listening Sea was becoming increasingly frantic, his expression turning frenzied. Simultaneously, Lu Chen seemed to have noticed the commotion from the Elder of the Listening Sea. He raised his gaze. In the next moment, the Elder of the Listening Sea let out a wretched scream. The space around him began to warp. Even the Elder of the Listening Sea was distorted by this overwhelming pressure. Senior, please spare me. The pressure of an Emperor Realm expert is truly terrifying. The Elder of the Listening Sea had no time to think. He immediately began to plead for mercy. In this moment, all his doubts evaporated. The opponent had done nothing but gaze at him, yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. If this is not an Emperor Realm expert, then what is it? In mere seconds, the dignified Elder of the Listening Sea was left gasping blood, his internal energy in disarray, as though he were about to explode at any moment. Simultaneously, the space warped once more. The Elder of the Listening Sea let out a scream. He felt an intense pressure throughout his body, as if his very organs were about to burst. The Elder of the Listening Sea wished to plead for mercy from Lu Chen, but the overwhelming pain consumed his mind. He could not utter a word. Instead, he could only wail, as if it might alleviate his suffering. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxia's jaw dropped in astonishment. What in the world is happening? How did Lu Chen, who was just at the peak of the Holy King realm, become so powerful? Not only had Lu Chen effortlessly killed the Elder of the Mist Sea, but even the Elder of the Listening Sea could not withstand his pressure. Wailing in agony as space warped around him. At this moment, a thought suddenly crossed Xianxia's mind. Could it be that Lu Chen's divine body and energy have awakened again? Perhaps this is the only plausible explanation. He then fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. It seemed that the Lu Chen of the present was no longer the respectful disciple he once knew, but a colossal entity. One so immense that even Xianxia had to look up to him. Simultaneously, amidst the cries of anguish, the Elder of the Listening Sea's body gradually dissipated. In a short while, the warped space was torn open, creating a rift that sucked the surrounding area into a vortex. At that moment, the Elder of the Listening Sea's body shattered into ashes, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, upon witnessing this terrifying scene, the Elder of the Silent Sea was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. He immediately turned to flee. If even the Elder of the Listening Sea, a second-layer great sage, was struck dead by Lu Chen's overwhelming pressure, how could he expect a different outcome? It was all the fault of the Mist Sea and Listening Sea for being such incompetent fools. They had boasted that together they could suppress the forces of the Xianling sect and annihilate their entire sect. And now, the plan had backfired. Not only had they failed to eliminate the experts of the Xianling sect, but they had even lost their own lives in the process. With this thought in mind, the Elder of the Silent Sea dared not pause, fleeing northward into Qingzhou with all his might. But in the next moment, a red figure slowly materialized in front of him. At that moment, upon seeing the Elder of the Silent Sea fleeing at high speed, Xianxia raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap. The Elder of the Silent Sea, in his frantic escape, never anticipated that a sixth Elder would suddenly appear ahead. Moreover, Xianxia had even slapped out with full force. The Elder of the Silent Sea had no time to break before colliding with Xianxia's forceful strike. Boom! A resounding crash erupted as the Elder of the Silent Sea and Xianxia's spiritual energy collided, creating a shower of sparks. I hate you. At that moment, a furious roar echoed amidst the flames. The ancestral figure of the sacred land of the Silent Sea met his demise on the spot. After resolving the situation, Xianxia disdainfully clapped his hands, having once presumed that the patriarch of this sacred land possessed remarkable abilities. Yet, it took merely a few moments for him to be dispatched. I wonder how Xiaoyangzi and Xiaokinzi are faring. I should hasten back to check on them. Simultaneously, a thought struck Xianxia regarding Xianxia and Lu Chen. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, instantly arriving above the Xianling sect. At this juncture, Lu Chen and Xianxia had already concluded their battle. Observing the scene, a smile unfurled upon Xianxia's lips. It seemed that the master and disciple duo were quite formidable, capable of overcoming an adversary even stronger than themselves. It appeared that Xianxia had underestimated their prowess. However, their silence left him somewhat perplexed. Xiaokinzi, Xiaoyangzi, what is the matter with you two? Why are you standing there in a daze? Xianxia inquired. At that moment, Xianxia swallowed hard, gazing at Lu Chen as he said, Disciple, please be honest with me. To what extent has your current divine body and cultivation reached? Is it possible that? Xianxia hesitated momentarily, but in the next instant, he pressed on. Have you already broken through to the Emperor realm? Just moments ago, Xianxia had witnessed Lu Chen obliterating the patriarch of the Hearing Sea solely through the pressure of his aura, causing the Elder to explode into nothingness. Such a feat was inconceivable for one at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. After all, if we were to discuss cultivation, the patriarch of Hearing Sea was a formidable figure at the second level of the Great Sage realm. How could he possibly be vanquished by the aura of a Saint King pinnacle? Who would believe such a tale? Unless Lu Chun had indeed transcended into the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yang Shuzi's inquiry, Kong Shuzi turned to Lu Chun, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? A question arose in his mind. His attention had been entirely focused on the Patriarch of the Silent Sea, considering that both he and his opponent were at the second level of the Great Sage realm, and thus their strengths were not vastly different. To achieve victory in a head-on confrontation would not be an easy task. One must employ strategy. Therefore, he had neglected the circumstances surrounding Lu Chun and Yang Shuzi. On the other side, perceiving that Yang Shuzi had discerned his cultivation, Lu Chun smiled faintly and replied, "Master, did you not already suspect as much?" In response to Yang Shuzi's curiosity, Lu Chun chose not to conceal the truth, but rather to lay it bare. After all, one cannot hide fire beneath paper indefinitely. Even if Lu Chun were to keep it secret now, it would eventually be revealed before them. Furthermore, he had not even engaged in combat, yet had managed to obliterate two powerful great sage figures with mere pressure. Even a fool could see through that. What kind of power could possibly annihilate two great sage beings simply through released aura? At that moment, Yang Shuzi felt a surge of anxiety, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, a single, calm statement from Lu Chun detonated like thunder in Kong Shuzi's mind. What? Did he just hear correctly? Xianxia had actually acknowledged that he was a quasi-emperor. What was happening? Kong Shuzi glanced left and right, observing the expressions of Lu Chun and Yang Shuzi, as if he had missed some monumental piece of information. A quasi-emperor, Yang Shuzi exclaimed. It has been countless millennia since a quasi-emperor has emerged in the eastern region. Now, you stand at the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Kong Shuzi gazed at Lu Chun in a daze. This divine body was simply astonishing. He had just stepped out to engage in a skirmish, and upon returning, Lu Chun was already a quasi-emperor? While it is said that a divine body holds infinite potential, this was rather outrageous. Kong Shuzi silently lamented, wishing he possessed such abilities, allowing him to reclaim his status at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor instead of remaining at the second level of the Great Sage realm. Clearing his throat, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, Lu Chun swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Now that the ancestors of the three sacred lands have been dealt with, are we not left with some unfinished business?" Concurrently, Lu Chun's eyes gleamed as he gazed towards the three sacred lands. Within the ancestral territory of the xianxia, the restored xianxia saint was seated in meditation. Although he had narrowly escaped the earlier confrontation, he bore the brunt of considerable injuries. Complete recovery would undoubtedly take time. However, at that very moment, a chorus of wails emerged from the depths of the ancestral territory. The guards of the xianxia, tasked with safeguarding the ancestral ground, were perishing one by one, disintegrating into dust. Even the depths of the ancestral territory began to collapse. In a matter of moments, the destruction spread to the outer regions of the ancestral ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the Hearing Spring Saint trembled uncontrollably. The Patriarch has fallen. The Hearing Spring Saint gazed at the unfolding calamity in disbelief. In an instant, a powerful aura of the Saint realm erupted from him. The collapse of the ancestral territory and the demise of the guardian elders conveyed a singular message to the Hearing Spring Saint. The Patriarch of xianxia had perished. The guardians within the ancestral territory were manifestations of the Patriarch's power, created to protect the ancestral ground and the existence of the Patriarch himself. But now, with the Patriarch fallen, those manifestations naturally ceased to exist. Hadn't the Patriarch sought out the other two ancestors of the sacred lands? How could he have fallen? It was inconceivable. At this moment, the Hearing Spring Saint was on the brink of madness. Could it be that the Xianling sect was responsible? But how was that possible? Those were three great sage realm ancestors in the eastern region who could possibly possess strength surpassing theirs. Yet in the next moment, the notion of fleeing took root in the Hearing Spring Saint's mind. With the Patriarch deceased, it meant that the last vestiges of the sacred land's foundation had vanished. This indirectly proved that the enemy was extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even exceeding the great sage realm. And what was he? Merely a Saint King. Unable to contend with even a great sage ancestor, what could he, a Saint King, accomplish? It would be wiser to flee at once. Only then could he preserve his life. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the other two sacred lands. In the underground altar of the Fog Sea sacred land, Yu Wujia furrowed his brow after a moment of calculation, his expression darkening considerably. Witnessing this, the Blood Demon Patriarch inquired in confusion, "What is happening? Has something transpired in the outside world?" Yu Wujia solemnly replied, "The ancestors of the three sacred lands have all perished in Qingzhou. It seems that the one with great fortune has risen." "The child of fortune?" the Blood Demon Patriarch asked, perplexed. In all his long years, he had never before encountered such an extraordinary term. At this moment, Yu Wujia smiled and remarked, "Indeed, that fellow from Qingzhou is the child of fortune." The last time he uttered the phrase child of fortune was when he lured Yu Wujia into the small world of the stone tablet. Not only did he eliminate the ancestors of the three holy lands, but even your most capable subordinates fell victim to this individual. Upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor let out a cold snort. The enmity between the blood demon and this individual would undoubtedly be avenged. In the eyes of the blood demon ancestor, what did luck matter? It could simply be crushed without hesitation. Observing this, Yu Wujia discerned the blood demon ancestor's intentions. He had already surmised that this progenitor of blood demons would never forego seeking revenge against Lu Chen. After all, the great demon god was a formidable being from an era even more distant than that of the blood demon ancestor. Naturally, he would be far more calculating. At this moment, Yu Wujia smiled slightly. Given the circumstances, why not take advantage of the blood demon ancestor's hostility towards Lu Chen? He then declared, "This place is no longer safe." Hearing this, the blood demon ancestor looked at Yu Wujia with a perplexed expression. "What do you propose we do now?" he inquired. In response, Yu Wujia stated, "Of course, we must change locations." "To where?" the blood demon ancestor asked. "To the western region." With the news of the demise of the ancestors from the three major sacred lands spreading, the entire eastern region was instantly thrown into turmoil. The four dominant sacred lands that had ruled the eastern region for millennia had recently lost three sovereigns, and now, three ancestors had also perished. What a horrifying revelation. Many began to doubt the veracity of this news. Was the individual from Qingzhou truly that powerful? So formidable that even three great sovereign-level ancestors could not return? This news spread relentlessly throughout the eastern region, quickly reaching every corner. At this moment, within the Demon Sea Sacred Land, Chapter 118, the terrified sovereign of the Demon Sea. Currently, the sovereign of the Demon Sea was staring anxiously towards the direction of Qingzhou, as the only surviving sovereign of the four sacred lands. Upon hearing that the sovereigns of the three major sacred lands had perished during their expedition into the Forbidden Zone, she panicked. Furthermore, when she learned that the ancestors of the three major sacred lands had all been annihilated by the powerful figures from Qingzhou, her anxiety escalated. Now, only her Demon Sea Sacred Land remained among the four great sacred lands. On the surface, this appeared to be fortunate, a stroke of good luck. Yet, in reality, with only her sacred land remaining, it would undoubtedly become the thorn in the side of that individual from Qingzhou. Even the combined forces of the other three sacred lands could not contend with the might of that person from Qingzhou. What could her solitary Demon Sea Sacred Land possibly accomplish? At this moment, the most formidable Saint King of the Demon Sea Sacred Land, the Saint of Enchantment, had arrived at the side of the sovereign of the Demon Sea. "Sovereign, what shall we do? The combined forces of the three major sacred lands ancestors are no match for him. So what about us?" As she spoke, the sovereign of the Demon Sea dared not continue further. After all, anyone could grasp the implications. If the united ancestors of the three major sacred lands could not withstand Qingzhou's might, what storm could they possibly stir with the strength of just their single sacred land? Upon hearing this, the expression of the sovereign of the Demon Sea grew even more grave. This matter was of paramount importance. She needed to consult the ancestor. At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Demon Sea Sacred Land, an elderly woman radiating immense energy was gazing solemnly at the sovereign of the Demon Sea. "The Misty Sea, the Silent Sea, and the Listening Sea. I cannot believe these three old ghosts have all perished." These three were ancient beings who had trained for tens of thousands of years to have brought about the simultaneous downfall of these three formidable figures. It was evident that the strength of the one from Qingzhou had likely reached the mid to late stages of the Great Saint Realm. Who would have thought that after the decline of the eastern region for tens of thousands of years, a being of at least the late Great Saint Realm would emerge? Subsequently, the elderly woman of the Demon Sea fixed her piercing gaze upon the sovereign of the Demon Sea and declared, "Qingzhou has undergone a transformation. You must prepare yourself immediately and accompany me to Qingzhou." Yes, the sovereign of the Demon Sea understood the implication of the ancestor's words. After all, the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Resistance would likely lead to certain doom. Thereafter, the sovereign of the Demon Sea nodded in agreement and withdrew from the ancestral grounds. At this moment, only the Demon Sea ancestor remained within the ancestral grounds. His gaze remained fixed on the direction of Qingzhou. A transformation was imminent. Qingzhou was destined to be renamed the Sacred Land. Simultaneously, the news of the Xianling sect's annihilation of the three sacred land ancestors spread throughout the eastern region. At this time, the skies above Qingzhou were already filled with numerous flying vessels. Moreover, the silhouettes of countless powerful figures flashed by. All notable forces, families, and sects within the eastern region were en route to Qingzhou. They shared a common destination, the Xianling sect, even if they were reluctant to believe it. The fact remained that the Xianling sect from Qingzhou had indeed slain 3 ancestral figures from the sacred lands. The ability to simultaneously eliminate 3 great saint-level powerhouses indicated that a being of at least the mid to late great saint realm had undoubtedly emerged within the Xianling sect. Since the decline of the eastern region, the appearance of even a single great saint powerhouse had been a rarity for tens of thousands of years. Even the ancestors of the sacred lands, who had practiced for millennia, had only achieved the early great saint realm. If the Xianling sect possessed a powerhouse of the mid to late great saint realm, it suggested that their lineage might be even older than that of the sacred lands. Many astute powerhouses, upon hearing this news, rushed to Qingzhou to pay their respects. The 3 sacred lands were on the brink of annihilation. The eastern region had changed hands. Qingzhou was the true land of the sacred, and the Xianling sect was the overlord of the eastern region. Given this reality, establishing any form of relationship could yield substantial benefits. At the very least, it would ensure the survival of their entire family or sect within the eastern region. Yet, just at that moment, a terrifying red colossal beast soared through the sky, its overwhelming aura instantly sending nearby familial forces flying. Some sharp-eyed cultivators immediately recognized it as the azure phoenix beast reared by the demon sea sacred land. This azure phoenix beast was immensely powerful, likely having reached the saint realm. What sort of individuals from the demon sea sacred land could control a saint realm colossal beast? Soon, everyone's gaze converged upon the elderly woman standing with her hands clasped behind her on the back of the azure phoenix beast. They began to speculate about her true identity. My goodness, even the powerful figures from the demon sea sacred land have arrived, and they've even deployed a saint realm demon beast. This is simply outrageous, remarked a cultivator from a prominent family. This is only natural, for the individual from Qingzhou is indeed too strong. Even the combined forces of the other 3 sacred land ancestors could not prevail. An elderly Taoist analyzed sagely as he observed the azure phoenix beast rushing past. Meanwhile, the demon sea ancestor atop the azure phoenix beast looked gravely towards the direction of the Xianling sect in Qingzhou. Since awakening from her slumber, she had witnessed too many changes in the eastern region. She hoped this journey would be smooth and that the demon sea sacred land could continue to thrive in the eastern region, even if it meant relinquishing the title of sacred land. Before long, an uncountable number of powerful figures from various factions had gathered at the gates of the Xianling sect. They hail from various corners of the eastern domain, all seeking to pay homage and curry favor with the Xianling sect. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stands atop the highest edifice of the Xianling sect, gazing down upon the myriad forces that have come to pay their respects. At this moment, Elder Yan, having appeared behind Lu Chen unbeknownst to him, respectfully announces, "Peak Master, even the people from the Holy Land of the Demon Sea have arrived." Upon learning the true cultivation level of this Peak Master, who is in fact a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, Elder Yin cannot help but gasp in astonishment. The leg he has inadvertently attached to is astonishingly formidable. After all, a quasi-emperor has not emerged in the eastern domain for over 100,000 years. Realizing that the current quasi-emperor resides within the Xianling sect, standing before him as the master of Qingyun Peak, Elder Yin nearly faints from exhilaration. This elevates the Xianling sect to the pinnacle of power in the eastern domain. If possible, it might even warrant a renaming to Xianling Holy Land, making it the most powerful sanctuary in the eastern domain. Since the demise of the last quasi-emperor over 100,000 years ago, no emperor-level power has been seen again. Consequently, the eastern domain's strength has plummeted to the lowest tier among the 5 great domains. However, with the emergence of Lu Chun, this unparalleled powerhouse, even the mightiest from the northern, central, western, and southern domains need no longer fear. This is the confidence bestowed by a quasi-emperor. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's gaze sweeps across the assembly, gradually settling upon the elderly matriarch of the Demon Sea Holy Land. Chapter 119, Abandoning Cultivation, Offering Bloodline. The land of the Demon Sea pays homage to Peak Master Lu. In this moment, the elder ancestor of the Demon Sea Holy Land respectfully calls out and proceeds to bow towards the Xianling sect. Following the lead of the elder ancestor, other familial forces also begin to prostrate themselves before the Xianling sect. They present their most treasured resources and artifacts in their entirety. Witnessing the abundance of rare resources and high-tier treasures, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Grand Elder Tianxing are utterly captivated. Having lived for so long, this is their first encounter with such a multitude of high-tier treasures converging in one place. They understand that this is merely a gesture of goodwill, intended to convey their attitude towards the might of the Xianling sect. Yet, the magnitude of this simple goodwill is truly overwhelming. Meanwhile, The elder ancestor of the demon Sea and the holy master of the demon Sea dare not raise their heads to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Even their posture of bowing trembles unnaturally. Although she too possesses great sage-level cultivation, she is not significantly stronger than the other three ancestors. After all, the person before them is someone who even three great sages combined could not defeat. Should Lu Chen be displeased, it would take but a single slap for her to evaporate on the spot. On the other side, Lu Chen's gaze falls upon the two of them. At this moment, feeling Lu Chen's penetrating gaze, both the elder ancestor and the holy master of the demon Sea shudder, as though being scrutinized by an immense being. Which one among you is the holy master of the demon Sea? Lu Chen inquires. His tone is exceedingly calm. Yet, to the holy master of the demon Sea, it resonates as the most terrifying voice she has ever encountered. Yes, the holy master of the demon Sea is here. The holy master steps forward, clasping her hands in greeting as she says, "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Subsequently, Lu Chen's gaze once again settles upon the holy master of the demon Sea. To his surprise, the elder ancestor is an elderly woman, while the holy master appears as a middle-aged woman. The previously fleeing demon queen was also a female sage. Could it be that the demon Sea Holy Land is composed entirely of female cultivators? In the next moment, Lu Chen's expression turns grave as he declares, "As for the demon Sea Holy Land, I can choose to overlook past grievances, but you must abandon your cultivation as a form of atonement." On the other hand, the originally tense holy master of the demon Sea breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing the words "overlook past grievances." However, the next moment, Lu Chen's tone shifts abruptly, demanding that she abandon her cultivation. Upon hearing this, the holy master trembles all over. She looks at Lu Chen with a panicked expression, her voice quivering as she implores, "Esteemed elder, though I participated in the battle at the Forbidden Grounds, I withdrew from the battlefield midway and did not entangle myself with the two esteemed elders of Xianling." The holy master of the demon Sea, in a state of distress, seeks to explain to Lu Chen, revealing how Hai Yuan Dong deceived them, hoping that Lu Chen might show leniency and spare her from having to abandon her cultivation. After all, it took her over 10,000 years of hardship to reach the Sage King realm. To discard her cultivation now would render her millennia of effort utterly futile. The pain of such a loss would be comparable to death. Seeing this situation, the elder ancestor of the demon Sea originally intended to speak on behalf of the holy master. If possible, she would be willing to compensate the Xianling sect in any form, only hoping that this formidable figure in green could show mercy. After all, the holy master is someone she has nurtured herself, akin to a daughter in her eyes. It is unbearable for her to see her daughter suffer. Yet, in the next moment, before the elder ancestor could even utter a word, a powerful force of spatial laws descends. The holy master of the demon Sea feels an overwhelming pressure descending from above. The moment she is enveloped, her entire meridian system becomes chaotic, as if she were on the verge of exploding. "One more word, and you shall perish." Simultaneously, Lu Chen's commanding voice resonates with authority. The elder ancestor of the demon Sea is rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate. The aura radiating from this figure in green is simply too formidable. Merely standing there, exuding a fraction of their essence, has stripped the elder ancestor of all combat effectiveness. The fluctuations of such a realm may seem minuscule, yet within the elder ancestor's heart, they resonate like colossal waves. Perhaps it requires no direct action from Lu Chen. Merely the release of his aura would suffice to obliterate her, the so-called great sage powerhouse. In an instant, at the same time, the holy master of the demon Sea realizes that there is no room for negotiation. In the next moment, she raises her hand and strikes herself. This strike shatters her entire cultivation meridian. In an instant, this once mighty holy master of the demon Sea finds herself devoid of power. As her cultivation is dismantled, she cannot endure the excruciating pain and collapses into unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Lu Chen nods in satisfaction. Though he has acquiesced to the demon Sea Holy Land submission does not equate to absolving past debts. Every debt must be repaid in full. Should there be any resistance, annihilation shall follow. Furthermore, compelling the holy master of the demon Sea to abandon her cultivation serves as a stark warning to the elder ancestor and the other forces seeking to pay homage. To stand against the Xianling sect is to invite doom. Upon witnessing the holy master of the demon Sea's decisive self-dismantling of her cultivation, the powerful figures from various factions who have come to pay homage cannot help but gasp in shock. Just a single command was enough to compel the holy master of the Holy Land to abandon her cultivation. What manner of colossal being is this figure in green? Many among them sense the tremors of Lu Chen's power. Each of them quietly speculates in their hearts. This figure in green's cultivation level must have reached the late stage of the great sage. and they dare not even contemplate further. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lu Chen's might, the elder ancestor of the demon sea takes a deep breath and proclaims, "Esteemed elder, I am willing to offer the 3 great spiritual crystal mines within the demon sea to the sect, hoping that you may forgive us." The moment these words are uttered, the crowd erupts in astonishment. What is the concept of the 3 spiritual veins within the maritime domains of the 4 sacred lands? Over the span of tens of thousands of years, only 4 major spiritual veins have been amassed. Even those slightly larger factions and families possess merely a single minor spiritual vein. Yet, the ancestor of the demon sea is now prepared to relinquish 3 major spiritual veins. This is akin to completely depleting the foundational resources of the demon sea sacred land. Such a sacrifice would be devastating for the future of the demon sea sacred land. Without these major spiritual veins to provide cultivation resources, the disciples within the sacred land would find themselves unable to cultivate, or their numbers would drastically dwindle. In no time, the scale of the demon sea sacred land would significantly diminish, potentially reverting to the level of an ordinary sect. At this moment, the ancestor of the demon sea bowed her head, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze, seemingly awaiting his response. After all, for such a formidable being, spiritual crystal mines seem to no longer suffice. However, in order for the demon sea sacred land to continue its existence in the eastern region, sacrifices must be made. Upon hearing this, Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi exchanged glances before directing their attention to Lu Chen. In fact, just days prior, Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi had already collected the major spiritual veins from the Mist Sea Sacred Land, the Silent Sea Sacred Land, and the Listening Sea Sacred Land. Subsequently, they expanded the spatial confines of the Xianling sect's ancestral grounds, accommodating the several major spiritual veins they had acquired. With the enhancement of these numerous major spiritual veins, the Xianling sect is poised to become exceedingly prosperous in the near future. The cultivation speed of the sect's members will surge dramatically. Before long, the Xianling sect will boast countless formidable beings of the Saint Realm. Now, the ancestor of the Demon Sea is willing to offer 3 major spiritual veins from her sacred land to the Xianling sect. Although this may seem modest compared to previous acquisitions, it effectively consolidates the major spiritual veins of the 4 sacred lands within the Xianling sect. It is important to note that previously, the 4 sacred lands occupied their respective territories, maintaining a delicate equilibrium, each possessing several major spiritual veins, and developing at their own respective rates. However, without undergoing thousands or tens of thousands of years of trials, the differences are scarcely perceptible. Unless a prodigy or genius emerges within the sacred lands, excelling in cultivation speed and power under equivalent resources to swiftly gain a competitive edge. Yet, with Lu Chen's sudden emergence, he has directly led to the downfall of 3 of the 4 sacred lands, subsequently consolidating their numerous major spiritual veins within the Xianling sect. Coupled with the 3 major spiritual veins surrendered by the Demon Sea sacred land, the previous division of the eastern region has been irrevocably shattered. Now, virtually all major spiritual veins of the eastern region are gathered within the Xianling sect. It will not be long before the Xianling sect grows into an enormous entity, surpassing the 4 sacred lands by countless magnitudes. Hearing this, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the ancestor of the Demon Sea. Instantly, the ancestor trembled, feeling the weight of his imposing presence once more. Subsequently, Lu Chen calmly nodded, granting his approval to the ancestor of the Demon Sea. However, he was taken aback by the ancestor's willingness to offer up 3 major spiritual veins. This willingness to sacrifice the future of the sacred land for its preservation was indeed unexpected. Yet, for the ancestor of the Demon Sea, preserving her sacred land in the present moment is the best outcome, regardless of the cost. Now, the eastern region is undergoing a transformation, uniting as one. The Xianling sect is destined to evolve into a colossal force, even if she continues in her role as the ancestor of the Demon Sea. Significant breakthroughs may elude her in the days to come. However, by aligning herself with the current Xianling sect, she might ascend to greater heights in the near future. In the following days, a multitude of visitors gathered before the gates of the Xianling sect, all hailing from various factions seeking to pay their respects. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Xianling sect, the seats were filled with representatives of the eastern region's factions. They all gazed reverently at the Saint Shuzi seated at the head of the table. Even though this leader of the Xianling sect only possessed an 8th-level cultivation in the celestial realm, the formidable figure clad in blue was the master of the Qingyun Peak. With such a powerful peak master under his command, it implied that the sect leader must possess extraordinary capabilities, certainly not as simple as he appeared. Saint Shuzi now occupied the main seat, surveying the various representatives with a sense of grandeur, reminiscent of a gathering of nations. He had never imagined that one day he would ascend to the position of the Eastern region's sovereign. At this moment, the factions were advising Saint Xuzi, expressing their desire for the Xianling sect to be renamed. Some even boldly suggested that the sect be elevated to the status of a sacred land, calling it the Xianling Sacred Land. After all, even the Demon Sea Sacred Land had already submitted. Thus, the status of the Xianling sect surely warranted a more exalted title. At the very least, a sacred land designation. However, this matter was not one Saint Xuzi could decide alone. Although he was the sect leader, the authority of the Xianling sect ultimately rested with its founder. The name Xianling sect was personally inscribed by Kong Xuzi at the entrance. How could Saint Xuzi, as the leader, dare to challenge the founders by simply renaming it? Moreover, above Kong Xuzi stood Lu Chun, a colossal figure, in this meritocratic realm of cultivation. While it may seem that Saint Xuzi is the spokesperson of the Xianling sect, his position has been diminished by several tiers. Above him are the 5th-level Elder Yin, the 1st-level Saint Yang Xuzi, the 2nd-level Saint Kong Xuzi, and the strongest man in the eastern region, Lu Chun. To speak frankly, Saint Xuzi's role as the sect leader has become almost ceremonial, merely a messenger for the 3 figures preceding him. After the council concluded, the representatives from various factions dispersed. They had gathered to confer a new name upon the Xianling sect, discussing from day to night. Yet, the hesitant Saint Xuzi had yet to make a decisive proclamation. The representatives exchanged glances, thinking, "You are a sect leader after all. Why the hesitation over a mere name?" In response, Saint Xuzi could only feign seriousness, attempting to project an air of contemplation. However, the challenges he faced were likely known only to him. Outside the grand hall, the evening breeze swept through, signaling the early hours of the morning. The representatives had returned to their respective lodgings to rest. Meanwhile, Saint Xuzi rose from his seat, preparing to report the results of the day's council to the ancestor Kong Xuzi. However, just as he stood, he was taken aback to find a wrinkled old woman standing before him. Saint Xuzi froze momentarily, but upon recognizing the familiar features of the silent elder, he realized that the woman before him was none other than the ancestor of the Demon Sea. Observing the situation, Saint Xuzi scrutinized the ancient one of the Demon Sea and somewhat awkwardly inquired, "Elder Demon Sea, do you have anything further to convey?" At that moment, the ancient one stood still, regarding Saint Xuzi with a peculiar expression, remaining silent. Meanwhile, a sinister breeze swept through the hall, causing the candle flames adorning the stone walls to flicker erratically. The ancient one's deeply wrinkled visage was intermittently illuminated and obscured by the dancing candlelight. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. In response, Saint Xuzi clasped his hands behind his back, as if groping for something, while casting a wary glance at the taciturn ancient one. The next instant, the ancient one clasped his hands and remarked, "Sect Master, I am uncertain whether I should disclose a matter." Hearing this, the extremely nervous Saint Xuzi abruptly exhaled in relief. It turned out that this elderly woman had lingered because she had yet to voice an important concern. Saint Xuzi had feared that she might take action against him under the pretext of a heavenly oath. He was nearly compelled to utilize the life-preserving talisman bestowed upon him by Kong Xuzi. Chapter 121, The Spirit Crystal Vein. So it appears that the elderly woman has something to discuss. Had Saint Xuzi succumbed to his impatience and activated the talisman, the situation would have become quite awkward if the ancient one refrained from attacking. "Speak freely, there is no need for hesitation," Saint Xuzi encouraged. Subsequently, the ancient one took a deep breath and began, "In truth, our Demon Sea Holy Land is not limited to merely 4 major spirit veins. Our Holy Land, located in the western region of the Eastern Domain, shares a boundary with the Central Domain. Recently, our cultivators in the Central Domain discovered an enormous spirit crystal vein, significantly more substantial than those of our Holy Land. However, before we could reclaim it, it was targeted by the Tianyin sect of the Central Domain." The Ancient One recounted the sequence of events to Saint Xuzi, conveying that an immense spirit crystal vein had been discovered within the Central Domain, but they had been unable to reclaim it before it was seized by the Tianyin sect. The adversaries asserted that anything discovered within the Central Domain belonged solely to their regional powers, forbidding external forces from laying claim to it. The formidable guardians assigned to protect the Demon Sea Holy Land were profoundly indignant about this. However, the Tianyin sects might far surpass that of the Demon Sea Holy Land. At that time, the Holy Master of the Demon Sea opted not to provoke unnecessary conflict. He intended to wait for the Ancient One's return from seclusion to inform her of the matter. Upon awakening, the Ancient One's immediate thought was to seek assistance from the other 3 major Holy Lands. Though the Tianyin sect was reputedly powerful, rumored to harbor a quasi-emperor-level ancestor in slumber within their ancestral land, no one had laid eyes upon such a being for millennia. The Ancient One's initial plan was to unite with the ancestors of the 3 major Holy Lands, masquerading as formidable entities from other factions to reclaim the spirit crystal vein, subsequently sharing the resources among themselves. The notion was indeed promising. However, the next moment brought forth another piece of news from the Holy Master of the Demon Sea. The three major holy lands of the Eastern Domain had all been annihilated, leaving only the Demon Sea Holy Land standing. The other three, the Misty Sea Holy Land, the Silent Sea Holy Land, and the Listening Sea Holy Land, had seen their holy masters, ancestors, and all-powerful beings within their ranks exterminated. This rendered her plans utterly futile. Upon learning that the assailants hailed from the southern Qingzhou's Xianling sect, the Ancient One dared not utter a word, hastily accompanying the Holy Master of the Demon Sea to offer apologies. In the end, they barely managed to preserve the existence of the Demon Sea Holy Land. Just when she thought the spirit crystal vein was beyond hope, a thought struck her during the meeting. Could they not seek assistance from the Xianling sect's formidable individuals? Naturally, at that moment, the Ancient One was not fixated solely on the spirit crystal vein. If one were to speak of spirit veins, the Demon Sea Holy Land had already surrendered 3 to the Xianling sect, essentially relinquishing its lifeblood. What further use would another vein serve? Yet, the Ancient One could not suppress her indignation. It was her Holy Land's cultivators who had first discovered the vein, only to have it usurped by the Tianyan sect. They had audaciously proclaimed that whatever was found in the central domain rightfully belonged to the powers of that region, asserting that outside forces had no claim. The mere recollection of this statement caused the Ancient One to grit her teeth in fury. Thus, she felt compelled to confide in Saint Xuzi. After pledging her heavenly oath, she too belonged to the Xianling sect. She would rather reclaim the spirit vein for the benefit of other factions under the sect than allow it to fall into the hands of the Tianyan sect. Meanwhile, upon grasping the full context of the situation, Saint Xuzi immediately comprehended the underlying message the Ancient One sought to convey. Her intent was straightforward. She wished to enlist the aid of the formidable beings within the Xianling sect to retrieve the spirit crystal vein that rightfully belonged to them. Sect Master, the value of that vein surpasses that of 3 major spirit veins. If our sect were to acquire it, it would be tantamount to gaining 3 additional major spirit veins. The Ancient One continued. Upon hearing this, Saint Xuzi fell into deep contemplation. Although the Xianling sect currently lacked for spirit vein resources, the Ancient One's assertion held merit. Who could ever claim to have too much wealth? Moreover, this vein had indeed been first discovered by the cultivators of the Demon Sea Holy Land. The Tianyan sect, disregarding the principles of precedence, had brazenly occupied the vein under the guise of being the overlord of the central domain. Such actions were indeed a blatant display of contempt toward the powerful of the Eastern Domain. However, this was a matter of great significance, for the opposing force was none other than the Tianyan sect, the self-proclaimed sovereign of the central domain, rumored to house a quasi-emperor level being in slumber within their ancestral ground. Even as the leader of the Xianling sect, Saint Xuzi dared not hastily acquiesce to the Ancient One's request. This matter necessitated consultation with Elder Kong Xuzi and Lu Chen. After discussing the Tianyan sect, the Ancient One took her leave. The Grand Hall was left solitary, with Saint Xuzi as its sole occupant. In that moment, he departed from the sect's main hall and made his way to the rear of the hall, where the Xianling sect's ancestral realm lay. Within the ancestral realm, a particular chamber remained illuminated, emanating a potent aura of sanctity. It appeared that Elder Kong Xuzi was still engaged in meditation. Thus, Saint Xuzi stealthily approached and softly called out to the room, "Elder, I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere within the small chamber instantly tightened. A figure clad in crimson robes emerged. "Young saint, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour?" Kong Xuzi inquired, casting a glance at Saint Xuzi, who appeared notably haggard. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The formidable powers of the Eastern Domain had all converged in pursuit of Lu Chen, while Lu Chen himself languished idly on Qingyun Peak, unwilling to intervene, leaving the burden squarely on the shoulders of Saint Xuzi, the sect leader. Despite the lofty status of the Xianling sect's leader, Saint Xuzi's cultivation level was merely at the 8th tier of the celestial realm. Yet, he was compelled to confront a multitude of ancient beings who had surpassed the saintly tier. The pressure of such a disparity in realms was palpable. Although Kong Xuzi felt some sympathy for Saint Xuzi, as the venerable ancestor of the Xianling sect, he would absolutely refrain from intervening. If he were to take action, what purpose would the position of sect master serve? At that moment, Saint Xuzi relayed the modifications proposed during the meeting regarding the title of the Xianling sect to Kong Xuzi. Upon hearing this, Kong Xuzi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the title indeed warranted a revision. After all, the current Xianling sect is no longer the small sect of Qingzhou from the past. It now stands as the dominant force in the eastern region. A name befitting its grandeur is certainly in order. Kong Xuzi expressed his thoughts directly. He believed that the matter of renaming Xianling sect could be entrusted to the young talents like Sheng Xuzi. He had faith in their discerning eyes. If the name they chose were to be unappealing, Kong Xuzi could always step in to teach them a lesson later. Old ancestor, there is another matter, Sheng Xuzi whispered. Upon hearing this, Kong Xuzi furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it? Why the secrecy? Subsequently, Sheng Xuzi relayed the information from the old ancestor of the Demon Sea regarding the Tianyin sect's seizure of the spiritual crystal mine. As Kong Xuzi listened, his expression gradually turned serious. Is there such a matter? Kong Xuzi said, gazing intently at Sheng Xuzi, his voice low. Sheng Xuzi nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Kong Xuzi hesitated. He felt it necessary to inform Lu Chen about this matter, for he did not dare to make a decision unilaterally. After all, the opposing force was the hegemon of the central region, and there was a potential risk of igniting a war between the central and eastern regions. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Xuzi instructed Sheng Xuzi to return and rest. He then rose from the ancestral grounds and made his way towards Qingyun Peak. Before long, a crimson figure darted through the vicinity of Qingyun Peak. Upon locating Lu Chen, Kong Xuzi almost instantly appeared by his side. Old ancestor, what brings you here at such a late hour? Lu Chen asked, puzzled by Kong Xuzi's unexpected nocturnal visit. Was there something amiss? Kong Xuzi glanced around before addressing Lu Chen. Indeed, there is something I must discuss with you. He then proceeded to share the words of the old ancestor of the Demon Sea with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen regarded Kong Xuzi with a look of confusion. A spiritual crystal mine? One that rivals 3 from the sacred lands? Precisely, Kong Xuzi affirmed with a nod. That is the exact wording of the old ancestor of the Demon Sea. Seeing this, Lu Chen scoffed. The Demon Sea sacred land discovered this major vein first, only for it to be usurped by the people of Tianyin sect? Are they truly taking advantage of the eastern region's perceived weakness? As the name Tianyin sect surfaced in Lu Chen's mind, he recalled some details about this faction. They had dominated the central region for hundreds of thousands of years. Since the fall of Emperor Pantheon and the subsequent reshaping of the cultivation world, the Tianyin sect had existed. It was an ancient force with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years. He had also heard that a few millennia ago, the quasi-emperor of the Tianyin sect had fallen into slumber within their ancestral grounds as his lifespan dwindled. So much time had passed, he wondered if that quasi-emperor still existed. This knowledge had been accumulated during his time as the leader of the Mortal Peak, when he had taken the leisure to gather information. With a faint smile, Lu Chen resolved that the spiritual vein must be reclaimed. It could not simply be relinquished to the people of Tianyin sect. Now boasting the cultivation of a quasi-emperor at the second level, he stood at the pinnacle of the continent. He felt no fear, even in the presence of formidable powers. How audacious of the Tianyin sect! Are they truly under the impression that the eastern region is devoid of capable individuals? Lu Chen declared solemnly. Instantly, Kong Xuzi grasped Lu Chen's intent. Then how about this? I shall accompany Xiao Yangzi to pay them a visit, allowing those ruffians to experience my might. Lu Chen chuckled. Old ancestor, there is no need for you to take action in this matter. He then produced the Qian Kuan 9-dragon cauldron. In his palm lay a shimmering little furnace, adorned with dragon motifs, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. This was the artifact bestowed upon him by the system from the realm of the great sage. Upon witnessing the radiant Qian Kuan 9-dragon cauldron, Kong Xuzi's expression shifted in surprise. A man of vast knowledge, he instantly recognized it as a great sage-level artifact. It bore similarities to the body-refining furnace used by the blood demon of the Jesuan, yet their statuses were worlds apart. Lu Chen then stated, Old ancestor, please take these elixirs crafted within and distribute them accordingly. Elixirs? Kong Xuzi echoed, momentarily taken aback. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled. Indeed, these are elixirs refined by the powerhouses of the 3 sacred lands, and they will greatly benefit your cultivation. After clearing out the 3 sacred lands, there remained some who resisted and refused to surrender. Lu Chen had directly cast them into the Qian Kuan 9-dragon cauldron, refining them into elixirs. Now, after considerable time had elapsed, the elixirs within had already taken shape. Kong Xuzi accepted the cauldron, lifted its lid, and extracted one of the elixirs, consuming it at once. In an instant, he felt as if he were absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, warm currents flowing into his body. He sensed a fiery energy within him, ready to erupt. Upon perceiving the shift within, Kong Xuzi opened his eyes wide, a burst of crimson light shooting skyward. Who dares to challenge me now? The next moment, a formidable aura erupted from Kong Xuzi's being. Merely from this one elixir, he had broken through 2 levels. Now, Kong Xuzi had ascended to the 4th level of the Great Sage realm. What immense power! Kong Xuzi marveled. his hands enveloped in mystical energy. Observing this, Chen nodded slightly. It appeared that the elixirs he had refined were indeed effective, capable of enabling a great sage to directly advance a level. While this seemed impressive, the cost of the raw materials was staggering. First and foremost, it required the Qian Kuan Nine-Dragon Cauldron in Kong Shuzi's possession, a great sage-level artifact. It was not comparable to the body-refining furnace of the Blood Demon. Without the Qian Kuan Nine-Dragon Cauldron, such results would be unattainable. Secondly, the raw materials consisted of individuals at the Saint and Saint King realms. All of these cultivators were refined, their essences distilled into a single small elixir. Despite its diminutive size, the elixir was packed with concentrated essence. Subsequently, Kong Shuzi inquired, "Little Chen, how do you intend to handle that spiritual vein? Surely, it will not simply be handed over to those fellows from the central region?" Chen smiled. "We will reclaim it and continue to house it within our sect. As the Xianling sect accumulates more spiritual veins, the spiritual energy will grow increasingly rich. For cultivators, practicing in areas of dense spiritual energy yields far greater results. This is precisely why everyone dreams of entering the sacred lands, for they are the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire eastern region." In the next moment, Chen tore through the void, extending a hand toward the expanse. In the central region, the 10,000 mountains stretched endlessly. The 10,000 mountains marked the juncture between the central and eastern regions, a region rife with mountainous terrain, making it the prime location to conceal spiritual veins. Recently, the Demon Sea Sacred Land had discovered a major hidden spiritual vein within this area. Yet, before they could secure it, they were already targeted by the powerful forces of Tianyan sect. The two factions have been locked in a standoff at the 10,000 Great Mountains for several days. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman stands poised in the air above the mountains, her sharp gaze fixed intently on the three men before her. This woman is none other than the most formidable sacred king of the Demon Sea Sacred Land, the Enchanting Saint. On the other side, the leader of the three men, clad in a tiger-striped garb, is named Lin Qingdong, a sacred king of the Tianyan sect. The other two men are Lin Qingdong's disciples, known as Ming Yi and Ming Er, both of whom possess initial stage sacred king cultivation. As they observe the arrival of three sacred kings from the opposing side, the Enchanting Saint feels an immediate sense of pressure, her expression turning grave. Do the curs from the eastern domain presume to take what belongs to our central domain without consulting the Tianyan sect? Lin Qingdong taunts, his expression one of provocation, as if he considers the decayed eastern domain utterly insignificant compared to the central domain. He cannot help but view those hailing from the eastern domain through a lens of disdain. "You seem to be all alone, little sister. Just look at these boundless 10,000 great mountains. Who knows how many wolves and ferocious beasts lurk here? How could you possibly venture out alone? How about letting your big brother protect you?" Lin Qingdong remarks with a smirk. As he speaks, Ming Yi and Ming Er exchange glances, both wearing peculiar smiles. Lin Qingdong, with a playful demeanor, hints at his prior knowledge of the fact that the Demon Sea Sacred Land is predominantly inhabited by female cultivators. If that is indeed the case, it is a place any man would yearn for. Upon hearing this, the Enchanting Saint furrows her brow. After living for over 10,000 years, she finds it utterly absurd that someone would dare to call her little sister. "Get lost," she replies coolly, her tone devoid of warmth. Seeing that the Enchanting Saint remains unyielding, Lin Qingdong's smile gradually fades. "Unappreciative woman, do you truly believe that after arriving here, you'll have any chance of returning alive?" He sneers, a disdainful glint in his eye. With that, he unleashes a powerful sacred realm aura, as if intending to compel the Enchanting Saint into submission through sheer strength. The Enchanting Saint, however, responds with a cold laugh. "You from the Tianyan sect seem to be no stronger than I. You genuinely think you can hold me here?" Her words are laced with mockery, further inciting Lin Qingdong's ire. "This spirit vein was first discovered by my Demon Sea Sacred Land. Surely you understand the principle of first come, first served? If you have any sense, you will leave promptly, or I shall not hesitate to be rude." The Enchanting Saint declares, her sacred realm energy surging forth with immense might. Since returning from her confinement, she has experienced a breakthrough, and her cultivation now rivals that of Lin Qingdong. Lin Qingdong smirks. "Do not forget, this is the central domain. Are you planning to oppose the Tianyan sect?" "I care not for your sect or any other. I only know this spirit vein belongs to my Demon Sea Sacred Land. Anyone who dares to interfere shall face my wrath." The Enchanting Saint stands her ground fiercely. "Then die," Lin Qingdong commands, choosing to forego any further banter. He orders an attack, intent on capturing this insolent woman and venting his frustrations upon her. At his command, Ming Yi and Ming Er, who had been waiting in place, swiftly appear on either side of the enchanting saint, effectively surrounding her. The enchanting saint glances around, unimpressed. Do you think I fear three of you? With a swift motion, she conjures a long whip, a sacred realm artifact. She had previously evaded a terrifying adversary in the Forbidden Land, compared to that formidable figure. These three are hardly a concern. Let us all attack together and subdue her. Lin Qingdong shouts, his body trembling with anticipation as he strikes out with a force that seems to sweep everything before it. Ming Yi and Ming Air seize the opportunity to strike in unison. The four engage in a fierce battle, and though the enchanting saint stands alone, her aura is so potent that even the combined might of Lin Qingdong and his disciple struggles to subdue her. Just as the conflict reaches a fever pitch, dark clouds gather ominously in the sky, and a rift in space is torn open. A colossal hand, imbued with spiritual energy, emerges from the rift, reaching directly for the great spirit vein hidden within the 10,000 great mountains. Upon sensing this intrusion, Lin Qingdong is filled with dread. How audacious! This is the spirit vein coveted by my Tianyan sect. Do you seek to make an enemy of us by forcefully seizing it? He shouts, his voice filled with urgency. He and his companions have stood guard for several days, repelling numerous incursions aimed at claiming the vein. Otherwise, they would have secured it for the Tianyan sect long ago. As they besiege the enchanting saint, another party dares to attempt seizing the spirit vein? This is sheer audacity, an insult to their efforts. Without hesitation, Lin Qingdong's figure flickers, and he swiftly moves next to the colossal hand. Ming Yi and Ming Air cease their engagement with the enchanting saint and follow closely behind him. The enchanting saint, curious, also trails after them. However, upon witnessing the enormous hand emerging from the void, they collectively gasp in astonishment. Which formidable figure dares to intervene, intending to forcibly claim the spirit vein? Upon recognizing the familiar hue of the figure's attire, the enchanting saint deduces the identity of the hand's owner. She suspects it is her ancestor who has summoned a powerful ally from Qingzhou to assist her. If that is the case, this should bode well for her. This spirit vein belongs to my Tianyan sect, and I have been tasked with guarding it for several days. Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? Lin Qingdong seethes, his teeth clenched. He had intended to act, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from the hand is far beyond what the three of them can withstand. He repeatedly invokes the name of the Tianyan sect to instill fear, as they are the sovereign of the central domain. Who would dare to provoke them? Yet, the colossal hand pays Lin Qingdong no heed, continuing its relentless pursuit of the spirit vein hidden beneath the mountains. Like a golden dragon, the massive vein is uprooted and drawn into the void. Meanwhile, witnessing the spirit vein being taken, Lin Qingdong grits his teeth in fury. You will pay for this. No matter who you are, the Tianyan sect will not let this matter rest. He bellows, even as the rift in the void remains partially open. At that moment, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, and a surge of immense energy erupts from within the rift. Upon witnessing this scene, the originally triumphant expression of the enchanting sage abruptly froze, and in an instant, he retreated several hundred miles. The next moment, that colossal hand once again emerged from the void, descending towards the direction of Lin Qingdong and his companions. Observing this spectacle, Lin Qingdong and his companions were instantly stricken with terror. As the overwhelming hand thundered down upon them, they were left with no time to contemplate their options and scattered in different directions to escape. Yet, that immense hand paid no heed to the other two, relentlessly pursuing Lin Qingdong's fleeing form. Damn it! I am a disciple of the Tianyan sect. How dare you target me? Lin Qingdong roared in fury. However, before he could finish his words, he was obliterated into nothingness by that gigantic hand. Immediately thereafter, a voice of profound authority echoed through the void. The Lingmai Xianxing sect has claimed it. If the Tianyan sect has any objections, let them come to Qingzhou. Subsequently, the enormous hand retreated back into the void, and the spatial rift closed at that moment. The 10,000 great mountains resumed their original appearance. Thousands of miles away from the 10,000 great mountains, Ming Yi and Ming Air exchanged anxious glances, still shaken by the earlier spectacle. That scene had been utterly terrifying. They had never anticipated the existence of such formidable beings within the eastern region. Even more astonishing was the fact that the colossal hand had disregarded the Tianyan sect's reputation and ruthlessly subdued their elder brother, Lin Qingdong. Without further adu, they turned their backs and hastily fled towards the Tianyan sect. Meanwhile, in the western region, within a shadowy valley, a spatial passage gradually opened. Moon Wujing stepped out from the passage, and at a glance, the once dim valley erupted with searing heat. The ground was riddled with massive fissures, gaping like the jaws of hell. The cracks were filled with molten lava, continuously spewing forth acrid fumes and thick smoke. As one ventured further, it became apparent that this dark valley was enveloped in an eerie red glow, evoking a sense of impending doom and unease. This place was none other than the forbidden land of the western region, the infernal abyss. The fissures of lava extended for thousands of miles and concealed numerous otherworldly beasts unseen by mortals. Without cultivation surpassing the great sage realm, stepping foot here would likely lead to a grim demise. At this moment, standing outside the spatial passage, Moon Wujin gazed into the boundless infernal abyss, seemingly in search of something. Suddenly, the voice of the blood demon ancestor resonated in his mind. What brings you to this cursed place? Is there something here that can help me break my seal? The blood demon ancestor inquired with puzzlement. Since departing from the sacred land of misty seas, he had entrusted a fragment of his consciousness to Moon Wujin, allowing for ongoing communication despite the absence of an altar. Now, Moon Wujin approached the fissure, smiling as he looked at the lava below. You are correct. This place indeed harbors something that can unbind your seal. Moon Wujin replied with a slight smile. At this, the blood demon ancestor's expression flickered. Could it be that underneath this lava lies a treasure capable of breaking the seal? The blood demon ancestor's gaze towards Moon Wujin grew increasingly perplexed. Great demon god, I owe you no debt. What is it that drives your assistance? He suddenly questioned. The maxim of no goodwill without ulterior motives was not lost on the blood demon ancestor. He could not shake the feeling that this great demon god had his own agenda behind the assistance. Taken aback, Moon Wujin had not anticipated such a query from the blood demon ancestor. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. However, in the next instant, his mind raced. Your aim is to break the seal and allow your true form to return to the continent. My goal is to eternally possess the primordial divine weapon of the Pantheon Emperor, the six-winged divine sword. Blood demon ancestor, our common foe is that empress. The empress herself is immensely powerful, making her difficult to challenge. Moreover, she has allied with the child of great fortune. My strength has yet to fully recover, and alone, I cannot contend with the two of them. Suddenly, Moon Wujin's expression darkened. Thus, I require a helper, a formidable ally. And that ally is you. Moon Wujin coldly laughed. If we eliminate the empress and the child of great fortune, no force on the continent will be able to withstand us, and thereafter, we can sweep away any forces that oppose us. In the end, we shall reign supreme. The more he spoke, the more excitement bubbled within him, revealing a fervent yearning. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor's expression turned peculiar. He furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. To reign supreme together? I find that hard to believe. But considering the unsealing, even though my cultivation has waned, I am still on the brink of emperor status. This great demon god currently possesses merely the great sage cultivation, obtained through the usurpation of another's body. Once I am freed from my seal, the first thing I shall do is crush him with a mere slap. He seeks to use me. Once I emerge, he shall see. At that moment, the blood demon ancestor smiled and said, Fear not. Once I am freed, who in this world can stand against us? To reign supreme is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Moon Wujin smiled. If that is the case, let us descend. Agreed, replied the blood demon ancestor. Then, Moon Wujin leaped into the fissure, activating a protective aura of spiritual energy, and plunged into the depths of the lava. Meanwhile, a slight smile crept upon Moon Wujin's lips as he contemplated the high vigilance of the old fellow. Were it not for the necessity of using him as a shield, he would not exert such effort to deceive him. However, everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. As long as the blood demon ancestor agreed to be released, he felt a renewed sense of optimism. Before long, Moon Wujin's figure had reached the bottom of the lava layer. What greeted his eyes, aside from the vast expanse of scorching lava, was an altar enveloped in spiritual energy. Thereafter, Moon Wujin recited several incantations towards the altar. In an instant, the altar erupted with a conflicting black light. A mysterious passageway suddenly materialized before him. Without hesitation, Moon Wujin entered the passage and soon found himself in a shadowy world. Before him loomed a gigantic tomb. Although it appeared ancient, it emanated a remnant of terrifying imperial might. Could this possibly be the tomb of the emperor? Is this indeed the legendary tomb of the Pantheon Emperor, constructed by the descendants of the imperial clan? Upon witnessing the tomb radiating with overwhelming pressure, the blood demon ancestor could not help but inquire. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Wujia smiled faintly and remarked, Indeed, a place that all yearn for. The miniature world formed from the body of a mysterious powerhouse. This is the forbidden zone of the divine realm. What lies before you is the tomb of the Emperor Pantiandi, the imperial mausoleum. At these words, the blood demon ancestor's expression quivered. He had previously dispatched the blood demon Jesuin to explore the location of the imperial mausoleum on the mainland. Not only did it consume tens of thousands of years, but it also yielded no results. Furthermore, Jesuin had lost his life in the process. He never anticipated that the imperial mausoleum would be hidden within the forbidden zone of the divine realm. This was something the blood demon ancestor could not have foreseen. Indeed, the descendants of the imperial clan are cunning, establishing the emperor's tomb right within this forbidden zone. Noticing that the blood demon ancestor remained silent, xianxiaaudiobooks immediately surmised his thoughts. Such a mysterious space is, without a doubt, the most suitable location for the emperor's mausoleum. The forbidden zone of the divine realm not only opens at unpredictable times, but even entering it reveals a space fraught with unpredictable transformations and countless unknown dangers. The descendants of the imperial clan truly deserve their lineage. They have devised such a method. If this is the case, it seems that no one in the world today can truly locate the imperial mausoleum, not even the descendants of the imperial clan themselves, unless those beings from the heavens. At this juncture, xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly paused, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Yet, there are always those who surpass others, realms beyond realms. Long ago, during my previous entry into the forbidden zone of the divine realm, I had already made preparations. But to my surprise, just as I emerged from the forbidden zone, I was suppressed by those entities from the heavens. This preparation has lingered for tens of thousands of years. I wonder if I should consider this cleverness or misfortune. Meanwhile, upon realizing that this was indeed the true imperial mausoleum, the blood demon ancestor's eyes gleamed with fervor. This is it. If only I can find that item. I, the blood demon ancestor, can break free from my seal and descend upon the mainland once more. And this time, without an emperor, I shall be unstoppable. However, at that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind xianxiaaudiobooks. Simultaneously, a grotesque, horned beast, sensing an intruder in its territory, struck towards xianxiaaudiobooks with a powerful paw. In the next instant, xianxiaaudiobooks' figure flickered, and he appeared behind the colossal beast in an instant, with the six-winged divine sword in hand. He swung fiercely at the beast's back. Boom! The tremendous sword light instantaneously cleaved the beast's body in two, resulting in a massive explosion at the sight. Subsequently, xianxiaaudiobooks leaped back a step, stabilizing his form. The blood demon ancestor was taken aback. The strength of this beast was at least at the late to peak stage of the great sage realm, yet it was dispatched by xianxiaaudiobooks in a single move? Wasn't that fellow also merely at the great sage realm after seizing a new body? Yet, as he glanced at the six-winged divine sword in xianxiaaudiobooks' grasp, he realized it was the divine weapon of Emperor Pantiandi. If such a divine weapon was present, it was not surprising. However, the fact that a divine weapon of an emperor was wielded with such mastery by this individual was indeed impressive. Truly, he was someone who had achieved the emperor realm in the previous 2 eras. The power of the forbidden zone of the divine realm has diminished significantly. Do you not fear that the space here will collapse under the pressure of your reckless use of imperial weapons? Queried the blood demon ancestor. He had ventured into the forbidden zone of the divine realm before, albeit that had been several 100,000 years ago. At that time, the power of the laws within the forbidden zone was extraordinarily potent. Even though the blood demon ancestor was a powerhouse at the emperor realm back then, the space of the forbidden zone could fully accommodate him. Yet now, the blood demon ancestor could distinctly sense that the laws of the forbidden zone had weakened considerably. It could likely only accommodate those at the quasi-emperor level. Should a true emperor appear here, the forbidden zone would likely collapse under the immense pressure of an emperor's presence. In response, xianxiaaudiobooks scoffed. The forbidden zone of the divine realm has not yet weakened to that extent. He then disregarded the blood demon ancestor and continued onward. Let us proceed. There are still many troubles within the imperial mausoleum that remain unresolved, and we must act before those individuals arrive. At this moment, an unintentional sly smile appeared on xianxiaaudiobooks' face. In the next instant, the space where the sword aura had passed began to spiral into chaos. Following that, a slender spatial rift gradually materialized. In the eastern region, the once clear sky suddenly exhibited a mysterious disturbance. A spatial rift appeared in the heavens. Within that rift, an invisible force began to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, flora, fauna, and everything else. However, before anything could approach the spatial rift, it was obliterated into nothingness by the powerful twisting storm emanating from it. As the suction intensified, the rift continued to expand. Initially just a 10-foot-long fissure, it soon stretched several miles in length. The rift resembled a demon with a gaping maw, greedily consuming everything in its vicinity. Goodness! Quickly, look at what is in the sky. It's enormous. Could it be that a powerful being has opened a rift in the heavens with a single sword strike? The cultivators throughout the eastern region began to murmur among themselves, speculating on the nature of this phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the Xianling sect in the eastern region, upon witnessing the ever-widening spatial rift, Kong Shuzi, the sect's ancestor, could not help but furrow his brow. Even from a distance, he could sense the aura of the world emanating from within the rift. an endless expanse of darkness and unpredictable space. This was undoubtedly the forbidden zone of the divine realm. Realizing this, Kong Xuzi was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning grave. What is happening? Could it be that the forbidden zone of the divine realm has opened prematurely? Wait, this is not a passage to the forbidden zone. It is a spatial rift. He quickly came to a realization. If it were a passage, it would not possess such destructive power. This could only indicate that a collapse of space had occurred, resulting in the formation of this rift. But why would there be a rift within the world of the forbidden zone? What on earth has transpired? Could it be that there is a problem within the internal space of the forbidden zone? Thinking of this, Kong Xuzi's concern deepened. After all, the Imperial Mausoleum is located within the forbidden zone of the divine realm. If the forbidden zone were to be damaged for some reason, it could pose a grave threat to the Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 126, Life-Saving. At the same time, Lu Chun, Sheng Xuzi, and Yang Xuzi had arrived behind Kong Xuzi. The members of the Xianling sect were also captivated by the rift in the sky at this moment. Ancestor, what exactly is that? Why has a rift opened in the sky, and with such tremendous destructive power? Sheng Xuzi gazed at the spatial rift overhead, bewildered. He had been resting comfortably in his chamber when suddenly the sky transformed. Thus, as Sheng Xuzi stepped out to investigate the situation, he happened to encounter Yang Xuzi and Lu Chun. Come and witness it with them, remarked Kong Xuzi, his voice slightly hoarse yet unwavering. What? The gathered crowd, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of profound concern. The forbidden domain of the divine realm? Could it be that the forbidden domain has been opened? At that moment, the Grand Elder, Yi Tianxing, envisioned the possibility of seizing opportunities within the forbidden domain to ascend to greater heights. After all, he had just consumed a spiritual elixir crafted from the Qiankuan Jiulongding, propelling his cultivation from the 5th layer of the celestial realm to the 3rd layer of the path of inquiry. He now stood as a formidable practitioner in this realm. Having tasted a hint of success, the Grand Elder felt a sense of complacency, reluctant to engage in further cultivation. He reveled in the thrill of sudden wealth and enlightenment. Yet, as he began to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of Kong Xuzi's grave demeanor and the peculiar gazes of those around him. The half-formed words caught in his throat. Elder, what on earth is happening? If it is truly the opening of the forbidden domain, such devastation should not be possible. At this juncture, Yang Xuzi, standing beside Kong Xuzi, interjected. Having previously entered the forbidden domain through its opening, he instantly recognized that the formidable rift could not be the result of a mere opening. In response, Kong Xuzi replied solemnly, I too am uncertain of the cause. But it is evident that a rift in the forbidden domain does not materialize without reason. It must indicate that the world within has suffered some calamity. The world within has been harmed? Yang Xuzi furrowed his brow. How could that be? Even with the myriad of ferocious beasts lurking within the forbidden domain, they should not destroy their own habitat, unless... Yang Xuzi suddenly grasped a revelation. He exchanged a glance with Kong Xuzi, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, unless an outsider has breached the forbidden domain and wrought havoc within, resulting in the rift extending to our continent. But who could this outsider be? How could they possess such extraordinary powers? How could they locate and enter the forbidden domain before it was opened? These were the enigmas that eluded both of their understandings. Kong Xuzi, having survived for hundreds of thousands of years, had never encountered such a scenario. Casting his gaze upon the assembly behind him, Kong Xuzi spoke with unwavering seriousness. It is likely the work of someone with ulterior motives. Regardless, the barrier between our worlds has been shattered, and we must prepare for battle. His words sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. If the rift were to continue expanding, the collision of the two worlds was an inevitable outcome. The consequences would be the mutual repulsion of their spatial laws, leading to a catastrophic spatial tempest. It could very well result in the annihilation of the beings from both realms. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice broke the silence. Do not panic. Lu Chen stepped forward deliberately. While the rift may have been deliberately created by someone, their ultimate aim is unlikely to be the destruction of both worlds. Lu Chen's assertion drew the attention of all present. What do you mean? Yang Xuzi inquired, perplexed. Lu Chen's reasoning was straightforward. The annihilation of both worlds serves no benefit to any being within them. Moreover, if the perpetrator does not belong to either realm, they are presumably a true powerhouse who would have no interest in these worlds. Thus, I believe the one who intentionally breached the spatial rift seeks merely to open the passageway ahead of time, enticing the powerful from our continent to enter in pursuit of their hidden agenda. As they processed Lu Chen's explanation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. It indeed seemed plausible. Now that we are aware of their scheme, we must not fall into their trap, proclaimed Sheng Xuzi. Yang Xuzi chuckled. While you may not be deceived, there will surely be others who will. What do you mean? Sheng Xuzi questioned, confused. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled subtly. The opportunities within the forbidden domain are a coveted treasure for any force on the continent, especially for those ancient beings whose lifespans are nearing their end, relying on slumber to prolong their existence. For them, this represents a chance for potential breakthrough. Should they gain opportunities within the forbidden domain, they could not only extend their lives, but also grow stronger. At that moment, Chen gazed at the rift in the sky, his emotions swirling in complexity. He had previously heard xianxiaaudiobooks mention that the true imperial tomb resided within the forbidden domain. Moreover, his divine body had been discovered on the altar within that very domain and brought back. To unravel the mysteries surrounding his divine body, he would need to seek answers within the forbidden domain. Furthermore, with the imperial tomb situated therein and the spatial rift now forcibly opened, it implied that if the blood demon ancestor were aware of the tomb's location, he would undoubtedly take appropriate measures. With a deep breath, Chen acknowledged that numerous matters remained unresolved. However, this expedition to the forbidden domain should yield all the answers he sought. He then turned to xianxiaaudiobooks and inquired, "Elder, what would happen if I were to venture directly into the forbidden domain through this rift?" The assembly froze at his words. Was Chen truly intending to enter now? Absolutely not. Xianxiaaudiobooks responded with a grave expression. The rift has only just been opened. It is not yet stable. Should you force your way in, you risk being obliterated by the powerful spatial storms surrounding it. It is prudent to wait a while longer until the energies stabilize. Only then will it be the optimal moment to enter the forbidden domain. By then, others will undoubtedly be more concerned with entering, and you can follow in their wake. Chapter 127, The Master of the Celestial Cycle. At this juncture, xianxiaaudiobooks' demeanor softened into a smile. Indeed, the others he had just referred to were the powerful beings from various factions and ancestral grounds who had been dormant for an extended period. He sensed that, due to the rift's opening, some long-quiet presences in the continent were beginning to awaken. Xianxiaaudiobooks envisioned the scene that would unfold once the rift stabilized. He then fixed his gaze on all those present. With a commanding voice, he instructed everyone to disperse and prepare their countermeasures. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of the rift would undoubtedly stir tremendous upheaval across the continent. The dynamics across the four regions could very well be reshaped. As everyone departed, only xianxiaaudiobooks, Xianxiaaudiobooks, Tianxing, xianxiaaudiobooks, and Chen remained. Yet at that moment, xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly seemed to recall something, his gaze locking onto Chen. Meanwhile, a few imposing characters suddenly floated into the mind of xianxiaaudiobooks. They were the 12 grand characters inscribed upon the altar stone of the divine domain's forbidden zone, on the day of the divine body's awakening. The sun and moon will exchange their places. Subsequently, he slowly approached Chen's side. If you truly wish to enter the divine domain's forbidden zone, I implore you to undertake a certain task. At this moment, xianxiaaudiobooks' expression bore a hint of solemnity as he spoke. What task? Upon hearing this, Chen gazed at xianxiaaudiobooks with a measure of confusion. Ever since Chen had encountered xianxiaaudiobooks, this old man had always exhibited an optimistic demeanor, perpetually laughing and joking, lacking any semblance of an ancestral figure. Yet today, xianxiaaudiobooks imparted a distinctly different impression. In the face of a grave matter, his calm and rational demeanor provided a profound sense of reassurance, at least for the other members of the Xianling sect. However, if it were to be said that a sense of security existed, none could rival Chen, who was bolstered by the system. At this juncture, xianxiaaudiobooks continued, I hope that once you enter the divine domain's forbidden zone, you will locate the imperial tomb and eradicate a lingering soul within. This is not only a key item for breaking the seal of the blood demon ancestor, but, if exploited by those with ill intent, could pose a latent threat to the entire continent. Furthermore, after locating the imperial tomb and eliminating that lingering soul, I urge you to seek out the coffin of the great emperor Pantheon. For countless millennia, the will of the emperor has lingered within that coffin. Moreover, as the divine body brought forth by the great emperor Pantheon into the forbidden zone, I believe he has much to convey to you. Upon finishing, xianxiaaudiobooks nodded at Chen. In his heart, he speculated that if he were to indeed encounter the fragmented will of the great emperor Pantheon, it might not merely consist of a few spoken words. It was highly probable that the emperor's legacy would be bestowed upon Chen, elevating him to become the strongest of this era. Such a notion was not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded, committing all of xianxiaaudiobooks' words to memory. Now, they merely needed to wait for the spatial rift to stabilize gradually. However, this would likely require some time. In the central region, at the Tianyan sect, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and clad in a flowing white robe stood outside the grand hall of the Tianyan sect, quietly observing the scenery. This man was none other than Lin Wanshan, the master of the Tianyan sect. Just then, two figures hastily approached the grand hall, appearing quite disheveled. Upon sighting Lin Wanshan, they seemed to have found hope and immediately dashed towards him. Disciple Ming Yi pays respects to the sect master. Disciple Ming Er pays respects to the sect master. Seeing this, Lin Wanshan inquired with a puzzled expression, "Did I not instruct you to accompany Lin Qingdong in retrieving the great spiritual vein from the 10,000 mountains? Why do you both appear so disheveled?" Earlier, when the great spiritual vein from the 10,000 mountains had emerged, Lin Wanshan felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Thus, he dispatched Lin Qingdong along with Ming Yi and Ming Er, 3 powerful Saint Kings, to procure the vein. Yet, several days had elapsed without any word from Lin Qingdong. Now, only Ming Yi and Ming Er returned in such a state. "Explain this to me. What transpired?" Lin Wanshan's voice, filled with authority and anger, resonated in the ears of the two, startling them. They dared not conceal the truth and recounted the fierce competition with the experts of the Demon Sea's sacred land for the spiritual vein, and how Lin Qingdong was struck dead by a mysterious expert from the eastern region, who then seized the great spiritual vein from afar. Upon hearing their account, Lin Wanshan's expression grew increasingly grave. "Eastern region? Demon Sea's sacred land? Mysterious expert?" he murmured, contemplating how the Demon Sea's sacred land of the eastern region had the audacity to contend with the Tianyin sect for the spiritual vein. He then recalled what Ming Yi and Ming Er had just mentioned about the mysterious expert who killed Lin Qingdong. To Lin Wanshan's mind, the eastern region was merely a place in decline. Even the 4 ancient ancestors of the eastern region's strongest sacred lands would not dare offend the Tianyin sect. Beyond these 4 ancestors, who else in the eastern region could surpass them? Thus, Lin Wanshan turned to the two once more, asking, "Did that expert leave any message?" Upon reflection, they recalled his words. "The great spiritual vein has been claimed by the Xianling sect. If the sect master has any objections, he may seek me out in Qingzhou in the eastern region." Ming Yi's voice trembled as he spoke, fearing Lin Wanshan's wrath might lead to his demise. Indeed, Lin Wanshan was furious. Qingzhou, a mere speck within the declining eastern region, dared to treat the Tianyin sect with such disrespect? As Lin Wanshan pondered whether to dispatch experts from the Tianyin sect to obliterate all of Qingzhou, the skies suddenly roiled with ominous clouds. A colossal spatial rift emerged in the heavens. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Wanshan's eyes widened in shock. Though the rift's location was closer to the eastern region, its effects on the central region were still palpable, as the experts of the Tianyin sect could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations of the spatial storm. Could it be that the world of the divine domain's forbidden zone had been rent asunder? As Lin Wanshan gazed at the rift, a notion began to take root in his mind. Yet at that very moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the direction of the ancestral land of the Tianyin sect. Upon sensing this aura, Lin Wanshan's expression transformed in alarm as he considered whether the emergence of the spatial rift had disturbed the slumbering ancestor of Tianyin. In that instant, Lin Wanshan knew he could not afford to delay. With a grave countenance, he swiftly made his way towards the ancestral land, leaving Ming Yi and Ming Er behind. Rendered speechless. Chapter 128. The Awakening of the Ancestor of Tianyin. Within the ancestral land of the Tianyin sect, the divine domain's forbidden zone had been inexplicably torn open, revealing a spatial rift. Lin Wanshan trembled as he gazed deep into the ancestral land. A spatial rift? It seems that those old-timers will find no peace. Before Lin Wanshan could finish his thought, an exceedingly ancient voice interrupted him. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanshan ceased his speech and quietly attuned himself to the aura emanating from the ancestral land. When the ancestor of Tianyin had fallen into slumber, he had already attained the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 5th level. Now, after more than 10,000 years of dormancy, the aura of the ancestor of Tianyin was significantly more potent than before. Yet the timbre of his voice had undeniably grown frail. Reflecting on this, Lin Wanshan recalled the ancient texts he had perused, which contained such assertions. He had once read that upon breaking through to quasi-emperor status, cultivators would be subjected to the constraints of the laws. To advance further to become an emperor was a feat more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Throughout history, how many quasi-emperors had been hindered by the laws of the Great Path, ultimately unable to ascend to the pinnacle of emperorship, and perished in bitterness and resignation. Were it not for extraordinary talents, it seemed unlikely that one could ever tread upon the summit of emperorship in this lifetime. And now, at this moment, Lin Wanshan, who has reached the pinnacle of the great sage realm, stands on the precipice of entering the quasi-emperor state. Yet, upon witnessing the numerous quasi-emperor powerhouses who have succumbed to the inexorable passage of time, unable to break through and perishing as their lifespans dwindle, he is filled with trepidation. Deep within the ancestral land, the venerable ancestor of Tianyin, too, embodies a quasi-emperor who finds himself ensnared in the same predicament. The recent rift in the divine domain signifies an unprecedented opportunity to step foot into the divine realm ahead of schedule. Should one discover a chance for longevity within, it could provide not only the requisite lifespan to facilitate a breakthrough, but perhaps even extend one's existence. Such a prospect is more than enough to satisfy. Simultaneously, a frail yet formidable figure materializes within the ancestral land, the awakened Tianyin ancestor. Although his form appears emaciated, an aura of sheer terror emanates from him. Previously, he commanded the strength of a fifth-tier quasi-emperor, but as his lifespan dwindled, he was compelled into a deep slumber to barter for continued existence. The backlash from this slumber is now painfully evident. Upon awakening, he finds that he has but a month left to live. Should he fail to seize an opportunity for longevity during this expedition into the divine domain, it is likely that he will meet his end. In this moment, the Tianyin ancestor gazes longingly at the celestial rift, his wrinkled eyes brimming with desire. The other old-timers must have awakened as well. A voice, aged and resonant, reverberates again in Lin Wanshan's ears. As the Tianyin ancestor stirs, he senses the presence of several other ancient beings. His suspicions are confirmed. They too are unwilling to relinquish this chance to enter the divine domain, regardless of the cost they may incur. Now, the Tianyin ancestor turns his attention to Lin Wanshan. You shall lead the adept members of our sect to investigate the vicinity of the rift. Once the spatial tear stabilizes, I shall make my entrance into the divine domain myself. In response, Lin Wanshan respectfully acknowledges, yes, ancestor. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolds within the ancestral lands of various factions across the continent. Powerful, aged energies awaken, stirred by the rift's influence. Not only the venerable ancestor of the Tianyin sect, but also the quasi-emperor ancestors of the Abyssal Palace in the western region, the Eternal Night Palace in the northern region, and the Sun-Eating sect in the southern region have all revived. Though they dwell in disparate directions, their gazes remain fixated on the rift in the sky. For them, whether it be the rupture in space or the opening of a passage, any route leading to the divine domain is an opportunity not to be forsaken. The next occasion for the divine domain's opening is uncertain, perhaps tomorrow, or it may not occur for tens of thousands of years. Some may never witness the chance in their lifetime. Most will have their lifespans extinguished before the next opening arrives. After all, the divine domain is replete with unforeseen opportunities. If one could obtain even one or two, it could lead to prolonged existence. Thus, despite the multitude of dangers lurking within, it remains a place of fervent aspiration. Half a month has elapsed since the rift's emergence, and now it has expanded to a point where it can be clearly seen from any location on the continent. Meanwhile, the spatial storms surrounding the rift have gradually begun to stabilize. At the entrance of the rift, a scattering of cultivators has appeared. Some have come out of sheer curiosity, having waited for the storm to abate, while others are elderly figures exuding an aura of impending demise, as if they will soon transcend this realm. All of them gaze intently at the rift's entrance, their expressions filled with yearning for the opportunities that lie within. As the crowd around the rift swells, Lu Chen from the Xianling sect also takes note of the situation. He raises his gaze to the heavens, and, with a mere glance, discerns the cultivation levels of those gathered. The majority are merely cultivators at the Saint Realm. As Kong Shuzi has mentioned, the true ancient monsters have yet to arrive, indicating that this is not the optimal moment to enter the rift. Indeed, those ancient ones spoken of by Kong Shuzi undoubtedly represent the mightiest forces on the continent. The onlookers surrounding the rift are largely relegated to mere spectators. Given the myriad dangers within the divine domain, without formidable strength, they would struggle to contend with these ancient beings for any treasures. Even merely entering the divine domain through the rift would pose a significant challenge. However, at this juncture, powerful and formidable auras converge upon the vicinity of the rift from the western direction. Leading this formidable group is none other than the already awakened Lin Wanshan, the lord of the Tianyin sect. Behind him are the elite cultivators of the Tianyin sect. Lin Wanshan surveys the surrounding crowd with a stern expression, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the rift. Upon seeing Lin Wanshan standing prominently, Lu Chen is struck with astonishment. This middle-aged man possesses the strength of a peak great sage, surpassing even the elder of the Demon Sea. At this moment, Lin Wanshan turns his attention toward the direction of the Xianling sect. Fellow Taoists of the Xianling sect, if you possess the audacity to seize my Tianyin sect's spiritual veins, why do you not dare to reveal yourselves? Lin Wanshan's voice, though calm, resonates like a thunderous bell throughout the eastern region. Upon hearing these words, the formidable powers of the eastern domain turn their gazes towards the spatial rift. Upon recognizing the attire of the Tianyin sect, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this Lin Wanshan, the master of Tianyin sect? Has he actually come to the eastern domain? Given his recent tone, Could it be that he has come to confront the Xianling sect? Look, it is indeed Lin Wanshan, the master of Tianyin sect. The presence of such a powerful figure from the central domain's hegemonic force implies that the spatial rift has stabilized and is now accessible. Does it not? Did you not hear the Tianyin sect's master calling out just now? It appears he is here to stir up trouble. Not long ago, I heard that the holy land of the Demon Sea discovered an immense spiritual vein near the 10,000 mountains, leading to a dispute with the Tianyin sect. And it seems that a strong figure from the Xianling sect intervened and seized that grand spiritual vein. Are you suggesting that this incident prompted the Tianyin sect's master to personally lead his forces here to settle the score with the Xianling sect? It appears to be the case. My goodness, how formidable. The newly ascendant hegemon of the Eastern Domain, the Xianling sect, has barely settled in yet dares to challenge the dominant Tianyin sect of the Central Domain? At this moment, even the cultivators surrounding the spatial rift began to murmur upon witnessing Lin Wanshan's confrontational stance. The Xianling sect has obliterated 3 major sacred lands and compelled the Holy Land of the Demon Sea to submit, thus establishing itself as the new hegemon of the Eastern Domain. This alone is astonishing. After all, aside from the local cultivators of Qingzhou, those from the Eastern Domain had never even heard of the Xianling sect before. From their perspective, it was akin to 3 seasoned gunmen being taken down by a mere rookie soldier. Furthermore, a once proud Holy Land of the Demon Sea willingly serving the Xianling sect is nothing short of the most shocking news in the Eastern Domain in millennia. And how much time has passed since this event? Now the Xianling sect dares to confront the Tianyin sect? Is this new hegemon of the Eastern Domain being overly audacious? Perhaps we should maintain our distance. If a conflict were to erupt, it would be a costly affair for US. Some prudent cultivators, sensing potential discord, have already retreated from the scene. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, the members of the Xianling sect turned their eyes towards Lin Wanshan. 1 at the peak of the Grand Sage realm, 2 at the mid-stage of the Grand Sage realm, and 6 powerful sage kings. Seeing this, Kong Shuzi remarked solemnly, "The Tianyin sect truly lives up to its reputation as a hegemonic force of the Central Domain. Their very first move features grand sages and sage kings. Even if we combined all 4 great sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, we would still be insufficient to satisfy their need for a warm-up." On the other hand, observing Lin Wanshan shouting from a distance, Yang Shuzi smirked slightly. "It is merely 3 grand sages and a few minor sage kings. How dare they provoke us?" After consuming the elixir refined by Lu Chen, Yang Shuzi had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Grand Sage realm. Moreover, the venerable Kong Shuzi had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grand Sage realm, on the verge of breaking through. Not to mention the existence of Lu Chen, a peerless being. Lu Chen's cultivation had already reached the quasi-imperial realm. And let us not forget Yin Lao, Sect Master Sheng Shuzi, Grand Elder Yi Tianxing, and the various peak leaders. Under the nourishment of Lu Chen's spiritual peaches and elixirs, their average cultivation had ascended by an entire major realm. The 4 peak leaders of the Xianling sect, Yinshan Peak Master, Yunjin Peak Master, Zhenyuan Peak Master, and Xianling Peak Master, had even risen by 2 major realms. Even if they were to call upon the ancestors of the Tianyin sect, the current Xianling sect possesses the strength to engage in battle. Venerable ancestor, why not let us all join forces and show these Central Domain interlopers that we are not to be trifled with? Upon hearing the name of the Tianyin sect, Yang Shuzi rubbed his fists together, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Lin Wanshan and the others above. Several millennia ago, when Yang Shuzi had just succeeded Kong Shuzi's position, he had become a descendant of the imperial lineage that later clashed with the blood demon of Jizuan. During that time, due to this unique identity, he had been targeted several times by the powerful figures of the Tianyin sect. They had made multiple attempts to capture Yang Shuzi, seeking to extort information regarding the emperor's opportunities. Yet each time, Yang Shuzi managed to escape unscathed. Although the Tianyin sect gained nothing from these encounters, Yang Shuzi had kept this matter close to his heart. And now, the people of the Tianyin sect have delivered themselves right to his doorstep. How could Yang Shuzi possibly let go of this golden opportunity for vengeance? Just as Kong Shuzi was about to respond, a figure cloaked in azure slowly emerged before the two. "These individuals are here for me. I shall handle it," Lu Chen stated expressionlessly as he regarded Lin Wanshan and the others. Observing this, both Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi wished to say something. But before they could utter a word, Lu Chen's figure flickered and he vanished from their sight, leaving Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi staring at each other in astonishment. If they were to voice their thoughts, they might say that this young man is far too hasty, having dashed off before finishing his words. Yet, they refrained from expressing further opinions. While they might consider Lu Chen overly eager, they would never doubt his strength. On the contrary, both Kong Shuzi and Yang Shuzi found themselves somewhat concerned for the Tianyin sect's master Lin Wanshan. Though he stood at the peak of the Grand Sage realm, he was about to confront the first quasi-emperor born in the Eastern Domain after many years of decline. Chapter 130. Grand Sage versus Quasi-Emperor? The Tianyan sect? The notorious hegemon of the Central Domain? At this moment, an ethereal voice echoed within Lin Wanshan's ears. Simultaneously, within the void, Lu Chun took a step forward, and the scenery around him changed instantaneously, bringing him to the vicinity of the spatial rift. With that single step, he had traversed several thousand miles. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun found himself face to face with Lin Wanshan. Though surprised by Lu Chen's sudden appearance, Lin Wanshan quickly recognized him as the formidable figure from the Xianling sect. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wanshan, the master of the Tianyan sect, immediately wore a grim expression. He had come at the behest of the Tianyan ancestors to assess the situation at the spatial rift and ascertain whether the spatial storms within were stable. However, upon approaching the rift, Lin Wanshan sensed that the spatial storms had indeed calmed. He believed it was now possible to attempt a breakthrough into the rift and venture into the forbidden domain of the divine realm. Lin Wanshan promptly relayed this information to the Tianyan ancestors. Since the spatial rift hovered above the Eastern Domain, as soon as Lin Wanshan set foot in the Eastern Domain, he recalled the reports from Ming Yi and Ming Er, the members of the Xianling sect, fully aware that the Tianyan sect had set its sights on that spiritual vein, had audaciously seized it, and even slain Lin Qingdong of the Tianyan sect. Such actions demonstrated a blatant disregard for the Tianyan sect. At this moment, Lin Wanshan openly called out to the Xianling sect. He had anticipated that the arrival of a master from the Tianyan sect would compel the Xianling sect to abandon their resistance and submit immediately. However, to his astonishment, this young man in azure dared to mock the Tianyan sect outright. Such insolence could only be described as inviting punishment for refusing to heed the call for courtesy. At this moment, Lin Wanshan scrutinized Lu Chun across from him with a disdainful expression, remarking, "You, young man, cannot be the one who seized the spiritual veins of my Tianyan sect and killed one of my sacred king realm experts, leaving behind a message for me to come to Qingzhou to seek trouble, can you? Do not claim that my Tianyan sect did not offer you a chance. If you were to self-destruct your hands and submit to my Tianyan sect now, you might still have a sliver of hope." In the face of Lin Wanshan's taunts and doubts, Lu Chen merely smiled indifferently. "Submit? The spiritual veins are indeed under my control, and it was I who dispatched your sacred king. What then?" In Lu Chen's eyes, did this fool intend to avenge Lin Qingdong? A mere peak sacred great could hardly qualify. Even if the quasi-emperor ancestor of Tianyan sect were to arrive, Lu Chen would not flinch. His seemingly calm demeanor left the surrounding cultivators in the space rift utterly astounded. This newly emerged tyrant of the Eastern Domain was undeniably audacious. First, during the expedition to the Eastern Domain's forbidden grounds, he had slain 3 sacred lords, followed by the execution of 3 sacred ancestors, absorbing the essence of the 3 sacred grounds entirely. And now he was boldly confronting the Tianyan sect, who had bestowed such courage upon this youth. Not to mention anything else, if given the chance to submit to the Tianyan sect, they would awaken laughing in their dreams. After all, the Tianyan sect had a history spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Its ancestors had produced several quasi-emperors. It was an undeniable hegemonic power. For ordinary families or sects to submit beneath such a force would indeed be a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Yet, such so-called blessings were of no interest to Lu Chun. He only knew that with a hardened fist, there lay fortune, seeking death. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanshan was instantly incensed by Lu Chen's words. Before he could utter more, Lin Wanshan unleashed the full force of his peak sacred great realm, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura surged toward Lu Chun. How dare this boy openly defy him? Lin Wanshan's face flushed with humiliation. He intended to make this little brat evaporate on the spot. Altogether, let this rascal learn the consequences of offending the Tianyan sect. With a command from Lin Wanshan, several powerful figures behind him erupted with formidable sacred realm auras. They surrounded Lu Chun from all sides, trapping him within. "You dare show disrespect to my Tianyan sect? This is your fate," Lin Wanshan bellowed, then struck with a palm infused with unmatched might towards Lu Chun. Simultaneously, the other sacred realm members of the Tianyan sect joined the fray, aiming to cooperate with Lin Wanshan to annihilate Lu Chun right there. Within the Xianling sect, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Grand Elder watched in concern as so many sacred realm experts attacked Lu Chun. Will he be all right against 3 sacred greats? The Grand Elder voiced his apprehension. After all, only Xiaoxi and Xianxiaaudiobooks were aware of Lu Chen's quasi-emperor status. Hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled slightly. "Rest assured, even if that old monster from the Tianyan sect arrives, this lad will not fear him. They are merely a few high-tier sacred realm experts. But Lu Chun has reached the quasi-emperor realm. How could a few high-tier sacred beings hope to extinguish a quasi-emperor? Meanwhile, the cultivators surrounding the space rift retreated several miles due to the Tianyan sect's overwhelming assault. Nevertheless, their gaze remained fixated on the scene. Witnessing the numerous Tianyan sect experts attacking Lu Chun alone, they felt a pang of sympathy for him. Surely, only this green-clad youth could be treated in such a manner by the Tianyan sect? However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lu Chun erupted with an overwhelming aura. Instantly, a powerful imperial might emanated from him, rapidly spreading outward. The assaults of the sacred kings and greats were instantly shattered upon encountering this unparalleled imperial might. As they beheld this scene, the sacred greats and kings of the Tianyan sect were left bewildered. In the next instant, the imperial might surged beneath their feet. The two sacred greats of the Tianyan sect could not withstand such an overwhelming force. Their internal organs shattered, meridians severed, and they were sent flying like arrows released from a bow. Meanwhile, the sacred kings were directly crushed by the imperial might, resulting in their self-destruction. Observing this scene, the cultivators who had previously felt sympathy for Lu Chun now widened their eyes in disbelief. Sacred kings, just like that, perished in an explosive demise. They then turned their gazes firmly upon Lu Chun. Who exactly was this formidable figure from the Xianling sect? Imperial might. This individual from the Xianling sect was actually an imperial-level powerhouse. Some well-informed cultivators immediately recognized the aura emanating from Lu Chun. It had been over 10,000 years. A true imperial powerhouse had emerged in the eastern domain. Meanwhile, Lin Wanshan remained rooted in place, trembling in fear. The aura of imperial might was all too familiar to him. Impossible. How can this be? How can you be an imperial-level powerhouse? Lin Wanshan screamed in anguish. As the esteemed leader of the Tianyan sect, a peak sacred great, he had endured countless years of hardship, yet had been unable to transcend the tribulation and become a true quasi-emperor. The eastern domain had languished for over 100,000 years. How could an imperial powerhouse suddenly appear? But before Lin Wanshan could ponder further, Lu Chun raised his hand and aimed a slap towards his position. In an instant, boundless imperial laws enveloped the space. Even the cultivators around the space rift wore expressions of horror. If left unchecked, Lu Chun's slap would surely obliterate this space. Yet at that moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Then, an ancient and imposing voice resonated. "Friend, have you not heard that one should spare others when possible?" In the next instant, a gaunt old man suddenly appeared above the space rift. Hearing this, Lu Chun's attention was drawn to the elder above the rift. Simultaneously, the space began to stabilize as Lu Chun's focus shifted. Witnessing this, the cultivators beside the space rift let out a sigh of relief. Salutations, ancestor. Upon the appearance of the frail elder, Lin Wanshan, who had been horrified, instantly felt joy. Then, Lu Chun's gaze fell upon the gaunt elder. It turned out that this elder was the slumbering quasi-emperor ancestor of the Tianyan sect. Tianyan ancestor. Meanwhile, the Tianyan ancestor's gaze settled on Lu Chun. Upon sensing the aura surrounding Lu Chun, he was taken aback. The aura emanating from Lu Chun was all too familiar. It was indeed the aura of an imperial powerhouse. Realizing this, the Tianyan ancestor's gaze remained fixed on Lu Chun. He thought to himself, I never expected that after languishing for over 100,000 years, the eastern domain would produce an imperial powerhouse. Contemplating this, the Tianyan ancestor furrowed his brow. Upon closer reflection, this was simply an impossible occurrence. A formidable quasi-emperor must endure countless years of arduous cultivation, often spanning tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, one must also transcend the tribulations of the heavenly Tao to attain the true status of a quasi-emperor. Moreover, a quasi-emperor is already a colossal figure within the realm of cultivation. Such a powerful being undergoing tribulation. How could one possibly remain oblivious, even in slumber? Yet, judging by Lu Chun's recent aura, the venerable ancestor of Tianyan surmised that Lu Chun's cultivation level appeared to be at the second tier of quasi-emperor. In comparison to himself, the ancestor of Tianyan, this was indeed somewhat lacking. Old ancestor, Lin Wanshan trembled as he pointed at Lu Chun. This fellow has not only severely wounded 2 of our great sage-level warriors, but has also annihilated several of our saint kings. Ancestor, you must seek justice for us. Lin Wanshan exclaimed in horror. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the ancestor of Tianyan, he would have likely faced annihilation at the hands of Lu Chun. But now, the ancestor of Tianyan had arrived. Lin Wanshan's greatest hope, the mightiest ruler of the Tianyan sect, was present, even if the adversary was a quasi-emperor. What did it matter? Before his slumber, the ancestor had already attained the 5th tier of quasi-emperor. Upon awakening, the ancestor of Tianyan's aura was even more formidable than before. Lin Wanshan assessed that the current ancestor of Tianyin had likely reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier of quasi-emperor. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Wanshan's words, the ancestor of Tianyin's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as he locked onto Lu Chen. "You insolent brat." The ancestor of Tianyin erupted in fury. "How dare you treat the Tianyin sect in such a manner? Even if you are a quasi-emperor, you shall not be spared." As his words fell, the ancestor of Tianyin unleashed an overwhelming aura that instantly enveloped the area with the might of the imperial realm. Within the Xianling sect, Kong Shuzi's countenance tightened upon sensing the ancestor of Tianyin's formidable presence. This was indeed a quasi-emperor. Moreover, the aura of this quasi-emperor was vastly superior to that of Lu Chen. The two were not even on the same level. Could Lu Chen's divine body truly withstand such power? Worry etched on his face, he covertly reached behind him. On the other side, amidst the fissures in space, upon witnessing the ancestor of Tianyin preparing to strike, Lu Chen merely smiled slightly. "Come on, come and strike me," he beckoned. However, at that moment, a tempestuous change swept through the heavens. Looking up, several indistinct figures emerged in the void, each radiating an incomprehensibly potent aura. At the forefront stood a black-haired elder, his expression somber as he surveyed the space, an aura of terror instantly filling the air. Seeing this, the ancestor of Tianyin, who had intended to attack Lu Chen, was instantly drawn to the black-haired elder. The elder smiled faintly and remarked, "Ah, it is the old relic of the Tianyin sect. After several millennia, I thought you had perished, yet here you are, still alive." His voice resonated ethereally throughout the surroundings. Upon recognizing this familiar voice, the ancestor of Tianyin furrowed his brow. While the black-haired elder's might was indeed formidable, his lack of decorum was astonishing. It had been millennia since they last met, and he still could not refrain from uttering unkind words. The ancestor of Tianyin's gaze fell upon the black-haired elder, and he immediately recognized the identity of this brash figure. The elder, who had greeted him with such disdain, was none other than the quasi-emperor ancestor of the Mingdian from the western region, Ancestor Yuanming. Lu Chen, too, turned his attention towards Ancestor Yuanming. Who was this old fellow? Had he not intervened, the ancestor of Tianyin would likely have already struck Lu Chen. What a hindrance to his chance at great fortune. Yet, the aura of this black-haired elder was impressively powerful, hardly inferior to that of the ancestor of Tianyin. Subsequently, Lu Chen too opened the system panel to gather information on the black-haired elder. Ancestor Yuanming, ancestor of the Mingdian, the western region's overlord. Age, 49,999 years. Cultivation, 6th tier of quasi-emperor. Taken aback, Lu Chen realized that this black-haired elder hailed from the Mingdian in the western region, a powerhouse of the same tier as the ancestor of Tianyin. He had not anticipated that even a formidable figure from the west had arrived. Now, the most powerful leaders from both the central and western regions had gathered around the space fissure. Did this signify that the fissure had finally stabilized? Surely, the remaining 2 domain overlords would soon arrive as well. However, these ancient beings were adept at survival. With their lifespans nearing their end, they resorted to secret techniques to fall into slumber, effectively freezing time and slowing the passage of their lives. Yet, the cost of such actions was immense. Each awakening during their slumber consumed a vast portion of their lifespan. Thus, without a genuine opportunity for great fortune, they would not awaken lightly. Yuanming, it seems my predictions were indeed correct. Even you have awakened. It appears the eternal night and devouring sun-old fiends are soon to follow. The ancestor of Tianyin remarked with interest. In response, Ancestor Yuanming cast a chilling gaze toward the ancestor of Tianyin, sneering, "Whether they come or not is uncertain. However, I must advise you to set aside your conflict with this young quasi-emperor from the eastern region for now. If there are any grievances, let them be resolved after we emerge from the divine domain's forbidden zone. If you dare to engage in battle near the space fissure, do not blame me for turning hostile." Ancestor Yuanming's voice echoed ominously around the fissure. In that moment, the cultivators surrounding the space fissure, upon hearing Ancestor Yuanming's chilling laughter, felt an immediate chill run down their spines. Some among them quickly grasped the situation and chose to withdraw from the space fissure, abandoning the contest for the divine domain's forbidden zone. For both the Imperial Tomb and the divine domain, only the mightiest factions had the right to hunt for opportunities. Forces below the level of overlords would either meet their demise or simply serve as bystanders. Rather than risking such peril for a slim chance at meager fortune, it was far more prudent to focus on their cultivation. Chapter 132. The mightiest from 4 domains assemble. The ancestor of abyssal darkness sensed the overwhelming imperial might from miles away. Initially, he believed that the other 3 regional elders had already congregated around the spatial rift. However, Upon his arrival, he was greeted only by the familiar figure of the ancestor of heavenly transformation and an unfamiliar presence, a young man clad in green, known as Chen. After eavesdropping on their conversation, ancestor of abyssal darkness realized that this green-clad figure confronting the ancestor of heavenly transformation was, in fact, a newly emerged quasi-emperor from the eastern domain. Upon digesting this astonishing revelation, ancestor of abyssal darkness, despite his surprise, promptly admonished the ancestor of heavenly transformation. The implication of his words was abundantly clear. If a conflict were to ensue, it could be postponed. For should these two quasi-emperors clash here, they would likely obliterate the very spatial rift itself. Such an outcome would yield two catastrophic scenarios. The first would see the complete annihilation of this realm, potentially causing the rift leading to the divine realm's forbidden zone to vanish, thereby forfeiting any chance of entry. The second scenario would entail the violent energies unleashed from their battle further expanding the rift, resulting in a catastrophic collision between the divine realm and the cultivation continent, leading to a clash of laws that could spell utter destruction. Regardless of the outcome, neither scenario was desirable for anyone, especially for ancestor of abyssal darkness. Having awakened after a long slumber, he, like the ancestor of heavenly transformation, was left with merely a month of life. If this venture into the divine realm's forbidden zone did not yield the chance for immortality, he would likely succumb to the exhaustion of his lifespan and fade away. Even if he returned to his ancestral home to continue his slumber, upon awakening, he would find himself with only mere hours left to live. What difference would that make from death? Thus, this awakening represented their final opportunity. In their eyes, this expedition into the divine realm's forbidden zone could not afford a single misstep. After hearing ancestor of abyssal darkness's words, the ancestor of heavenly transformation pondered briefly before gradually regaining his composure, recognizing the validity of his counterpart's caution. Yet, he contemplated another aspect. If he were to act immediately, he was confident in subduing Chen, the quasi-emperor at the second level. However, should ancestor of abyssal darkness or the other two elders from the other domains seize the opportunity, it would render his efforts futile. Although he had yet to lay eyes on these two, it was entirely plausible they were lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Furthermore, should he eliminate Chen, the expenditure of his own power would be considerable, and he feared that unforeseen complications might arise within the forbidden zone. After all, this was a critical juncture, and any potentiality must be meticulously avoided. Yet, the ancestor of heavenly transformation's gaze remained fixed intently upon Chen, as if he were reluctant to relent. Observing the ancestor of heavenly transformation suppressing his aura, Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. This old fellow truly possessed remarkable restraint. Despite the circumstances, he managed to hold back from striking. It was no wonder he had lived for tens of thousands of years. He knew precisely how to weigh priorities. At that moment, two formidable presences descended upon the vicinity of the spatial rift. To the left stood a white-robed elder, poised in the void with an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. This individual was none other than the ancestor of eternal night, the elder of the eternal night palace. On the opposite side, a youthful figure exuding immense strength appeared, the ancestor of the Sun-Eater sect, ancestor of eternal night, the overlord of the northern domain, ancestor of the eternal night palace. Age, 49, 999 years. Cultivation, peak of the 6th level quasi-emperor realm. Ancestor of the Sun-Eater, the overlord of the southern domain. Ancestor of the Sun-Eater sect. Age, 49, 999 years. Cultivation, 7th level quasi-emperor realm. Witnessing this assembly, Chen couldn't help but marvel. It was evident that even quasi-emperors were severely constrained by the laws of this realm. The system panel revealed that all four elders were aged 49, 999 years. Yet, this was an understatement. If one were to account for their periods of slumber, their true ages far exceeded this figure. Generally, those capable of breaking through to the emperor realm were extraordinary talents among millions. Yet, even so, they found themselves suppressed within the quasi-emperor realm. Among the four, the most powerful, the ancestor of the Sun-Eater, barely reached the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm. This illustrated just how formidable it was to ascend to the emperor realm. It seemed that both of you were left with little time as well. Chapter 133, Heavenly Thunder. Upon encountering the ancestor of heavenly transformation and the ancestor of abyssal darkness, the ancestor of eternal night spoke with a hint of jest. Old ghost of eternal night, are you not in the same predicament? Had you not appeared before me now, I would have thought you had ascended to the heavens. In response, the ancestor of heavenly transformation remarked, indeed. At that moment, the ancestor of abyssal darkness interjected, enough. The spatial rift has stabilized. If you all wish to seize the opportunity for immortality, Prepare yourselves to enter the divine realm's forbidden zone. In the next instant, the four quasi-emperors were on the verge of action, ready to breach the spatial rift and directly enter the forbidden zone. But just then, the ancestor of heavenly transformation called Lin Wanshan over. Subsequently, he instructed Lin Wanshan, if you see that green-clad quasi-emperor entering the divine realm's forbidden zone, return to the heavenly transformation sect immediately and summon all our cultivators to obliterate this Xianling sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanshan nodded. Rest assured, ancestor, should this fellow enter the forbidden zone, I shall lead all the cultivators of the heavenly transformation sect to flatten Qingzhou, ensuring they never rise again. He replied coldly. The young man from the Xianling sect had not only slain several of his holy kings, but had also gravely injured 2 grand saints. Throughout his tenure as the master of the heavenly transformation sect, no one had ever shown him such disrespect. He retreated silently to the side, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen, vigilant to prevent any opportunity from arising. At that moment, the ancestor of heavenly transformation huffed, directing his gaze towards Lu Chen. What of the quasi-emperor from the eastern domain? If Lu Chen does not enter the forbidden zone, then once I obtain the opportunity, I can return and eradicate him. However, if he does enter the forbidden zone, then both Qingzhou and the eastern domain shall lose their support. Leading all the grand saints and holy kings of the heavenly transformation sect to level this place would be a matter of mere moments. Yet, at this juncture, several narrow spatial rifts suddenly appeared above the rift leading to the divine realm's forbidden zone. These rifts were shrouded in overwhelming black mist and crackling heavenly thunder. Simultaneously, a powerful suction force erupted from within the narrow rifts. They resembled black holes, seemingly intent on drawing anyone attempting to enter the divine realm's forbidden zone into their depths. Meanwhile, within the divine realm's forbidden zone, a scarlet eye suddenly opened wide. The human race? Are they about to intrude? Very well, let more powerful beings come to serve as sustenance for my revival. At the same time, as if sensing the presence of humanity, various auras within the darkness of the forbidden zone abruptly awakened. Outside the spatial rift, all eyes were drawn to the heavenly thunder amidst the black mist, their faces reflecting palpable fear. Esteemed ones, prepare to step into the divine realm's forbidden zone. An elder stepped forward at this moment. He surveyed the crowd behind him, his expression serene as he addressed them. The opportunities of the forbidden zone are meant for those who dare to take risks. Are you all merely waiting here, hoping for immortality? Subsequently, the elder gazed toward the direction of the spatial rift, his eyes brimming with fervent desire. His aura was waning, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. In his moment of despair, he had come to view the divine realm's forbidden zone as his final hope. And he was not alone in this sentiment. Almost all who faced the end of their lifespans and could not break through to the next realm shared this yearning. The divine realm's forbidden zone was a place of extraordinary significance. Within it lay the fountain of life, capable of prolonging the lives of those on the verge of death. Throughout history, numerous powerful beings, facing the twilight of their existence, had received the chance for longevity from the forbidden zone, not only resurrecting, but even advancing to the next realm to continue their cultivation. The purpose of these individuals gathering here was to seize the chance for immortality within the forbidden zone. The elder who had stepped forward to shout was one among them. Yet at this moment, his life was nearly extinguished. Rather than succumb to death in vain, he deemed it more worthwhile to charge into the spatial rift and enter the divine realm's forbidden zone. In this way, he would die with greater purpose than merely waiting to perish. With a powerful surge of sacred energy, the elder leaped towards the spatial rift. Upon witnessing this, the gazes of all present converged upon the elder. However, their interest in him stemmed from a desire to discern what would transpire upon nearing those narrow rifts. If even a sacred realm cultivator could not pass through, then what hope did they, mere scattered practitioners, possess? Yet it seemed that as long as this elder successfully traversed the spatial rift and entered the divine realm's forbidden zone, they would immediately follow. How intriguing. Observing this, the eternal night ancestor could not help but emit a cold snort. The heavenly thunder within that narrow rift possessed power rivaling that of a great sage. How dare a mere sacred king aspire to traverse the rift unscathed and enter the forbidden zone? It was nothing short of a delusion. The next moment, as anticipated by the eternal night ancestor, the heavenly thunder surrounding the spatial rift seemed to sense the elder's approach and struck down upon him. In response, the elder, seized by terror, hastily summoned a sacred defensive artifact, hoping to shield himself from the heavenly thunder's assault. However, in the following instant, the furious thunder surged forth, engulfing both the defensive artifact and the elder into oblivion. Witnessing this scene, all present could not help but gasp in shock. That elder was a sacred king, wielding a sacred defensive artifact. The combined strength of his cultivation and the artifact should have maximized his defensive capabilities. Yet even so, he could not withstand a single blow from the heavenly thunder. Those who had contemplated following the elder immediately halted in their tracks. If even a sacred king could not endure one strike, how exaggerated was this situation? It seemed that only those of great sage level or above could dare to confront the heavenly thunder directly. But among those present, how many great sages were there? Perhaps only a handful. And of those, how many could truly enter? At this moment, four quasi-emperors exchanged glances. The abyssal ancestor spoke. Why don't we join forces to enter the divine realm's forbidden zone? Upon hearing this, the other three quasi-emperors hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, their shared goal was to obtain the fountain of life. They needed to conserve their strength to confront the unknown dangers within the forbidden zone. If they exhausted themselves here, they would be even weaker upon entering. However, just then, the heavenly thunder surrounding the rift became increasingly volatile, actively seeking targets. In an instant, bolts of thunder cascaded towards the cultivators near the spatial rift. The scene erupted into chaos. The higher-tier cultivators reacted swiftly, dodging the incoming heavenly thunder. But those who were caught off guard were not so fortunate. They were struck down instantly, reduced to mere dust scattered by the wind. If even a sacred king could not withstand the heavenly thunder, what chance did they have? Soon, the chaos escalated. Virtually all cultivators were scrambling to flee the spatial rift, desperate to escape the range of the thunder's assault. Only a few figures moved against the tide, advancing towards the spatial rift. Among them were the four quasi-emperors from the four regions. The intensity of the heavenly thunder's attacks was akin to that of a great sage. For these quasi-emperor titans, such an intensity was not overly daunting. Nevertheless, they still did their utmost to evade the thunder's strikes. Even if the attacks were not excessively potent, who would willingly endure a hit from such thunder, employing their spiritual energy to shield themselves, utilizing their powers in resistance? Even if they could successfully enter the spatial rift, the exhaustion would be immense. Behind the four quasi-emperors, a few shadowy figures could be discerned, great sage powerhouses whose lifespans were nearly spent and who feared not death. They trailed closely behind the four quasi-emperors, persistently pushing towards the spatial rift. In a short while, the four quasi-emperors reached the entrance of the spatial rift. The rift loomed like a gaping maw of blood, instilling a chilling dread as they approached. The figures of the four quasi-emperors appeared minuscule compared to the rift, akin to insignificant ants. Standing at the threshold of the rift, the four quasi-emperors exchanged knowing glances, and without a word, nodded in unison before stepping into the forbidden zone. Concurrently, upon witnessing the four quasi-emperors sequentially enter the forbidden zone, Chen did not hesitate. His form shimmered, moving with astonishing speed through the area engulfed by heavenly thunder. Arriving at the entrance of the spatial rift, his speed was so swift that it rendered him nearly invisible, leaving only a fleeting azure trail in the sky. This spectacle left the onlooking cultivators utterly dumbfounded. In the realm of cultivation, immense power made all the difference. No matter the obstacles, true strength could not be restrained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Wanshan, who had been lurking within the Tiantian sect, clenched his fists with a crackling sound upon seeing Chen enter the divine realm's forbidden zone. How dare he slay the strong of the Tiantian sect and show such disrespect to him, the master of the Tiantian sect? This would surely bring ruin upon the Xianling sect. At that moment, one of the severely injured great sages from the Tiantian sect struggled to approach Lin Wanshan. Master, the ancestor and the other three overlords, along with that quasi-emperor from the eastern domain, have already entered the forbidden zone of the divine realm. What shall we do now? The great sage spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanshan retorted angrily. We shall proceed according to the ancestors' plan. Once we return to the Tianyan sect, we shall summon all the powerful members within to launch a bloodbath against the Xianling sect. Let that scoundrel understand the consequences of provoking the Lord of Tianyan. Ha ha. At that moment, Lin Wanshan's cold laughter reverberated throughout the surroundings. Gradually, their figures vanished from the spot, returning to Tianyan's sect to gather reinforcements. Meanwhile, within the Xianling sect, as Chen had traversed the spatial rift and entered the forbidden zone of the divine realm, Kong Shuzi, standing outside the grand hall, grew increasingly solemn. He fervently hoped that Chen would successfully locate the imperial tomb and uncover the fragmented will of the great emperor, thereby obtaining the emperor's legacy and returning safely. As for anything beyond that, it would merely be a bonus. Shortly thereafter, Kong Shuzi cast a sweeping gaze and retrieved a resplendent treasure from his sleeve. Indeed, it was the spiritual peach that Chen had planted. Consuming it would directly enhance one's cultivation. Although Kong Shuzi had already reached the 9th level of the great sage realm, the effectiveness of the spiritual peach had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, It could still allow Kong Xuzi to surpass the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm, evade the tribulation, and step directly into the Quasi-Emperor realm, becoming an unparalleled Quasi-Emperor powerhouse. In the next moment, without further hesitation, Kong Xuzi swallowed the shimmering spiritual peach. Instantly, a brilliant red beam of light erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. The overwhelming majesty of the imperial realm instantly filled the space. The moment Kong Xuzi opened his eyes, the formidable aura radiated in all directions. Even cultivators situated thousands of miles away, near the spatial rift, felt the terrifying presence. They gazed in astonishment toward the direction of Qingzhou. Could it be that yet another imperial powerhouse had emerged within Qingzhou? At this time, not long after their departure, Lin Wanshan and his group arrived in the territory of Qingzhou. This time, he had heeded the wishes of the Tianyan ancestor and brought forth all the powerful members of the Tianyan sect. 5 late-stage great sages, 3 mid-stage great sages, 2 early-stage great sages, along with dozens of saint kings. Including Lin Wanshan himself, there were a total of 11 great sages. The gathering of 11 great sages and dozens of saint kings was an explosive presence, regardless of whether it was in the east, west, south, north, or center. At that moment, the 11 great sages had descended upon Qingzhou, intent on annihilating the Xianling sect. Gazing in the direction of the Xianling sect, Lin Wanshan displayed a disdainful smile. With the absence of that green-clad quasi-emperor, what strength do you possess to contend with the 11 great sages of the Tianyan sect? Follow me. Let those ignorant fools of Qingzhou understand the fate of provoking the Tianyan sect. No sooner had he spoken than a massive warship descended from the heavens. The 11 great sages and dozens of saint kings stood upon the ethereal vessel, marching majestically toward the Xianling sect, simultaneously, within the forbidden zone of the divine realm. After traversing through the lengthy void, Chen slowly opened his eyes. What had once been a bright exterior had transformed into a pitch-black expanse within the forbidden zone. He scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of the 4 quasi-emperors. Moreover, the colossal entrance of the spatial rift had vanished behind him. At this moment, Chen pondered. Could it be as Kong Xuzi had suggested? The spatial dynamics of the divine realm's forbidden zone might refresh at any time, affecting those who entered. In other words, Chen had likely been transported to a different location within the forbidden zone. Chapter 135, The Perils of the Forbidden Zone. Faced with the surrounding darkness, Chen surveyed the area but found nothing amiss. This indicated that he was currently in a relatively safe position. In that regard, he was fortunate. Unlike others who might be directly teleported into a terrifying habitat, becoming mere fodder. At that moment, Chen spoke. System, please analyze this location for me. As soon as his words fell, the mechanical synthesized voice of the system echoed within Chen's mind. Ding. In accordance with the host's request. Beginning analysis of the world situation. Ding. This world is known as the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone, containing the purest springs of life that can restore dying cultivators and extend the lifespans of those whose time is nearly spent. However, it is fraught with countless ferocious beasts and cultivators trapped within the Forbidden Zone. It is a place of both danger and opportunity. Ding. System detection indicates that the host's current location is relatively safe. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, he had never actively engaged with the system. The system's voice only resonated when a powerful adversary launched an attack against him, triggering feedback enhancements. This was the first time he had conversed with the system, and he was pleasantly surprised by its extensive knowledge. It had analyzed the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone so thoroughly. Based on the system's analysis, it appeared that most of the cultivators who rushed into the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone were those on the brink of death, or perhaps under commission, seeking life-extending opportunities within the Forbidden Zone for their patrons. However, the latter scenario was quite rare. After all, in this world of deceit and self-interest, what kind of relationship would compel someone to risk entering a forbidden zone in search of opportunities? The life springs mentioned by the system were likely the long-sought treasures that these cultivators sought. If one could locate this spring of life, they might just secure their own longevity. However, Chen also noted a crucial point: the cultivators trapped within the forbidden zone. The moment the system mentioned this, he immediately grasped its implications. According to ancient texts, whenever the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone opened, a throng of powerful individuals would rush in. Yet, not everyone could emerge unscathed. When the spatial passage of the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone closed, typically half of the cultivators would be trapped inside. Those whose lifespans were nearly exhausted would often succumb within the Forbidden Zone, their remains attracting ferocious beasts to feast upon, ultimately leaving behind nothing but bones. Meanwhile, those cultivators who had not yet exhausted their lifespans might be hunted down by lurking ferocious beasts, becoming mere sustenance. Only a select few, those with formidable strength, could continue to survive within the Forbidden Zone. Their ability to enter the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone already attested to their power, and having survived for so long within, they had undoubtedly honed immense willpower and strength. Should they encounter those ancient beings, even a contemporary quasi-emperor would find it a formidable challenge. Subsequently, Lu Chen inquired of the system regarding the approximate location of the Spring of Life, as well as the whereabouts of the Imperial Tomb hidden within the Forbidden Zone. In response to Lu Chen's queries, the system presented a plethora of information. However, this data did not provide any direct indication of the specific locations of the Spring of Life and the Imperial Tomb. It merely stated that the spatial configurations of the Divine Domain's Forbidden Zone were subject to constant refreshment, rendering precise localization impossible. Observing this, Lu Chen ceased his inquiries. Although the system's passive abilities were indeed invincible, it could not be claimed that the system possessed omniscience. Lu Chen then gazed into the looming darkness ahead, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that the search for both the Imperial Tomb and the Spring of Life would have to be undertaken by him alone. Yet, considering the vastness of the Divine Domain's Forbidden Zone, it was likely to be an arduous quest. Meanwhile, the ancestors Tianyin, Yuanming, Yongyi, and Tunri had also been teleported to different locations within the Forbidden Zone. Upon their arrival, they immediately began to search their surroundings, relying on their memories. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The Divine Domain's Forbidden Zone was a place they had each entered at least twice before. Although the Forbidden Zone was expansive and continuously refreshed, they could still navigate by recalling their previous routes. At this moment, within the Divine Domain's Forbidden Zone, an elder with flowing black hair appeared in a valley. This individual was none other than the ancestor of the Yuanming Palace, Yuanming Laozu. Upon entering the Divine Domain's Forbidden Zone, he had been teleported to this very spot. His profound gaze surveyed everything within the valley. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the valley. A formidable aura instantly enveloped the entire area. In the next moment, Yuanming Laozu's expression shifted slightly. He sensed a terrifying beast lurking deep within the valley, its power at least that of a quasi-emperor. Faced with this situation, Yuanming Laozu showed no hesitation whatsoever. He raised his hand and unleashed a devastating strike, a terrifying imperial might erupting forth, shattering the valley into fragments. Simultaneously, a wail emerged from the depths of the valley. The quasi-emperor beast, which had yet to emerge, was instantaneously slain by Yuanming Laozu's powerful strike. Upon reaching the depths of the valley, Yuanming Laozu beheld a horned beast lying lifeless on the ground. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, causing several drops of quasi-emperor blood to rise from the beast's corpse. In the next instant, Yuanming Laozu absorbed them. He then let out a long breath. For while he was aware that this beast was of quasi-emperor cultivation, he remained uncertain of its exact stage. In a moment of desperation, Yuanming Laozu had unleashed his full power in a single blow, not anticipating that the beast was merely a fledgling quasi-emperor. Yet, the full force of Yuanming Laozu, at the 6th level of quasi-emperor, had been sufficient to obliterate it. However, the immense consumption of energy from that strike began to take its toll, and Yuanming Laozu's complexion grew increasingly pale. In truth, if not for the time spent in a state of suspended animation, he would have likely already been reduced to a mere skeleton. Since awakening, he had less than a month of lifespan remaining. His body could no longer withstand such overwhelming exertion. It was precisely for this reason that Yuanming Laozu had strenuously endeavored to prevent any conflict between Tianyin Laozu and Lu Chen outside of the spatial rift. Though he appeared to be at the 6th level of quasi-emperor, his strength had already diminished. The other 3 quasi-emperor ancestors were in a similar predicament. Yet, even with their diminished capabilities, dealing with a newly ascended quasi-emperor beast was still well within their grasp. At this juncture, having absorbed the quasi-emperor blood, Yuanming Laozu's condition slightly improved. He intended to continue forward along the routes etched in his memory. However, at that very moment, the spatial environment shifted unexpectedly. In less than a second, Yuanming Laozu found himself transported to a snow-covered mountainous terrain. Meanwhile, the ancestors Yongyi and Tunri had also found themselves refreshed in a different location within the Forbidden Zone. Their surroundings were comparatively secure, devoid of the immediate threats faced by Yuanming Laozu. Without delay, they commenced their searches in the vicinity. On another note, upon arriving at the Divine Domain's Forbidden Zone, Tianyin Laozu slowly opened his eyes. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. It resembled a vivid landscape painting unfolding in front of him. Lush, verdant mountains stretched endlessly, with beams of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Birds flitted joyfully through the trees, chirping merrily as they played. A multitude of wildflowers blanketed the vibrant greenery, and the gentle breeze carried the fragrant essence of nature to his senses. A meandering brook flowed nearby, its crystalline waters creating a soothing melody that filled the air. In that moment, Tianyin Laozu felt rejuvenated, as if all his worries were fading away. At this moment, as Tianyin Laozu surveyed his surroundings, he gradually relaxed. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had been relentlessly navigating a treacherous world rife with deceit and betrayal. Now, after tens of thousands of years, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. Yet, he could not recall the last time he had experienced such relaxation, as if he were merely an ordinary citizen living a mundane life, marrying, raising children, earning a living, and watching his descendants grow before eventually aging gracefully. However, upon awakening from this reverie, Tianyin Laozu was still that powerful quasi-emperor, with his lifespan dwindling. Should he fail to locate the spring of life and secure the opportunity for eternal life, not only would this delightful fantasy shatter, but he would also face immediate demise. Nonetheless, Tianyin Laozu felt an overwhelming sense of unreality about this place. Although he was within the divine domain's forbidden zone, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the outside world. Could it be attributed to the random refreshing of the forbidden zone's spatial environment? After all, each time Tianyin Laozu had previously entered the forbidden zone, it had been shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting the current sunlit, picturesque landscape. Regardless of the circumstances, since he had already arrived, retreat was not an option. It would be wise to venture forth and explore. Who knows what great fortune may await? With that thought, Tianyin Laozu instinctively moved forward. Before long, he crossed the brook and entered a fog-laden forest. Observing the situation, Tianyin Laozu utilized his spiritual sense, extending it to cover the area. Upon confirming that the region posed no danger, he felt emboldened to continue onward. Shortly thereafter, the sound of clear flowing water reached his ears. Approaching the source, Tianyin Laozu traversed through the mist, and a shimmering spring appeared before him. Witnessing this spectacle, Tianyin Laozu could not contain his joy. According to legend, the elixir of immortality within the divine domain's forbidden zone was none other than the spring of life. Drinking from the essence of life born from this spring would grant him eternal life. And now, a radiant spring lay before him, prompting Tianyin Laozu to burst into laughter. Could it be that he has just arrived, and has been transported directly to the location of the fountain of life within the forbidden zone? Such extraordinary luck seems rather excessive. Subsequently, the venerable Tianyin hastily enveloped the area surrounding the spring with his divine sense, seeking to discern if any dangers lurked within. Yet, this region surrounding the spring appeared utterly incongruous, as if it did not belong to this world at all. Tianyin's divine sense was utterly incapable of penetrating this area. Witnessing this situation, Tianyin's expression gradually grew solemn. He could not fathom the nature of this anomaly. He then concluded that this area was on the verge of being refreshed by the forbidden zone. It was gradually detaching from this space. Thus, Tianyin's divine sense could not penetrate it. In the next moment, Tianyin steeled his resolve. With a swift leap, he plunged directly into the spring. For him, retreat was no longer an option. It was better to take a bold gamble. Even if it led to his demise, he refused to perish in such a humiliating manner. Upon entering the spring, Tianyin did not behold the life essence he had longed for. On the contrary, an ancient and colossal palace suddenly materialized before him. The walls of the palace bore numerous cracks, marked by the passage of time. Faced with this sight, Tianyin felt a strong urge to retreat. Initially, he had thought himself fortunate to have been teleported to the location of the fountain of life. However, upon entering this spring, he found nothing but a decrepit palace. Tianyin truly believed he had stumbled upon some wretched stroke of luck, leaving him elated for naught. He then decided to turn back. He had just sensed that, although this palace was ancient and dilapidated, it emanated an ominous aura. It seemed to conceal some great terror. Although he was intrigued to explore further, he was alone. If other quasi-emperor elders were present, it might have been worth the risk. But alone, Tianyin felt that the odds were rather precarious. After all, this was a perilous realm where danger and opportunity coexisted. It harbored the immensely coveted chance for immortality. Yet, it also housed formidable horrors. At that moment, a resounding voice halted him. "Fellow Taoist, since you have arrived here, why the haste to depart?" A weighty voice emanated from within the abandoned palace. Tianyin, taken aback, turned his gaze toward the palace. As if sensing his scrutiny, the voice continued, "Indeed, it is here. Who are you, and why have you brought me to this place?" Tianyin demanded sternly, his expression grave. "Do not doubt, fellow Taoist," the voice replied. "I am the leader of the demon god clan of the western regions, known as the Great Demon God. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the heavenly Tao restricted my cultivation, even when I sought the path of the great emperor. I was perceived as a threat by those beings from the heavens, who conspired to suppress me here. If you would be so kind as to release me, I shall reward you handsomely. Reward? How do you intend to compensate me? Tianyin retorted in response to the figure within the palace. I see your vitality is waning. You are likely at death's door. I have dwelled here for hundreds of thousands of years, and I know precisely where the fountain of life lies. A chilling laugh echoed from within the palace. It was a suppressed manifestation of the great demon god. Upon witnessing a living soul enter the spring, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Your forceful awakening has likely left you with merely a month to live, has it not? If you do not obtain the essence of life to prolong your existence, your fate shall be nothing more than a pile of bones within this forbidden zone. Hearing the phrase fountain of life, Tianyin's eyes widened with fervent desire. Yet, simultaneously, he regarded the figure within the palace with profound wariness. This individual seemed all too aware of his current predicament. Should he choose to attack now, Tianyin feared he would be powerless to defend himself. Suddenly, laughter erupted from within the palace. Not only can I reveal to you the location of the fountain of life and the essence of life, but I can also grant you the power to become the sovereign of the entire continent. At that time, you may live as long as you wish, with no one daring to oppose you. Upon hearing this, Tianyin appeared somewhat swayed. He had been trapped within the quasi-emperor realm for far too long. He yearned intensely for power. He aspired to grow stronger. He longed to break through to the great emperor realm and become the first human emperor after the illustrious Pandiandi. Who are you really, and what benefit do you gain from aiding me? Tianyin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Meanwhile, sensing Tianyin's growing interest, the figure within the palace continued, I am the leader of the demon god of the western regions, the great demon god. I ascended to emperor status hundreds of thousands of years ago, even prior to your Pandiandi. You can fully trust in my strength. Upon hearing the name Great Demon God, Tianyin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had heard legends of the great demon god before. Historical records indicated that the great demon god was the most powerful among all emperors born of the continent, a peerless genius with the greatest potential to transcend into immortality. However, during the zenith of his power, he was suppressed by mysterious forces from beyond the heavens. The ultimate outcome, along with the whereabouts of the great demon god and whether he still lived, remained an enigma to the world. Yet now, the figure within the palace claimed to be the legendary great demon god. This left Tianyin incredulous, and he harbored doubts. Why should I believe your words? Tianyin pressed once more. In response, the palace echoed with a cold laugh. Your arrival here is no mere coincidence. It is the result of fate between us. Moreover, the path to immortality does not solely lie in the acquisition of the essence of life. At this juncture, the voice within the palace suddenly paused. Tianyin, having sharpened his focus, seemed intent on missing no information regarding immortality. If you were to obtain the legacy of a great emperor, you could equally achieve longevity. The voice within the palace took on a weighty tone, laden with temptation. Hearing this, Tianyin shuddered involuntarily. The legacy of a great emperor. His gaze fell upon the interior of the palace, his expression betraying his growing excitement. If he could gain the legacy of a great emperor, not only could he continue to exist, but his strength would also significantly increase. Such an opportunity was immensely coveted, perhaps even more precious than the essence of life. Yet, could the words of this figure within the palace be trusted? Subsequently, Tianyin's expression turned serious, and he inquired cautiously, what do you require of me? What must I do? As the venerable Tianyin ancestor took the bait, the figure from the palace continued, you shall first enter the palace, where a coffin resides, containing the remains of a long-departed emperor. Should you manage to absorb the essence of that body, you will attain the path to becoming an emperor, rendering any search for other life essences unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Tianyin ancestor gazed curiously towards the palace. At that very moment, as if responding to a silent call, the palace doors swung open of their own accord. From a distance, Tianyin ancestor beheld a coffin enveloped in a crimson light. You see that coffin shrouded in red light? Simply step inside, open it, and absorb the emperor's remains to inherit the emperor's legacy. From that point on, whether in the divine domain's forbidden zone or the mainland, you shall hold dominion. The palace figure continued. Staring at the coffin surrounded by red light, Tianyin ancestor felt a momentary daze, wavering in his resolve. Yet in the next heartbeat, he recalled his dwindling lifespan, with less than a month remaining. If he did not discover an opportunity for longevity in the divine domain's forbidden zone, he would likely meet his end here. Furthermore, should any of the other three quasi-emperor ancestors obtain the opportunity for eternal life and return to the mainland, it would signify a monumental shift in power. However, if it were he, the Tianyin ancestor, who seized the chance for longevity or the emperor's legacy, upon his emergence from the forbidden zone, He could lead the Tianyin sect to cleanse the mainland, eradicating all other dominant forces. In that scenario, they would reign supreme, potentially breaking through to the emperor realm and becoming the emperor of humankind. Thus, Tianyin ancestor could ascend as the world's sovereign, ruling over the continent. Yet, if it were not meant to be for him, the Tianyin sect might face utter annihilation, even being erased from existence on the mainland. The conflict between these two possibilities raged within Tianyin ancestor's mind, leaving him in a state of indecision. But in the next moment, with unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon the palace, as if having reached a momentous decision. For him, he did not wish to succumb to death so easily. With less than a month to live, the Tianyin ancestor yearned to seize this rare opportunity. Subsequently, he took a resolute step forward, striding towards the palace doors. Just as he fully entered the palace, the doors slammed shut behind him. Simultaneously, an eerie, chilling laughter echoed from within the palace. In the next instant, a beam of light shot skyward, soaring towards the imperial tomb. Meanwhile, at the other end of the divine domain's forbidden zone, Yu Wujia, having entered the imperial tomb, found himself in a vast prison. As the tomb of a human emperor who had ascended after him, Yu Wujia found nothing within that piqued his interest. Not even the treasures and life essences that the surrounding cultivators scrambled to claim held any allure for him. Just then, a beam of light emerged from the distance, piercing directly into Yu Wujia's body. In the next moment, as if receiving the message conveyed by the light, Yu Wujia burst into hearty laughter, filling the entire prison of the imperial tomb with his mirth. Chapter 138, A Web of Schemes. Yu Wujia surveyed the imperial tomb with a cold, calculating gaze. After several millennia, the second phase of the plan had finally come to fruition. Even the doppelganger on the other side of the forbidden zone had been released. Yet now, Yu Wujia was poised to embark on the third phase of his plan, releasing his true form. Reflecting on this, as the completion of the plan drew near, a smirk crept upon Yu Wujia's lips. This third phase would hinge upon the blood demon ancestor, who had clashed fiercely with the Pantheon Emperor eons ago and had been sealed away due to Pantheon's self-sacrifice. After all, releasing his true form required nourishment. What are you laughing about? Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, the blood demon ancestor's consciousness, residing within Yu Wujia's body, inquired, sensing Yu Wujia's unusual demeanor. Observing Yu Wujia's peculiar state, the blood demon ancestor felt a flicker of confusion. However, in the next moment, he joyfully exclaimed, "Could it be that my impending release brings you joy?" To this, Yu Wujia replied with a cold smile, "Indeed, blood demon ancestor. Once you break free from your seal, it will be time for us to dominate the continent together. At that point, no one will be able to stop us." Witnessing this, the blood demon ancestor displayed a smug grin, yet beneath it lurked a sinister edge. His keen eyes bore into Yu Wujia's, as if to say, "Do not speak of dominating the continent. As soon as the seal is broken, and I emerge, I shall swiftly eliminate you." At that moment, Yu Wujia's expression sharpened. He seemed to have gleaned the blood demon ancestor's intentions. Yet, he remained utterly unperturbed. Should the doppelganger on the other side of the forbidden zone succeed, he would gain a puppet at the quasi-emperor midstage. Even if the blood demon ancestor harbored ulterior motives, he would have nothing to fear. Brother demon god, what is this treasure within the imperial tomb that can break the seal? The blood demon ancestor inquired, sensing the moment was ripe. He knew that a means to dispel his seal must exist within the imperial tomb, yet he remained ignorant of what it truly was. Previously, he had sought the return of the blood demon to the mainland, driven by the quest for this very treasure. However, he had not anticipated that the descendants of the imperial clan and the so-called child of fortune would prove to be so formidable. Even the capable and loyal subordinate, Jesuin blood demon, had found himself at a disadvantage against them, leaving the blood demon ancestor in a position of utter reliance on the formidable Yu Wujia. Yet at that moment, Yu Wujia suddenly smiled faintly. Indeed, there exists something within the imperial tomb that can shatter your seal, but it is not a treasure. It is a fragment of a lingering soul, Yu Wujia declared solemnly. He then cast a piercing glance across the prison. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted from the pitch-black confines. Simultaneously, the blood demon ancestor's attention was drawn to the powerful aura emanating from the depths of the prison. What could it possibly be that exuded such overwhelming strength? Upon sensing the presence from within the prison, the blood demon ancestor's expression shifted to one of astonishment. For he had just perceived that the aura from the prison's depths was insatiably powerful, as if it could consume everything. In the next moment, a terrifying figure emerged from within. A monstrous beast, adorned with horns and a ghastly visage, materialized before their eyes, its massive jaws snapping ominously. Its crimson gaze swept over Yu Wujia as if it had just discovered the most delectable morsel in existence. Upon witnessing this scene, The blood demon ancestor could not help but feel astonished. What on earth is this creature? Its appearance is utterly grotesque. At this moment, Yu Wuji smiled faintly and declared, "This is the devouring beast, capable of consuming everything in existence. Whether it be time, space, confinement, or sealing formations, this entity can devour it all." Following this, as if struck by a sudden realization, Yu Wuji continued, "The human emperor must have sensed the presence of the devouring beast before his demise, commanding the descendants of the imperial lineage to capture it and seal it within the imperial tomb." Upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor nodded. He found Yu Wuji's reasoning quite compelling. If this devouring beast were to remain on the continent, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ill intentions, particularly the blood demon clan. The only truly secure option would be to keep it suppressed within the imperial tomb. Subsequently, Yu Wuji directed his gaze towards the devouring beast, examining its condition. After surveying it thoroughly, he could not help but lament how severely the imperial descendants had dealt with it. The devouring beast had been eradicated long ago. What now manifested before Yu Wuji's eyes was merely a fragment of its lingering soul. However, this remnant still harbored considerable resentment. With a slight infusion of power, it could once again embody the insatiable devouring beast. What of this remnant soul? Can it break the seal on me, the ancestor? The blood demon ancestor inquired. His curiosity piqued. After all, he had waited so long and hoped for a satisfactory answer. Observing his concern, Yu Wuji reassured him, "Rest assured. Breaking the seal is a trivial matter, though its power may be significantly diminished." In the next moment, Yu Wuji extended his hand, directly ensnaring the devouring beast. Now, with the creature reduced to a mere remnant soul, it could not engage in any devouring without the catalyst of an external force. It was precisely because of this understanding that Yu Wuji felt emboldened to act without restraint against the devouring beast. Thereafter, Yu Wuji sat down in meditation, invoking incantations to awaken the power of the devouring beast. In the blink of an eye, the beast opened its maw wide and began to voraciously consume. In no time, a small rift appeared in the space before him. On the other side of this rift lay the realm of the blood demon ancestor's seal. Seeing that Yu Wuji had commenced the process of breaking his seal, the blood demon ancestor's spirit soared with delight. Simultaneously, the true form of the blood demon ancestor, trapped within the sealing formation, revealed a triumphant smile. "Human race, when this ancestor once again sees the light of day, it shall be your demise." Yet in the next instant, a radiant beam erupted from Yu Wuji, soaring into the distance. This light pierced through the countless spaces of the divine domain's forbidden zone, heading straight for the palace beneath the spring. At that moment, the palace doors suddenly swung open. Ha! A figure emerged, laughing heartily as he stepped out from the palace. This individual was none other than the heavenly transformation ancestor. However, at this moment, the heavenly transformation ancestor exuded an air of wickedness. "At last, I have escaped this accursed seal." After seizing control of the heavenly transformation ancestor, the avatar of the great demon god had fully inherited his cultivation and devoured the power of his quasi-emperor realm soul. Now, the heavenly transformation ancestor stood at the 7th level of quasi-emperor strength. Chapter 139, Deception. After being trapped for tens of thousands of years, this avatar of mine has finally emerged. At this moment, the heavenly transformation ancestor stretched languidly and coldly scoffed at the heavens. Although he was merely an avatar of the great demon god, he had been commanded to hunt high-ranking cultivators, but had unfortunately been suppressed by a formidable opponent. However, after successfully seizing the heavenly transformation ancestor, he had inherited his cultivation. Emerging now, he possessed the strength of a 7th-level quasi-emperor. A relentless smile graced the face of the heavenly transformation ancestor. It was no wonder this old fool acted foolishly. With less than a month of life remaining, desperation often leads to reckless choices, and it was unfortunate that he encountered the avatar of the great demon god at such a critical juncture. Yet at that moment, a brilliant light shot from the heavens, penetrating the body of the heavenly transformation ancestor. Upon receiving the message emitted by the white light, the heavenly transformation ancestor gazed towards the direction of the Forbidden Zone's imperial tomb. "The message from the first avatar has arrived. The plan has reached a crucial juncture. Proceed to the imperial tomb immediately." Without hesitation, the heavenly transformation ancestor waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind as he sped towards the imperial tomb. Meanwhile, within the imperial tomb, the blood demon ancestor watched with growing excitement. Due to the devouring beast, a gap was gradually appearing in the sealing formation. Moreover, it was continuously expanding. If this trend continues, it would not be long before he could break free from the seal and return to the divine domain's forbidden zone. Seeing this development, the blood demon ancestor was overjoyed. gazing at the ceiling formation that had confined him for hundreds of thousands of years. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. However, today, the blood demon ancestor shall finally break free from this confinement. In that moment, the blood demon ancestor recalled his encounters with the Pan-Heaven Emperor. Reflecting on those scenes, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Pan-Heaven, you cannot kill me. You can only confine me here. Did you ever imagine I would see the light of day again? Upon my return to the continent, I shall ruthlessly slaughter every last one of your imperial kin. Not only that, but I will also absorb their physical and spiritual power, turning them into sustenance for my own body. At this moment, the blood demon ancestor within the ceiling formation suddenly erupted into manic laughter. He then shifted his blood-red gaze towards Yuwuji beyond the gap. Once I emerge, shall I join forces with this brat to dominate the continent? Contemplating this, the blood demon ancestor snorted coldly. The moment I break free from this seal, I shall strike down Yuwuji with a single blow. I, the blood demon ancestor, have never bowed to another. Yet at that moment, the gap within the ceiling formation abruptly halted its expansion. Observing this, the smiling blood demon ancestor's expression froze in disbelief. What is happening? Why has it stopped? Furrowing his brow, the blood demon ancestor called out to Yuwuji beyond the gap. We are at the most critical juncture of breaking the seal. If something goes awry now, all will be lost. Simultaneously, Yuwuji's voice reached him from beyond the gap. Ancestor, my current body possesses only the early stage cultivation of the great sage, and I cannot fully unleash the power of the devouring beast. Yuwuji explained. To achieve complete expansion of the gap, it would likely require the assistance of a late stage or even peak great sage. Upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor within the ceiling formation was left utterly bewildered. Where could he possibly find a quasi-emperor to assist him in breaking the seal? Although he had been sealed by the Pan-Heaven Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years and his strength had diminished somewhat, he still possessed quasi-emperor cultivation. Yet, the gap before him was barely the size of a palm. Perhaps even the devouring beast could not enter. Even with the blood demon ancestor's quasi-emperor strength, it would be of no use. What shall we do now? Blood demon ancestor exclaimed impatiently, his plans once again disrupted. He had waited for an eternity and could no longer endure the delay. Meanwhile, outside the breach, Moon Wujia remarked, although your true form cannot be unleashed, even this minute gap is sufficient for your soul to traverse freely. With a slight smile, Moon Wujia continued, once your soul emerges, seize a peak great saint and usurp their essence. At that point, you can activate the devouring beast to widen the spatial rift, allowing your true self to manifest. Upon finishing, Moon Wujia's smile broadened as he fixated on the breach, seemingly awaiting blood demon ancestor's response. On the other side, blood demon ancestor's expression momentarily faltered upon hearing these words. The prospect of traversing the breach in soul form, lying in wait for a worthy prey to arrive, and then usurping a peak great saint was indeed feasible. However, should he encounter a quasi-emperor, it would spell doom for him. In his soul form, blood demon ancestor would be akin to a sumptuous feast for a quasi-emperor. Sensing his apprehension, Moon Wujia reassured him, do not fret. While there are quasi-emperors within the forbidden domain, it is unlikely you will encounter one immediately. Should you usurp a peak great saint, your true form will be released. At that juncture, neither the forbidden zone nor the continent will pose a threat to you. Moon Wujia continued to stoke the flames of temptation, seemingly intent on coaxing blood demon ancestor's soul into the open. After a moment of deep contemplation, blood demon ancestor finally nodded in agreement with Moon Wujia's counsel. He resolved to venture forth and take a chance. After all, how could one transform a bicycle into a motorcycle without taking risks? As Moon Wujia had stated, quasi-emperors were the pinnacle of the forbidden domain. It was improbable that he would encounter one at a whim. Blood demon ancestor believed his luck was not so dire. Of course, he was not intimidated by the possibility of Moon Wujia betraying him. Even though Moon Wujia's true identity was that of an ancient demon god, his current strength barely matched that of a nascent great saint. Blood demon ancestor, as a quasi-emperor's soul, could easily obliterate him if need be. Very well, blood demon ancestor coldly declared, then I shall make this journey. In the next moment, a crimson aura emanated from within blood demon ancestor, swiftly traversing the breach to stand before Moon Wujia. The red light gradually morphed into the visage of blood demon ancestor. Let us proceed, the blood demon's soul proclaimed. Indeed. With that, both figures began their march toward the imperial tomb. Simultaneously, Moon Wujia, trailing behind blood demon ancestor, observed his silhouette with a slight smirk. The prey had taken the bait. Yet at that instant, the heavens beyond the imperial tomb stirred ominously. A black mist descended from the sky, and the overwhelming might of the imperial realm spread instantaneously. At this moment, upon raising his gaze, Tianyan ancestor beheld the entrance to the imperial tomb. Meanwhile, upon sensing the formidable aura of the imperial realm, blood demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. How could fate be so cruel? Just as his soul form emerged, an imperial realm powerhouse descended. In that instant, blood demon ancestor turned back, only to find Moon Wujia smirking ominously at him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His soul form darted towards the breach with urgency. Blood demon ancestor now comprehended the entirety of Moon Wujia's scheme. From the very beginning, there had been no intention of liberating him. Rather, it was a mere ploy to lure his soul into the open, ultimately executing a nefarious design. As blood demon ancestor's soul approached the breach, Moon Wujia's voice rang out, "Seize him." In an instant, a radiant light enveloped blood demon ancestor's soul, akin to a spatial prison. Witnessing this, blood demon ancestor panicked, unleashing a torrent of powerful soul energy that crashed against the barrier like colossal waves. Yet, despite his fierce resistance, the spatial barrier remained unyielding. "I have hunted eagles my entire life, only to be blinded by one today." Blood demon ancestor seethed through gritted teeth. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps approached from behind him. Moon Wujia, with a faint smile, said, "Blood demon ancestor, you have lived for decades. It is surprising that you lacked even this minimal precaution. I had thought more highly of you." Just then, a figure gradually approached Moon Wujia. It was Tianyan ancestor. Hunched over, chuckling, desperate times call for desperate measures. One seeks the emperor's legacy and immortality, while the other dreams of breaking free from confinement. Afterward, Tianyan ancestor and Moon Wujia exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Indeed, the ancient demon god exploited the desperation of these individuals, encouraging them to lower their guard before seizing the opportune moment to strike. A single lethal blow. This tactic had proven effective time and again. At that moment, blood demon ancestor stiffly turned around. "You treacherous old wretch, how dare you go back on your word? The Western region demon god clan has long since fallen. How could you possibly summon a quasi-emperor?" Blood demon ancestor protested bitterly. Yet in the next instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "My friend, if you spare my life, upon my return from confinement, I shall offer you the entire accumulation of the blood demon clan spanning hundreds of thousands of years." His gaze shifted to Tianyan ancestor, believing him to be Moon Wujia's purchased quasi-emperor. If he could sway him, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. However, Moon Wujia coldly retorted, "Do not harbor such delusions. He is but a fragment of my essence. Do you truly believe he would heed your pleas?" At that moment, Tianyan ancestor approached Moon Wujia, a playful smile gracing his face as he regarded blood demon ancestor's soul. Seeing this, blood demon ancestor's expression shifted in alarm. "You despicable fiend. You have been plotting against me from the very start. Cursed be you." In response, Moon Wujia merely smiled, "Blood demon ancestor, you can only boast with empty words now. Fear not. The frantic howls of a dying man are but futile cries. What difference does it make if you curse me further?" At this juncture, Moon Wujia's spirit soared. With blood demon ancestor's quasi-emperor soul and his quasi-emperor corporeal form, he would possess the finest sustenance for the true form of the ancient demon god. As the realization of his impending success dawned upon him, Moon Wujia could not suppress a triumphant smile. He waved his hand, and the spatial barrier containing blood demon ancestor soared into his sleeve. "Let us depart. Only one location remains," Moon Wujia declared, his gaze sharp as he stared into a particular area of the forbidden domain. The pace of their plan's progression was unervingly swift. For a moment, Moon Wujia felt a sense of disquiet. It seemed as though something monumental was on the verge of unfolding. Yet, just then, the imperial mausoleum suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a terrifying aura of imperial law enveloped the area instantaneously. Within the main hall of the imperial mausoleum, golden rays of light began to float forth. These golden beams coalesced into a magnificent figure. As the golden glow gradually dissipated, a figure adorned in a dark robe, crowned with a chaotic diadem, and draped in a cape emblazoned with ancient and mysterious symbols emerged. The cape fluttered as if alive, at times transforming into landscapes of mountains and rivers, and at others showcasing the grandeur of ancient battlefields. This figure exuded an aura of unimaginable terror, instilling fear and reverence in all living beings. The heavenly transformation ancestor was left speechless. Could it be the legendary human emperor, the emperor of Pantheon? Moon Wujia exclaimed in astonishment. Yet in the next moment, he realized that the emperor of Pantheon had long sacrificed himself. The figure before him was likely but a remnant soul of the emperor of Pantheon. Perhaps it was awakened by the malevolent fluctuations within the mausoleum, or maybe it was the manifestation of the blood demon ancestor's spirit that stirred this remnant. At this moment, Moon Wujia cast his gaze upon the remnant of Pantheon. Though its power was exceedingly diminished, it still retained the might of a quasi-emperor. However, it was merely a remnant of a long-deceased human emperor. Even if it were to awaken, what could it accomplish? The heavenly transformation ancestor wore a smile as he regarded the remnant soul of the emperor of Pantheon. In the next instant, the remnant soul conjured a colossal sword and swung it forcefully toward the heavenly transformation ancestor. In an instant, the formidable might of the imperial realm surged forth, rippling outward like waves. Run. Preserve your strength. Do not act recklessly. Moon Wujia called out to the heavenly transformation ancestor. In the blink of an eye, Moon Wujia's form flickered, and he had already teleported outside the mausoleum. However, as he turned back, he saw the heavenly transformation ancestor gazing up with excitement at the descending gigantic sword. At that moment, the heavenly transformation ancestor spread his arms wide, and the power of the seventh layer of quasi-emperor realm erupted instantly. Let this emperor have a taste of your strength. Simultaneously, the heavenly transformation ancestor looked up and unleashed a punch. At that instant, the fist clashed with the sword. A tremendous explosion of flames erupted. The heavenly transformation ancestor was sent flying out of the mausoleum like an arrow released from a bow. So powerful. Upon witnessing this scene, Moon Wujia felt an urge to curse. This doppelganger had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and had gradually developed a semblance of self-awareness. Had it not been useful to keep it around, he would have reclaimed it long ago. Yet, seeing that the remnant soul of the Emperor of Pantheon did not pursue him, Moon Wujia let out a sigh of relief. Useless. Chapter 141. So it was him. Moon Wujia scolded the heavenly transformation ancestor in anger. The plan had reached its most critical juncture, and he had not expected that this doppelganger would be so disobedient. Fortunately, the remnant soul of the Emperor of Pantheon was not overly powerful. That one strike had only inflicted minor injuries on the heavenly transformation ancestor. Had it aimed to kill him, Moon Wujia would have truly been in dire straits. If it continued to disobey, he would certainly not spare it if the main body found out. Moon Wujia sought to intimidate the heavenly transformation ancestor, directly invoking the main body to exert pressure on him. After all, this doppelganger had been suppressed for far too long and had gradually cultivated a sense of intelligence. This was what one might call self-awareness. However, for Moon Wujia, this was not good news. If the doppelganger possessed self-awareness, it meant it could follow his commands. Of course, it could also choose not to. But as it stood, the magic god doppelganger within the heavenly transformation ancestor had awakened its intelligence, albeit not to a fully mature extent. In other words, it was somewhat naive, at times obedient, and at others, it had its own little thoughts. Subsequently, Moon Wujia addressed the heavenly transformation ancestor. Your next task is to eliminate every powerful being that has entered the divine domain's forbidden zone through the spatial rift. Especially the son of great fortune. I have sensed that he has already entered the forbidden zone. After eradicating them all and absorbing their essence, you will grow stronger. When the main body emerges from seclusion, you will be of great use. Upon hearing the term main body, the heavenly transformation ancestor instinctively shuddered. He then nodded in agreement, appearing exceedingly obedient. Following this, Moon Wujia gazed into the darkness ahead, his eyes revealing an inexplicable longing. Hundreds of thousands of years had elapsed. His main body had never left the place of suppression, yet simultaneously, his gaze shifted to the mausoleum's location. Emperor of Pantheon, had it not been for your mausoleum being in the forbidden zone, suppressing my main body with a righteous aura, I would have long since emerged. Moon Wujia spoke with a malevolent gaze. Had it not been for the Emperor of Pantheon meddling with the place of suppression, his main body would not have had to wait until now to emerge. There was no need to wait for the blood demon ancestor's vengeance. Once the true body emerged, he would surely refine all of you humans into pills. Ha 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 ha. He 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 he. Unbeknownst to him, a month had passed. The area around the spatial rift was eerily quiet. Only a few scattered figures still lingered around the rift. Not a single one of the powerful beings who had entered the forbidden zone had emerged. Meanwhile, those of insufficient cultivation who could not enter the forbidden zone had entirely given up. At this moment, all forces on the continent were fixated on the spatial rift, particularly those factions that had already seen powerful beings enter the forbidden zone. They had even begun to pray. After all, those seeking opportunities for longevity within the forbidden zone were primarily revered figures such as sect leaders, clan heads, and ancient ancestors. They all hoped for their safe return. Within the divine domain's forbidden zone, amidst a desolate and uninhabited mountain range, a figure clad in azure gradually descended. His gaze was fixed ahead. Before him stood a colossal mausoleum, looming in the void. Surrounding the mausoleum, 3 terrifying auras pulsed ominously. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chun felt a surge of astonishment. He stared incredulously at the enormous mausoleum, pondering if this could possibly be the legendary Imperial Mausoleum. Simultaneously, Chen also noticed the three figures hovering above the mausoleum. They were none other than the three sovereign ancestors who had entered through the spatial rift. The ancestor of sun devouring, the ancestor of eternal night, and the ancestor of abyssal darkness. The three of them had searched fruitlessly for half a month within the Forbidden Zone. With no other options, they resolved to hunt down powerful beings and absorb their essence to prolong their lifespans. Like Chen, they had come drawn by the imperial aura that had erupted here. However, the vast expanse of the divine domain's Forbidden Zone was simply too immense. By the time they arrived at this location, half a month had already passed. After enduring a fortnight, when they finally converged at this site, that imperial aura had long since vanished without a trace. Yet, to their delight, a colossal tomb lies before us. Surely, it must conceal treasures unknown to mankind. Perhaps it even harbors the coveted opportunity for eternal life they have long desired. Old Ghost Yuanming, why not venture inside and take a look? Coldly scoffed Old Ancestor Tundri. Upon hearing this, Old Ancestor Yuanming furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward Tundri, responding with an air of indifference. Why don't you enter and see for yourself? The tomb within the Forbidden Zone may very well hide great fortunes. With a disarming smile, Old Ancestor Yuanming regarded Tundri. In truth, both of them were equally eager to explore the Imperial Tomb. However, the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone is notoriously perilous. Their journey over the past half-month has been fraught with slaughter, or on the path of slaughter. The beasts encountered within the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone possess cultivation levels that rarely fall below the Great Sage Realm. Even though they are formidable beings at the mid-stage of Quasi-Emperor level, such relentless killing can gradually desensitize them. Moreover, if the beasts outside are of the Great Sage caliber, what then of those within the tomb? Contemplating this, the three of them hesitated, reluctant to step inside directly. At that moment, Old Ancestor Yuanming seemed to sense a presence. He turned and spotted Chen in the distance. Old Ghost Yuanming, who is that? Meanwhile, Old Ancestor Eternal Night also noticed Chen from afar. Could it be that Old Ghost Tianyin has arrived? Since entering, apart from encountering you two, I have yet to see this fellow, remarked Old Ancestor Tundri. Upon sensing the aura of a quasi-emperor, Tundri initially thought it was Old Ghost Tianyin, but soon realized that this presence was significantly weaker. Likely at the initial stage of quasi-emperor. Seeing this, Old Ancestor Yuanming smiled slightly. So it is him. At this moment, Old Ancestor Yuanming recognized Chen. Isn't this the young quasi-emperor who was about to clash with Old Ghost Tianyin beyond the spatial rift? Who would have thought he would arrive here as well? With this thought, Old Ancestor Yuanming addressed the other two. Gentlemen, the suitable candidate to enter the tomb has appeared. He then turned his attention back to Chen. Old Ancestor Yuanming's intention was to compel Chen to venture into the tomb and face the peril. After all, the three of them were mid-stage quasi-emperors. If Chen refused, they would simply eliminate him. They could then divide his quasi-emperor essence blood, which would help them prolong their lifespans. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen was in search of the entrance to the Imperial Tomb when he seemingly sensed the gazes of the three elders upon him. Following their direction, he saw the three ancients smiling broadly at him. At this moment, Old Ancestor Tundri coldly remarked, "It seems unfortunate for you to encounter us here. However, Old Ghost Yuanming, do you not think our actions are a tad cruel? After all, this young man could be considered our junior?" Old Ancestor Eternal Night interjected. Junior? Upon hearing this, Old Ancestor Yuanming burst into hearty laughter. He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Chen, addressing Old Ancestor Eternal Night. Eternal Night, do not blame me for not warning you. If we fail to return from the Divine Realm's Forbidden Zone, then he shall be the only quasi-emperor left on this continent. Do you think your Eternal Night Palace in the northern region, along with Tundri's Tundri sect and my Yuanming Hall in the western region, will have any chance of survival on this continent? Old Ancestor Yuanming spoke coldly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Both Old Ancestor Eternal Night and Old Ancestor Tundri suddenly understood. They then fixed their sharp gazes upon Chen. They found Old Ancestor Yuanming's words to be profoundly reasonable. If they three were unable to find the opportunity for eternal life in this Forbidden Zone, they would never be able to return. Their lifespans were already less than half a month. To put it bluntly, once this half-month passes, they would immediately perish. At that time, they would all fall together. In contrast, Chen had time. He could still return to the continent. When that time comes, among the 5 great regions, East, West, South, North, and Center, only the Eastern region would have a quasi-emperor. This would effectively mean the decline of the other 4 regions, leaving only the Eastern region in a position of dominance. Prior to this, the decline of the Eastern region had also been tied to the other 4 regions. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Eastern region, like the others, had its own hegemonic forces and quasi-emperors. However, one day, the quasi-emperor of the eastern region exhausted his lifespan and departed this world. Since then, the eastern region has been devoid of any quasi-emperor. Seizing this opportunity, the other four regions directly divided the hegemonic forces of the eastern region and plundered the majority of its cultivation resources. After years of relentless plundering, the eastern region's cultivation resources became exceedingly scarce. This led to a significant disparity in strength among the newly risen ancestors of the four great sacred lands. Despite their ages being comparable to Lord Tianyan Lin Wanshan's, if the supreme beings of the four regions were to perish, only Lu Chun would remain as a quasi-emperor. They would inevitably emulate the previous suppression of the eastern region and turn the tides, plundering the resources and powers of the other four regions. Thus, their descendants would suffer immense calamities. With this in mind, the three ancients exchanged glances. Regardless of what happened afterward, whether they could seize the opportunity for eternal life or safely return to the continent from the divine realm's forbidden zone, they cast aside these concerns and decided to deal with the young quasi-emperor before them. Who would have thought that, after thousands of years of decline, the eastern region could still give rise to a quasi-emperor? Old Ancestor Eternal Night lamented. However, your misfortune is encountering us. Old Ancestor Yuanming declared. Youngster, I present you with two choices. Either enter this tomb and shield us from danger, or take your own life. But should you force our hands, you will undoubtedly become mere dust within this forbidden zone. With that, Old Ancestor Yuanming regarded Lu Chun with a smile. Even a fool would know how to choose. Entering the tomb might afford him a sliver of hope for survival. However, should he refuse, it would not require all three of them to take action. One alone could obliterate him. On the other side, upon hearing these words, Lu Chun furrowed his brow. He looked at the three elders with a perplexed expression, thinking to himself, are these three individuals out of their minds? Take my own life? That is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. What if I simply refuse? Observing the situation, Lu Chun spoke with a hint of provocation, wearing a smile as he gazed at Old Ancestor Yuanming. Indeed, Lu Chun was deliberately challenging them. He was goading them into action, for he understood that with their lifespans dwindling, if they acted in haste against him, he could harness the resulting fluctuations to enhance his own cultivation. You seek death? Young man. Old Ancestor Yuanming stepped forward, an overwhelming imperial might erupting from his being. How dare a mere second-tier quasi-emperor speak to me in such a manner? Meanwhile, witnessing Old Ancestor Yuanming's display of power, Old Ancestor Tundri and Old Ancestor Eternal Night stood by, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. They contemplated that the Ancestor Yuanming possessed the formidable cultivation of the 6th level of the quasi-emperor realm. In stark contrast, the opponent, Lu Chun, had merely attained the 2nd level of the same realm. Should that strike connect with Lu Chun, it would likely result in his utter annihilation. Upon witnessing Ancestor Yuanming's intent to strike, Lu Chun suddenly revealed a smile. Come on, I have awaited this moment for far too long. On the other side, Ancestor Yuanming, poised to teach Lu Chun a lesson, was taken aback by Lu Chun's lack of capitulation, instead met with a mocking grin. What an audacious young man. Without delay, Ancestor Yuanming waved his hand, summoning a colossal hand imbued with the laws of the Emperor realm, hurtling towards Lu Chun. In an instant, it felt as though space itself was ensnared. This strike from Ancestor Yuanming was designed to hinder his opponent's movement, significantly enhancing the probability of a hit. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and a blaze of fire illuminated everything around. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Detection of an attack by an individual with higher cultivation than the host has triggered passive feedback amplification. Target locked. Ancestor Yuanming. Target's cultivation locked. 6th level of quasi-emperor realm. Ding! The system has automatically elevated the host's cultivation to the 6th level of the emperor realm. As the system's words resounded, Lu Chen's aura suddenly surged. An overwhelming and terrifying imperial might enveloped the entire forbidden area. All creatures within the confines of the zone trembled in fear at this newfound presence. Witnessing this, Ancestor Yuanming's previously confident smile froze in an instant. Even the onlooking ancestors Xianxia and Tenyairi, upon sensing this ancient aura, exhibited expressions of horror, instinctively desiring to submit to Lu Chun. This power was inconceivable. The heavenly Tao had suppressed this world so harshly. How could he possibly be an emperor? Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chun opened his eyes, awakening like a colossal entity, causing the entire forbidden ground to tremble. Was this the essence of the emperor realm? As he felt the surge of his own immense power, Lu Chun gradually smiled. His gaze then settled on Ancestor Yuanming. In response, Ancestor Yuanming shivered, feeling as though he had been locked onto by a great terror. Wait a moment. Chapter 143, The Golden Figure. a being of the Emperor realm. Ancestor Yuanming was struck with shock. How could this be possible? How could an emperor arise in this world? Setting aside the fact that this realm is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. How incredibly difficult it is to break through to the Emperor realm. Even he, Ancestor Yuanming, was hailed as a rare genius when he first embarked on his cultivation journey. Yet despite his relentless efforts, nearly exhausting his lifespan, he had only attained the 6th level of the quasi-emperor realm. If he continued at this pace, even with several tens of thousands of years, he would still fail to reach the emperor realm. Given such foundational conditions, should the opponent truly be an emperor, what kind of monstrosity would that be? Moreover, wasn't this young man just at the 2nd level of the quasi-emperor realm moments ago? How could he instantaneously ascend to the emperor realm? Could it be that he was impervious to the suppression of this world? An outsider from beyond the heavens? Wait a moment, esteemed elder, could there be some misunderstanding? With no time for further contemplation, Ancestor Yuanming trembled. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's piercing gaze fixated on Ancestor Yuanming, his voice frigid as he spoke. In that instant, a terrifying pressure permeated the air, suffocating the three. At that moment, Ancestor Tenyairi, struck by panic, swiftly retreated 100 miles away. Lu Chen, noticing the fleeing Ancestor Tenyairi, chose not to pursue. Instead, he merely cast a chilling glance. The next moment, a spatial rift opened before Ancestor Tenyairi. With no time to halt, he stumbled into the rift unprepared. Following that, the rift sealed shut. Moments later, the rift reappeared before Lu Chen, and Ancestor Tenyairi was expelled from within. Under Lu Chen's watchful gaze, that force acted like an invisible hand, lifting Ancestor Tenyairi into the air. Subsequently, his skin began to tear apart inch by inch. Great Emperor, spare me. Ancestor Tenyairi's plea was cut short as the unseen force tore him from the very fabric of existence. He was soon reduced to mere droplets of quasi-emperor essence. Witnessing this scene, the other two ancestors were horrified. They could hardly believe that Ancestor Tenyairi, having survived for tens of thousands of years and possessing the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm, had been so easily obliterated. At this moment, Ancestor Yuanming felt a profound dread. If his earlier suspicions were mere conjectures, he could now fully affirm Lu Chen's prowess. Even Ancestor Tenyairi, at the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm, had been eradicated without the slightest chance of resistance. What could they, both at the 6th level of the quasi-emperor realm, possibly do? In that instant, Lu Chen's gaze turned towards Ancestor Yuanming and his companion. At that moment, both ancestors trembled, as if they had been targeted by an overwhelming terror. What did you just say? That this emperor seeks death? Lu Chen's tone was remarkably calm. Yet to the other two ancestors, it resonated like thunder in their ears. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Yuanming felt his soul tremble. Esteemed elder, that was not my intent. We are all quasi-emperors of the immortal cultivation continent, seeking longevity before our lifespans dwindle. I implore the emperor to show mercy and grant us passage. We are willing to serve the emperor for generations. Ancestor Xianxia stammered. In response, Lu Chen smiled faintly. These two audacious individuals dared to negotiate with him? Did they possess the standing to do so? From the moment they attacked him, their fates had already been sealed. At this juncture, Lu Chen remarked, since we are all inhabitants of this continent, I shall not appear merciless. Thus, you may withstand one of my attacks. Should you survive, I shall allow your departure. Before Ancestor Yuanming and Ancestor Xianxia could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Chen waved his hand. A colossal palm, accompanied by the force that rent space itself, struck towards the two ancestors. No, please. Ancestor Yuanming screamed in terror. Though our actions have wronged the eastern region, we have always defended against external foes, protecting the beings of the 5 regions. We beseech the emperor for mercy. Yet, Ancestor Yuanming's desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. Lu Chen remained unmoved. And with a single sweeping motion, the space shattered, revealing vast emptiness leading to unknown realms. In an instant, the two quasi-emperor ancestors were reduced to naught. Their tens of thousands of years of cultivation culminated in mere droplets of shimmering quasi-emperor essence. Simultaneously, Lu Chen gathered those precious droplets into his possession. Thus, the supreme beings of the 3 great domains perished in this place. Indeed, as Ancestor Yuanming had stated, they had once offered protection to the 5 great domains. Yet, it could be more accurately said that they had safeguarded only 4 of them. After all, there exists a realm known as the Eastern Domain, which they strive to protect based on their ability to seize its resources. Were the Eastern Domain merely a desolate wasteland devoid of any cultivation resources at this very moment, the sovereigns of the other 4 domains would undoubtedly turn a blind eye to it, let alone offer protection. However, Lu Chen soon discovered that among the elderly sages present, one was conspicuously absent, the venerable Tian Yin, who had previously challenged him. With the presence of these 3 ancient ancestors, How could the Tianyin ancestor be missing? Could it be that this fellow's lifespan is shorter than that of the others, and he has already succumbed somewhere within the forbidden zone? At this moment, a sudden radiance erupted from the imperial tomb. A terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped the entire tomb. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the imperial tomb, his expression shifting slightly. At this juncture, due to the passive feedback amplification from the system, Lu Chen's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Yet, he sensed that the aura emanating from within the tomb was even stronger than his own. Could it be that a supreme emperor lay concealed within the imperial tomb? Lu Chen's vigilance gradually heightened as he gazed towards the tomb. Simultaneously, a golden figure materialized above the imperial tomb. The immense might of the imperial realm surged outward, radiating in all directions. Upon observing the golden figure, Lu Chen felt as though he had already arrived at an answer regarding its identity. This golden figure was likely the remnant of the Pantheon Emperor, as mentioned by Kong Suzi. It must have been several 100,000 years since then. Had the human race given birth to yet another emperor? Suddenly, a heavy voice emanated from the golden figure, followed by a sigh. Do not be alarmed, young friend. I mean you no harm. The golden figure continued. I am the master of this tomb, revered by all as the Pantheon Emperor. Hearing this proclamation, Lu Chen was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the golden figure was indeed as he had surmised. The Pantheon Emperor had truly awakened. No, it should be regarded as the remnant of the Pantheon Emperor. It must be that the battle of formidable beings within this vicinity, or perhaps the Emperor's aura emanating from Lu Chen, had roused the Pantheon Emperor's remnant. Subsequently, Lu Chen respectfully bowed to the remnant of the Pantheon Emperor, declaring, I am Lu Chen, the junior, paying my respects to the Pantheon Emperor. His gaze remained fixed upon the golden figure, regardless of the circumstances. Even if it were merely the remnant of the Pantheon Emperor, it warranted Lu Chen's reverence. Several 100,000 years ago, when the Blood Demon clan invaded the continent, had it not been for the valiant stand taken by the reigning emperor, the Pantheon Emperor, who sacrificed himself to seal away the Blood Demon Patriarch, the continent would have long since been under the dominion of the Blood Demon clan, leaving no place for the human race. It is inconceivable that Lu Chen, now hailed as the last emperor of humanity, exists at all. The esteem in which the Pantheon Emperor was held among the human cultivators is evident. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. I am merely a remnant of a deceased person, unworthy of such veneration. The golden figure continued. Seeing you brings me peace. I trust that the human race is thriving under your guidance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen could not help but feel moved. It was unexpected that even the remnant of the revered Pantheon Emperor, upon awakening, would first inquire about the current state of humanity. Lu Chen gazed at the golden figure, his expression resolute as he replied, Rest assured, esteemed Pantheon Emperor, from this point forward, the human race shall no longer be subjected to the oppression of foreign races. At these words, the golden figure erupted into a joyous laughter. Yet, within that laughter, Lu Chen discerned a myriad of emotions, concern, joy, and resignation. For ordinary cultivators, achieving the status of an emperor within their lifetime is the pinnacle of their aspirations. Yet, upon truly ascending to emperorhood, their desires only grow larger. To prolong their existence, they must strive for ascension. This cyclical struggle pits one's life and cultivation against time in a race for the chance of ascension and the attainment of true immortality. However, those who genuinely achieve ascension are as rare as phoenix feathers. This is particularly true for exceptional geniuses and prodigies. For ordinary cultivators, such thoughts need not even enter their minds. But the Pantheon Emperor's circumstances were different. During the Blood Demon's invasion of the continent, given the strength of the Pantheon Emperor's lineage, he could have easily distanced himself from the conflict, remaining aloof from any disputes. However, for the Pantheon Emperor personally, once he attained emperorhood, the weight of responsibility grew heavier. To ensure the safety of countless lives and to protect this realm from foreign interference, he resolutely sacrificed himself. Throughout history, only one human emperor has been venerated by all beings on the continent, and that name is the Pantheon Emperor. At this moment, the golden figure gazed deeply at Lu Chen, expressing concern. Young emperor, although you have reached the pinnacle of the continent, you must remain vigilant against the resurgence of dark forces. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly at these words. What do you mean by that? Is it the Blood Demon Patriarch? In response, the golden figure shook its head, speaking with a hint of resignation. He is far more terrifying than the Blood Demon Patriarch, a powerful being who ascended to emperorhood 2 eras ago. He is a demonic cultivator with the greatest potential for ascension in 1,000,000 years. Exploiting the vulnerabilities of the divine domain's forbidden zones, he broke through the spatial barriers and entered the celestial realm, stealing an imperial artifact. However, he was subsequently discovered by a powerful being from above and imprisoned within the divine domain's forbidden zone. The manifestation of his aura within that zone suggests he must have found a method to break the seal of suppression. If he were to escape, he would once again pose a grave threat to the beings of the continent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. Then where is this being imprisoned? Lu Chen inquired. If it was not the blood demon patriarch, then who was this demonic cultivator that the remnant of the Pantheon Emperor spoke of? This question loomed large in Lu Chen's mind. While I cannot pinpoint his exact location, if he requires a physical body to sustain life for several 100,000 years, there is likely only one place that can fulfill such a need. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind suddenly cleared. To remain uncorrupted for several 100,000 years, there could only be one place, the fountain of life. Just then, the radiance of the golden figure began to wane. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. However, after scanning the area with his divine sense, he soon calmed himself. The remnant of the Pantheon Emperor had not vanished. It was simply that its vitality had grown faint from prolonged awakening. Lu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. He had just feared that the remnant of the Pantheon Emperor had completely disappeared. Subsequently, Lu Chen raised his hand to tear apart the space surrounding the imperial tomb, directly storing it within the system's spatial realm. As for the reason behind this action, first and foremost, he still had many questions that required clarification. The aura of the Pantheon Emperor's remnant was weak, but it had not yet entirely faded. Should the enigmatic Xianling sect be returned, Xianxiaaudiobooks, a descendant of the imperial lineage, might possess the means to resurrect the lingering remnants of consciousness. The second matter is that a fierce battle among imperial realm powerhouses has just erupted in this vicinity. The overwhelming aura has begun to permeate across various corners of the divine domain's forbidden zone. Should an imperial realm expert arrive to investigate the situation, prior to the refresh of the forbidden zone space, and with the imperial tomb's location remaining unchanged, they would undoubtedly uncover the tomb's whereabouts. At that juncture, the imperial tomb would surely face devastation, and its treasures would likely be plundered completely. Therefore, to avert such potential occurrences, securing the imperial tomb has become the optimal choice. At this moment, Lu Chen had already fulfilled the task entrusted to him by Xianxiaaudiobooks. This indicates that Lu Chen is now free to withdraw from the forbidden zone. However, he soon recalled the words of the lingering consciousness of the great Emperor Pantheon. The true body of that demonic cultivator is likely suppressed near the fountain of life. At this moment, Lu Chen pondered. Since he had already come this far, why not take a trip to the fountain of life? If he could acquire some essence of life and preserve it, whether for himself or for the benefit of his sect, it would be a venture well worth undertaking. Having determined his objective, Lu Chen adjusted his mindset, preparing himself for the impending struggle. Yet, at this moment, a new idea struck him. He then spoke, "System, assist me in locating the fountain of life." Ding, the system has received the command. Ding, the system is currently automatically pinpointing the location of the fountain of life for the host. Ding, the location of the fountain of life has been successfully determined for the host. The system will update the location in real time according to the changes in the forbidden zone space. Immediately, a map materialized in Lu Chen's mind, revealing a luminous point and a red dot. The luminous point represented Lu Chen's current location, while the red dot undoubtedly indicated the location of the fountain of life. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen was mildly astonished. He had not anticipated that the system could indeed locate the fountain of life. It seemed he had previously underestimated the capabilities of the system. Subsequently, Lu Chen contemplated whether the system possessed any other functions beyond this one, yet to be discovered by him. At this moment, having confirmed the location of the fountain of life, Lu Chen hesitated no longer and prepared to transform and depart. However, at that instant, an aura descended upon the surroundings. The figure of the ancestor Tianyin materialized nearby. The occurrence of a battle among imperial realm powerhouses here presents an excellent opportunity for me to hunt. A sinister smile curled upon the lips of ancestor Tianyin as he came at the behest of the command from the Moonless Supreme to intercept those quasi-imperial powerhouses venturing into the forbidden zone in search of longevity. Upon arriving, however, he did not find any of the quasi-imperial powerhouses. Only Lu Chen stood there, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. Since they are absent, you must consider yourself unfortunate. There is no other choice. I require an imperial realm powerhouse to report. Ancestor Tianyin regarded Lu Chen with a smile, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. In response, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Has this fellow lost his mind? Did he not sense the terrifying imperial might that emanated from Lu Chen moments ago? Observing the situation, an icy glint flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. In the next moment, The horrifying aura of the imperial realm surged forth once more. Seeing this, Ancestor Tianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The might of the imperial realm was astonishingly potent, far beyond what he could withstand. Could it be that this young man before him is an unparalleled emperor? A wave of terror washed over Ancestor Tianyan as he contemplated fleeing from this place. However, Lu Chen raised his hand and delivered a single strike, reducing him to a mist of blood. Following the obliteration of Ancestor Tianyan's corporeal form, the hidden avatar of the great demon within could no longer remain concealed, revealing itself to Lu Chen's gaze. Yet, even though he had been sheltered within Ancestor Tianyan's body, Lu Chen could effortlessly discern his true visage. What puzzled Lu Chen was how this individual could be so foolish as to deliver himself to his doorstep. The avatar of the demon, which had just been obliterated by Lu Chen's strike, stood there in a daze. Instinctively, it began to flee. An emperor. Truly an unparalleled emperor. How could this be? After the human race's great emperor pantheon, there had not been another emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. Where had this emperor-level powerhouse emerged from? The fleeing demon avatar hadn't yet resolved this quandary when a golden hand suddenly reached out from behind, seizing the rapidly escaping figure. In an instant, the fleeing demon avatar was firmly grasped within the golden hand. Lu Chen glanced at the golden hand and was taken aback. He had not expected this fellow to be merely an avatar of a powerful being. However, what was astonishing was that this avatar seemed to possess a hint of self-awareness, albeit in its nascent stage, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Great Emperor, please spare me. At this moment, the demon avatar, ensnared by the golden hand, began to plead for mercy. Observing this, Lu Chen inquired, I demand to know, where is your true body located at present? Lu Chen posed this question out of genuine curiosity. After all, if an avatar had already reached the quasi-imperial level, what kind of realm must the true body occupy? On the other side, upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry about the location of his true body, the demon avatar stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's voice turned cold. Should you continue to stutter before me, do you believe I would hesitate to annihilate you? Upon hearing this, the self-aware demon avatar was taken aback. The formidable emperor before him possessed the capability to obliterate him entirely. However, if the location of his true body were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of his true body as well. Thus, it was a matter of certain death either way. In an instant, the demon avatar found itself caught in a dilemma, its face contorted in anguish, resembling a twisted pretzel. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. If you disclose the location of your true body and your purpose for being here, I promise to sever all ties with your true body, allowing you to exist independently, free from its influence. Furthermore, I will permit you to traverse the continent and even provide assistance on your journey. Upon hearing this, the demon avatar's eyes lit up. If an emperor-level powerhouse were to make such an offer, it would undoubtedly trust Lu Chen's strength. After all, he was an omnipotent emperor. Moreover, should the opportunity arise to venture into the mainland and escape this accursed realm of divine prohibition, it would be the most fortuitous circumstance. Observing the situation, the avatar of the demon god nodded in agreement. I am willing to divulge all that I know, with the sole hope that the emperor will honor his promise and spare me once our business is concluded. In response to this, Lu Chen revealed a smile. This emperor has already proclaimed that not only shall you be spared, but I shall also escort you on your journey. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chen regarded the demon god's avatar with keen interest. Indeed, it was a nascent consciousness, akin to an infant easily swayed. Subsequently, the demon god's avatar recounted the entirety of the circumstances surrounding the original demon god. The demon god of the western region was once a formidable emperor from 2 years past. In those times, his cultivation aptitude was deemed a rare celestial physique, likened to one that appeared once in a million years. He not only transcended numerous realms to reach the emperor level, but also ascended to the pinnacle of emperor cultivation. Yet it was at this juncture that the demon god uncovered a secret of this world, that practitioners from the lower realms were forbidden from ascending. In other words, the emperor-level beings of this realm were constrained by the laws of the heavenly path. This restriction was a deliberate act by those above. Naturally, as the reigning sovereign of the lower realm, the demon god would not acquiesce to such an injustice. Chapter 146, The Suppressed Demon God. Having reached the zenith of emperor cultivation, the demon god stood at the pinnacle of the continent. But what could even the strongest of this world accomplish? Beyond ruling over all, what else could he do? An emperor's lifespan lasts a mere 100,000 years, yet it is not an eternal existence. If a method to transcend into immortality remained elusive, once those 100,000 years elapsed, even the demon god, despite his supreme cultivation, would return to the earth, becoming mere dust. All would be relegated to the annals of history. However, after enduring 100,000 years of arduous cultivation to attain the pinnacle of emperor status, he was but a single step away from immortality. Who would willingly abandon such a pursuit? Yet the path to immortality was obstructed. The demon god had no choice but to seek alternative routes, or perhaps forge a new path to ascension. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the realm of divine prohibition, a space capable of infinite transformation. This so-called realm of divine prohibition was, in fact, a diminutive world formed from the resentment of a deceased transcendent being. The demon god speculated that there might be opportunities for ascension within. Consequently, driven by curiosity, he ventured into the realm of divine prohibition for the first time. After countless cycles of the sun and moon in search, the demon god finally stumbled upon a mysterious location. This was the core of the realm of divine prohibition, known as the spring of life. Within, there existed not only life essence capable of extending one's lifespan, but also a chaotic space that could refresh the path to ascension to any location. Utilizing this method, the demon god successfully breached the heavenly path's barriers and embarked upon the road to ascension. Should he traverse this path completely, he would reach the celestial realm and become a true immortal. Alas, fate was unkind. On this road to ascension, the demon god encountered a guardian celestial being. Undaunted, the demon god engaged the celestial being with his peak emperor prowess. The outcome was inevitable. The demon god was utterly outmatched. He was directly suppressed upon the road to ascension. Had it not been for the timely refresh of that space back to the realm of divine prohibition, the demon god would likely have perished there. However, once this new and mysterious space was discovered, it was swiftly restored by the celestial guardian. These celestial beings even sought to use this space to directly invade the realm of divine prohibition and annihilate the demon god. Yet the realm of divine prohibition, being a manifestation of the resentment of a high-ranking celestial being, harbored immense hatred toward the celestial beings of the upper realm. It was not a domain that mere celestial beings could tread upon lightly. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity. Yet the demon god remained suppressed within the spring of life. Drawing sustenance from the life essence, he managed to keep his physical form from succumbing to death. Nonetheless, the demon god remained undeterred. He employed secret techniques to create several avatars in search of a means to rescue his true self. Several of these avatars, unfortunately, fell prey to that celestial guardian once more, leading to their suppression as well. Each time the demon god created an avatar, his true self's strength diminished significantly. Thus, if Xianxiaaudiobooks wished to strengthen his true form, he needed to augment the power of his avatars. Hunting high-ranking beings was indeed the swiftest method to enhance one's cultivation. The celestial guardian on the road to ascension had also realized this predicament. If the avatars could not be reclaimed, the true self-strength would remain in a state of decline. Although that celestial guardian could not slay the demon god's true self, weakening its power effectively served to impose further suppression. With gritted teeth, the demon god persevered. Centuries passed. For the demon god, the name had become synonymous with the legends of two preceding eras. Throughout these centuries, the true self had been conserving energy, preparing for the eventual breakthrough of his seal. Finally, upon usurping Xianxiaaudiobooks, the demon god glimpsed hope. He then proceeded to deceive the blood demon ancestor and re-enter the realm of divine prohibition. While within the prohibition, he slayed a beast, deliberately cleaving the space of the realm with the emperor weapon, the six-winged divine sword. This act resulted in the formation of a spatial rift upon the continent. The demon god's actions were unmistakably intended to lure human cultivators into the realm of prohibition. This would enable his suppressed avatars to successfully escape their confines through seduction or usurpation. The unfortunate soul who fell into this trap was none other than the elder Tianyan. Driven by desperation, the demon god's avatar merely needed to entice him slightly, and elder Tianyan truly entered the palace, ultimately falling victim to the demon god's avatar's usurpation. Subsequently, upon learning of the successful usurpation of elder Tianyan by the demon god's avatar, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to manipulate the blood demon ancestor, guiding his quasi-emperor spirit to emerge from the breach, where it was promptly seized by the demon god's avatar. Thus, the once mighty blood demon ancestor fell into Xianxiaaudiobooks' grasp. Following this, Xianxiaaudiobooks sought to enhance his true self's power upon its release by instructing the demon god's avatar to hunt quasi-emperor level beings, absorbing their essence to bolster its strength. For upon the release of the demon god's true self, the first course of action would be to reclaim all avatars. The stronger the avatars were at that moment, the greater the enhancement to the demon god's true self. Yet this demon god's avatar was remarkably unfortunate. It encountered Lu Chun before it could fully display its prowess. It was firmly grasped within a golden hand, unable to move an inch. Hearing this, Lu Chun fell into contemplation. He pondered the possibility that the true self of the demon god was indeed within the spring of life. Just as the remnants of the Pangu Emperor had indicated that the malevolent entity was also sealed within the spring of life, Chen harbored suspicions. It is highly likely that the two of them are indeed the same individual. I, the Emperor, have already conveyed all that I needed to. And now may I take my leave? The demon god clone stammered. Though he involuntarily felt a sense of trepidation, his eyes still betrayed a yearning for freedom. Upon hearing this, Chen offered a slight smile and remarked, "This emperor is known for honoring his words. If I say I shall send you on your way, then I shall do just that." At this, the demon god clone revealed a smile. However, upon hearing the latter part of Chen's statement, the smile on his face abruptly stiffened. What does send you on your way mean? Yet, before the demon god clone could ponder this further, Chen's palm gently clenched, and the golden hand that bound the demon god clone instantly closed in, crushing him to oblivion. A pain scream escaped the demon god clone before he could utter any farewell, and he was immediately returned to the cosmos. Meanwhile, on another front, Yuwujia had already arrived at the location of the Spring of Life. Without hesitation, he plunged into the spring, arriving at a shadowy realm. The scene before him caused the blood demon ancestor to widen his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 147, The Awakening of the Demon God. Above this space, an enormous hand formed from ethereal energy descended with tremendous force. The aura emanating from that colossal hand was exceedingly terrifying, as though it did not belong to this world. It seemed that, should it unleash its power, it could annihilate him in an instant. Beneath this gigantic hand lay a blackened body, ensnared by swirling dark energy, with two long horns faintly visible atop its head. This was the true form of the great demon god, suppressed here for several 100,000 years. Yet now, the once dreadful aura of the gigantic hand had significantly weakened. Yuwujia believed this was the perfect opportunity to break the seal. He immediately summoned the devouring beast, channeling all his mana into it before it began to operate. The devouring beast opened its massive jaws, and an overwhelming suction force erupted instantly. In no time, a rift appeared in the space of suppression, and it continued to expand. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor ground his teeth in fury. It turned out that activating the devouring beast to consume the seal did not require formidable cultivation at all. After observing carefully, the blood demon ancestor discerned that the terrifying aura of the gigantic hand suppressing the great demon god's true form likely exceeded that of an emperor. Yet even so, Yuwujia, at the great sage level, was able to command the devouring beast to devour this powerful suppressive seal. This indicated that Yuwujia had not been unable to release the blood demon ancestor. Rather, he had done so deliberately to lure the blood demon's soul out. At this realization, the blood demon ancestor felt his molars nearly shatter. This old rascal is truly treacherous. Simultaneously, the rift created by the devouring beast continued to widen. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the massive devouring beast, having absorbed an overwhelming amount of mana, exploded outward. At that moment, the powerful mana swept through the area like a tempest. Even Yuwujia was nearly blown away. However, the seal of the suppressed area had now been completely shattered. Witnessing this, Yuwujia displayed an expression of exhilaration. The body that had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years was finally about to return to its rightful owner. At this moment, from within the rift of suppression, a pair of crimson eyes opened. An overwhelming imperial pressure instantly radiated outward. On the other side, as if sensing the call of its true form, Yuwujia's body trembled. In the next moment, a plume of black energy shot forth from Yuwujia's nostrils, passing through the rift and entering the great demon god's body. After the departure of the demon god clone, Yuwujia's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Not only that, but powerful auras from various corners of the divine domain surged toward the spring of life, entering the true form of the great demon god. These formidable auras, including those that would seize Yuwujia, were the demon god clones that had dispersed over tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Upon sensing the call of their true form, they immediately returned to it. At that moment, as so many clones merged, the power of the true form of the great demon god surged dramatically. He had broken through to the third tier of the emperor realm. Simultaneously, the great demon god's imposing figure quaked, and an unparalleled, terrifying aura erupted forth. At last, this emperor has been resurrected. Ha 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 ha. Just then, the seal of the suppressed area completely shattered. The massive form of the great demon god gradually came into view. Following this, the great demon god stepped forth from the rift in the seal. It was at this moment that the blood demon ancestor finally caught sight of the true visage of this treacherous being. He was enveloped in ethereal demonic energy, adorned with thorn-like dark horns, and his eyes, glimmering like two flickering ghostly flames, were slit-like. This was the progenitor of the Western region's demon god clan. The great demon god, the sole true deity of the previous two eras, the unparalleled genius in the history of cultivation over the past million years, the first emperor-level being to have touched the path of ascension. However, at this moment, the great demon god had only just broken free from his seal. His true power had yet to be restored, and he was currently at the third tier of the emperor realm. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the assistance of the demon god clones. Had the great demon god merely released his true form, his cultivation would have only reached the peak of the quasi-emperor level. If it were not for the powerful cultivation carried by the demon god clones merging with his true form, the newly unsealed great demon god would never have attained the strength of the third tier of the emperor realm. However, having absorbed so many demon god clones, the great demon god was still somewhat unsatisfied. After all, it was merely the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years that had allowed his power to recover to the third tier of the emperor realm. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a quasi-emperor level clone that had yet to be retrieved. Just as he had issued commands earlier, all clones, including that quasi-emperor clone, would receive signals to return to the true form, thereby enhancing its strength. But why had it not returned at this moment? Subsequently, the great demon god's consciousness spread outward from him, as if sensing the existence of the quasi-emperor clone. Yet at this moment, the expression of the great demon god gradually shifted, as he gazed in disbelief toward the direction of the forbidden area behind him. He could not sense the demon god clone at all. It was as if it had been annihilated, never to appear in the forbidden area again. Simultaneously, the great demon god's expression grew unusually grave. After all, that clone, after seizing the body of the elder Tianyan, had reached the seventh tier of the quasi-emperor realm. It could be said that it was a dominant force in both the continent and the divine domain's forbidden area. How could such a powerful clone be annihilated? Contemplating this, a possibility surfaced in the great demon god's mind. It meant that the demon god clone had encountered a formidable opponent. This implied that an even stronger being had descended upon the divine domain's forbidden area. With this thought, the great demon god could not help but furrow his brow. If even a quasi-emperor level being at the seventh tier could not withstand it, what level of strength has the opponent attained? Late stage of the quasi-emperor realm? At its pinnacle? Or perhaps they are a great emperor? At this moment, the great demon god suddenly halted. Could it be that fated child of destiny? Previously, the great demon god had encountered him. This child of destiny might pose a hidden threat on his path to reclaiming imperial status. Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. The last meeting had occurred within the Eastern Domain's Forbidden Zone, where Lu Chun was still at the Holy Realm cultivation. How much time had passed since then? How could he possibly slay the sevenfold quasi-emperor ancestor Tianyan? Such a feat was evidently implausible. Meanwhile, as if sensing the state of the great demon god, the blood demon ancestor's soul form sneered. It seems you are not as astute as I imagined. The blood demon ancestor continued. I fear your soul form has already been annihilated, has it not? At these words, the piercing gaze of the great demon god fell upon the blood demon ancestor. Chapter 148, Essence of Life. Thus, the blood demon ancestor went on. Are you not afraid that your ostentatious unsealing will attract the attention of the upper realm, leading to your suppression once more? A supreme being has already descended upon the divine realm's forbidden zone, eradicating your quasi-emperor avatar. Surely, their intentions here are far from benevolent. If you release me, I am willing to cooperate with you. Upon finishing, the blood demon ancestor's eyes were fixed on the great demon god, seemingly awaiting his response. After all, for the blood demon ancestor, any opportunity to escape was one he could not afford to miss. However, the great demon god found some merit in the blood demon ancestor's words. His high-profile breakthrough could indeed attract the attention of celestial beings from the upper realm, who would come to suppress and annihilate him. But where exactly was this place? It was the forbidden zone of the divine realm, within the fountain of life. The space capable of rejuvenating the path to ascension had been restored countless eons ago. This meant that the current divine realm's forbidden zone lacked any passage to ascension, with all connections severed. Thus, the celestial being could not possibly sense the resurrection of the great demon god. In other words, the powerful entity that had descended upon the forbidden zone was not the celestial being that had once suppressed the great demon god. Nor could it be anyone from the continent. For among the continent's strongest, the mightiest was merely the quasi-emperor ancestor of the four domain overlords. Consequently, the answer became glaringly evident. It could only be a powerful entity from within the forbidden zone who had annihilated the demon god avatar, ancestor Tianyan. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced the lips of the great demon god, who coldly remarked, Blood demon ancestor, are you negotiating with me? If I were to release you, your strength would merely return to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. To me, you would be of little assistance. Why not allow me to devour your soul form and body? In doing so, I would become even more powerful. You would be aiding me immensely, would you not? As his words fell, the great demon god grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor's expression shifted to one of alarm. Yet before he could react, the great demon god swallowed the imprisoned soul form of the blood demon ancestor in one swift motion. The blood demon ancestor did not even emit a sound as he was consumed alongside the great demon god's physical form. Moments later, having devoured the blood demon ancestor's soul and body, the great demon god felt his strength surge dramatically. He instantly ascended to the fourth tier of the great emperor realm. Sensing his newfound overwhelming aura, the great demon god nodded in satisfaction. However, he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of his former greatness. If only the quasi-emperor avatar of ancestor Tianyan could return to the true form of the great demon god, his power would surely ascend another tier. Alas, that avatar was likely annihilated. With this thought, a sharp glint flashed in the great demon god's eyes. However, if he could devour the powerful being that appeared in the forbidden zone, it would compensate for the loss of the demon god avatar. Just then, a formidable aura approached rapidly from afar. Outside the fountain of life, a spatial rift was abruptly torn open. A silhouette of azure hue gradually emerged from the fissure. Upon stepping forth, a winding and serpentine spiritual spring came into view. At this moment, Chen had arrived at the location pinpointed by the system. This was indeed the fabled fountain of life. Beneath this life-giving spring lay the essence of life, coveted by countless powerful beings. Just a single drop could extend one's lifespan by 5,000 years. For those whose lifespans were dwindling yet could not break through, this place was akin to a sanctuary. At this moment, Chen raised his gaze and noticed a dark aura emanating from a section of the fountain of life. He also sensed an extraordinarily potent presence lurking beneath the spring. Surely, a great terror was concealed within. Observing this, Chen swiftly darted to the side of the fountain of life, catching a glimpse of several glowing liquids beneath the radiant spring water. His eyes lit up at this sight. This must be the legendary essence of life. A quick glance revealed that there were indeed numerous droplets. After careful contemplation, Chen concluded that while this substance held little value for him, being a great emperor at merely 20 years of age, who would ever think having too much of a good thing was a burden? Just as in everyday life, who would deem excess wealth undesirable? Even if Chen had no need for it, he could always save it for future use. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chen gathered all the essence of life from beneath the spring. However, at that very moment, a voice of immense authority resonated from the depths of the spring. Old one, the essence of life here belongs to this emperor. In the next instant, a plume of black mist rose from the fountain of life, revealing the true form of the great demon god before Chen. Upon witnessing this, Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Was this not the very avatar he had just encountered? It seemed this entity was indeed the true form of the demon god. Simultaneously, upon seeing Chen, the smile on the great demon god's face abruptly froze. Wasn't this the fated child of destiny? How could he possibly be here? Initially, the great demon god had felt a powerful aura descending and assumed it was the supreme being that had eradicated his avatar. He had even felt a tinge of excitement. Yet upon laying eyes on Chen, the great demon god was rendered speechless. After all, this was the very individual he referred to as the child of destiny. Hadn't he only possessed holy realm cultivation? Why, then, did that terrifying aura evoke fear even in the great demon god, who stood at the fourth tier of the great emperor realm? Subsequently, the great demon god cast his gaze upon Chen, only to be astonished to find that he could not discern the depth of Chen's realm. Traditionally, as long as the opponent's cultivation was not vastly superior to that of the great demon god, he could typically perceive their strength. Yet at this moment, he was utterly unable to fathom Chen's prowess. As this realization dawned upon him, the great demon god suddenly fell into a stupor. Simultaneously, a thought flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. How could this fellow possibly be an emperor? The great demon god regarded Chen with disbelief. This individual had merely possessed the cultivation of the holy realm not long ago. How could he have transcended multiple realms? Observing this, Chen offered a slight smile. Indeed, for others, such a feat would seem unattainable. Yet for Chen, with the aid of a system, what realm could he not reach? At this juncture, Chen fixed his gaze upon the great demon god and remarked, "You must be the great demon god of the western regions, suppressed here by beings from the upper realm, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, the great demon god's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this son of great fortune could see through his true identity. It seemed he had underestimated him earlier. However, the great demon god quickly regained his composure. After all, his aura was unmistakably demonic, and his formidable cultivation was evident. It was not particularly rare for someone to deduce that he was the leader of the Western region's demon gods. Humph! The great demon god scoffed coldly, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lu Chen. You have no right to know whence I hail, or what my identity entails. Should you fail to relinquish your life essence, you shall find yourself without a grave. At that moment, he realized that all the life essence cultivated within him had been completely absorbed by Lu Chen. Witnessing this scene, the great demon god was instantly consumed by rage. Although his true form had been revived, it still required sustenance from life essence. Otherwise, even if he were to be resurrected, his existence would be fleeting. Life essence. Lu Chen smiled faintly at this. He then revealed all the life essence he had gathered. Following this, he looked at the great demon god, and, with a hint of mockery in his voice, said, all the life essence is right here. But I fear you lack the strength to contest it. As the great demon god gazed upon the life essence displayed by Lu Chen, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes. Yet, he quickly sharpened his gaze at Lu Chen. Boy, I have no desire to engage in further trivialities with you. Should you fail to surrender your life essence, do not blame me for being merciless. The great demon god thought to himself, even if Lu Chen were an emperor. So what? At this moment, he felt no fear. Moreover, the continent was under the restraint of the heavenly Tao. Even if he could break through to the emperor realm, it would likely be a result of trickery, of forced ascension. Given this, it was reasonable to believe that Lu Chen's cultivation would not surpass his own by much, even if he were the son of great fortune. Furthermore, the great demon god had hidden cards. In his view, once he revealed this trump card, combined with his inherent might, there would be no one capable of standing against him within or beyond the confines of the divine domain, nor across the continent. Unless a celestial being from the upper realm descended, he was invincible. Yet, as he contemplated this, the great demon god's expression suddenly brightened. He had initially thought the opponent was a quasi-emperor. He had not anticipated that he was facing an actual emperor. How delightful! The prospect of devouring such an individual was exhilarating. Subsequently, the great demon god closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. Meanwhile, Lu Chen did not rush to act. He was curious to see what further hidden cards the great demon god possessed. Soon after, streams of celestial energy coalesced within the palms of the great demon god. In the next moment, an extraordinary sword, exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty, materialized in his grasp. Lu Chen's gaze swept over it, instantly extracting information about the weapon. Imperial weapon, blood-weeping of the Nine Nether. Description: this sword was originally an imperial weapon guarding the ascension path, having devoured numerous emperor realm cultivators who sought to ascend. However, it was stolen by the great demon god from the lower realms several 100,000 years ago. Upon reading this, Lu Chen abruptly halted. To his astonishment, the extraordinary weapon in the great demon god's hand was, in fact, an imperial weapon. What puzzled Lu Chen was that the great Tao of this world had already collapsed, with the strongest artifacts being quasi-imperial in nature and exceedingly rare. Logically, it should have been impossible for any imperial weapon to emerge in this realm. Nevertheless, Lu Chen recalled the words of Emperor Pantheon, who had mentioned that the great demon god had once stolen a powerful imperial weapon along the ascension path. At this moment, Lu Chen's attention settled upon the imperial weapon in the great demon god's hand, surmising that the stolen imperial weapon, blood-weeping of the Nine Nether, was indeed the one he now possessed. Boy, are you dumbfounded? The great demon god sneered. You don't actually believe that I am fond of Pantheon's quasi-imperial weapon, the six-winged divine sword, do you? He then gazed with satisfaction at the blood-weeping of the Nine Nether in his hand, turning his eyes back to Lu Chen with a sinister smile. This is my true artifact, the imperial weapon, blood-weeping of the Nine Nether. Faced with this development, Lu Chen felt no fear. Rather, a smile graced his lips. He regarded the great demon god and the blood-weeping of the Nine Nether with keen interest. An imperial weapon, you say? How intriguing. He then turned to the great demon god and inquired, pray tell, could this imperial weapon be a counterfeit? Upon hearing this, the smile on the great demon god's face abruptly faltered. He scrutinized the blood-weeping of the Nine Nether once more, fixing a piercing gaze on Lu Chen. Boy, are you mocking me? You shall pay for your insolence. In the next moment, the great demon god swung the blood-weeping of the Nine Nether. Instantly, the spatial confines of the Forbidden Zone erupted into chaos. Howling winds surged, and the ground split apart in an instant. Meanwhile, 9 dark figures surged forth from the sword, emerging as the most ancient emperors who had once embarked on the ascension path. They had anticipated ascending to the celestial realm and attaining immortality. Yet, They had not foreseen that waiting for them was an imperial weapon, akin to a malevolent spirit, that would devour their souls and seal them within. They lunged at Lu Chen with outstretched claws, as if harboring immense resentment. Even the nearby demons and monsters of the Forbidden Zone, those above the sacred realm, were frightened into fleeing upon sensing this overwhelming imperial might. Simultaneously, as the 9 ghastly figures lunged toward Lu Chen, the great demon god wore a triumphant smile. He recalled the perilous legends surrounding the ascension path, which were widely known among his kind. It was during this time that he had been careful, continually refreshing the spatial confines of the divine domain to enter the ascension path, and he had stolen the long-sealed imperial weapon, blood weeping, of the 9 nether. Had it not been for this imperial weapon and the 9 souls contained within, the great demon god would have perished long ago on the path to immortality. Now, with this weapon, he could remain undying within the ascension path. Thus, extinguishing this emperor before him would be a matter of utmost simplicity. However, just at that moment, a system notification chimed within Lu Chen's mind. Beep. A powerful artifact has been detected being used against the host, and the system has automatically triggered passive feedback amplification. Target artifact locked. Imperial weapon, 9 Hell's Crying Blood. System has triggered passive feedback. Amplification complete. Host has obtained a true immortal artifact. Immortal Sword of Primordial Chaos. As the system's prompt faded, a sword radiating celestial energy materialized within the system's space. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly and unhesitatingly drew it forth. With a single swing, he unleashed a devastating slash. Boom! A dazzling beam of sword light surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying tempest. In an instant, it obliterated the 9 wraiths contained within the imperial weapon, 9 Hell's Crying Blood. Even the weapon in the hands of the great demon god shattered as a result. Witnessing this scene, the great demon god instinctively took 2 steps back in alarm. Yet, in the next moment, the blinding sword light had already reached his front. Instantly, it cleaved the great demon god in twain. Chapter 150. The Shadow of the Heavenly Pool. Impossible. How can this be? The great demon god clutched his chest, immediately spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. His physical form had been severed into 2 parts. Upon hitting the ground, it became devoid of life, merging directly with the dark earth of the Forbidden Zone. Ultimately, several drops of imperial blood coalesced from the dark soil. They floated in the air, emanating a terrifying imperial might. Subsequently, a wisp of black mist gathered within the earth, but quickly faded into nothingness. On the other side, Lu Chen, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smile slightly. He had seen through the great demon god's ruse. He then reached out and grasped, uprooting that patch of dark soil space and confining it within his palm. The disguise had been unraveled by Lu Chen, and the soul of the great demon god immediately revealed itself. However, at this moment, his physical body lay in tatters, and his soul was gravely injured. Only a severely wounded spiritual form remained. Yet, despite this, the great demon god still murmured in disbelief. How can this be? How can you possess an immortal artifact? The specter of the great demon god looked at the immortal artifact in Lu Chen's hand, his face contorted with terror. In the past, when he was suppressed on the path of ascension, he had fortuitously encountered an immortal artifact. The terrifying aura it exuded surpassed that of an imperial weapon by 10-fold. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the memory remained vivid. Yet, he could not fathom how Lu Chen had ascended from the holy realm to the emperor realm, a feat that seemed utterly preposterous. Even a child of great fortune could not achieve such heights. In fact, throughout history, no one had ever accomplished such an extraordinary feat. Moreover, Lu Chen possessed an immortal artifact. All these undeniable facts compelled the great demon god to overturn his previous judgments. The young man in the azure robes before him might not be the child of fate he had imagined at all. Perhaps he did not belong to this world. Of course, this was merely the great demon god's conjecture. Who exactly are you? Could it be that you are one of those beings from the immortal path? No. How could you possibly enter the forbidden zone of the divine realm? With the resurrection plan in ruins and even the emperor's physical form annihilated, his soul grievously wounded. The great demon god was now devoid of any fighting spirit. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled silently, merely bringing his palms together slightly. He intended to erase the great demon god's soul as he had done with the demon god's avatar earlier, directly obliterating it within his grasp. But in the next moment, the great demon god seemed to sense Lu Chen's intent and cried out in panic, "Wait, you cannot kill this emperor. You cannot kill me." Seeing this, Lu Chen halted his motion. He regarded the great demon god with keen interest, smiling as he inquired, "What? Do you have any final words?" Noting the great demon god's desperate will to survive, Lu Chen feigned calmness. Perhaps this ancient being, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, possessed some treasures to offer. Extracting all his bargaining chips before delivering the final blow would not be a delay. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Chen smiled and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Upon hearing this, the great demon god was instantly elated. He believed Chen genuinely wished to spare him. After some contemplation, he solemnly addressed Chen, "To speak candidly, this emperor has once tread upon the path of ascension, the fabled immortal path. I possess a certain understanding of the spatial laws within, or the laws of the immortal path." Following this, the great demon god cast a tentative glance at Chen. He aimed to showcase his greatest value. This was also because the great demon god understood that Chen now stood at the emperor realm. If he wished to attain eternal life, he must set foot on the immortal path and ascend to the immortal realm, to become a true immortal. Only in this way could he achieve genuine eternal life. Otherwise, regardless of who it was, even if they reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm or became a pseudo-true immortal, it would be of no avail. When the end of their lifespan approached, if they could not break through, they would still perish, returning to the heavens and the earth. The great demon god believed that his past experiences on the immortal path endowed him with insights into it. This was why he thought Chen might spare him. Hearing this, Chen pondered for a moment. He found the great demon god's words to possess a degree of merit. After all, a powerful being at the emperor realm would inevitably tread the immortal path, ascending to become an immortal. But for Chen, with the system's enhancement, he feared no trials or tribulations on the immortal path. Yet, where was this immortal path? From where should one enter? These questions remained unanswered. Nevertheless, Chen considered that keeping the great demon god alive might still prove useful. Currently, his physical form was destroyed, and his soul gravely wounded. Only a wretched spiritual form remained. To Chen, he posed little threat. Subsequently, without awaiting the great demon god's response, Chen reached out, directly confining that space and storing it within the system. Meanwhile, the great demon god, having spoken at length, saw Chen reach out and assumed his end was imminent. Terrified, he cried out in alarm. The might of the demon god dissipated entirely. After confining the great demon god's space within the system, Chen turned his gaze towards the spring of life. Simultaneously, a question arose in Chen's mind. Where exactly does the essence of life and the spring of life originate? After all, such treasures as the essence of life are not inexhaustible. Yet, the reason the great demon god's physical form could survive for so long was due to the nourishment of the essence of life. Thus, Chen speculated that within this spring of life, there must exist beings responsible for nurturing the essence of life. Furthermore, they should periodically produce some essence of life. Contemplating this, Chen became increasingly curious. He then directly entered the spring of life. Upon entering the interior of the spring of life, Chen discovered numerous luminous beings floating above his head. It was these glowing little creatures that made the spring of life appear as a radiant fountain. From a distance, it did not seem dark and ominous like the Forbidden Zone, but rather, it radiated brightness. As Chen traversed the winding path of the fountain of life, he soon discovered that this so-called fountain was not as secure as he had envisioned. Within its depths lurked numerous formidable beasts of the Saint King and Great Saint ranks, and he even encountered creatures of quasi-emperor level. Yet, with a mere swipe of his hand, Chen vanquished them all, effortlessly refining their essence within the Qian 9 Dragons Cauldron. Before long, Chen arrived at the terminus of the fountain of life. However, inexplicably, the life essence he had gathered along the way was exceedingly sparse, almost negligible. Upon reaching the end of the spring, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Chapter 151, The Celestial Path Sovereign. To his astonishment, the end of the fountain of life revealed a grand pool, its water crystalline and exuding a subtle celestial aura. This pool served as the very source of the fountain of life. Whenever the water overflowed, it would merge with nearby currents to form what was known as the fountain of life. From a distance, the pool appeared to shimmer with countless tiny specks of light. These, Chen recognized, were the essence of life itself. Each time the water spilled over, a portion of this essence would be swept away, contributing to the uneven distribution found throughout the fountain of life. At times rich in life essence, at others nearly devoid of it. Chen had scarcely encountered any essence during his journey to the celestial pool. This fluctuation was entirely dependent on the pool's overflow. With this realization, Chen pressed onward towards the celestial pool, determined not to squander the abundant life essence. Moreover, he sought to uncover the mysteries surrounding the pool. Just then, a vague figure appeared at the end of the fountain of life, swiftly approaching the celestial pool. Upon arrival, the figure opened its gaping maw and began to voraciously consume the life essence from the pool's depths, emitting strange sounds of delight as it feasted. Meanwhile, Chen scrutinized the figure before him, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. Just who was this being? At that moment, the figure, as if sensing Lu Chen's presence, lifted its head from its feast, casting a penetrating gaze in Lu Chen's direction. What audacity! A mere lowly being from the lower realms dares to disturb my consumption of life essence? Are you seeking an untimely end? The figure's cold voice echoed disdainfully. Lower realm? Lowly being? As Lu Chen absorbed these words, his eyes fell upon the figure, and he swiftly activated his system panel. In an instant, the being's entire profile materialized on the screen. Beep. The true identity of the shadowy figure is a manifestation of the great sovereign of the celestial path, tasked with guarding it. This avatar possesses the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 9th heaven level. Beep. Within the celestial path, this great sovereign has been cultivating using its own essence, leading to rapid growth in power, albeit at a severe cost to its vitality. To compensate for this depletion of essence, the great sovereign dispatched an avatar to the lower realms, entering the divine domain's forbidden zone through a spatial rift to locate the fountain of life and the celestial pool, consuming life essence to replenish its own losses incurred during cultivation. Having perused the information on the system panel, Lu Chen grasped the full extent of the being's identity. It turned out that this creature was indeed a guardian of the celestial path. Yet, at present, it was merely a fragment of its former self, possessing only the strength of a quasi-emperor. Nevertheless, for the continent and the divine domain's forbidden zone, this great sovereign was indeed a rare visitor. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, the great sovereign, noticing Lu Chen's silence and his smile, could no longer contain its fury. How dare you, a lowly being, ignore my words? Yet, almost immediately, the great sovereign seemed to perceive something, regarding Lu Chen with a look of curious intrigue. I did not expect you, lowly one, to possess such strength, capable of discovering the location of the celestial pool. The great sovereign regarded Lu Chen with an expression of calmness. For countless millennia, every time the divine domain's forbidden zone opened, it would manifest an avatar to descend, traversing the spatial passage to enter the forbidden zone and locate the celestial pool to absorb life essence. However, it was not just its avatars that sought this essence. Many powerful cultivators of the continent vied for it as well. The outcomes were often brutal, with most perishing at the hands of the forbidden zone's monstrous beasts, becoming mere sustenance for them. Only a handful of formidable beings ever located the fountain of life. Yet, finding the fountain did not guarantee access to life essence. One had to venture to the depths of the fountain itself, where countless fierce beasts lay in wait, their strengths formidable, most being above the Saint King and Great Saint ranks. These beasts would not idly watch as others claimed the life essence. Thus, those seeking the essence had to remain ever vigilant against their fierce assaults. These cultivators, already teetering on the brink of mortality, would find their strengths severely diminished as they battled. Consequently, the number of continental cultivators capable of acquiring life essence was exceedingly rare, with only a select few exceptional individuals succeeding. In all the times the great sovereign had entered the divine domain's forbidden zone, it had encountered only a handful of true cultivators who had managed to obtain life essence. Yet here stood this young man in green attire, not only having acquired life essence, but also having navigated his way to the celestial pool. Truly, he was the first of his kind in the history of the continent. It was precisely for this reason that the great sovereign, as a guardian of the celestial path, regarded Lu Chen with newfound respect. In light of this situation, Lu Chen smiled slightly and remarked, I never imagined that the true immortals of the celestial path would frequently descend to the lower realms, competing with us lowly beings for life essence. His words dripped with sarcasm, highlighting the irony of self-important immortals labeling continental cultivators as lowly, while they too engaged in the same pursuit for life essence. Upon hearing this, the great sovereign's expression darkened, his fury palpable. You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me? You shall pay dearly for your words. In the next moment, the great sovereign summoned a divine weapon radiating celestial energy, the celestial devourer blade. Though merely an avatar of a celestial artifact, it bore the might of an emperor's weapon. To the great sovereign, as long as this sword was in hand, it could dominate the lower realms with ease. With a disdainful smile, the great sovereign glared at Lu Chen, proclaiming, prepare to meet your end. Celestial Devourer Blade Technique. In the next moment, the revered Zhentian wielded the devouring blade, unleashing a series of immensely powerful sword energies that surged toward Lu Chen. Confronted by the formidable onslaught of Zhentian, Lu Chen raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Instantly, the clash between the palm wind and the sword energies erupted in a brilliant explosion of flames.